Chapter 91. What is the strange fate with this ship? Oxueshan certainly knew about N's unique Viridian power. N, who had this special power, did not hide anything from their relatives. Oxueshan knew very well how strong the healing effect of Viridian power was. The Pokémon that could only be barely saved by Viridian power must have been on the verge of collapse. God knows how many similar experiments Team Rockets has done and how many innocent Pokémon have been killed. Just thinking of this, Oxuejodo gritted his teeth. Is it really Team Rockets? They are actually doing these things in secret. Team Rockets was not so rampant before, but they gradually became rampant after the former champion of Kanto region retired. Even the chief prosecutor Dragon Envoy Lance, who works hard every day, can't curb this situation. So I have to trouble you to help me check if there are any problems with Ninetales. The earlier the problem is found, the better it will be. I know, I will go for a comprehensive check later, but I am afraid I have some clues about the energy in its body. Oxueshan spoke slowly while flipping through the information. He took out a special document from the drawer, which recorded a lot of records about legendary Pokémon, and he was sure after flipping through it for a while. The energy in Ninetales is very similar to that in Articuno, and the energy fluctuations match more than 90%. It can be basically confirmed that it is Articuno's power. Is that so? N gently pinched the brim of his hat with one hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. As expected, Ninetales did merge some of the power of the legendary Pokémon. Under the healing helping hand of Viridian's power, it was able to merge with this power and completely adapt to the body. And Professor Oak confirmed some things before hanging up the phone. Ninetales will stay in Kanto region for a while longer and needs to be checked before sufficient observation. N will not take her back until she is confirmed to have no sequelae, but her hostile personality towards most humans may make Old Man Oak suffer. N sat in the room and took out the hatching machine from the backpack. The bright red and black striped Pokémon eggs stored inside still did not move. It has been so long since I got this thing, but it still has not been successfully hatched. There is not even a little movement now, which makes N a bit of a headache. Fortunately, the 6 main players in the competition have been confirmed, otherwise it will be completely up to fate to wait for Larvestid to hatch, not to mention the urgent training to improve the level later. I am afraid that it will not be enough to improve to the point where I can participate in the competition. I don't know what level the trainers participating in the Charizard Cup are. There must be players better than me, right? When N thought of this, the corners of his mouth began to raise a beautiful arc, and a hint of fighting spirit was revealed in his crystal eyes. No matter how strong the opponent is, he has to find a way to take down this champion. For this reason, he should be prepared to deal with the elite level first. N pulled open the high ponytail behind her with one hand, and her long green hair seemed to emit a ray of dazzling golden luster, and she casually put a few Pokeball was placed beside his pillow, and he slept with him. He lay on the bed, thinking about tactics in his mind, began to simulate data for mental battles, and fell asleep with a blanket. The next day, early in the morning, after a simple breakfast, N set out for the port near Lieyang City. There was less than a month left before the Charizard Cup, which he had been preparing for a long time. Having already won 3 badges, he planned to return to Rieo City to win the 4th badge. After that, he trained wholeheartedly and waited for the official competition to begin. For this, he needed to go to the port and take the boat back to Rieo City. "Grandpa, is there any boat to Rieo City now?" The old man at the ticket office at the port looked at the handsome boy in front of him with a puzzled look. The old man pursed his lips, put on a rather helpless expression and explained, "You are late. The previous Santa Maria Joa has just left. The next one will have to wait a few days, unless you want to take the one over there." The old man raised his thumb and pointed behind him without looking back. N looked in the direction he pointed and found that it was a luxury cruise ship with a familiar appearance quietly parked at the port. It was more than a little familiar. "Excuse me, is that the ship?" "Yes, it's the Joseph." "So you know this ship?" So do you still want to buy a ticket? Anne frowned slightly, staring at the ship with a complicated look in the distance. A luxury cruise ship that looks like it has no problems at all. He didn't expect that he would still encounter this ship after arriving in Lieyang City from Qingzhen City. This fate is too subtle. However, the Joseph left a good impression on him. Except that the ship shook violently, causing him to feel dizzy. There was no shipwreck as he imagined. It should be pretty good, right? Although I don't know why he didn't want to take that ship inexplicably, the last trip from Rieo City to Qingzhen City was quite smooth. At this point, Anne didn't want to wait a few more days, so he just took the ship directly. So, young man, are you still buying a ticket? Yes. Chapter 92 Shipwreck. It's still a bit uncomfortable. Anne leaned on the deck and lowered the cap on his head, letting the shadow completely cover his entire face. Sure enough, this ship was shaking a lot. He felt that the shipbuilder had cut corners somewhere, the hull was too unstable. Bunny. The fairy Pokemon rolled his eyes slightly, a bit of human helplessness on his face, and spread the ribbon with an expression of "I can't do anything about you." It was obviously the second time on this ship, and his trainer was still like this. Even it felt helpless. However, although this ship was unstable, it should not sink. This made Anne feel relieved. If it really sank, he would not use Phoebus to escape, right? Let's go back to the room in the cabin and rest for a while. Anne took a deep breath of fresh air, and the breath of the sea flowed into his nose along with the flow of air, which made his drowsy brain feel a lot better. At this time, he should go back to the cabin to see if there are any trainers fighting Pokemon. Pokemon battles can divert his attention well. Anne, who had a grim expression just now, calmed down instantly. He leaned against the railing of the deck of the Joseph, and his green eyes gently swept across the direction in front of him. He retracted his gaze after just a moment of scanning, as if he had just glanced casually. Anne noticed something unusual. Just now, several men in work sailor uniforms walked back quickly from in front of him, and the direction they were heading was exactly inside the cabin. Although he was a little face-blind, he would have a little impression of the people he had seen. When he was on the Joseph before, he had seen all the sailors on the ship, but he had no impression of the few people who just passed by. And the strangest thing was, those people were obviously sailors who had worked at sea for a long time, but the color of their skin was different from the dark skin of the sun and rain, and there was no sign of strength in the biceps of their arms. It was unusual for them to leave together. Fairy Pokemon. Bunny. The fairy Pokemon whose name was called nodded seriously and quickly followed N. The clear sky was covered by thick clouds at some point, and the dazzling sun was also obscured little by little. The whole sky slowly darkened like day and night. The dripping raindrops suddenly fell on the deck, making the air gradually become dull. N put his hands in his pockets, lowered his cap to hide his sight, and his eyes under the brim began to scan the interior of the cabin. Here, there were still people coming and going like last time. The magnificent banquet hall was full of young masters and young ladies from rich families. Rich people often come out to take cruises to experience life and travel. This has long been a commonplace for them. Exquisite dining tables and plates, luxurious drinks and delicacies are placed at random for guests to enjoy. If it was before, N might have been unable to resist going over to try it, but now he can feel that there are many things wrong with this ship, so he did not relax his vigilance at all. Because he was a minor and could not drink, N gently held a cup of bright orange juice in his hand. Even if he was observing the surroundings, he could not be too obvious. He had to use something to cover himself up. At least 10 people, none of them matched the staff on the ship before. The new green pupils seemed to exude the breath of life, and the imperceptible golden luster seemed to flow inside the eye sockets. While sipping the juice in his hand, he quietly observed the changes that happened secretly on the ship. Staff, members of the tour group, social people wearing suits, trainers wearing sportswear. There are hidden members among these people. These guys are hidden among ordinary passengers. Their expressions are very stiff. If you look closely, you can find that they are very unnatural. Sure enough, there is a problem. Boom! When N was about to go to the captain's room to find out, there was a violent explosion at the door. The door of the cabin was blown away, and a large group of people wearing black uniforms and black hats swarmed in. The unique bright red R logo on their bodies allowed N to recognize their identities at a glance. Team Rockets! Everyone, hand over your Pokémon and items. A short-haired man who was obviously the leader shouted coldly towards the cabin. His strong body blocked the door like a high wall, causing a commotion in the entire cabin. The sudden attack shocked everyone. Panic. Those rich kids who were originally arrogant turned pale with fear when facing the sudden attack of Team Rockets. The flowers living in the greenhouse did not expect to be attacked by an evil organization. Dozens of Team Rockets quickly launched an offensive, and a large number of Pokémon surrounded all the passengers. Some passengers who were ready to use Pokémon to fight back just touched the Pokeball, and the vicious Pokémon had already grabbed their fragile necks. Because there were also many Team Rockets members among the passengers, in order to prevent this group of passengers from using Pokémon to resist, a large number of Team Rockets insiders were placed here in advance. In this way, the passengers who tried to fight back can be suppressed in the first time. Dazzling gleam. N's cold and indifferent voice came from the back. The fairy Pokémon, who had been ready for the next battle, jumped up from the center of the cabin. The soft and beautiful pink light like a dream instantly filled the entire cabin and immediately attacked all the Team Rockets Pokémon present. The dazzling gleam that broke out quickly countered the Pokémon of Team Rockets. The sudden quasi-elite attack was not something that ordinary Pokémon could withstand. Pokémon from all directions were all forced to retreat. And it was this opportunity created by N that the trainers in the cabin seized the opportunity to release their own Pokémon and fight with the attacking Team Rockets. After all, no one wanted to give all the Pokémon they had cultivated to the other side in vain, so they would naturally fight to the death. Damn, this is too fast. The sturdy man in the lead had a gloomy look in his eyes. How could someone release Pokémon and fight back so quickly? They didn't even have time to surround the crowd. Those trainers have already started to fight back. What should we do, Captain? Stop making noise. I need to report to my superiors right now. Lady Sabrina, I'm Tatsumi. The passengers in the cabin are making a commotion. There's a large-scale battle going on with us now. Please give us instructions. Chapter 93 Team Rocket's 3 Officers. After receiving the order, Tatsumi's face froze, and he shouted in front of him with a bit of anger. Everyone, suppress the trainers here immediately. It's okay to destroy the entire ship. Take as many Pokémon as you can. As the captain of Team Rockets said this, hundreds of Team Rockets members in black uniforms in the cabin began to exert their strength at the same time. Hundreds of Pokémon of various shapes began to fight in the cabin, and the scene became extremely chaotic for a while. After saying this, Tatsumi immediately left the cabin. Of course, N also noticed this and frowned suddenly. He had a vague bad premonition. Team Rocket's purpose might not be so simple: snatch Pokémon and passengers' belongings, but for something else. They deliberately concealed their true intentions for this, to cover up their tracks? It seems a bit troublesome. N's face was full of solemnity. The strong man just now was obviously asking for instructions from a superior. There might be a stronger Team Rockets member on this ship, and as he expected, it should be a Cotter level. The strength of Team Rockets leaders is amazing, almost on par with the strength of the league's gym trainers, but as long as they are not the top leaders like Team Rocket's 4 elites, he has the means to deal with them. Fairy Pokémon, leave it to you. Bunny. Fairy Pokémon nodded very seriously. Since evolution, she has basically had no chance to show off. Now it's finally her turn to show her power. Hehe, she will definitely use her invincible fairy skills to teach those Team Rockets a lesson. Although it's a bit risky, and also has to find out what Team Rocket's purpose is. You, Block this place. Don't let anyone enter the warehouse. Team Rocket's Captain Tatsumi waved his strong arms with a gloomy face. He commanded a group of men to completely block this place, and more than a dozen grassroots members were all blocked at this position. As long as they can successfully obtain the mission target, their mission will be completed. Then they can sink the ship to destroy all evidence. For this reason, a cotter was specially dispatched for this operation. That person is one of the 3 cotters who are as famous as Team Rocket's 3 beast warriors. It is a person who makes Tatsumi feel very scared just by talking to that guy. If this operation is not very important, he really doesn't want to act together with that adult. Because that adult's personality is simply unpredictable, who knows if he will tear his companion apart if he is unhappy. Bang! 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 A series of dull but rhythmic sounds came from the other side of the corridor, which made Tatsumi, who was just about to enter the warehouse, slightly stunned, and then his eyes were fixed on the direction of the corridor. Over there, it seemed that something heavy was slowly approaching. As the heavy muffled sound got closer and closer, a silver-grey behemoth suddenly rushed out from the other side of the corridor. The moment he saw that thing, Tatsumi's expression changed from confusion at the beginning to vigilance, then to shock after the change, and finally to fear. It's Laren! Everyone, disperse quickly! Tatsumi roared and issued an order, but the opponent's charging speed was too fast, and it arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye, forcing Tatsumi to choose to rush forward and roll to avoid it. The grassroots members of Team Rockets didn't react at all. The huge and heavy Laren of Orberg rushed into the crowd like a chariot, and knocked away all obstacles in front of it. The Pokémon of Team Rockets couldn't stop this monster like Laren. Just a slight touch was like being scraped by a train, and it was carried away by the huge force. As this guy rushed around, Laren, who was in a rampage state, suddenly hit his head on the wall of the corridor light, knocking a huge gap in the cabin. Some unlucky Team Rockets members were knocked directly from the cabin into the vast ocean, and their lives were unknown. Tatsumi also began to dodge with sweat all over his head. Who knew that a heavy tank Laren would suddenly rush out from the side? And the strength of that Laren was amazing. Ordinary Pokémon couldn't stop this guy at all. Now he only has 3 Fearows and 1 Houndoom as his strongest fighting force, but the problem is that Houndoom can't do much against Laren who has Rock System. Not to mention the 3 Fearows, even if they come together, they will just give Laren a scrape, and he may even think the force is too weak. Excuse me, can I ask what you want to find in the warehouse? Where are you from? Tatsumi suddenly found that at the other end of the corridor stood a young man wearing a black and white cap with one hand in his pocket. The brim of his hat was pulled down so low that people couldn't see his face, but his emerald green hair was extremely bright. Damn, where did this guy come from? Obviously, the staff and the captain here were all tied up and locked up as soon as they got on board, and the passengers on the ship were also stopped inside the main hall. How did this guy get here? Besides, how did he know that Team Rockets was looking for something in the warehouse? A big hole had been knocked out in the corridor by Laren, and the cold air outside the cabin poured into the cabin through the huge hole. The sky was covered by dark clouds, with lightning and thunder above, and gusts of wind roaring like a beast. Rain also poured into the cabin through the broken hole, making people feel a chill from the ankle to the back. En slowly raised his head, and a few strands of his long green hair were gently blown up by the wind, and the upper half of his face was basically covered by the shadow of the hat. Under the brim of the hat, only a pair of emotionless deep green eyes were revealed, and the momentum seemed to be completely restrained, with a terrifying glow in the eyes. What's the matter with that kid? Tatsumi felt that he couldn't move his whole body. Although he was much stronger than the other party, he felt like he was facing a flood and a beast. The boy in the cap was just standing there, but his legs seemed to be filled with cement and he couldn't move. What a strong sense of oppression! Even an elite trainer might not have such a strong aura. That guy was like a king who ruled the world. Just standing in front of him made him feel like an ant. Chapter 94 Surrender. Houndoom. Use flamethrower. The longer he stood still, the more Tatsumi could feel the opponent's terrifying aura. He suppressed his fear and discomfort and threw the pokeball in his hand forward. The one who appeared was a dog-shaped Pokemon with black fur and 2 devil-like grey horns on its head. This was the most commonly used Pokemon of Team Rocket's, Houndoom. It has the dual attributes of evil and fire, and its combat power is quite good. Houndoom roared towards the sky the moment he appeared, and a thick orange-red fire column shot out from his mouth, aiming directly at N himself, but the attack was blocked by the transparent light pink wall the moment it hit. Bunny. The Pokemon that jumped out from the front was a fairy Pokemon. She flirted cutely while releasing the light screen, successfully intercepted Flamethrower completely. Because Houndoom attacked the trainer directly, Laren was completely irritated. At this moment, Laren of Rage suddenly attacked the enemy. Heavy slam. Laren was wrapped in a silver-grey luster, and his body turned into a silver cannonball and slammed into Houndoom. After being hit by this attack, Houndoom, whose surface defense was not strong, flew backwards like being hit by a train and smashed into the iron door of the warehouse. Quasi-elite. Tatsumi's expression suddenly turned cold, and he obediently pressed down the hand that was ready to release Firo. In front of the quasi-elite level Pokemon, the threat that the boss level Pokemon can bring is extremely limited, and it is almost impossible to confront it head-on. The fairy Pokemon that looks the weakest in appearance is actually a genuine quasi-elite Pokemon. The strength is far beyond what he can deal with. I surrender. Without hesitation, Tatsumi raised his hands at the fastest speed in his life, putting on a timid and fearful look. With a smile on his face, N quickly tied up all the unconscious Team Rocket's grassroots members, and skillfully took out steel handcuffs from the pockets of Team Rocket's members and walked towards Tatsumi. Such a young quasi-elite trainer is really a genius. However, he is still a little too young. Tatsumi, who pretended to surrender, suddenly exploded when N approached him. His strong muscles swelled instantly, and the blood vessels in his muscles were stretched like steel bars. His arms were in an embrace and quickly grabbed N himself. At this distance, even his Pokemon couldn't react at all. Team Rockets doesn't care about any despicable means. As long as they can catch the trainer himself, how could his Pokemon dare to attack him again? Not to mention the quasi-elite level, even if the elite level comes, it will be useless. Bang! N had a gentle smile on his face. He stretched out his left arm slowly and pinched Chen Ji's wrist with one hand. No matter how hard Chen Ji tried, his arm could not move at all. Even if he used all his strength and his face turned red, he could not break free at all. At this moment, N gently clenched his other fist and punched Chen Ji's abdomen. The air was torn apart at the moment of the punch, as if with a loud sound of sonic boom. With a muffled sound, the man fell down. Chen Ji covered his abdomen with one hand with a hideous face, and knelt on the ground with violent trembling body. He never thought that such a handsome boy would have such great strength. He could hold down a muscular man with one hand. No wonder his 2 Pokemon did not make any move when they saw him attacking. It turned out that they knew the result long ago. Bunny Bunny! The fairy Pokemon covered his face with one paw with a helpless look. When it was still Eevee, it could still be caught up by N on foot even with agility. How could ordinary humans pose any threat to N who possessed special powers? N, who had awakened the special ability Viridian Power in Pallet Town since childhood, had his body transformed by the influence of special abilities, and his physical strength was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In close combat, even fighting Pokemon could not suppress him, not to mention that he successfully awakened Psychic later, which was simply a human Pokemon. I advise you to stay still. N had a kind smile on his face, and his eyes were crescent-shaped. He took away all the Pokeballs on Tatsumi very skillfully, and then directly handcuffed him, a member of Team Rockets, to the railing with the iron handcuffs of Team Rockets. The whole set of actions can be said to be smooth and flowing, just like the stewardess serving wine and caviar to the first-class passengers. I surrender. The boy didn't look like a good guy. Chen Ji suspected that if he dared to make any unusual movements, the guy might just twist his head with his bare hands. Compared to being blown into ketchup by the fairy Pokemon or being hit into a meat pie by Laren, he was more afraid of being hit by the boy himself. This kind of monster is too scary. Sample and information have been obtained, prepare to retreat. The cold words came from an expressionless woman. Her voice was as cold as ice, and it seemed that there was not even a trace of emotion in it. Just like a puppet, the program existed in the machine at the beginning of the mechanical playback. Her appearance was very outstanding, her face was delicate and beautiful like a carefully carved puppet, her blood-red eyes were as cold as ice, and she was as tall and slender as a model's figure also exudes a mature and charming aura. It's like the white and crystal cold snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountain in the blizzard. She carried a silver-gray metal suitcase in one hand, and there was a high-tech touch panel on the box. This thing was the sample she mentioned. It was also the main purpose of Team Rocket's action this time. 3 Cotters Sabrina. One of the core Cotters of Team Rockets, a woman who can be called the leader of the 3 Cotters in a sense. Bang! Before she could make any move, the door of the room inside the warehouse was suddenly violently blasted open, and a tall and strong Gerduer walked in. It was carrying an I-beam with a ferocious smile on its face, and strode forward. Behind this Gerduer was a boy wearing a black and white cap. His face seemed to be carved out of a handsome and perfect sculpture. His long green hair was tied in a high ponytail and exuded a silky luster. He exuded a restrained but terrifying aura. Sabrina, who was carrying a suitcase in her hand, had a strange look on her face. Her cold and beautiful eyes, as dark red as blood, swept coldly in the direction of the warehouse door. After scanning around, she gradually shifted her gaze to the face of the green-haired boy in front of her. Chapter 95, A Fierce Battle with Psychic. Outside the warehouse, Tatsumi, the action captain of Team Rockets, was guarding. Although that guy was not a Cotter, he at least had several leader-level Pokemon. In the case of desperately blocking, it would not be so easy for others to invade. And there were also many grassroots members of Team Rockets blocking outside to monitor. Although this group of rubbish was not strong, at least they were numerous and could hold back many trainers by their numbers. How come someone broke in so quickly? You are the one who made such a big noise outside just now. Sabrina stood there calmly with one hand on her waist, her face expressionless like a delicate doll, without any extra reaction to N's intrusion. She was wearing a dark red Cotter uniform that was completely different from that of ordinary members. Inside the uniform was a black tights, and all the skin, including the palms, was completely covered, with only the cold and beautiful face and the dark purple hair that was as bright as the night sky showing outside. Saffron Gym's gym leader, Sabrina. When N saw the other person, his heart was slightly shocked, and he looked at the tall and slender woman in front of him thoughtfully. As one of the 8 gyms in the Kanto region, Saffron Gym has always been called the most difficult gym to conquer. Its gym trainer Sabrina is an abnormally strong monster. Yes, she is called a monster. It is said that she has no emotions that humans should have. She has awakened the extraordinary and terrifying psychic since she was a child, and can use psychic to amplify the power of psychic Pokemon. A few years ago, she became a gym trainer officially recognized by Kanto at the age of only 16. So, what is the thing that must be obtained even if it exposes Team Rocket's identity? N's eyes swept over the metal suitcase in Sabrina's right hand. That thing should be the cargo transported on the Joseph, but since it was wrapped so tightly, it must be something transported secretly. I don't know where Team Rockets got the news from. Exposure? That's not certain. Sabrina's beautiful face was still as cold as ice. There was no trace of blood on her flawless neck skin. In N's opinion, it was even a very sickly pale color. From her appearance, it was clear that this woman was not a normal person. In an instant, a sudden strong wind blew inside the warehouse. Sabrina's dark purple long hair floated strangely in the air. Her blood-red eyes flashed with a sapphire blue light. The air in the warehouse seemed to be suddenly compressed by high frequency and made an explosion-like sound. N lightly pressed the black and white cap on his head with one hand, leaning forward slightly. As the dim light flashed, a terrifying repulsive force rushed towards him, as if to throw him out. Bang! The same azure light flashed, and N's eyes had a similar light to Sabrina's. The two strong winds collided with each other at this moment, and strangely offset the impact of the psychic. Sabrina's expressionless face like an iceberg finally changed. The aura exuded by the green-haired boy opposite her was very familiar to her, a congenital psychic. Definitely psychic. And, it was a psychic that could match her. Most psychics with the basic ability of confusion can only make some things float or bend at most, while Sabrina, who can be called the world's top psychic, can easily use psychic to stir up a storm and tear the earth apart. It is a shame for a psychic to reach her level. There are only a few of them. Even in all these years, Sabrina has only seen one woman who can barely be compared with herself. And today she saw the second one. I underestimated you. After saying this, Sabrina's eyes became even colder. The poke ball under her skirt floated strangely in the air and opened automatically. A yellow Pokemon holding two iron spoons appeared on the field. It had sharp ears and long beards. This Pokemon was the famous psychic Pokemon in Kanto. Alakazam. Alakazam. Strength, quasi-elite high level. Potential, superior. Alakazam, Sicehawk. The words without any emotion came into N's ears. Alakazam, whose strength had reached the peak of quasi-elite, had a sharp eye with a trace of coldness, and his hands holding the spoons in front of him flashed a dazzling blue light. A huge sapphire psychic shockwave turned into a physical state, attacking Gurdur in front of N like a hurricane. If hit by this attack, Gurdur would definitely lose his combat ability on the spot. Moonblast. A graceful silver crescent moon suddenly appeared above the warehouse, and the pink shockwave released by the moonlight collided head-on with Alakazam's Sicehawk. He tried his best to reach the attack, but was still slightly inferior and was dispersed. But this moment was not wasted after all, and successfully allowed N to buy a moment to withdraw Gurdur to his side. Sabrina is a pure psychic trainer, and all the Pokemon on her body are psychic. Gurdur's resistance to special attacks is very average. If he encounters a restrained psychic attack, once he is hit by the attack, it is equivalent to falling to the ground directly. Laren uses Screech, Fairy Pokemon Dazzling Gleam. N's face is now a bit solemn, and he lets several Pokemon beside him attack at the same time. If he wants to defeat the opponent's Alakazam, which is second only to the elite level, he must use all his strength. Ninetales, who can be regarded as the strongest main force, is not around. Currently, the only fighting force that can be used is the fairy Pokemon and Laren. Whether it is Phoebus, which can only fight in water, or Zeraora, who has been sleeping in the poke ball, they can't be used in this battle. Now N has to face the Team Rocket's Cotters with elite strength, and the pressure can be said to have reached the peak. Even when he faced the furious Zeraora, he was not as serious as he is now. Chapter 96 Total Battle. Humph, a trifle. Sabrina's eyes did not show much movement. Even if Alakazam was affected by Screech, it did not make any difference to her, because the strength was there, and the boss-level Pokemon was just a small bug that could be crushed to death. Now the only thing to worry about was the fairy Pokemon, which had reached the quasi-elite level. If she was not careful, it could pose a great threat to Alakazam, so it was enough to focus on dealing with that guy. As long as the fairy Pokemon fell, the remaining boss-level Pokemon would not pose any threat to her at all. Alakazam, use Confusion to block Dazzling Gleam. Then use Psychic on the fairy Pokemon. The fox-faced man standing in front of Sabrina suddenly opened his arms, and the whole body burst into a terrifying psychic light. Even the spoon in his hand was twisted by the huge psychic. The blue and lavender psychic attacked the fairy Pokemon head-on. This is a quasi-elite attack. Even if the fairy Pokemon has excellent combat power, it will be very dangerous if it takes this attack, so N certainly won't let the opponent hit it. Gerdur Protect. Laren arranges the venue. Fairy Pokemon uses Shadow Ball. Even if he accidentally gets hit, he will lose his combat ability directly, but Gerdur still rushes forward without hesitation to block the Fairy Pokemon and use Protect. The Azure Energy Shield completely wraps it and forcibly reaches this attack. The Fairy Pokemon rarely shouted Rage, and a dark energy ball with an ominous aura was quickly gathered. The silver arcs that sizzled like a snake wrapped around the ball and turned into a light bomb to bombard Alakazam. This is the Shadow Ball that I have been practicing since EV. Ghost skills can have an outstanding effect on psychic Pokemon. As long as it is hit by this, Alakazam can be seriously injured with the special attack of the Fairy Pokemon. Humph, use Teleport. Sabrina's face was still cold, and as the blue light in her eyes shone, Alakazam under her command, Azum's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared instantly. Even human eyes could not catch its disappearance, let alone whether the Shadow Ball could hit it. What a difficult kid! For a general trainer, it is already enough to focus on one Pokemon in front of him. Once the number of Pokemon under command reaches 2, the burden on the trainer will increase exponentially, not to mention commanding 3 Pokemon at the same time. Sabrina did not expect that the boy in front of her, who was the same age as herself, could actually command 3 Pokemon to fight at the same time, and conduct orderly and reasonable cooperation. His brain seemed to be divided into several parts. It seems that I can't treat you as an ordinary person, Sabrina said coldly and threw out the remaining 2 Pokeballs on her waist. 2 Pokemon appeared on the field at the same time. They were Hypno, which was covered with yellow fur and walked on 2 feet, and the Sun Pokemon, which looked like a kitten with a shiny ruby on its head and was extremely elegant and noble. Both Pokemon were quasi-elite. Sabrina had begun to take the boy in front of her with equal ability as herself, so she called out all 3 quasi-elite Pokemon on her body at the same time, which was also all her current combat power. Bunny. The fairy Pokemon was frightened. She was exhausted just dealing with the quasi-elite Alakazam, and she had to fight with 2 other quasi-elite Pokemon at the same time. Even with N behind her commanding her, she was still scared. Woohoo, why is Ninetales not here at this time? Puff. But something that made Sabrina frown deeply happened. The Sun Pokemon and Hypno that just appeared suddenly cried out in pain at the same time. Looking carefully, she suddenly realized that they were hit by sharp stones hidden in the dark. It was Stealth Rock. When exactly? Sabrina suddenly remembered that when Gerdur used Protect to attack, only Laren did not move. It should have used Stealth Rock at this time when it was hiding in the back. Tisk, a mere boss-level Pokemon can be so difficult. Lucario, Dark Pulse. N also threw the Pokeball on his waist with Sabrina, as if he was waiting for her to summon the Pokemon before taking out the Pokemon in his hand. The Pokemon that jumped out of the Pokeball was Lucario, called Aura Warrior. Its streamlined muscles were full of handsomeness, and its fists had sharp steel spikes, like a dogman walking on 2 legs. Lucario is a very smart Pokemon, and it can learn a lot of skills, including Dark's Dark Pulse. But even if it learned Dark Pulse, which restrains psychic Pokemon, Lucario is just a fighting Pokemon in Sabrina's eyes. It is not a threat at all. Because in front of the invincible psychic, the fighting Pokemon is like a light-fearing insect encountering the moving sun, it is so weak that it is ridiculous. Sun Pokemon Psybeam, Hypno uses Protect to block Dark Pulse. The Dark Wave Ball that Lucario rushed out with his fists was instantly blocked by Hypno's Protect, and the Sun Pokemon also used Psybeam to force Laren and Gerdur to use Protect at the same time to protect the fairy Pokemon behind. Even in a 4-3 situation, it is obvious that Sabrina has an absolute upper hand. But it is just an upper hand. Sabrina's beautiful face seems to be filled with frost. No matter how calm she looks, she can't calm down. Now there is no way to get out. Even if the 2 sides are very different in strength, the other party can issue orders in an orderly manner, relying on tactics and cooperation between Pokémon to turn the disadvantage back bit by bit. Originally, Sabrina thought that the stalemate would continue, but she didn't expect N to suddenly issue an order, which greatly changed the situation. Chapter 97 Your big brother is still your big brother. Lucario, use Meteor Mash. Lucario, who can only use Dark Pulse, heard such a ridiculous command and rushed forward without hesitation. As a fighting-type Pokémon, it relies heavily on close combat to deal damage. But the problem is that the opponent is a psychic Pokémon. 3 Painy attack from any psychic Pokémon can easily seriously injure Lucario, or even knock him down with one strike. In Sabrina's opinion, it is foolish to blindly choose to approach when she can just keep using Dark Pulse, which restrains Psychic, to consume it. Alakazam, Psychic. A cold and gentle voice came out from Sabrina's mouth. She would not refuse the head that was offered to her. The Meteor Mash used by Lucario, a combination of fighting and steel, is quite powerful. If it is really hit, the thin psychic Pokémon may really suffer serious injuries. So she would never let that Lucario rush over, but knock it down with one strike. Sabrina's blood-red eyes exuded a heart-shaking evil charm. She stood still and suddenly burst out a powerful psychic. At this moment, she actually linked with Alakazam. Alakazam's momentum suddenly surged, and the radiance of Psychic was as dazzling as the sun. Psychic. This terrifying move that can be called a fighting killer hit the rushing Lucario head-on. The terrifying oppression made the floor of the warehouse begin to crack, and the iron wall began to twist and break. The strong air pressure made the air explode continuously. This terrifying attack can instantly knock down a quasi-elite Pokémon. However, at the moment of hitting Lucario, this terrifying psychic actually began to dissipate strangely. The powerful force could not get close to Lucario at all. Sabrina's pupils began to shrink in an instant. Kyuso. The attack that hit was not the Steel-type Meteor Mash, but the Ghost-type Shadow Claw. The Shadow Claws that restrained Psychic slashed at the fragile body of the Sun Pokémon with great force. This fierce and brutal blow was like 3 giant axes slashing at the head, and the elegant purple fur of the Sun Pokémon was cut into 3 terrifying bloody holes. Meow! Even a quasi-elite level Sun Pokémon could not withstand this blow. After being hit, it let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground with just one blow, losing its combat ability. It is unimaginable for ordinary people to knock down a quasi-elite Pokémon with a fatal blow from the fighting Lucario. But it is not Lucario. The phantom gradually dissipated, revealing Zorua's original figure. It landed gorgeously with its blood-red sharp claws covering its mouth, as if sneering arrogantly. Sabrina showed an incredible look on her face. Quasi-elite level. Where on earth is a quasi-elite level dark Pokémon hidden? As powerful as psychic Pokémon is, there is one thing they absolutely fear, and that is dark Pokémon. This type of Pokémon can completely ignore psychic attacks, and any attack can cause huge damage to psychic Pokémon. It is simply the nemesis of psychic. Zorua has been there from the beginning, but has been hiding his figure with phantoms, hiding and constantly using Hone Claws to increase his physical attack power. Until the attack power reaches its peak, he disguises himself as Lucario who was called out, and then launches Sucker Punch to knock down the quasi-elite level Sun Pokémon. That's right, Zorua himself has broken through the big hurdle of the boss level and completely entered the realm of quasi-elite. Now Zorua will be N's biggest, strongest, and most reliable trump card when dealing with Sabrina. Dark Pulse. A cool and leisurely voice came from the front. Under N's command, Zorua threw a Dark Pulse at 0 distance, hitting Alakazam and Hypno in front of him at the same time. Even if the two reacted, they could not stop the opponent's psychic Pokémon from being blown away on the spot. Damn bastard! Now even the cold and beautiful Iceberg could not keep a calm and indifferent mood. She felt that her back began to sweat densely and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She was actually calculated by the opponent from the beginning. From the beginning, she seemed to have the upper hand. With 3 quasi-elite fighting power, it was only a matter of time for her to knock down the opponent as long as she exerted her full strength. And the green-haired boy was like a clock tower that was about to collapse, swaying as if he would be knocked down by the powerful psychic at any time, but he kept a steady rhythm and relied on the seamless cooperation of several Pokémon to resist the psychic's offensive. Now, the hidden hunter finally showed his sharp fangs, and in an instant, the identities of hunter and prey changed dramatically. The Sun Pokémon lost its combat ability on the spot. Alakazam and Hypno were also injured by the sneak attack, but the Zorua was still intact. Even if Sabrina goes all out, it's hard to win. Big Brother is so handsome. Big Brother is invincible. Big Brother Zorua, I actually always admire you the most. The three Pokémon beside N had bright eyes and praised Zorua's rescue without reservation. They even complained that Big Brother's status as Earl Dervish Pokémon was not secure. This is Big Brother not taking action, then Big Brother's action is simply a blockbuster. So what if he is a quasi-elite? Didn't Zorua beat 3 of them alone? Zorua enjoyed this kind of praise and admiration very much. He raised his little head proudly and tried to imitate N's appearance and put on a humble expression, but he didn't learn the essence at all. On the contrary, the pride that was so deep in his bones could not be concealed at all. Zorua, it's all right now. N spoke softly to Zorua beside him with a serious look in his eyes, and Zorua quickly put away the smugness on his face, with a sinister and cunning arc at the corner of his mouth. Now it has broken through the quasi-elite barrier, and no longer needs to suppress its energy, it must release it all in one breath. Kyuso. With a powerful roar, Zorua's body began to be covered with pure white light as bright as the moon, and the powerful momentum seemed to turn into substance, causing the entire warehouse to start shaking continuously. Sabrina's pale face looked even more sick at this moment. This is evolution? Chapter 98. More like a monster than a monster. Hypno, Sice Hawk, knock those who are blocking the way away. Alakazam, use Hyper Beam. Sabrina's cold and pretty face was full of seriousness. That Zorua was already at the quasi-elite level before it evolved, which showed how talented it was. If it were to evolve at this moment, I'm afraid its strength would undergo a qualitative change. By then, if a full status and powerful evil attribute Pokémon appeared, it would be unimaginable for her who only had psychic Pokémon. Because Psychic's skills could not have any effect on Zorua, who was also a quasi-elite, Sabrina chose to use the powerful Hyper Beam. This was a general killer move, because once released, it would burst out with great power, so the body would be in a short period of stalemate after using it. However, there was no extra time for her to hesitate. Gurdur, Laren, use Protect at the same time. N calmly waved his right hand to issue a command, and the 2 huge Pokémon rushed forward together, opening Protect with absolute defense at the same time, trying to block this terrifying Hyper Beam together. But Sabrina had guessed this long ago. At this moment, her beautiful eyes widened, and her pupils shone with blue light, and the powerful psychic like a tidal wave was infused into Hypno's body. Hypno's combat power changed dramatically at this moment. Sabrina can become one of the 3 cadres of Team Rockets, of course. She has extremely extraordinary strength. The first reason is her monster-like psychic. This powerful psychic can easily control the quasi-elite level even without Pokémon. However, this time she met a tough guy. The green-haired boy wearing a black and white baseball cap on the opposite side also has a powerful psychic. Besides, he could actually compete with her so-called monster, which only meant that he was also an out-and-out monster. No. Maybe he was more of a monster than Sabrina. But Sabrina's psychic was more comprehensive than hers. She could amplify her psychic to psychic Pokémon to enhance their strength in a short period of time. She was proficient in all kinds of psychic, from teleport to confusion. Such a comprehensive and perfect woman could play a key role in the battle. Hypno was bursting with a monstrous psychic aura, and the azure light rushed into the sky, causing the entire warehouse to begin to vibrate violently. The strong airflow caused bursts of explosions in all directions. The weak Pokémon could not resist this force at all. Psychic. Gerdur and Laren used Protect to desperately defend and tried to block the attack, but it was too difficult for two boss-level Pokémon to block the attack. Hypno, whose power was enhanced by Sabrina, had broken through the constraints of the quasi-elite level and reached the real elite level. Bang! The shields of the two Pokémon's powerful psychic light shattered it on the spot. Even the Protect of Absolute Defense could not resist the huge gap in strength. At the moment when the defense line was torn apart by the attack, Alakazam's offensive was ready. The overloaded energy gathered at one point. The orange-red light ball had been condensed by Alakazam's spoon in the middle of his chest. The terrifying high temperature made the surrounding air begin to distort and deform. The powerful destructive force condensed into substance at this moment, as if it could instantly shatter the cabin. Hyper Beam, launch! Buzz! The hyper beam released by the whole body energy burst out in the direction of Zorua. The beam of light instantly burned everything it went to into charcoal. If this attack hit Zorua directly, the consequences would be disastrous. However, N had already expected this situation. When Zorua was fighting before, Laren was constantly setting up the field in the back, and had already piled up a lot of defensive fronts with Rock Slide. Even if the powerful hyper beam attacked, it would take a little time to penetrate all these defenses in one breath. But for N, only this little time was enough. Bunny! The fairy Pokémon had rushed to Zorua without knowing when. Her skin also gathered huge energy all over her body, and condensed a huge pink energy light bullet in front of her mouth, which also exuded a powerful and extremely destructive aura. This is actually the same as Alakazam. The fairy Pokémon also condensed Hyper Beam at this moment. Hyper Beam is a move with amazing power. It is difficult for ordinary Pokémon to learn this move by themselves. Generally, they have to rely on external resources such as skill learning skills to learn it. Even with the guidance of a trainer like N, it is difficult for the fairy Pokémon to learn this powerful move by self-study. So she did not use Hyper Beam. It's copycat. Now, checkmate. N raised his head slowly, his crystal eyes as calm as still water flashing with elegant brilliance, and his gently raised right hand seemed to hold a black chess piece, and it fell heavily like a judgment. Alakazam, who is good at using Psychic, usually relies on Sabrina's amplification to use Invincible Psychic to crush everything in front of him, but once he encounters a dark Pokémon that cannot cause any effect, Sabrina, who has elite level strength, will certainly not be without any countermeasures. Then, Sabrina will naturally learn some skills to deal with such Pokémon. And Hyper Beam, a powerful skill with great power, is also very suitable for Alakazam, who is strong in special attack. As a coder of Team Rockets, Sabrina has far more resources than most people can imagine, and it is not difficult to learn this move. So, N guessed from the beginning that she would use this move. However, this move is not released instantly. Unless it has reached the elite level, most Pokémon need a relatively short period of energy to use it. N also used the fairy Pokémon as a means of response at this time. Copycat. This move can be easily learned by many Pokémon, but not many people use it. Its effect is very simple, just as the literal meaning is to mimic the skills used by the opponent and use the same moves. However, if the opponent does not use the moves first, then this move will fail, and there are many restrictions that will not be able to mimic the skills. In battle, it will generally appear very useless, and few trainers will specifically train this move. But N is different. He believes that the skills that can be mastered will be mastered by the Pokémon on him. Because the strength of the fairy Pokémon that has reached the quasi-elite level is difficult to grow rapidly, the mastery of various skills has become the top priority. Even this seemingly useless skill has a moment to play a role. And this time is the best time to use Copycat. Chapter 99 Phantom of the Darkness. The right time, the right place, and the right people. It can be said that all the conditions and factors have combined to form the current situation. Sabrina did not expect that the fairy Pokémon would suddenly use Hyper Beam. The orange-red high-temperature light and the fairy tail-like pink light collided fiercely, setting off a huge heat wave. The characteristic of the fairy Pokemon is the hidden characteristic fairy skin. Using the general skills will convert it into the fairy system and increase its skill power. This also caused this general hyper beam to be transformed into a fairy attack, successfully allowing the fairy Pokemon to vent its full strength. Even though Alakazam is stronger, it can't use hyper beam to directly break the opponent's attack for a while, and can only stalemate and advance the attack bit by bit. Finally, when the center point of the hyper beam approached the fairy Pokemon, it suddenly exploded. Boom! The hyper beams of both sides exploded at the same time. The explosion set off a huge storm. A big hole was blown in the center of the warehouse. Countless cabin materials were blown to pieces. The nearest fairy Pokemon was blown away several meters. Fortunately, N immediately rushed out and rolled to hold the fairy Pokemon in his arms, using his own strength to alleviate the impact of her being blown away. But after this attack, the fairy Pokemon's physical strength was exhausted. Boom! The hole suddenly shook violently, and the entire warehouse tilted due to this impact. Sabrina's cold face showed a hint of strange color. This was obviously a signal from Team Rockets. The bombs installed in various parts of the Joseph's hull were detonated. The Joseph began to collapse everywhere, and the hull was blown out of several large holes by the violent explosion. The surging sea water outside began to pour into it continuously. Even if this luxury ship is very large, it will sink completely in a short time. Anne and Sabrina both realized this fact, and the battle between them had reached the final critical moment. If they continued to fight, they would sink to the bottom of the sea with the ship. Fairy Pokemon, you did a great job. Anne remained calm, and he gently reached out and stroked the fairy Pokemon in his arms. The gentle movement made it look enjoyable. It was too extreme for the fairy Pokemon to deal with several quasi-elite Pokemon at the same time. Even if there was enough tactical stamina, it could not withstand such a degree of consumption. In addition, Laren and Gurdur had also lost their combat capabilities one after another. The two boss-level Pokemon used Protect and various skills many times in this battle, and had played their greatest role. Now the Joseph was about to sink, and this battle was just as N said before. It was already a checkmate. The bright white light gradually dissipated, revealing a new body. Zorua's original petite and nimble body had disappeared, replaced by a new posture after evolution. The extremely well-developed black fox walked on 2 feet, and its height was extremely high, far exceeding that of its peers, nearly 2 meters. The dark red mane on the top of the head completely covered the entire back, and the dark red and grey mane hung down behind it like a huge tail, with a light blue pearl like a hairpin at the end. Kyuso. It stood gracefully in place, with bright red hair like eyeshadow surrounding its light blue eyes, adding a bit of cunning and evil charm to it. The bright red claws in its hands were like 3 steel knives, flashing a sinister cold light. Zorua. Strength, Elite Beginner. Potential, Special. Zorua, who has evolved completely, exudes a faint chill. Its aura is extremely restrained, without any leakage. It looks like an ordinary leader-level Pokemon. Its slender appearance does not look very strong, but the sinister smile on its mouth makes people feel a chill that pierces the spine. Elite. This is Zorua relying on his own talent and hard work to successfully cross this huge threshold. From ancient times to the present, no Pokemon can reach the elite level just by evolution. Once it reaches the elite level, it will mean that the gap between heaven and earth will be completely opened with ordinary Pokemon. Even several quasi-elites can hardly compete with an elite-level Pokemon. This is the realm of a truly strong person, and N, who now has Zorua, is also qualified to be called an elite-level trainer. Hoo-hoo! Miss Sabrina, a cotter with long hair as beautiful as the night sky, looked very bad. Her beautiful face was covered with sweat. Even on her temples, you could vaguely see the shining water droplets. The sweat made her face more rosy and looked more charming. Sabrina. It's a pity that Sabrina's heart is only filled with fear and shock. She can also rely on her own strength to temporarily break through the threshold of the elite level. But that is only temporary. No one knows better than a trainer like her who has been stuck at the top of the quasi-elite for several years how difficult it is to completely cross the elite level. And that Zorua has obviously successfully crossed the wide gully like the sky and completely entered the first echelon. And it is Dark, the most feared psychic Pokemon. Sabrina has no means of resistance at all. She had already been overloaded with psychic to assist in the battle, and now her head was still slightly tingling due to the excessive consumption of mental energy. If she continued to consume it, she might faint from the overexertion. In this case, she was ready to tie her hands and become a captive who would not resist. Indeed, N's Pokemon had all lost their combat capabilities. But Zorua had successfully evolved and completely broke through the elite level, becoming an opponent that Sabrina could never defeat even if she tried her best. The green-haired young man with a hairy head and a powerful psychic of the same level as her, Sabrina has no advantage at all. However, as a cotter, she must not be caught. She would rather die in the hands of the boy opposite who is also a monster like herself. Chapter 100 Psychics Can Also Drown. The Joseph was like a drunkard floundering on the sea. The hull began to shake constantly, and the whole ship was rapidly falling apart. The walls and the interior of the cabin were also collapsing. Even the warehouse had a huge gap due to the damage just now. Outside the ship, a storm had begun to blow at some point, and a black thunder cloud covered the entire sea area. Because of the bombardment of a large amount of explosives, the ship was in ruins. Except for the warehouse at the top of the ship, the other parts were almost completely sunk into the sea. A faint light sprinkled into it along the gap, gradually dyeing the dim warehouse with a ray of bright light. The weak light shone on N and Zorua. Even though the lowered hat brim covered part of their faces, Sabrina could see the face of the boy in the distance through the light. The blood-red cold pupils and the emerald green eyes looked at each other. If they wanted to escape, now was the best opportunity. Sabrina certainly couldn't miss it. Hypno, release Hyper Beam with all your strength. Sabrina's cold voice made Hypno on the field hesitate. He quickly gathered all his energy and gathered an orange-red burning destructive light bullet. The next moment, the light ball turned into a terrifying laser beam that swept across the sky. The target was the black and red fox that looked harmless. However, Zorua is no longer the same as before. Night Slash. N's calm but malicious voice came from behind. Zorua standing in the center grinned and sneered. His slender body disappeared instantly like a dark phantom, leaving only a black afterimage in the air that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Kyuso. Zorua's speed tore through the air. Even Sabrina, who had psychic, could not see its exaggerated speed with the naked eye. Zorua's claws flashed like a blood-red aurora, and the hyper beam releasing Hypno was instantly pierced by one claw. A quasi-elite psychic Pokemon was completely knocked to the ground with just one blow. And Sabrina had already expected that Hypno could not pose a threat to Zorua, so she used Psychic to take it back the moment it was knocked down. Seizing this opportunity, she began to activate Psychic at full speed, trying to use Teleport with Alakazam, the Psychic Pokemon, to escape. But her plan had already been spotted by N Foresight. Dark Pulse. The evil black energy wave attacked head-on, aiming at the metal box in Sabrina's hand. Sabrina, who realized that she couldn't avoid it, had to desperately use psychic defense. In this case, she couldn't take care of the items in her hand. Everything was a burden to her now. She threw the things in her hand away like a lizard that had broken its tail and escaped. Before leaving, she took a deep look at N for the last time, and then forced out the last strength to activate Teleport with Alakazam. In just a blink of an eye, the pretty figure completely disappeared from the spot. Very fast. N didn't feel much relaxed when she realized that Sabrina's breath had completely disappeared. The Joseph was about to break apart, and in a few minutes the entire ship would be completely sucked into the seabed. He had no intention of chasing the woman again. If Sabrina just wanted to use Psychic to escape, N would not be able to stop her now. It was enough to take back the thing that Team Rockets had spent so much effort to get. But, what exactly is this thing? Crack, Crack, crack. There was no extra time. The floor of the warehouse had already broken apart. N strode forward and grabbed the metal suitcase in his hand, then used all his strength to activate his confusion to make his body float in the air. The royal blue light enveloped N's whole body. The powerful confusion allowed him to float in the air. When he watched the entire Joseph sink completely into the seabed, N's expression was a little strange. Sure enough, he shouldn't have boarded this pirate ship in the first place. N still trusted his instincts. He felt that something was wrong with the ship from the beginning. He was lucky that nothing happened the first time he boarded it. The second time, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Now he could only rely on psychic to barely float on the water and prevent himself from sinking into the sea with the ship, but this was not a long-term solution. He had to find a way to find the direction closest to the land, and then find a way use confusion to fly over little by little. At this time, N really envied Sabrina for having such an almighty psychic, and being able to use a convenient and fast move like teleport. It's really bad looking at this situation. I guess I will faint due to excessive mental consumption before I fly to the shore. N looked at the endless blue sea in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he was fighting with Sabrina, the lifeboat of the Joseph had already taken away all the passengers, and Team Rockets also found an opportunity to retreat, but he was left behind. But even in this situation, there was no panic in his tone. Phoebus, if I really can't fly to the shore, I can only ask you to find a way to drag me over. With Psychic's unconscious protection, I should not drown. N held a black and gold poke ball in his hand. Hearing his words, the poke ball in his hand shook slightly. Now Phoebus, the weakest member of the team, is his biggest reliance. Even Phoebus, who is as famous for being weak as Magikarp, has far surpassed the strength of ordinary Pokémon under N's training. Because N is training it as the future water-type main force, he is quite strict with it. With the physical strength that Phoebus has strengthened and trained, it should not be a problem to find a rope to drag him to the shore. But the problem now is, what is in this special metal box that Team Rockets desperately wants to grab? N took so much effort to get it back, and he doesn't want to see some useless things inside. Chapter 101. Can this also go ashore? The sun is bright, and the soft and warm sunlight gently sprinkles on the beach, as if the sun is reaching out to touch the earth. Waves rush onto the beach one after another, and the slightly salty sea breeze slowly drifts over. On the road near the beach, a girl wearing a white knitted hat looks at the blue sky with a little sadness, and a trace of imperceptible melancholy is hidden in her unique golden and silver eyes. In the eyes of others, she seemed to be immersed in herself, but at this moment, she was found to be abnormal. Is little Tina thinking about someone? A friend? No, I was just daydreaming. She was asked by the older sister beside her with a chuckle, which made her withdraw from her own world of thought. When asked, Platina hurriedly shook her head quickly and panicked, as if it was a rattle. The woman walking beside Platina casually held a milky white ice cream in her jade hand, her waist-length golden hair glittering in the sun. Her pretty appearance was extremely outstanding, and her temperament was dignified and virtuous. Her elegant charm of a mature woman and her compassionate mind made Platina feel a little unwilling, and she began to constantly comfort herself in her heart that she could still grow. Hey, you're so flustered, is it your boyfriend? I'm not flustered. And I don't have any boyfriend at all. Sister Zulin just teases me. Platina's pretty face was a little rosy. She just couldn't help but think of a male friend who had a good relationship with her, but he was just a male friend. The relationship was not that close at all. It really makes people curious about what kind of person it is that can make our eldest lady care so much. The elder sister called Zulin didn't believe Platina's words at all. 9 out of 10 words this little girl said now were lies. Zulin, who had watched her grow up, knew it all. Zulin licked the ice cream in her hand slightly. She was indeed a little curious. Zulin, who was also immersed in thought, suddenly saw a dark shadow on the beach in the distance. Because her golden hair blocked part of her left eye, she slowly lifted a strand of golden hair from her face and looked carefully in the direction of the beach. Is there really someone? Xiao Na, there seems to be a... Hey! At this time, Plantina beside him was dumbfounded. She was just thinking about the other person, how come they suddenly met? And in such a strange way? This fate is too outrageous. No. Now is not the time to talk about this. Plantina realized the seriousness of the matter and ran towards that direction quickly. Although Zulan beside her was a little surprised, she quickly chased after her to see what was going on. After all, it was a bit scary to suddenly see a person lying on the beach in broad daylight. N was lying on the beach soaked, his smooth green hair became wet, but the black and white poke ball cap was still intact on his head, and his fair face was also stained with a few obvious drops of water. N. It's N? What happened? He's all wet. Did he drift over from the sea? Plantina's face turned pale with fear. Doesn't this mean that he is likely to have encountered a shipwreck? The probability of a person surviving after drifting on the endless sea for so long and finally being sent to the shore by the waves is almost zero. Why did this happen? It seems that he drifted over from the sea. He's here, but he should be fine. Seeing that Miss Bellrich beside her seemed to be a little distracted, Zulan hurriedly comforted her. At present, the boy seemed to still have breath, and his breath was very healthy and stable, just like he was sleeping peacefully. But it was outrageous no matter how you thought about it, a person who floated over from the sea was still alive? He's still breathing. At this time, the book teaches that you should do artificial respiration immediately. Anyway, I'll... Wait a minute. Although he's soaked, but if you look closely, there seems to be no problem. Plantina beside her almost started artificial respiration directly because of her brain heat. Fortunately, Zulan quickly stopped her. She was usually very calm, so why was she so flustered at this moment? Sure enough, before a while, the unconscious N slowly opened his eyes, climbed up a little confusedly and touched the water stains on his face. Well, it seems that he successfully got ashore. N. What are you talking about? Plana was relieved to see him wake up successfully, but then she asked in a panic, it is impossible for a normal person to float to the shore in the sea and wake up naturally, right? Well, the ship I was on had a slight accident and sank. Thanks to the help of the kind Pokemon on the sea, I successfully reached the shore. The ship was in a shipwreck? The Pokemon on the sea rescued you? Looking at Zulan's beautiful eyes that were obviously widened in surprise, N scratched his wet cheeks in embarrassment. He really didn't lie. Confusion was really out of strength after flying to the back, so he simply let Phoebus drag him all the way to the shore and tried to bring him to the shore. But the power of a small fish is limited. When it ran out of strength, it could only run to call friends and call a lot of spontaneous water-type Pokemon to come to help. A large group of water-type Pokemon pulled him back from the sea. This scene that sounded extremely magical to others actually happened in front of him. Even the knowledgeable Zulan's sister was full of subtle astonishment at this moment. Thank you so much. These are for you, even though they are soaked. N took out all the Pokemon food in his backpack and threw them onto the sea. Then, under the shocked gazes of Bamboo and Platinum, various water-type Pokemon jumped out and took the food away. Poliwag, Seal, Goldeen, Wartortle, and a large group of water-type Pokemon suddenly jumped out from the calm sea. They moved in an orderly manner without fighting or grabbing, like well-trained soldiers. This scene is too magical. Chapter 102 Sinnoh Alliance Champion. I see, the ship we were on was attacked by Team Rockets and sank? Plantina was relieved after listening to N's narration of the process, but even so, she really admired N for being able to escape from the siege of so many Team Rockets and being rescued to the shore by a group of Pokemon after sinking into the sea. The story that happened on this trip was so outrageous that it could be regarded as a fairy tale. That's about it. N casually told some of his own things with a calm smile on his face, but he also chose to conceal some of what happened on the Joseph and did not tell everything. For example, the metal box snatched back from Sabrina and the purpose of Team Rockets. After landing, he also got a lot of information about the present from Platinum. This is Ningbei City, which is relatively close to Rieo City. The distance between the two sides is at most 2 days. Originally, N was thinking about getting the 4th badge here, but it was a pity that Ningbei City did not have a gym to challenge, because the beautiful and comfortable scenery made it a popular city with tourism as its main selling point. In addition, Ningbei City also has a special beach scenic spot. The reason why Platinum appeared here was mainly to pick up a big sister who had known her since childhood at the airport, that is, Zulan, who stayed beside her at the beginning. Oh no! I was so busy talking all the way that I forgot to introduce you to each other. Sister Zulan, this is my trainer friend N, who I met during my travels. Thanks to his help, I was able to escape from the battle with Plasma Group intact. He is very strong, he is the strongest young trainer I have ever seen. Plantina introduced Zulan with a confident look on her face, and there seemed to be a bit of pride in her tone. Although I don't know why she is proud, Zulan's attention is obviously not here. Athi's name, are you the researcher Nakiuran from the Oak family? It's Miss Zulan, the Alliance Champion of Sinnoh region, right? I have heard of your name for a long time. The two sides almost everyone knows each other well. Zulan, who has known Platinum since childhood, is of course very familiar with N. It is also well known that she is the champion of the Sinnoh Alliance, so it is not surprising that N knows about it. Plantina blinked in confusion. They actually know each other? This should be Zulan's first time to come to the Huaxia region. She should not have met Professor Oak before. How did they know each other? And what is the situation of researcher? N still has a lot of things she doesn't know. Even Zulan, who met for the first time, knows him better than herself. What else is there that she doesn't know? Plantina, who had countless question marks in her heart, suddenly became anxious and flustered when she saw the two people getting more and more familiar with each other and even started to chat leisurely. The girl quickly got between the two people, swinging her two small hands like Shen Shalan, and she hurriedly spoke to N to divert their attention. N. We haven't seen each other for a while. How about a Pokemon battle? I'm stronger than before. That's fine, but I only have one Phoebus on me that can fight. N would never refuse any trainer's invitation to a battle, and didn't realize that Platinum was forcibly changing the subject. It's just that because of the attack by Team Rockets on the Joseph, almost all of his Pokemon lost their ability to fight, and they were all sent to the Pokemon Center in Ningbei City for treatment. Now the only ones who can fight are Zorua, the big brother in the team, Phoebus, whose strength is not yet superb, and Zeraora, who can't be used at all. So if you want to have a Pokemon battle, it will be a bit embarrassing. In that case, let's just have a battle suitable for water-type Pokemon. This is a sea view tourist city with very natural water venues everywhere. Zulan stared at Platinum in front of her with a teasing smile on her face. It was easy to guess what this little girl was thinking. Although N is indeed a very charming genius, she would not have any thoughts about someone's fiancé. That's totally fine with me. Of course. Plantina and N did not object to this decision. It just so happened that N also wanted to enhance Phoeba's actual combat experience. There are too few opportunities for it to play on weekdays. This is its first official battle, which is a very good opportunity. Both sides quickly came to the nearby venue. This is the beach by the sea. The rising waves flooded over the soles of the feet. Even water-type Pokemon that need water to fight can fully display their strength here. Now, Platinum from Sand Gem Town in Sinnoh region will battle N from Pallet Town in Kanto region. Each side can use only one Pokemon. The first one to lose the ability to fight will be declared the loser. Ms. Zulan, who has a more eccentric personality, naturally took on the role of referee. If other people knew that the strongest in Sinnoh region, the league champion Zulan, was actually going to be a Pokemon referee, they would probably be shocked. Phoebus, I leave it to you. Come out, Snorant. Both parties threw out their Pokeballs almost at the same time. Snorant, called out by Platinum, was petite and delicate, with a triangular body like a cone. Its dark body was covered with a light yellow cloak. The moment it appeared, light ice crystals began to appear on the surrounding water. When Phoebus appeared, both Platinum and Zulan showed a look of surprise. Chapter 103 Phoebus' First Battle. This Phoebus is actually a different color. A trace of awe flashed across Takeran's bright silver eyes. Shiny Pokemon with different colors are rare, not to mention Phoebus. This Phoebus color is Viola, which is as bright as a flower. It is hard to imagine how powerful it will be once it evolves into Melodic. As a Sinnoh champion, Takeran's main force also has a Melodic, so of course she is very interested in this. Phoebus. Plantina raised her eyebrows slightly, without any contempt in her eyes. N is very strong. At least among the peers that Plantina has seen, there is no stronger trainer than him. Plantina, who has been called a genius since childhood, knows very well what a true genius is. Even if it is just a Phoebus as famous as Magikarp, her tense nerves will not relax at all, and she will go all out from the beginning. Snorant, use Ice Fang. Snorant, with half of its body in the water, jumped up and opened its mouth to reveal its silver-white tough teeth. The teeth exuded a frosty cold air, and the ice crystals seemed to cover the teeth and turned into a layer of armor, which looked very scary. This Snorant's talent is not bad. Under Platinum's training, he has reached the strength of superior high level, only half a step away from the boss level. After Phoebus passed the growth period, he just stabilized at the superior middle level. The difference in strength between the two realms is not particularly large. However, other aspects are not necessarily the same. Dodge, use Waterfall. Originally, the Lilac Phoebus, who was in a daze and waiting for it to suddenly move, its round eyes had already turned into sharp, and its body swam underwater at high speed. With a turn, it easily avoided Snorant's attack. So fast. Snorant's values in all aspects are very average, no matter physical attack or special attack, there is almost no difference, but only in speed, it is far behind Phoebus. In this water field, it is Phoebus's home field. Phoebus rode the wind and waves to raise a terrifying wave. The huge wave that rushed up to the blue sky suddenly covered Snorant from a high place like a waterfall. This attack waterfall was powerful, and Snorant was directly submerged in the waves. You've trained really well. Zulan, who was watching from a distance, praised while licking her ice cream. Even if she had dared to say that she could train the unevolutionary Phoebus to this level, she could actually suppress the stronger Snorant. Break free. Since it's fast, find a way to limit it, use Icy Wind. Plantina gave the correct instructions immediately without any panic. Although Snorant was covered by waterfall, fortunately, he had excellent physical fitness. He immediately reacted and sprayed a large mouthful of ice crystals into a cold hurricane, covering the entire area where Phoebus was. The moment Icy Wind hit, the temperature of this area of water began to drop sharply, and even Phoebus began to condense faint ice crystals on his body. The opponent hit by this move will begin to freeze, causing the opponent's speed to be significantly reduced. In this water field, the effect of ice is not reduced but increased. Although Phoebus has a great advantage in the water field, Snorant will not be at a disadvantage. Both sides rely entirely on their own strength and the level of their trainers to fight. An unnoticed detail may cause the result of a normal battle to change. Buzz! A strong breath suddenly hit Snorant, who had just used Icy Wind. Zulan, who was very familiar with this move, immediately saw what this move was, and her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Dragon Breath! N lightly pressed the brim of his hat and spoke softly as if reciting. This strong attack of Dragon Breath shook Snorant back and threw him hard on the sea. The speed of this attack was so fast that not only Snorant, but even Platinum, a trainer, did not react. No one expected that this Phoebus would suddenly take out a dragon-type dragon breath, which was quite powerful. Just one hit caused Snorant to be seriously injured. Snorant, get up quickly. Use icy wind again. Waterfall. The cold hurricane that froze everything and the surging waves with great momentum fiercely tackled together. The front of the waves was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, the waves turned into a light blue ice giant. Don't stop. Use frost breath next. Dragon breath. Both sides released their moves almost at the same time, and the icy breath with a chilling breath turned into a stream of light and sprayed towards Phoebus, and Phoebus did not fear directly bombarding. The two skills hit at the same time, causing an explosion of energy conflict. However, because ice energy naturally restrains dragon energy, and this is Snorant's own attack, the result of the collision between the two sides is naturally one-sided. Dragon breath was pushed in front of Phoebus and exploded, blowing the whole fish away. At the same time, the attacks from both sides also caused the area in the center to lose vision. For a while, Snorant was looking for Phoebus's position everywhere, but to no avail. Just when Platina was about to retreat to defend temporarily, a figure suddenly rushed in front of Snorant. So fast! Platina was also dumbfounded for a moment. Obviously, icy wind had already reduced its speed once. Why could Phoebus suddenly burst out at such an exaggerated high speed, and the conservation of momentum also means that fast speed can also cause strength to increase. Tackle. Phoebus hit Snorant's face hard with his head. This simplest move was like a fierce dragon crossing the river, and it knocked Snorant out hard. The impact force brought by the inertia under this high speed is not ordinary strong. At this time, Platinum suddenly realized why Phoebus was so fast. It was so fast, it actually took advantage of the low friction of the ice surface and slid down from the icicle frozen by the icy wind. But even if it reacted at this time, it was too late. Dragon breath. N raised his left hand, and the bracelet tied on his hand reflected the light under the sun's ultraviolet rays. Chapter 104 Zulan watching the fun. Phoebus, who knocked Snorant away with one blow, fell into the water with a plop, and then raised his head and chased with a strong impact of dragon breath, and Snorant, who had just climbed up, could not dodge at all. Snorant was hit by whirlwind again, and was hit by the powerful dragon breath twice in a row. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't withstand it at all. In addition to the powerful headbutt tackle just now, Snorant's lungs were almost blown away. The accumulation of injuries made it impossible for it to stand up again this time. Snorant loses the ability to fight, Phoebus wins. So the winner is N from Pallet Town. After seeing the result, Zulan raised a slight smile at the corner of her mouth and announced the result of the game. Oh, I'm a little unwilling. Platina puffed her cheeks slightly dissatisfied. Snorant is already her main force. With its talent, it will soon break through the superior level and reach the boss level. Even so, it still lost to Phoebus, who is known as the weakest. It must be admitted that both N and the Pokémon he cultivated are not normal. You are lucky. If you take out Prinplup, I will definitely lose. N smiled and waved his hand. Who knew that this sentence made Platinum even more unwilling? Even she could see that the strength of Phoebus would definitely not be among the top few in N's team. Whether it is that Zorua or that fairy Pokémon, their strength is exaggerated. His Prinplup has successfully evolved into Empoleon. It is really good after the qualitative improvement of its strength, but if it is used to defeat Phoebus, it is completely relying on strength to suppress it. It is meaningless if it cannot defeat N's strongest Pokémon. I have already obtained 4 badges. In the later Huaxia Alliance Flame Dragon Conference, you have to let your Zorua and my Empoleon fight each other. Of course, no problem. Yet. Platina, who got the promise, only then bared her little white teeth, her pretty face dyed a trace of pink, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. It is better to say that N is also looking forward to a 6-on-6 total battle with the stronger Platina at the Flame Dragon Conference. However, by that time, Platina with 8 badges will definitely be stronger. Before that, N must also find a way to continue to become stronger, otherwise he can't win the region conference with Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon relying on only one Zorua. You two are too arrogant, aren't you? You are completely immersed in your own world. A teasing voice came into Platinum's ears. At this time, the girl suddenly remembered that she was not alone. Sister Zulin was watching her. She blushed immediately after noticing this. Sister Zulin, it's not true. Zulin's eyes were full of ridicule, but she didn't tear off the girl's veil. There was no chance to see such an interesting Miss Platinum before. She always kept the reservedness of a lady at home. Even her smile needed to be perfect, like a canary in a cage. I didn't expect that going on a trip would make her so unique. Zulin's eyes slowly looked at Phoebus in front of N, and a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. N, you are a very talented kid, referring to Phoebus. If you don't mind, do you want to train with me, referring to Melodic? 1. Train together. Plantina pursed her lips slightly when she heard this, and her pupils were full of shock. She never thought that her sister Zulin would suddenly say such ambiguous words. Letting N train with the champion trainer will definitely get coaching, and it will only benefit him to become stronger. If it is for N's consideration, she will of course be very happy. But in this way, it is inevitable that the two will have close contact. Although the age difference is a bit big, N is really charming. Who knows if her sister Zulin will be moved? Wait, even if this is the case, it is none of her business. She doesn't seem to have any right to manage it. Plantina noticed this and her eyes gradually became blurred and absent-minded, and N agreed immediately without any hesitation. It is really a blessing to let Phoebus get coaching from Sinnoh champion Zulin. Fortunately, not to mention that she is a master of using Melodic. Then Miss Zulin, I will ask your Melodic to train with my Phoebus. Well, I think my Melodic should be very happy. Zulin was still so high-spirited. She found that she and the boy had unexpectedly compatible personalities. Anyway, she came to the Huaxia region to get rid of work and take a vacation, so it was no problem to just coach him. It would be her luck if she could see the moment when this shiny Phoebus evolution becomes Melodic. Melodic, Phoebus. Plantina suddenly understood something, and her eyes were full of enlightenment. Was it a complete misunderstanding? My brain has been completely abnormal recently, but after figuring out what it meant, she was secretly relieved in her heart. This interesting look was completely seen by Zulin. Zulin suddenly noticed something very interesting. Platinum ran to the Huaxia region to escape her marriage, which means she didn't know who her engagement partner was. If she knew the truth now, her expression would be very interesting, right? When she thought about how dramatic things would become, Zulin couldn't help but smile, but the fun wouldn't be maximized. She still had to realize the truth herself, and her expression at that time would be the most interesting, right? Chapter 105 I Still Want to Eat. There is only a week left before the competition in Sunshine City Charizard Cup will officially begin. During this time, N has been staying in Ningbei City for intensive training, trying to further improve his strength before the competition and increase his chances of not losing. The strongest one at the moment is the big brother of the team, Zorua. Its training is very simple, which is to consolidate its elite-level realm so that its strength can be stably and perfectly exerted, and the need to do this is to rely on continuous sparring with Pokémon. Kyuso. The nearly 2-meter-tall black and red fox flashed, and the blood-red mane behind it floated in the air with its movements. Its face was ferocious and full of strong aggression. Its body was like a ghost above the beach, leaving very obvious holes under its feet. Dang! A screeching sound like a metal collision was heard, and Zorua's red claws full of murderous intent fiercely and brutally chopped on an ice-blue energy bone stick. The tough bone stick firmly blocked the attack, and the Pokémon standing in front of it used a serious stick to push Zorua away. Luca. This majestic black and blue dogman stood steadily in place, holding the bone stick in his right hand and waving it vigorously in place. The unique black stripes made it more oppressive, and the high-spirited appearance seemed to have no fear of any strong enemy. This is Zulan's Lucario, a champion-level Pokémon. As a fighting-type Pokémon that can counter dark and has extremely strong melee capabilities, it is most appropriate for Lucario to serve as Zoroark's sparring partner. This Lucario is also the first time to see such a talented Pokémon as Zoroark. Although he is not very old, he has already become a genuine elite level. When I was at his age, Zulan was still traveling. Not only Zoroark is training in this area, but the remaining ones are also strengthening their training in Ningbei City. A thick hemp rope is tied around Gerduar's slender and thin waist, and behind him is a huge black and grey tire that is several times larger than his body. Because he is constantly surpassed by his companions who come from behind, he trains the hardest and most desperately. Anyway, with N's Viridian power behind him, Gerdur feels that he can train to death if he doesn't die. As N's second Pokémon, Gerdur also successfully broke through to the quasi-elite level during an opportunity to practice with Zoroark. In terms of strength in the team, it is already tied for second place with Fairy Pokémon and Ninetales. Laren is slightly inferior to it, and its strength is just at the top of the boss level, because its exaggerated weight occasionally makes a cameo as Gerdur's weightlifting tool. Fairy Pokémon and Ninetales, who trained themselves at the Oak Institute, these two quasi-elites have not made much progress, but they are also stabilizing their own strength and training their skills. They should also have a good performance in the next competition. Everyone should take a break. Lunch is ready. N's soft and bright green long hair is tied into a ponytail and hangs behind his head. With a soft smile on his face and a white apron hanging around his waist, he skillfully began to prepare lunch for several Pokémon in the team. A month ago, he still lived on instant noodles and discounted products at convenience stores every day, but was later stopped by Platinum on the grounds that it was unhealthy. At that time, Miss Platinum took the initiative to pat her barren chest and said that she would teach him cooking. Although she was a rich girl, she was surprisingly capable. After the girl's hard work, the cooking skills have also improved, which has hit Platinum hard. Bunny. When the fairy Pokémon heard about eating, it rushed over at high speed like a wild horse, with two small paws firmly on the table, and a drop of crystal clear pearls at the corner of its mouth. It formed a sharp contrast with the Pokémon next to it who were doing high-intensity training. Kyuso. Zorua just waved his hand seriously to show that he was in very good condition, and he could practice for at least 2 more hours, so there was no need to rush about eating. As a result, when it said this, Lucario, who was practicing with him on the opposite side, turned green. You don't want to eat, but I want to eat. Today's training ends here. We will be ready to leave for Sun City after lunch. We need to relax and relieve stress in the next few days before the competition. As a trainer, N's words still carry a lot of weight. Although Zorua and Gerdur still want to continue training, they still obediently come to the table to prepare for dinner as soon as N opens his mouth. Lucario, who is training with him, also slowly breathes a sigh of relief. Even though his strength is much better than Zorua, the long-term continuous training has made Lucario, the training partner, a little exhausted. Zorua's physical strength is as exaggerated as a bottomless pit. Once he trains, he will be in the hot sun until dusk. Doesn't this guy feel tired? Huh? Where are Melodic and Phoebus? It was not until all the Pokémon arrived that N realized that he hadn't seen the other two. Phoebus has made the most progress in his team. He used this period of training to rush from Superior Intermediate to Boss Intermediate in one breath. The two Pokémon usually train underwater, so even if N calls out, they can't hear him. It seems that they can only run back when they are hungry. Well, the training effect during this period seems to be very good. Just as N was taking out the corresponding poke blocks for each Pokémon, a light and elegant voice came from behind. It was Miss Sinnoh Champion, who always wore a black long windbreaker no matter what the weather was. She wore sunglasses on her face to cover her beautiful eyes. She stretched out her hand and pinched her chin while praising N's Pokémon. Thanks to Miss Zulin's teaching, otherwise they wouldn't have grown so fast. Anne thanked Zulin sincerely, but she just waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need to thank him. Her easygoing personality was not suitable for teaching people. In fact, there was no coaching Anne at all. It was just Lucario and Melodic who were trying to be a sparring partner. The training plan and other things were all arranged by the young man himself. At most, she just helped his Pokémon gain some practical experience. However, this was not what interested Zulin the most. Chapter 106. Zulin also saw it for the first time. Zulin's eyes were focused on the yellow electric cat chewing poke blocks silently behind her. Ziraura seemed to have noticed her gaze and glanced at her coldly. There was rejection and ferocity in the royal blue eyes, as if he would attack at any time. Ziraura had many obvious scars on his body. There was also a scar on his handsome and majestic right eye. Although the wound had healed, it left a scar like a medal, which made it look even stronger. The momentum of the elite Pokémon was very amazing. Even if it was not ready to fight at any time, its casual glance could bring great pressure to ordinary people, as if a wire was strangled around the heart and made people breathe unsmoothly. Anne noticed its movements and looked at it calmly. Ziraura quickly retracted his gaze and continued to eat with his head down and a gloomy face. This is the real phantom Pokémon Ziraura. As an archaeologist, Zulin has been chasing various legendary Pokémon for so many years, but she has never seen a real legendary Pokémon with her own eyes. Who knew that the first meeting would be in such a place, and she couldn't help but look at it a few more times. If it weren't for the fact that the Ziraura looked really difficult to get along with, Zulin even wanted to go up and touch it hard. That Ziraura looks very unfriendly. Well, it seems to have been fatally injured by the poaching group. It took me a long time to make it not so resistant to communicating with humans. Until now, it is not very willing to listen to my instructions. Seeing Zulin mention the Ziraura, Anne also showed a bitter smile on his face. Originally, his original plan was to heal the Ziraura and obey its own wishes. If it doesn't want to stay here, let it leave by itself. If it wants, it can choose to stay. It seems that the food in Anne's team is too good, and Anne himself has the Viridian power and is not a normal human. His aura is similar to that of Pokémon, which makes Ziraura unable to ward hostility. Besides, he saved her, so Ziraura didn't choose to leave in the end. However, Ziraura was arrogant and cold, and would not obey Anne's orders in most cases. If he wanted it to be completely obedient, he had to defeat it one-on-one with hard power. Anne couldn't do it with his current strength, but it was a matter of time. So he was not in a hurry and let Ziraura go. Isn't it good to have personality? But the poaching group has been a bit rampant in the past 2 years. I will pay more attention to it when I return to Sinnoh region. Hearing the words about the poaching group, Zulin's eyes had a little more subtle light. Pokémon hunters first emerged in Sinnoh region. The number of hunters in Sinnoh region is currently the largest, and no one in Sinnoh can control these hunters, which can be said to be extremely rampant. Zulin's personality is more elegant and easygoing, and she will not be as radical as Lance next door to chase Team Rockets every day, so naturally she will not be able to suppress Pokémon hunters too much. Ms. Zulin, it seems that you haven't seen Platinum. She has an important thing to do now, and will go to Sun City to find you later. Zulin seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the corner of her mouth raised a beautiful arc. She couldn't say anything casually about where Platinum ran off to. This little girl is probably cramming all kinds of knowledge now. After being coached by Zulin before, she showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, ran away with a red face, and now I don't know what happened. But what is certain is that the next meeting will be interesting. Among the young people I have ever seen, you should be the strongest one. You are still training so hard now, for the future Sun City Charizard Cup competition. Zulin asked with some curiosity. Before meeting N, even she didn't expect that there would be such a young elite-level trainer. N, who has both strength and talent, is much better than she was at the beginning. Even the arrogant dragon user Lance and Diantha next door can't do this at his age, right? Zulan is now looking forward to seeing the day when this boy grows up. I guess so. There are many strong enemies in this competition, and it's not easy to win. N stretched out his hand and gently pinched his chin with a thoughtful expression. His words made Zulan blink her beautiful eyes and look at Lucario, who was feasting beside her. And Lucario raised his head and nodded at her with a strange expression. The man and the pet communicated with their eyes based on years of tacit understanding. This is just a young generation competition limited to trainers under 18 years old. Don't even mention taking out the elite level Zorua, just letting the fairy Pokemon and Gurdurr can defeat 90% of the trainers in that game. As the champion of the Sinnoh League, Zulan has been challenged by many young people who don't know the height of the world before. She had also seen many young trainers who were overconfident, even arrogant enough to think that they were not much different from the champion. N was such a self-confident person. This was the first time she had seen him in such a long time. Really strong? I just heard that many heirs of the gym in other regions would come to participate in this competition to compete with each other and see how good other regions were. Zulan stopped talking halfway, and the expression on her face became more and more strange. Not to mention those heirs of the gym trainers who had not yet completed their growth. Even if the current gym trainers came and bumped into this monster, they would probably be killed here on the spot. Doesn't this guy have any self-awareness? Chapter 107 Special Items in the Metal Box. After saying goodbye to Zulan carefully, N prepared to leave from the site of Ningbei City and return to Rieo City. I don't know how useful this thing can be. N calmly took out a deep purple pokeball with a bright red M from his backpack. This pokeball is top-notch in terms of workmanship and texture, even the Ultra Ball can't compare to it. This unique pokeball is called the Master Ball. It is said that the pokeball can successfully capture any Pokemon with 100% success. Even the powerful legendary Pokemon cannot escape its restraint. It is extremely domineering. This pokeball came from the black metal suitcase stolen from Sabrina. There are only some information in the finished product of this pokeball. This is a product developed privately by Sylph, a famous pokeball manufacturing company in the Kanto region. Now there are only samples developed secretly, and very few people know about it. In order to keep it secret, Sylph deliberately chose a very obscure transportation method, and did not arrange too many people to worry about attracting attention. At most, there is only one quasi-elite trainer to keep it. Who knows that there seems to be a ghost inside the company? Team Rocket's still got the intelligence. What Sabrina wanted to steal at that time was this pokeball and its information. You can imagine what Team Rockets wants to do with this thing. Although the production cost is extremely high, if the Master Ball that claims to be able to capture all Pokemon is successfully mass-produced, it will cause great turmoil in the world and the living environment of Pokemon. Sylph Company is of course aware of this, so it gave up the opportunity to mass-produce it, leaving only a small number of finished products and some information. N has already told Oxueshin about this Master Ball. This Pokeball seems to be a special product and is not officially registered. The Pokemon captured are not counted on it, nor are they included in the 6 quotas for carrying Pokemon. In other words, N can carry a full 7 Pokemon on his body with it. N will bring this finished product and information to Professor Oak for research later. As for returning it to Sylph Company, that is of course impossible. N almost couldn't get back at sea in order to get this thing back. There's no benefit in giving it back to Sylph Company. It's better to use it yourself, and it can become an absolutely unexpected trump card. Okay, there's not much time left before the competition officially starts. Anyway, go back to Sun City to sign up. The professor should also come to Sun City to watch the game. I'll give it to him to investigate then. Put the Master Ball in his hand back into the exquisite box carefully. N doesn't need to use this Pokeball yet. Just when he was about to set off to Sun City again, there was a sudden movement in his backpack, and waves of energy began to spread from the backpack. Layers of warm energy like the sun changed the temperature around, making N's backpack start to heat up. This unusual scene made him raise his eyebrows. As if he had noticed something, he quickly sat on a nearby park bench and carefully took out the vibrating items in his backpack. Buzz! The black and red Pokemon egg in the Pokemon egg incubator is constantly vibrating, and the eyes wrapped in the power of Viridian can clearly see the bright red energy spreading in all directions. This is obviously a sign that it is about to hatch. This Pokemon egg has not made any movement since it was obtained, and even N did not expect that this guy would have problems at this critical moment. N quickly took the Pokemon egg out of the instrument and began to activate the power of Viridian on his body, allowing the gentle energy to wrap the entire Pokemon egg bit by bit, trying to help the Pokemon shell smash inside the hand. Click, click. An almost imperceptible subtle sound came into his ears, and his eyes immediately focused on the top of the Pokemon egg. There was a very small crack there, which could not be found at all if you didn't look carefully. Bunny. Iron. Kyuso. Sensing the energy fluctuations, the Pokemon that had been staying in the Pokeball could not help but come out. Each of them had taken turns to take care of this Pokemon egg. This Pokemon egg was also a cute offspring for them, so they were naturally worried about it. At the same time, it was the first time for them to see a Pokemon egg hatch, so they had to stay with this Pokemon baby until it was born. Under the watchful eyes of N and several Pokemon, the cracks in the Pokemon egg spread rapidly from the top to all directions, and the cracks continued to cover the entire eggshell in a blink of an eye, and a faint white light leaked out from the cracks. Bunny Bunny. The fairy Pokemon was so nervous that he could hardly breathe, and Gurdurr was very aware of his scary face, so he deliberately moved away. Only Zorua was left, rubbing his bright red claws nervously, standing there, not knowing what to do. Click! Finally, at the moment when the crack was broken to the extreme, the upper part of the eggshell of this Pokemon egg suddenly broke, and a little guy with a white fluffy head poked his head out of the eggshell. The red tentacles around the head were trembling like flames, and the deep blue pupils kept blinking, looking at the outside world with curiosity. Squeak! The moment Larvesta saw N, his eyes became crescents, and he kept rubbing against his chest with great joy. Just at the first sight, he immediately knew who his mother was. Newly born baby Pokemon will regard the first person they see after birth as their parents, so the baby Pokemon raised by the trainer himself has a full value of intimacy from the beginning, representing absolute bonds. Because Larvesta often felt the soft and holy breath of Viridian's power when he was still in the egg, even if the first person he saw was not N, he would know who his parents were. Larvesta. Growing. Strength. Potential, special. Gold. The light of talent wrapped around the whole body, which means that this is a Pokemon with special talent. Even the Volcarona held by Alder, the father of Larvesta, may not have such a strong talent. Having this talent means absolute strength after growing up in the future. Chapter 108 Jingbei Town. Volcarona is a powerful Pokemon that is not inferior to the Quasi-God. As long as it is properly cultivated, it is not inferior to the Quasi-God at all. This means that N is equivalent to getting a Quasi-God Pokemon with special talent at this moment. Once a Pokemon of this level grows up, its future achievements are limitless. Even if N only relies on this Volcarona in the future, he can get a place in the 4 elites of the league, not to mention that his own trainer level is outrageous. With his growth rate, it is not difficult for him to become the champion of the league in the future. Nice to meet you, Larvesta. Please teach me more in the future. N showed a gentle smile without any disguise on his face. He stretched out his right hand with a black and purple bracelet and gently stroked Larvesta's red tentacles. This gentle action made it very happy, and Larvesta kept acting like a spoiled child in his arms. Then, as if feeling hungry, Larvesta looked at his broken eggshell, opened his little mouth and crunched the nutritious eggshell in one bite, and the crisp sound kept echoing in the air. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed his first meal after birth. After eating, the little guy burped again, leaned into N's arms and rubbed gently, and fell asleep in a short while. Young Pokemon need a lot of time to sleep, which is no different from humans. N chuckled and took out a high-level black and gold pokeball to take Larvesta back. The favorability was full and he succeeded in catching it instantly without any struggle. After catching this little guy, the number of Pokemon on him temporarily reached 7. After thinking for a while, N chose to send Laren back temporarily, and at the same time called Larvesta out of the Pokeball and held it carefully in his arms. It is better to hold and take care of young Pokemon in your arms at any time than to put them in the Pokeball. It is not the first time that N has taken care of such young Pokemon, so it is natural for him to catch them easily. Sunday City is a well-known large town in the Huaxia region. It has a prosperous economy and occupies a large area. It can be said that the area of Sunday City is larger than that of several cities combined. As a city close to Sunday City, Ningbei City is quite difficult to reach the other end simply by walking. Especially the mountain range Ningbei Mountain that spans between the two cities. If you want to reach Sunday City, you must cross this mountain range. If you have a flying Pokemon, the difficulty may drop sharply. Unfortunately, N has not found the one he likes yet. This high wall called Ningbei Mountain is firmly in front of N, and the steep and rugged mountain road is also very difficult to travel. But for an abnormal human with super physical strength like N, it is not a big problem, it just takes more time. Wait a minute. The trainer over there. Just as N was walking along the forest trail with Larvesta in his arms, a brown-haired middle-aged uncle in white light clothes chased after him panting. After spending a lot of effort to catch up, he still supported his knees with both hands and gasped heavily. It was obviously not easy to keep up with N. He really couldn't understand why a thin boy who looked like such a thin boy had such a strong physical strength and could walk on the steep mountain road as if it were flat ground. Hi, you look like a trainer, right? That's right, what can I do for you? N raised his eyebrows in confusion and looked at the uncle in front of him. His strong and muscular body showed that he had been exercising for a long time. He was wearing a white martial arts uniform and looked like a martial artist who had been exercising for a long time. However, his slightly rough and resolute face showed a bitter look, and he didn't look very happy. Young man, how long have you debuted as a formal trainer? It was a bit confusing to suddenly ask such a question. At first, N thought it was a trainer who came to him to initiate a Pokemon battle, because he was often stopped by trainers who didn't like him and asked to fight on the road before, so he was not surprised. Unexpectedly, the person who stopped him this time seemed to be for other things. About a year. N lied with a smile on his face. In fact, it was only about 3 months since he debuted after getting the Earl Dervish Pokemon. However, it seems that the uncle is looking for a more experienced trainer, and he is somewhat interested. 1 year? Then I should give it a try. The uncle frowned hesitantly, then he patted his chest very carefully and spoke to introduced himself. I'm so sorry, I was a little rude just now. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Yao Feng, the head of Jingbei Town Wu Jim. I have a personal matter that I want to ask you for help. Jingbei Town? N had heard about this town from Miss Joy in Ningbei City. It was a small town located by a waterfall under the Ningbei Mountains. This town is very small and basically relies on the self-reliance of the town residents. They occasionally bring resources such as fruits from the mountains to Ningbei City for commercial trade. What's the matter? This is a little long story. Uncle Yao Feng scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. This simple and honest look also made N realize that he had no ill intentions. Anyway, if you want to cross the Ningbei Mountains, the fastest way is to go around Jingbei Town at the foot of the mountain. Going to Jingbei City can be said to be completely on the way. So N didn't mind following him to see the situation. The specific matter can be slowly told on the way. Chapter 109 If you lose, you must. After some understanding, N realized that the big man named Yao Feng wanted to ask him to do a very simple thing. That is to use Pokemon to fight and completely defeat his daughter. It is very simple, but not simple. Yao Feng is the leader of Jingbei City Martial Arts Gym. When he was young, he was also a powerful travel trainer. The strongest Earl Dervish Pokemon is Mean Xiao, which has broken through to the quasi-elite initial stage. And his daughter grew up in the martial arts gym since she was a child and has decent talent. When she was only 10 years old, she had defeated many passing travel trainers. Now at the age of 16, she has completely beaten all the opponents in the world in Jingbei Martial Arts Gym. Except for her father Yao Feng, no one can defeat her. This is what caused her personality to become extremely arrogant and conceited. She thought that as long as she wanted to go out and travel, it would be easy to win the champion of the regional conference. Now she doesn't even train much, and is completely immersed in the casualness of her own world. That's it. Even if I, as a father, defeat her, it's meaningless. She will only think that this is the result of my years of travel and accumulated experience. Trainers of the same age can't beat her at all. You can help me a lot by beating her. If you want to leave the mountains later, I can also let Swellow in the gym give you a ride. Uncle Yao Feng rubbed his head with a headache. After hearing such a simple request, Anne just thought about it and didn't refuse the uncle's request. After all, you can still ride Swellow out of the mountains for free. Of course, it's more comfortable not to walk. When he heard that Anne was willing to agree to this, Yao Feng's face was also full of gratitude. No matter whether this boy can really beat his daughter in the end, it would be great even if he could just dampen her spirit a little. Great! My martial arts gym is just in front, I'll lead the way. Seeing the hope, the uncle's face was a little more happy, and he hurriedly went all the way to meet Anne's town Jingbei City near the waterfall of Ningbei Mountains. This is a leisurely and clean town, with fields of saffron wheat swaying in the wind everywhere, and occasionally you can see a few rahorns helping with the work. The Jingbei Martial Arts School is located at the innermost part of the town, next to the mountain waterfall. As soon as he entered the martial arts school, and heard the sound of training and passionate shouts coming towards him. He saw a group of strong men wearing white martial arts uniforms, like soldiers in regular order, training self-disciplined inside the martial arts school. Mean Xiao, go call Yao Shi down. Yao Feng spoke to a weasel-shaped Pokemon with a long beard in the martial arts school. This Pokemon, with grey and white mixed with lavender patterns, was dressed like a fighting master. He stretched out his long sleeves to stroke his beard and strode into the hall. In less than a moment, a girl with golden curly hair wearing a sailor uniform and a miniskirt walked out of the hall. Her clothes were out of place in this old-fashioned and solemn martial arts gym. As soon as she walked out, she had a look of impatience on her face. Yao Shi. This young man is called N. He is a traveling trainer who happened to pass by here. After hearing about our martial arts gym, he wanted to come over to exchange ideas. You come and fight him. Huh? You're looking for me for this kind of thing? Yao Shi, who was quite an urban hottie, had a confused and dissatisfied expression on her face. She couldn't help but look at N. After seeing his handsome face under the brim of his hat through the sunlight, she was slightly stunned for a while. As if she was doubting whether she had seen it wrong, she strode forward and took a closer look. Excuse me. N was a little embarrassed to be stared at by her like this. Who knew that before he could speak, the other party nodded very seriously. Yao Shi had a meaningful smile on his face, and then spoke very straightforwardly. It's fine if I just accept the challenge, but since you're here to challenge me, it's not good to lose easily. Always feeling that the eyes of this hot girl are a bit scary, N still keeps calm and smiles gently, and extends a hand to her in a gentlemanly manner. The palm facing up means that she can make the conditions. You want if you lose, you can be my boyfriend. Okay, but I won't lose. The atmosphere between the two was tense just now, but the next moment, the style completely changed. Even Uncle Yao Feng was dumbfounded and looked at his daughter in shock. This is the result of going to school in a trendy city. His daughter has completely become confident and outspoken, and dares to speak directly about everything. Suddenly, it became like this, and Yao Fang also looked in the direction of N with some worry. How come the nature has changed before the fight even started? Although his heart was full of various words he wanted to complain about, Uncle Yao Fang still knew why he brought N here. He glanced at a disciple in the gym, and a strong man immediately came over to serve as the referee. Now let's start the competition of Jingbei Martial Arts Hall. N on the red side will fight Yao Shi on the green side. The number of Pokemon used is limited to 2. The side that loses all combat capabilities first will be judged as the loser. At the same time, both sides can change Pokemon at will. The referee glanced in N's direction, confirming with him whether there was any problem with the rules. After N nodded slightly in affirmation, he waved the red and green flag in his hand again, and spoke again with a serious face. Now, the game officially begins. As the referee's voice fell, Yao Shi leisurely twirled the Pokeball in his hand with his fingers. Why, you still don't take out your Pokemon? Yao Shi had a playful look on her face. She was the future heir of this martial arts gym and had been trained as the only heir since she was a child. As a Pokemon trainer, she had to be strong enough. For this reason, she went to the Pokemon Battle Academy in Sun City to further her strength. She had been training since she was a child, and with her talent beyond the average person, her strength was not comparable to those nerds who could only read. Chapter 110. Even if you become stronger. N's face was a little more hesitant. It was not that he didn't want to take out the Pokemon, but that he was still thinking about something very important. Which one should he take out? The only Pokemon that can be taken out now are the big brother Zorua, the fairy Pokemon, and Gurdurr. For various reasons, the remaining 3 could not be taken out in this game. But it seems a little inappropriate to take out Zorua directly now. Well, since you can't make a decision, let me attack first. Yao Shi put one hand on her waist and her face was full of confidence. She blew a kiss to the Pokeball in her hand and then threw it high into the air. A fat and heavy Pokemon appeared from the exploded Pokeball, fell in mid-air, and slammed heavily on the ground of the martial arts gym. Boom! The vibration was so strong that it seemed to spread all over the mountains and plains. The dust it raised at the moment of falling flew everywhere. It opened its orange giant palm like a glove and pushed in mid-air to create bursts of sonic booms. The Pokemon with a weight of more than 500 kilograms and a sumo-like appearance is the fighting type Hariyama. It looks fat, but in fact, its fat body is full of solid muscles. When it bursts out with all its strength, its muscles are like rocks. Generally tough. Hariyama. Strength, intermediate boss. Potential, medium. This is a Hariyama with strong strength. This Pokemon has a very terrifying Machamp. Even Gurdurr, who is very good at strength, is slightly inferior to it. If you want to win in terms of strength, you may have to wait until Gurdurr completely evolves. By then, Gurdurr will truly become a powerful overlord. Gurdurr. N slowly closed his eyes and chose the Pokemon he threw. Ball is a Gurdurr who has not participated in a formal Pokemon battle for a while. Because it needs a lot of training for new members who are not yet qualified, and rarely uses Gurdurr to fight in Pokemon battles now. When fighting Sabrina before, Gurdurr, who is called the second brother, could not show much strength in front of psychic Pokemon and could only defend passively. It was very frustrated at that time, so it trained harder afterwards. And now Gurdurr, who is training the hardest, finally, after countless sweat and hard work, he can become the first Pokemon to show the results of his training in front of N. Iron. Gurdurr roared at the sky with high morale, waving the bright red steel bar in his hand, which was much larger than his body, like a fragile branch. Having broken through to the quasi-elite level, he is worthy of being the second in command of the team. What a strong momentum! Jingbei Martial Arts School itself is a gym that focuses on fighting Pokemon. These martial artists are very sensitive to the strengths and weaknesses of fighting Pokemon. Not to mention Yao Shi, the future heir of the martial arts school, even the ordinary martial arts disciples who came to watch the battle were all surprised. What a handsome Gurdur, how did he train those explosive muscles? How strong is this guy? He can swing that kind of steel bar at will. This is really the right person. Yao Fang held his strong chest muscles with both hands, and his eyes had never been so hot. I really didn't expect that a trainer pulled over on the street would be so strong. The strength of that Gurdur is not simple just from the appearance. Even Hariyama, who Yao Shi was proud of, showed a serious face in front of this guy, without the sharp posture just now. The battle between the two fighting Pokemon is really suitable for the practical teaching of this Jingbei martial arts gym. Yao Fang immediately called all the martial arts disciples on the scene to watch the battle and take a good look at this battle. In a short while, a large number of disciples wearing white martial arts uniforms surrounded the battlefield. So many eyes brought Yao Shi an invisible pressure. I didn't expect that you are good at using fighting-type Pokemon. It seems that we are unexpectedly destined to be together. Although she said frivolous and joking words, Yao Shi's eyes did not have the ease just now. She subconsciously clenched her right hand and stared at the calm Gurdur not far away. Hariyama, use belly drum. Bulk up. Both parties seemed to use skills at the same time. From N's observation of the girl's micro-expression, she would definitely choose a desperate fighting method after realizing the difference in strength. In this case, use bulk up to increase attack and defense at the same time, and occupy the greatest advantage in this battle of fighting-type Pokemon. Hariyama's belly drum was successfully activated. It stretched out its huge palm and hit its abdomen bang bang bang, making a muffled sound like a drum. The dull sound had a strong penetrating power and spread throughout the martial arts hall in an instant. This move was a self-sacrifice skill that sacrificed half of one's own physical strength in a good state, which could instantly increase one's attack power to the extreme that one could currently bear. At this moment, Hariyama's power soared to the top level of the boss level. Yao Shi was very decisive. With her years of experience in dealing with fighting Pokemon, she could see at a glance how amazing the strength of the Gurdur was. If it was a steady and cautious tactic as usual, she would definitely be beaten by the Gurdur within a few rounds and unable to fight back, let alone defeat that guy. So, she had to maximize her strength from the beginning. But even if Hariyama's power soared to the extreme that he could currently bear, it was still far inferior to the Gurdur on the opposite side who was staring at the front without saying a word. Even if he became stronger, it did not mean that he could shorten the distance between him and him. Chapter 111, Breaking the 10,000 Armies with One Force. Hariyama. Use Force Palm. Yao Shi immediately ordered Hariyama to attack first. Fighting Pokemon often rely on pure strength and physical fitness. Even if Hariyama increases his strength to the current limit, he can hardly be compared with Gurdur. So he has to rely on other fighting skills to maximize his own advantages. Bang! Hariyama stretched out his giant palm and pushed forward fiercely. An air shock wave formed by the internal force compression was launched, hitting Gurdur's front like a cannonball. This is one of the few means of long-range attack for fighting Pokemon. Force Palm. This attack is very suitable for surprise attacks. Once the shock wave formed by the force hits the enemy, it has a chance to paralyze it. In the battle of fighting Pokemon, as long as it is paralyzed, it will fall into an extremely passive state. Dash forward while resisting. N's eyes were calm under the brim of his hat, and he burst out from his original position in an instant under Gurdur's command. The tacit understanding cultivated over a long period of time allowed him to understand the trainer's thoughts behind him, and he suddenly threw out the huge steel bar in his hand. Duan! The shock wave transformed by Force Palm collided with the steel bar in Gurdur's hand, and the tackle sound like metal friction rang in his ears. The harsh sound did not affect Gurdur's pace at all, and he quickly closed the distance between the two sides in just a breath. Although Gurdur's speed and flexibility are his weaknesses, his pure explosive power is amazing. Straight sprinting can show his strong power, and the enemy will be knocked down by this powerful explosive power if he is not careful. Hariyama. Use brick break to meet the attack. Fire punch. Hariyama immediately gathered strength on the spot, with his huge orange right palm raised in the air, emitting bursts of terrifying white light. A powerful brick break chopped down from above like a beheading axe. Gurdur was not afraid at all. Fire punch. A blazing orange-red flame appeared on Gurdur's right fist. His body spun 360 degrees like a gyroscope, and a spinning punch collided violently with brick break. At the first moment of the confrontation, a low muffled sound reached En's ears. Hariyama's physical attack power increased greatly after using the belly drum. His current strength was far greater than his usual state, and he was in excellent condition. But even so, he could not resist Gurdur at all. The burning red flame turned into a stream of light and smashed the giant palm, punching the front of the abdomen. Bang! Hariyama cried out in pain. The burning fire punch directly pushed away his attack, and then punched the fragile abdomen. Even a body weighing 500 kilograms was knocked back by this punch. The scorching flames instantly burned black marks on Hariyama's abdomen, and bursts of hot white smoke slowly floated into the sky. It was just such a simple power battle that it was seriously injured. What a strong power! There were huge exclamations from all around. Seeing the tough battle between fighting Pokémon at such a close distance, the visual impact was very strong. The martial arts disciples stared with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss the slightest detail by blinking. That Gurdur is so powerful. Even Miss Yaoshi's Hariyama can't deal with it at all. I feel like it's the same as your leader. The forehead of the sturdy martial arts disciple beside him was covered with sweat. These disciples usually saw how strong Hariyama's fighting power was. It can be said that there are very few Pokémon that can beat it in a pure power competition. Even though he used the belly drum to greatly increase his own strength, he was still defeated by the opponent in just a moment of confrontation. It is hard to imagine how strong that Gurdur is. The disciple seemed to be a little hesitant. Although he thought of something in his heart, he did not dare to say it directly in front of Yao Feng. Don't be shy. The strength shown by that Gurdur is not weaker than my Min Xiao. Even my Min Xiao is a little weaker in pure strength. What a monster! Yao Feng couldn't help but start to fight. As a quasi-elite trainer, he could certainly see the strength of that Gurdur. It is definitely a true quasi-elite level, stronger than his Min Xiao. Even Yao Shi, who was in the battle, was embarrassed. She often competed with her father's Min Xiao, and the strength shown by the other party was not weaker than her father. But Yao Feng is a trainer who has been traveling for many years and specializes in fighting. The green-haired handsome man in front of him, who looked delicate and thin and seemed younger than himself, was actually as strong as his father. Thunder punch. Hariyama. Use detect. When Gurdur was about to take advantage of the victory and punch the opponent, Hariyama, who was at an absolute disadvantage, suddenly changed his movements strangely and forcibly avoided the terrifying punch flashing with lightning. If he was hit by this punch, judging from the power of Gurdur, Hariyama would definitely fall on the spot. It relied on detect to avoid this attack. Detect was launched very quickly. This move can detect the enemy's attack trajectory for defense and evasion, and often plays a very critical role in battle. At this moment, detect also gave Yao Shi a chance to counter-attack. She did not hesitate to throw her right hand and loudly commanded. Now! Arm thrust! Hariyama also shouted, and his huge orange palms hit Gurdur head-on. At this distance, there was no way to avoid it. However, Gurdur did not need to dodge. What he had was one force to break the 10,000 armies. Smash all obstacles in front of him with absolute purity. Kick down. En's calm figure came, and Gurdur suddenly moved down, and the power of his left leg muscles burst out and smashed the ground into pieces. With his left leg as the axis, Gurdur's body turned half a circle like a compass, and a powerful whip kick hit Hariyama's right leg toe. Chapter 112 Strike Back. Hariyama lost his balance instantly after being hit by this blow, and his fat body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the whole gym seemed to be shaken 3 times by this vibration. Hariyama, who completely took this blow, turned his eyes in circles and completely lost his ability to fight. 3 rounds. Even though Hariyama had already used all his strength and increased his strength to the limit at the beginning, he still persisted. It was knocked down by Gerdur in less than 3 rounds. This kick hit it and it was seriously injured. It must be lying in bed for a few days. Miss Yao Shi's Hariyama fell down so quickly. Just now, Leader Yao also said that the boy's strength is not weaker than his. It is normal for a quasi-elite trainer to knock down Hariyama so quickly, but he is too young. The whispers of the surrounding martial arts disciples came into Yao Shi's ears, making her scratch her hair in annoyance. Her right hand clenched into a fist with such force that it began to crackle. It was the first time that she was beaten so miserably by her peers. Yes, it is not shameful to lose to a quasi-elite trainer. But losing to a boy of the same age or even younger than her, the frustration brought to Yao Shi is so strong. The cooperation between the Gerdur and the trainer was very smooth. The Gerdur was executed the moment the trainer's command was conveyed. Only trainers who have trained Pokemon for a long time can see that the Gerdur was definitely trained by the boy named N. Otherwise, there would definitely not be such a high level of tacit understanding. But I haven't completely lost yet. What about the strength of the quasi-elite level? I often spar with my father's Min Xiao. Yao Shi took a deep breath. Fortunately, she expected Hariyama to be unable to defeat the opponent at the beginning, so she bet her hope on her second Pokemon. Even if she loses in the end, as long as she can defeat the opponent's quasi-elite level Gerdur, she will not lose too shamefully. Here we go. Min Xiao. The second Pokeball was thrown high into the sky, and a dazzling white light flashed as it exploded in the air. The Pokemon with a slender body of snow white and a lot of elegant dark purple patterns gently tapped the ground with its toes, and its agile posture and long hair like long sleeves fluttered gently. This Min Xiao standing on the field gave people a unique sense of mystery, as if it was covered with a layer of ethereal gauze, making it impossible to peek into it clearly. N looked straight ahead with a calm expression. Min Xiao was once his favorite Pokemon. The excellent strength and speed far exceeded the speed of ordinary Pokemon, so guerrilla tactics could be used. The combination of strength and speed could flexibly and smoothly gain advantages in battle. If the physical strength was stronger, Min Xiao would be a very good Pokemon. Yao Shi's Min Xiao seems to be stronger than before. She probably didn't train much before. Yao Fang looked at the Min Xiao on the field with some surprise. He had never seen his daughter train before, but the Min Xiao seemed to have not slacked off in training at all, and was stronger than before. Yao Fang's Min Xiao just stood beside him silently, looking at the other Min Xiao on the field calmly. It seems that she trains frequently. N squinted his eyes and talked to himself. The strength of the Min Xiao had reached the peak of the boss level, which was not much different from the real quasi-elite Pokemon. And the driving momentum was very stable, without any signs of laziness. It seems that Yao Fang didn't need to ask him for help from the beginning. Yao Shi was not too arrogant and complacent to train. On the contrary, he might be lazy on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly rolling inward. He had seen many such people. Min Xiao. Fake out. Min Xiao's body suddenly rushed out like an arrow from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance with Gerdur. He put his hands together and calmly gathered strength in his palms, and a silent breath hit Gerdur's body. This is a move that must be launched at the beginning. The preemptive attack will definitely make the opponent enter a state of fear, and it is very effective as a surprise attack. Now, high jump kick. Min Xiao's attack was extremely swift, as if he had seized the opportunity that Gerdur was in a state of fear and could not move, and directly used one of the fighting-type killer moves, Flying Knee Strike. This is a killer move with a high fighting coefficient and has extremely strong lethality. Often, one hit can cause the Pokemon hit to fall down with serious injuries, but if this move fails to successfully hit the opponent, it will bring strong counter-injury to itself. But in this situation, the hit rate of the flying knee strike has been greatly improved. The speed of the preemptive attack is very fast. In this case, it is difficult for the Pokémon that was previously in a state of fear to find an opportunity to dodge. Any immature trainer who suddenly encounters such a rapid and high-speed attack will not be able to find a way to deal with it for a while. However, N is different. Protect. Gurdur's eyes were wide open, his upright and strong body was tense, and his legs stomped on the ground so hard that the ground was dented into two conspicuous pits. The royal blue light shield opened immediately at the moment of the flying knee collision, completely wrapping it inside. Buzz. The energy light shield firmly absorbed this powerful attack. Knee strike, the explosive force hit the protect light and created waves of water-like patterns, spreading in all directions. Yao Shi was also somewhat surprised that the opponent's thinking speed and reaction speed were so fast, and he could find a way to deal with it very quickly in such a short time. A quick attack first is naturally powerful, but Gurdur has been trained to strike back since he was conquered by N. He is not good at taking the initiative at all. Relying on favorable opportunities to counter-attack the opponent is his strength. Min Xiao, who just released this flying knee strike with all his strength, certainly noticed the current dilemma. Both sides are too close. Chapter 113 Swallow One Day Experience Ticket. Arm Hammer. N raised his head slightly, revealing a luster like the emerald green ocean hidden under the shadow of the baseball cap, and waved his right hand lightly in the air. Gurdur had already raised his right hand the moment his command was delivered. The two sides seemed to have a telepathic connection. Gurdur's attack was launched the moment the command was released. Within this distance of only an arm's length between the two sides. No matter how flexible Min Xiao was, he could not avoid Gurdur's long accumulated powerful attack at this distance. Crack, crack, crack. The muscles with distinct knuckles shook the air like thunder. The moment they were raised, the muscles jumped like a heartbeat. A stream of hot flame energy gushed out of the body, like emotions passing through the brain to its arms, making the body burn like a raging fire. Arm Hammer, this is a move unique to some fighting Pokémon. It relies on powerful explosive power and strength to swing the arm, and in an instant it explodes like a bomb with terrifying lethality. The power of this attack is no weaker than Dynamic Punch. Compared to the Dynamic Punch that takes time to accumulate and is difficult to hit, the Arm Hammer is released faster, and it is a powerful blow that is purely based on explosive power. Even if the explosive power is too strong, it will damage the muscles and reduce the speed of the enemy. However, it doesn't matter to Gurdur at this moment. Bang! The thick arms are like soldiers waving flags and charging, smashing all obstacles in front of them with terrifying power, and Min Xiao can't dodge it. This arm hammer hits its chest solidly. Even Min Xiao, who is in excellent condition, flies out like an arrow from a string at this moment, turning into a stream of light and knocking down a thick tree on the roadside. The speed of the counter-attack is really too fast. Just now, Min Xiao was unilaterally attacking continuously and fiercely, but in just a blink of an eye, Min Xiao became the one who was hit and flew away. Many Mundi disciples were a little stunned watching this scene. I give up. Watching her Min Xiao struggling to get up, Yao Shi clenched her fists unwillingly, took out the pokeball and took Min Xiao back. The gap between her and the smiling boy was too big. Whether it was Pokémon or trainers. She put away her Pokémon and ran towards the Pokémon Center in Jingbei Town, leaving N standing there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. At this time, she could only praise her Pokémon to ease the atmosphere. The training results are reflected. Gurdur. Iron. The praised Gurdur stretched out his thumb and rubbed the bottom of his nose, and stretched out his other fist towards N, gently bumping fists with him in midair. If it were before, Gurdur would not be able to deal with two boss-level Pokémon at the same time by himself. Although he seems to be exerting a lot of strength now, in fact, his current amount of exercise has not reached the level of normal training, but just past the level of warm-up. The full-strength Gurdur, even if it is only a quasi-elite level, can make Zorua, an elite, a little afraid. Thank you so much, Brother N. It's just a little effort, but is it really okay to do this? Your daughter seems very sad. N frowned slightly after being praised by Yao Feng, and responded very gently. She is not a person who will be frustrated so easily, you don't need to care at all. By the way, you are so proficient in fighting at such a young age, are you interested in being the successor of my martial arts school? That's not necessary. N smiled and refused the uncle. It seems that Yao Feng, the uncle, also likes him very much, but he will not stay in the middle of the journey. After finishing the matter, he declined Uncle Yao Feng's kind invitation and just took the Swallow one-day trial ticket as a reward. He took the Swallow of this martial arts gym and flew over the Ningbei Mountains and headed directly to Rieo City. After that, I still have to capture a flying Pokemon. Only dreams can do it. The faint sound of muttering slowly floated across the clouds, like a god who had escaped from the world and lived in seclusion. The blue sky was endless. N crossed his legs and lightly pressed down his black and white cap that was blown up by the wind with one hand. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky with a happy expression. The comfortable breeze made his long grass-green hair flutter gently. Larvista, who was held in his arms, also woke up from a deep sleep, which was rare. He was very excited and sent out bursts of bugs in the air. Buzz, the fiery red tentacles on his head were all working hard, and it was obvious that flying in the sky for the first time was very new to him. It also longed to be able to fly freely in the sky like Swallow with wings. You can fly in the sky so freely after you evolve, keep working hard. N pursed his lips and gently stroked Larvista's tentacles. His words made the young Larvista tilt his head in confusion, not really understanding this. It just simply thought that when he grew up, he would be like Zorua and Gurdurr, with muscles all over his body. That handsome look deeply attracted Larvista. It unconditionally trusted N as its mother, and it would definitely be able to fly in the sky in the future. For this reason, it must train as hard as the other Pokemon. At this moment, Larvista, still a child, had many aspirations for the future. We have successfully crossed the mountains, Swallow. Thank you for your hard work along the way. I will trouble you to take me to the main road near Sun City later. N took a look at the surrounding scenery. The huge mountain range that was very difficult to cross on foot was now successfully crossed and forgotten. N stared at the vague city in the distance with a sharp gaze, and his eyes seemed to emit a dazzling stream of light that flashed in the air. Booth! Swallow responded in mid-air, and suddenly flapped his powerful wings to accelerate. This is Sun City, where I finally returned after several months. I don't know how Hilda is now. Maybe she will be shocked by her rapid growth? Well, it is safer to find a way to let Zorua break through the elite level first, right? Chapter 114 Return to Sunshine City. Hey! N's toes touched the ground lightly like a dragonfly touching the water, and he stood firmly on the solid ground. This feeling of being down to earth still made him feel more secure, but occasionally flying in the sky was also a very good experience. His Swallow, who had landed, shouted softly in the direction of N, which meant that his mission had been completed. N was very grateful for its hard work in flying so far along the way. He smiled and took out a clean and cool blue-orange fruit from his pocket to feed Swallow. This unexpected snack made it flap its wings happily and eat the whole berry swallow in one bite. Thank you so much this time. Be careful on the way back. His Swallow spread its strong and developed huge wings and flew up. In less than a few seconds, its figure completely disappeared on the other side of the sky. N, who watched it leave, immediately shifted his gaze to the back. This is the nearest mountain road to Sunshine City, very close to the main road leading to the city. Because Pokemon are generally prohibited from flying over cities, N did not let Swallow carry him directly into the city. Anyway, there is only a short distance left, and it won't take long to reach the city. Just think of it as coming back to appreciate the scenery along the way in Sun City again. Seeing the scenery of high-rise buildings not far away, N slightly lowered his black and white cap on his head, and a graceful smile appeared on the corners of his beautiful mouth. "I'm back." Muttering to himself, he walked towards Sun City. After all, he has lived in Sun City in the Huaxia region for 2 years. He has regarded this place as his second hometown, and he is as familiar with the road conditions here as his own backyard. Many Pokémon in the forest also sensed this unique breath of his, and some brave and familiar ones couldn't help but come over to say hello to him. It can be said that in the forest near Sun City, at least half of the Pokémon tribes are familiar with N. If he gets into a fight near Sun City, he can even call on the Pokémon in the Sun Forest to help fight in the most critical situation. The wild Pokémon army that is like a beast tide is extremely terrifying. Okay, now we have to go back to the Pokémon Center in the city to sign up for the competition. If we forget about this, it will be a big trouble. The Charizard Cup is a very famous city-level competition. It is held in Sun City, which can be regarded as a key city in the entire Huaxia region. Only young rising star trainers under the age of 18 are allowed to participate. This is a large-scale competition that brings together countless talented newcomers and those geniuses. Here you can easily meet many talented trainers from other regions. Even Lance, Cynthia, Stone Steven, and others have participated in their youth. Although not they were from the same class, but they both won the champion title that year in this competition, which shows how valuable this competition is. In the eyes of some people, it is even no less than a region-level conference. I don't know how Nana my sister did it, allowing a not-so-famous school like Hakurei High School to get 2 places to participate. Is this the power of adults? It's so terrifying. Hi. As soon as N walked onto the avenue, he passed by a trainer with a cold face. Their eyes only met in mid-air for a moment, and N had already memorized his full appearance. He was wearing black clothes, and his cold and arrogant face seemed to care nothing about anything. His black hair was tied up and hung down to his shoulders. From his clothes, he didn't look like a local from the Huaxia region. Since he appeared here, he must be a trainer who came to participate in this Charizard Cup competition. But unlike N, he was heading out of the city. Interesting. N still had a gentle smile on his face. Just now he nodded slightly to the black-haired trainer of similar age to say hello. Who knew that the other party just glanced at him coldly and immediately shifted his sight. He looked like he had no intention of having any contact with him. Such people are generally very arrogant, but often stronger than their peers, which made N more eager to fight. As he got closer to the city, he could find that the current Sun City was very different from before he left. All kinds of young trainers and tourists filled the whole city, and lights and decorations were hung everywhere, and posters for the competition were everywhere. Whether it was on the walls, billboards, or electronic screens on high-rise buildings, advertisements about the Charizard Cup were already full. It was enough to see how much the organizers valued this competition. Zi. Larvesta in N's arms looked eager to try, as if it was about to play in the game. Seeing its attitude of being ready to fight, N just smiled bitterly. Although there is no limit on a trainer to only take out 6 Pokémon to fight, Larvesta is still just a child who has not grown up. It has not even passed the growth period yet, and its strength is only the weak superior beginner. It is not old enough to undergo high-intensity training. Even if it is really talented, it is very difficult to play in such a competition. Who knows what level each trainer in this competition is? N is still thinking about whether he can successfully enter the quarterfinals. Everyone who participated is a talented trainer with such strong strength, but Nana my sister is optimistic that he can become the champion and has full confidence in him. This is really a headache. N. A voice as gentle as the gentle rain from the sky but somewhat familiar came from behind him, and N subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the source. Chapter 115 The brain is shaking. It's really N. It's been a long time since we last met. A girl who hadn't been seen for a long time appeared. Her mushroom-like delicious bun hairstyle and double ponytails were her trademark. Rosa didn't seem to have changed much after not seeing her for several months, but she seemed much more lively than before. Rosa happily trotted over when she saw him. Her beautiful lake blue eyes only radiated a bright glow when she said this sentence. The warm sunshine from the sky made the girl's pure and lovely face become more brilliant, like a gentle breeze. "Miss Rosa, it's been a long time since we last met. What a strange name. It seems that we were already friends before, right?" It seemed that Anne's strange name made her a little uncomfortable. The girl pouted slightly and frowned slightly. She stretched out a slender jade-like index finger and pointed in front of him, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Then Rosa. Well, that's not bad." Before she finished speaking, Rosa seemed to have thought of something important, and her pretty face became a little stiffer. From her point of view, the friend Hilda she met at the beginning definitely had unusual feelings for Anne, and because of this, she seemed to be very wary of her attitude towards her. If Hilda suddenly found out that she and Anne could call each other by name without knowing when, this sudden increase in intimacy would definitely make Hilda more suspicious of her. Wouldn't she then become a despicable woman who took the opportunity to cheat when her friends were gone? Although Anne was her only friend of the opposite sex of the same age, she also had a great impression of him. But she would never develop to the point of quarreling with him. "This is bad. Rosa. Are you there?" Before Rosa could explain, Anne asked her a question. She was shocked by Anne's sudden interruption. After being interrupted by him, Rosa could only swallow the words she was about to say. "Have you registered now?" "That's right, Anne, you haven't signed up yet. I was training somewhere else before, and I just arrived in Sunday City. Now I'm going to sign up for the competition." Anne narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Unexpectedly, his words made Rosa show some fighting spirit. She had trained very hard in Unova region, and now she is no longer the same as before. In order to avenge the previous shame in this competition, she has done a lot of training in the past 2 months, and the strength of her partners has also been greatly improved. This time Rosa is very confident that she can at least enter the top 4 of this competition. The premise is that she doesn't meet a monster-like opponent like Anne on the way. Will this child also appear in the competition? Rosa's eyes were fixed on Larvista, who was sleeping soundly in Anne's arms. At first, she thought it was a puppet, but who knew that it suddenly moved twice, which scared her. But it looks like a young child, probably just hatched from a Pokémon egg not long ago. It always wants to participate in the competition. I've been thinking about it. In that case, how about letting this little guy participate in the preliminaries? Although there are many talented elite trainers from various regions participating in this competition, there are also many who have obtained the qualifications to fish in troubled waters. I see. Anne really didn't know much about this matter. He hardly tried to find out any information about his opponents before the official competition. He only knew that he had to go for the champion in this competition, and subconsciously regarded his opponents as strong trainers. Since Rosa said so, there might not be many opponents to pay attention to in this competition. It can indeed be regarded as an experience to let Larvista fight and increase its experience. Even if it is just a child in the growth stage, it has an invincible strength at the same level with its outstanding talent, and it may be able to win 1 or 2 games. Sizzle! Larvista seemed to hear someone talking about him, and suddenly woke up and started calling, with tears in his eyes, which was very lovable. Anne quickly took out a bottle of saffron's sticky liquid from his backpack, put it in a bottle that was easy to drink, and fed it to Larvista. This skillful action made Rosa open her mouth in surprise. This is highly nutritious beedrill honey. Even in the aristocratic circle, it is a high-end product. These honeys are basically pure natural good things that ordinary people can't afford. Because of its wonderful taste and nutritional value, it is very suitable for young Pokémon in the growth period, so even if it is sold in the market, it can be sold at a very high price, because it is very difficult to pick from the beedrill nest, and even if you have money, you may not be able to buy this thing. Sizzle! Larvista burped with satisfaction, then closed his eyes and continued to curl up in Anne's arms and fell asleep. The whole process was very smooth and natural, and Rosa was amazed when she saw it. This is how Pokemon in their infancy are. They sleep when they are full and eat when they wake up, so that they can grow better. This should be Beedrill's honey, right? I heard it's very expensive and both the taste and the mouthfeel are excellent. Would you like to try it? I still have a lot of spare ones here. Rosa just exclaimed a few words, and Anne smiled and took out a kettle cup from the backpack she carried with her. Seeing this, Rosa's pretty face was slightly red, and the corners of her mouth were trembling slightly. The girl's fingers gently wrapped around the soft hair, and her eyes began to tremble violently and dodge around. This should be his own cup, right? If he drank directly from Anne's cup, wouldn't it be equivalent to an indirect kiss? But the smile on Anne's face was so natural and gentle, obviously he didn't think about the direction Rosa was thinking at all. If she seemed too entangled, wouldn't it be equivalent to saying that she was just imagining things? This is absolutely not possible. I'll drink it. She gave up thinking after just a moment of hesitation. Rosa's fair cheeks were slightly shy cherry pink. She quickly reached out to take the cup, twisted it open, and took a sip. The rich but not greasy sweet taste and the smooth taste instantly ignited the whole mouth, and a trace of peace could not help but appear on her face. It should be said that Beedrill honey is worthy of the same evaluation as Multank milk. Just after eating it once, people will linger. Rosa's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she felt unprecedented joy. Rosa opened her eyes and was about to return the cup and thank Anne when she found that Anne was holding another disposable small paper cup in his hand. Coupled with his slightly surprised eyes, Rosa's brain was trembling when she understood what was going on. Chapter 116. In short, Hilda must not be told. Oh no, that I just mean. The girl's language central system was confused at this moment. Her little head seemed to be in a state of shutdown. Her delicate face was covered with bright red clouds, her eyebrows were as black as ink, and her eyes exuded a crystal light. There was only confusion and embarrassment. What on earth is she doing? She didn't even notice the small cup in Anne's hand that he was about to hand to her, but directly grabbed the cup from his hand and took a gulp. Is it just like she was scrambling for an indirect kiss? Originally, she thought that Anne's natural character didn't notice this embarrassing point, but who knew that he not only noticed it, but also prepared a disposable small cup like a gentleman. Did she misunderstand it completely? Rosa's big head seemed to be emitting bursts of white smoke like steam, which was slowly flying into the sky. She felt that her face was absolutely hot at the moment, and her toes were so embarrassed that they almost dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. This matter must never be let Hilda know. Anyway. Let's hurry up and sign up for the competition. Maybe the registration will end soon, right? Yeah, that's true. Anne just looked at her flustered and confused appearance with some amusement, and of course he would not say such inappropriate words as how could it end so soon, but very naturally gave the girl a way out of embarrassment. Rosa's personality is softer and more introverted than Hilda, and she is also very shy. If something like this happens suddenly, she would probably faint on the spot. Unexpectedly cute. Rosa, who successfully got through, breathed a sigh of relief, holding her already red face with both hands, as if she could cover her eyes so that others could not see her, and from time to time she would make a weak and meaningless whimper like powder snow. Okay, Mr. Natural from Pallet Town has successfully processed your qualification for the Charizard Cup in Sun City. Please attend the competition on time. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Miss Joy at the counter of the Pokemon Center had a warm and bright smile on her face, and spoke to Anne in a slightly playful tone. As a doctor, Miss Joy is the main person in charge of the Pokemon Center. Some related activities in the city will also invite Miss Joy to host, and the registration entrance for Sun City is naturally on Miss Joy's side. For example, large-scale city-level competitions such as the Gorgeous competition will specially invite Miss Joy to serve as an important judge, which shows how popular Miss Joy is. There are about 300 participants now, and only about 200 of them are local trainers in the Huaxia region. And took a look at the general information of the competition. This competition will first hold a preliminaries to select nearly half of the trainers, and then start the official competition. The preliminaries and official matches are all standard 3-on-3 battles, and it is not until the quarterfinals that the official 6-on-6 full team battle begins. The 8 finalists of the Charizard Cup over the years have also been the strongest young trainers of the contemporary era, and the league attaches great importance to this. The trainers participating this year seem to be very powerful. The one over there should be Miss Fulu, the next leader trained by Fukios Gym in Unova region. Her strength is very impressive. Rosa, who is also from Unova region, saw the red-haired girl in the distance who was holding a hamburger and eating it in small bites with a happy smile. And also looked over and nodded slightly. And the trainers over there are also famous elites from other regions. They have participated in competitions and won prizes. It seems that this competition cannot be underestimated. Then we really have to be careful. Anne smiled and nodded. There was also Miss Mary from the Spike Gym who issued a challenge to him, and the indifferent young male trainer he met by passing by before. Everyone's strength was obviously extraordinary. It seems that some successors trained by some regional gyms will also come to participate in this competition. It seems that this year's Charizard Cup is quite valuable. It can be said to be an alternative exchange conference for the new generation of strength in each region. But it's a pity that Green didn't come to participate. Thinking of this, Anne sighed with some regret. Blue, who was far away in the Kanto region, was still competing with his rival Red, who loved and hated each other. The two were frantically pushing the gym in the Kanto region and were heading directly for the regional conference to win 8 badges. However, that guy will definitely come to participate in the Huaxia region competition Flame Dragon Conference, and it won't be too late to compete with him then. By the way, I don't think I've seen Hilda yet. Has she signed up? Because of what happened just now, Rosa thought of Hilda, who was nowhere to be found. She had contacted her through the navigator after she got off the plane and arrived in Rieo City. However, Hilda replied to her with a "be back soon," and there was no news after that, which made Rosa a little worried. As a result, until today, Anne has returned from other places, but still hasn't seen Hilda. She should arrive soon. Anne recalled the information she saw on the navigator about her childhood sweetheart. She looked mysterious, as if she was deliberately hiding something. With Anne's attitude towards her, some of the understanding of childish personality, 9 out of 10 times because of their own strength has become much stronger, want to give him a big surprise in the game, so deliberately so mysterious. She must want to see her shocked expression, then satisfy her to show her surprise a little. I almost forgot, I have to find the professor later. Professor, could it be that Professor Oak? Rosa opened her beautiful eyes wide, and was a little shocked and excited to hear the news. Could it be that the leader of the scientific research community, Professor Oak Sueshin, has now arrived in Rieo City? Chapter 117. The image gap is too big. Although she has made sufficient mental preparations, Rosa can't help but get nervous when she thinks of being able to see that Taishan Baidu in person, and her pupils are trembling slightly. Oak Sueshin had already arrived in Sun City in Huaxia region a few days ago. When the old man was still in Kanto region, he kept nagging N to go back to Pallet Town. But N still didn't go back, so he just ran here by himself. We're almost there. N took Rosa through the corridor of Hakurei High School under the gaze of a bunch of schoolgirls. The various piercing eyes made Rosa uncomfortable all over. She even began to sweat on her smooth and tender face like pudding. Her right hand couldn't help but gently pinch the ends of her hair. It's Senior N. Why did he suddenly come back to school? Idiot. Of course he came back to participate in the recent Charizard Cup conference. These are not the main points, isn't it the girl next to him who has the biggest problem? Why does she seem to be very familiar with Senior N? Could it be that she... Damn it! How can that girl have such a foul figure? I'm going to teach her a lesson with a million blasting punches." The whispers of the younger students around made Rosa look very uncomfortable. She really didn't expect N to be so popular in this school, but it seems normal when she thinks about it carefully. N, who is strong in strength and has an outstanding appearance and temperament, is like a male succubus when walking on the street. It is normal for him to be kissed by the opposite sex. Because of this, Rosa can attract so much attention just by walking in the corridor. It seems that her back is stabbed by a sharp blade made of jealous eyes. So scary. Rosa was so scared that she almost couldn't help but put out her hands to cover Tuanz's head, but she still forced herself to hold back her fear and pretended to be calm as she walked beside N. "It's here." N couldn't help but smile when he saw Rosa's nervous expression, and then pushed open the door of the chairman's office, which meant that they had finally arrived at their destination. Rosa took a deep breath, and her sapphire eyes looked at the interior of the chairman's office with anticipation, and the scene inside gradually came into view. Russell. Sitting on the sofa was a grey-haired old man, who was lazily hitting yawn while holding a cup of expired instant noodles with the words "special offer" in his right hand and taking a few sips with chopsticks in the other hand. He was wearing a white coat that he had worn for who knows how many years, and the color looked a little grey. He drank a mouthful of noodle soup as if he was enjoying it while eating. Ok Sueshan still had a noodle hanging from the corner of his mouth. When he saw N coming back, he was obviously stunned for 2 seconds, then he showed a surprised expression and said very hard, "You kids still remember to come back." While speaking, the noodle residue from the corner of his mouth flew out. This scene was completely inconsistent with the image of legend in the research world, making Rosa blink her beautiful eyes slightly dull. The girl rubbed her eyes, stretched out her hands and gently rubbed her temples, as if she was doubting whether she had seen it wrong. But after taking a closer look and finding that she was not wrong at all, the girl let out a heavy sigh. The legend of the research is totally different from the image in my imagination. Well, the boat sank by chance, and I swam back. The boat sank and I swam back. Why don't you say that you were beaten to Sunshine City by Kyokra? The grandfather and grandson who have a good relationship are joking with each other very naturally, and Rosa's expression is also very subtle. I didn't expect to see such a special side of Professor Oak today. Hello, Professor Oak. I am Rosa from Unova region, a friend of N. Oh. Hello, hello. Ok Sueshan looked at Rosa hiding behind N with a surprised face. He had heard of Rosa's name as early as when he was in Kanto region. I heard from my granddaughter Nanami that this little girl is quite good, beautiful and gentle and shy like Yamato Nadeshiko, and she has a close relationship with my grandson who is as wooden as a tree. It's a pity that they are just friends. Rosa was a little suspicious. She tilted her head in confusion, blinking her eyes and thinking seriously about Professor Oak's sudden sigh, but she still seemed to not understand. Before she could react, Ok Sueshan in front of her put the instant noodles on the table, and then looked at Larvista in N's arms with golden eyes. Zi? Larvista was a little scared by the excited gaze of the old man Oak, and shrank back in N's arms in fear. Even if Ok Sueshan was disliked by the young Pokemon, he seemed to be accustomed to it, and began to observe Larvista's hair very naturally. This little guy is good. The fur is shiny and smooth, and the development is excellent. He must have a good talent, right? Let me touch it. Puff. Larvista, who was needed, opened his mouth and sprayed a ball of ember on Ok Sueshan's face, but he seemed to have trained his skin like a copper wall of iron defense, and was not affected at all. This ember is also very powerful. Professor, where is my Pokemon? N looked at Ok Sueshan, who was habitually entering the research state, with a smile and couldn't help but remind him, which made him react. Oh, I'm really old. I have a bad memory, I almost forgot about this. I have done a comprehensive examination of the two little guys, and there is basically no problem with them. I am looking forward to their performance in the future. As he said, Ok Sueshan took out 2 black and gold Ultra Balls from the pocket of his white coat, namely Ninetales and Laren. They are the main players of N's competition this time. The Pokeballs of Larvesta and Zeraora were temporarily handed over to Oxueshin by N. When he learned that he had captured Phantom Pokemon Zeraora, the old man was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. The opportunity to personally study legendary Pokemon can be said to be a great blessing, which will definitely make Sinnoh Rowan, the old guy, envious to death. You, little Rosa, and little Hilda will all participate in this competition, right? Nanamai and I will be watching carefully in the audience, and you have to find a way to bring honor to our pallet town. Yes. N nodded calmly. This time, Oaks no Johto flew from Kanto to watch the game, and he had to get a place no matter what. In addition, Nanamai asked him to use some force on the guy in the spike gym, and he didn't dare to relax too much when being stared at by the two of them. Rosa also showed a serious expression on her face. This was Professor Oak who came to watch the game in person, and she couldn't help but start to get nervous. She had to work hard to leave a good impression on the other party who was N's elder. No, why did she subconsciously want to leave a good impression on N's elder? Chapter 118 Charizard Cup Opening. A few days later, the annual Charizard Cup in Sunday City was successfully held. The competition was held in the stadium in the city center, and there were lights and crowds everywhere. It was only a city-level competition, but this stadium, which is said to accommodate tens of thousands of people, was already full. Ms. Joy from the Pokemon Center and Ms. Jenny from the police station also sent a large number of people to the competition site today to facilitate order. At the same time, they can also provide comprehensive treatment for injured Pokemon as soon as possible. The workload is very heavy. There are 4 Miss Joys from surrounding cities alone. As a backstage for trainers to rest, a large number of trainers have also gathered in the Pokemon Center. The atmosphere inside the entire Pokemon Center is very lively and full of awe. Everyone is carefully patrolling the opponents around them, because everyone present may be their opponent in the next game, so they must be on guard. Mr. Natural, your competition will be in the third water venue. Please don't be late. Thank you very much. N politely took his number plate from Miss Joy. The metal number plate had a large Arabic number 7 written on it. Generally speaking, the numbers awarded to the contestants are random, but the officials will also intentionally make sure that the seated contestants don't meet each other, so some contestants will be separated. After receiving the number plate, N sat on a chair in the hall with a relaxed look on his face, feeding Larvesta gently with a bottle in his hand. As if he was not affected by the tense atmosphere around him, Rosa, who was originally so nervous that her body was shaking, gradually began to calm down. You are really worthy of being N. You can stay so calm at this time. It's obviously your first time to participate in this level of competition, but you are still so natural. No, I am actually very nervous too. N answered with a gentle smile on his face. The girl smiled bitterly when she saw his relaxed and natural expression. There was no sign of nervousness on his face, and even the punctuation marks in his words were unbelievable. That guy. N's eyes met the black-haired man he had seen before. He still had that arrogant and indifferent look on his face, leaning against the wall. Standing by the wall without saying a word. That person? I remember it should be Lei Si from Sinnoh region. He has achieved results in several competitions before. It is said that he is about to win 8 badges of Sinnoh. Rosa thought for a while and spoke softly. She had impressions of some famous players, and Lei Si always had an expression that everyone owed him 2 million, so Rosa remembered him more clearly. Wow, I am still so nervous. The girl kept taking deep breaths, and her chest, which was sitting next to N, kept rising and falling with her breathing. Her outstanding appearance and figure also attracted the attention of many people, including someone who came late at this time. N. A slightly lively voice suddenly came from not far away. Hilda, wearing a pink and white baseball cap, showed her cute little white teeth and had a lively and cheerful smile on her face. The girl smiled and waved in the direction of the two people. Rosa was relieved to see her. She didn't expect that she would be late until the start of the game. Hilda, who had not been seen for a long time, had changed a lot compared to before. She was wearing lighter and more casual clothes, and her face was more heroic. It was obvious that she had grown up a lot in all aspects after going out for a trip. If she wore a straight and handsome suit, Hilda would be a perfect beauty in men's clothing. Hilda! You are too late. I almost thought you were going to miss the game. Sorry, I caught up. Hilda, who knew she was in the wrong, stretched out her hand and pinched the corner of her clothes awkwardly. Rosa only then realized that Hilda's name was N at the beginning. After coming over, her eyes would drift towards him from time to time, and she would avoid his gaze from time to time. Even if they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. After not seeing each other for such a long time, Hilda would be surprised by the changes that had taken place in N. N seemed to have an invisible, illusory, and gentle aura, but it was so restrained that it was difficult to detect. Just sitting there seemed to be the center of the aura, attracting attention. Besides, after not seeing each other for such a long time, N seems to have become more handsome. Hilda, did you come late because you met Delcati who blocked your way? N, you are still the same. Hilda saw that N was still in that unremarkable state, and could not help but sigh, and looked at Rosa beside her. Have you all divided the venues? N is in the 3rd water venue, and I am in the 5th grass venue. It seems that we will not meet in the preliminaries, I am in the 8th rock venue. Hilda nodded thoughtfully. It would be better if they could not meet in the preliminaries. Compared with this preliminaries venue, she really wanted to meet N and Rosa in the official competition in the stadium with 10,000 people. Although she didn't know how much Rosa had grown, N had definitely become very strong. Even though she hadn't seen his game yet, Hilda was so convinced. By the way, N. Hilda seemed a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly spoke. She took out a small, sparkling thing from her pocket with a bit of haste and handed it to N casually. It seemed that she had been carrying it with her all the time, so N looked over with some curiosity. Here. I found this by accident. I'll give it to you as a gift after not seeing it for so long. Hilda tilted her fair cheek slightly. It was not known whether it was because the venue was too hot or for other reasons. The girl's pretty face was slightly red from the smoke. Her moist lips seemed to have a bit more astringency when she pursed them. A grey-black glass orb lay quietly on the girl's fair and smooth palm. The unique and mysterious pattern on the orb was as gorgeous and lustrous as a work of art. Under the cover of Viridian's power, it seemed to be induced and sent waves of energy fluctuations. Chapter 119 Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite. This is. When N saw this thing, the gentle smile on his face was also a little surprised. He also thought that Hilda might bring him some gifts, but he didn't expect it to be this thing. This is actually a Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite. It's Agrin's Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite. Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite, as the name suggests, is a special item that allows Pokémon to break through their own limits and break through the final form to evolve again. Although the duration of Mega Evolution is not long, it can greatly improve the strength of the Pokémon itself, and easily break through the realm that was originally impossible to break through. As long as you have this Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite, combined with the special item N got from Professor Hein before Evolution Keystone, the successful combination of the two can make Agrin perform Mega Evolution, and instantly make N's overall strength soar. Even N never expected that the Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite that he had been looking for would be obtained from Hilda. This, could it be M? As a top student trainer, Rosa recognized this special item that appeared in the data Pokédex at a glance. Because the number is too rare, it is the first time she has seen the real thing, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. But she reacted immediately after exclaiming, swallowed the mega that was about to come out, and covered her mouth with both hands cutely, with panic on her pretty face. This is inside the player hall, and everyone is still unfamiliar with each other. Many trainers are collecting intelligence, and she can't reveal the information casually. This Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite may become N's trump card in the future. If it is exposed, N's advantage will be reduced. Fortunately, Rosa reacted quickly, and the other trainers around were more or less chatting and didn't notice the situation of the three people. Seeing that it didn't seem to be exposed, the girl was relieved. "Sorry, I almost got exposed." "It's okay, it doesn't matter if it's exposed, don't worry too much." N just smiled and waved his hand gently. For him, it didn't matter even if it was really exposed. Although Laren is now his main force, he ranks in the bottom 3 in the team, and his real trump card is not revealed at all. For him, reducing his own advantage does not mean that others will get a greater advantage. Even if Laren evolution becomes a Grin, he can't use Mega Evolution proficiently in a short time. What's more, N didn't plan to use Mega Evolution in this competition from the beginning. The evolutionary stone/ite brought by Hilda was a complete surprise. "I was thinking of giving Hilda Elise's autograph, but it seems that it is not as good as this precious gift." N had a bitter smile on his face. Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite is rare and precious, and it is even more difficult to find it if it is a Grin's Evolutionary Stone/Ite. "I don't know where Hilda got it from." "Hi. Miss Elise's autograph." Under the girl's slender willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of light blue eyes looked around, and a few strands of beautiful and smooth brown hair beside her ears sparkled under the faint light. When she saw the handsome autographed version in N's hand, her eyes were full of surprise. "I'll accept this with reluctance. Also, don't get me wrong. I just found this thing by accident. I just saw that you have a Laren that should be useful, so I'll give it to you as a gift." Hilda happily held the signature board in her arms, and didn't seem to want to show that she had spent a lot of effort to get this evolutionary stone/ite. It seemed that getting this precious Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite was just a trivial matter for her, and there was a little more pride on her face as she spoke. The girl raised her head slightly like a proud white swan, as if waiting for someone's praise. This look seemed a little too cute and funny to N. "Hilda, thank you so much." N had a pure smile on his face without any disguise, and thanked the girl in front of him very carefully. "I wanted to reach out and touch her smooth hair out of habit, but this was still the contestant hall. If the head patting move is used here, Hilda, who is easily shy, will be angry." "Humph, no, don't thank me. I originally said I would catch a powerful Pokemon for you, but I really didn't find anything good." Hilda shyly covered her cheek with one hand, trying to cover up the blushing shame on her face, but this action was impossible to cover it up. Rosa's playful eyes beside her almost made her faint with shame. When N gave her the chance to get Earl Dervish's Pokemon, Hilda kept it in mind that she would definitely return this person to him sooner or later. In order to get this Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite, she really spent a lot of effort, but now seeing N's surprised expression, Hilda is very satisfied. "Please get ready, contestants in venue number 3. The preliminaries are about to begin." As the three of them were chatting and laughing, Miss Joy transmitted the message to the entire venue through the microphone. Rosa and Hilda raised their heads almost at the same time reflexively and immediately cast their eyes on the screen. As the voice sounded, information began to flash on the large technology screen in the center of the contestant hall, and N's name and avatar were suddenly marked on it. N Lacan's first opponent in the preliminaries is. In the contestant corridor, N gently adjusted the black and white cap on his forehead, walked slowly in the metal-textured passage, and smiled gently. His long hair, as green as a forest, was tied behind his head, and his eyes were full of meaningful luster. This is the preliminaries of the conference. Even if it is not in the main stadium, there are a large number of spectators watching the game around. Even before he walked out of the contestant passage, N had heard the endless cheers outside. The moment he walked out of the contestant passage, the dazzling but scorching sunlight sprinkled on him, making him feel a little dazed. N quickly reacted, he smiled and shook his head gently, and walked to his own command position. "Charizard Cup, Field number 3, the first preliminary match of the water field. Start now. Chapter 120, The Battle of the Young Sun God. N put one hand in his pocket and looked straight ahead calmly, while opposite him was a young trainer with short green hair. The other party lowered his head slightly and put on a boring posture. His slightly handsome face seemed to be quite popular with women. He seemed to come to this game just to deal with someone. Seeing that both trainers were ready, the referee, who had been waiting for a long time, nodded, raised the red and green flags in both hands at the same time, and announced the rules of the game loudly. The preliminary round begins now. N from Pallet Town on the red side will compete against Shun from La Rouse City on the green side. Both sides can only use 3 Pokémon. Pokémon can be changed freely, and the side that loses all combat capabilities first will be judged as the loser. The preliminary round venue is in a location similar to a tennis court inside the stadium, surrounded by a circle of green wire fences on all sides, and all the spectators who come to watch the game stand behind the wire fences and stare at everything on the field. The official competition has not started yet, so the spectators are basically the trainers who are also participating in the competition, and their purpose is to observe the enemy situation and collect intelligence. Every Pokémon that appears will be recorded. See? That's Shun from Hone region, right? I heard that guy is a coordinator trainer who participated in the grand tournament. Why did he come to participate in a trainer battle like the Charizard Cup? Most of the players who can participate this time are rookies from each region. They will come to participate naturally after getting the qualification. And don't think that he is just a coordinator trainer, but in fact, he is not weak as a trainer. We have to observe him carefully. The whispers around made the boy named Shun gently lift his slightly long bangs, not caring too much. He didn't think he was just a coordinator trainer. Even in Pokémon battles, he was not inferior to other trainers. However, the man wearing a baseball cap on the opposite side always had a gentle smile on his face, which made him a little confused. There was also an inexplicable sense of oppression, so he had to force himself to cheer up. Shun gradually restrained his playful thoughts and began to take his opponent seriously. That person doesn't seem to be simple. Begin. Mask Rain, make your grand entrance. With the referee's order, Shun quickly threw out the Pokeball in his hand, and a bright light blue bug Pokémon flew into the sky. The diamond-shaped wings and the colorful patterns on the body, like huge eyeballs, can deter the enemy in front of it, and the wings on the body can circle in the air like a helicopter. Larvesta, prepare for battle. It is a coincidence that the Pokémon on both sides are bug-type, and the most important thing is that their strength is almost the same. Masquerain is only at the peak of the superior high level and has not broken through to the boss level. This is similar to Larvesta, whose strength is at superior mid-level. It is obviously a very good opponent, which makes N's mouth curl up. It's Larvesta. Not to mention the audience outside the field, even Shun standing on the opposite side was a little surprised. Larvesta is a rare Pokémon that you can only encounter once in a while. It is so rare in the wild that you can hardly find any trace of it. I didn't expect to meet it here. Sizzle. This is the first time Larvesta has officially started a battle. He dances with excitement, and the bright red tentacles on his head begin to spray bursts of ember. Although he looks very young, no one will underestimate this guy. Masquerain. Fly up and use Air Cutter. Wow! Masquerain flapped his wings quickly and rushed into the sky. Although it is only a bug-type Pokémon, it is still a flying type. As long as it flies into the sky and keeps a distance, it is not afraid of Larvesta, who cannot fly. Air Cutter is released very quickly. In this water field where you can't move freely, Air Cutter's slash is almost impossible to dodge. However, Shun still underestimated the opponent's strength. Sizzle. Larvesta was so angry that he was spitting fire. He was really bullying it because it couldn't fly now. If it could fly, he would go up and burn its skin. Dive forward to avoid it, use Bug Buzz. The Air Cutter aimed at Larvesta and cut a gap on the water surface. Larvista jumped directly onto another platform, predicted the air cutter to cut backwards, and raised his head to release noisy bug buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The harsh sound instantly filled the entire venue. Even Mask Rain, who flew high in the sky, couldn't avoid it at all. He made a painful sound when he was hit by this attack. Opponents hit by bug buzz have a chance to reduce their special defense, which is very bad. Heat Wave. N took advantage of Mask Rain being attacked to launch another pursuit. Larvista's talent was extremely excellent. Even though he was only at the superior level, he had already learned a lot of skills. The combination of Heat Wave and Bug Buzz dealt a severe blow to Mask Rain in the air. Mask Rain stayed at a high altitude. The medium for transmitting sound was air, and air went up with the thermal current, so the effect of Bug Buzz was even stronger. At the same time, the fire attack that restrained the insect system made Mask Rain suffer. Mask Rain. Come down and use water pulse. Shun's face looked a little ugly. If Mask Rain stayed at the top all the time, he would only be attacked from all directions by Bug Buzz and Heat Wave. This was simply unavoidable. It seems that the flying Mask Rain has distanced himself from Larvista, but in fact it is Larvista who has distanced himself from Mask Rain. Larvista's skills are too powerful. Volcarona, known as the Sun God, has a powerful fire power far beyond other Pokémon of the same stage even in its juvenile form. Mask Rain left the dangerous mid-air and tried to use his powerful speed to attack Larvista head-on. Before evolution, Mask Rain was a water type, so how could he be inferior to the fire type Larvista in a head-on attack? Compared to staying in the air and being attacked by Heat Wave, a head-on attack is actually easier to bear. Flame Wheel. N gently opened his right hand, as if he had expected that Mask Rain could not stay in the air any longer. Larvista, who had been prepared, suddenly swung his fiery tentacles and sprayed a mouthful of scorching flames straight ahead, instantly covering his whole body. The flame wheel filled his body, turning Larvista into a moving fireball that flew at high speed on the water field. Larvista, who had been training in the accuracy of his moves since childhood, could perfectly jump on the various platforms of the water field and easily avoid Mascarin's attacks. Chapter 121 I definitely don't want to fight him. Woo! The water element energy condensed by Mask Rain gathered into a ball of rippled water, which was ejected in the direction of Larvista like a cannonball, and Larvista, whose body was wrapped in flames and used the flame wheel, was very skilled in evading the attack by randomly bouncing on the water platform. This is the water field, and N specially took out Larvista to fight in the water field, with the purpose of letting it deal with water-type Pokémon to accumulate combat experience. A long time ago, he had already done special training for Larvista. Larvista, who is relatively fragile, cannot learn the standing counter-attack style like its second brother Gurdurr, relying on strong defense to block the attack and then knock down the opponent with one blow. Instead, it must rely on agility to avoid all the attacks that can be avoided, and then use its own extremely outstanding skills to cause huge damage. So the trained Larvista can avoid the opponent's attack even if it cannot move freely on the water field. Mascarin's attack speed is much slower than that of Zeraora, the electric cat who trains it on weekdays. Mask Rain continuously spits out water pulse to attack, but each shot only splashes water all over the sky, and it is difficult to hit Larvista in agility. Damn, the speed is too fast. Shun's eyes can't keep up with Larvista's speed. Although he thinks his combat strength is not inferior to that of Pokémon trainers, that is only relative. In fact, he is only a coordinator trainer who participated in the Grand Tournament. It was a bit difficult for him to come up with a tactic that could crack Larvista in such a short time. It's over, use Flame Charge. N gently lowered the brim of his hat, closed his eyes gently as if he had seen the result, and spoke softly again to give orders. The moment the voice fell, Larvista screamed loudly, and his body turned into a burning red meteor and flashed by, like a falling fireball, crashing into Mask Rain at lightning speed. It's gone. Mask Rain, fly up and avoid it. But it was too late. Mask Rain tried to spread his wings like a helicopter and fly, but found that flapping his wings became more laborious than usual. That's because its wings and antennae are easy to absorb damp, and if it touches water, the unique eyeball pattern wings will become heavy. The water pulse attack just now splashed a lot of water, and its wings and tentacles were stained by water without knowing it. At the current speed, it was too late to escape from Larvista's attack range. Bang! Larvista, full of flames, hit Masquerain with its head, knocking it directly from the air into the water. This attack restrained the insect-type fire attack and was very effective, making it impossible for the already injured Masquerain to get up again. Masquerain loses his ability to fight. Larvista wins. Please trainer to take out the second Pokémon. The referee glanced and waved the flag in his hand at the right time, and the surrounding audience was also in an uproar. I really didn't expect that a bug-type Pokémon that can use water-type skills would actually lose to a fire-type Pokémon in a water field. Several trainers who were just discussing the battle situation were now speechless. No one could speak again. Until the end, the Masquerain didn't even touch Larvista and fell into the trap of the other trainer. Wow, that guy is so scary. A black-haired boy who happened to be watching the battle on the field had a very stiff expression on his face. He seemed to be a free and unrestrained person. He casually put the baseball cap on his head backwards, wore a loose light-colored sweater, and hung a few ordinary red and white poke balls on his loose belt, but he had a sharp aura. That green-haired guy wearing a baseball cap is too scary. He led others into this deep pit while laughing. Even he could see that the trainer named Shun on the opposite side was completely pulled into the opponent's battle rhythm. The battle seemed to proceed step by step according to his idea. So weird. I definitely don't want to fight him. Not only the boy wearing the cap backwards complained, but almost all the other trainers around him thought so. Some impatient ones have already started to investigate the information of this trainer from Pallet Town, and the excellent Larvista has become the focus. Absol, go! Shun suppressed the tension in his heart and took out the second Pokémon again. This time it was Absol, known as the Beast of Disaster. It has snow-white fur and 4 legs on the ground. There is a dark blue scimitar on its head that is as sharp as a sickle. It is said that Pokémon like Absol will bring disaster wherever it goes, so it is considered an ominous sign. This also leads to its reputation among trainers. Not many people have captured Absol. This Absol is obviously a little stronger than the previous Masquerain. It barely broke through the superior level limit and reached the initial stage of the boss level. Compared with Larvista, it is certainly a tough opponent. N hesitated and stroked the tip of his nose with the second knuckle of his index finger, as if thinking about something. The 6 members of his team are Zorua, Fairy Pokémon, Ninetales, Gurdurr, Laren and Phoebus, none of which have been exposed yet. When the opponent took out a superior Pokémon just now, he was not surprised, but he didn't expect that the second one he took out was just at the boss level. This kind of opponent made him not know what to do. Even Phoebus, who is currently the weakest in the main team, has already reached the middle stage of the boss level. At first, he thought it was the opponent's tactic, deliberately taking out weak Pokémon to make him take it lightly or something like that. Zzz. Larvista chirped excitedly and turned to N to show that he could still fight. Winning the first battle gave him a great sense of achievement, and now he was fearless. It is said that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Even if Larvista really fights a quasi-elite opponent now, he will probably hit his head without any hesitation. Okay, then you can continue to fight. Seeing his belligerent appearance, N couldn't let it down, so he could only let it stay on the field with a helpless chuckle. However, this battle was not like the last one, where the strength was not much different. This time, even if the enemy had just barely broken through to the boss level, it was still the boss level. Chapter 122 The Beast of Disaster. Absol. Use double team. The Absol on the field was very alert and looked at the situation in the field. The moment he heard the order, his body disappeared. Instead, the residual substitutes surrounded Larvista from all directions. Under the double team, Larvista couldn't tell which one was the real one. A lot of clones released attacks at the same time, and even Larvista didn't know how to avoid it. But the premise is that Larvista was fighting alone. Absol. Perform Swords Dance on the spot. Shun's heart began to beat faster. After Double Team used it, it was Absol's chance. Even though Larvista's strength was not as good as Absol's, Shun did not take it lightly. What he feared was not the Larvista at all, but the seemingly harmless trainer who stood on the spot and always had a kind smile on his face. Dozens of substitutes performed Swords Dance at the same time. As long as this move was used, their physical attack power would be greatly increased in an instant. After that, as long as Absol relied on its original strength to suppress Larvista, a random hit would be enough to knock down Larvista, who was not strong. However, N's sudden command in a low voice made Shun, who had a little bit of luck, feel like he was in an ice cellar. The fourth one from the left, Flame Charge. ZZ. Larvista launched the attack without hesitation. His body was once again wrapped in high-temperature orange-red flames, and he suddenly shot out as a high-speed flying fireball. Even the cold water surface emitted bursts of white smoke like water vapor when it touched the fireball. Bang! Absol, as a physical entity, was unable to dodge and was knocked back by Larvista, who had doubled his speed, and fell straight into the water. Larvista, who used Flame Charge again, accumulated his own speed again, even faster than before. How is it possible? It's been less than 2 seconds. How can you tell which one is the real entity so quickly? The trainers around him all exclaimed in disbelief. Others might not notice it, but Shun, who was standing opposite, had a cold face. The huge sense of oppression that seemed to condense into substance kept coming out of the opponent's body, causing sweat to keep coming out of his forehead. Double Team was cracked in an instant. Why, how did you see through it? It's the shadow. The black-haired boy standing outside the green wire fence watching the game had a solemn face. He slowly held up his backwards cap, and a smile of excitement appeared on the corner of his mouth, but his forehead was covered with dense sweat. The other trainers watching the game around him may not know how the other party saw it, but he found it. This is the shadow that makes you successful and the shadow that makes you fail. After using Double Team, there will inevitably be an entity, and the entity itself will inevitably have a shadow. The shadow will be reflected on the water surface through the sunlight, which is why it was detected by the other party at a glance. Even though he was a little stunned just now, he didn't expect that the Larvista trainer could make such an accurate judgment in just a moment. The experience gap is really too big. However, even if it didn't rely on experience to determine the exact location of the Double Team, the Larvista could have relied on large-scale attacks such as Bug Buzz or Heat Wave to stop Absol. It can only be said that the moment the opponent chose Double Team, he had already failed. That guy, is he really under 18 years old? The black-haired boy took a breath of cold air. At first, he just found a place to watch the game to kill time because his game hadn't started yet, but he ended up seeing such a weird battle. He had never thought how strong the players participating in the Charizard Cup would be. No, we can't make detours anymore. We must rely on our strength to exchange injuries for injuries. Shun also realized that it was impossible for him to play tactics in the eyes of the guy on the opposite side. When his trainer's strength was not as good as the opponent's, he could only choose a loss-making method to forcibly exchange the opponent's physical strength. Absol, use Night Slash. String Shot. Faced with the sudden attack and still kept a calm smile on his face when he attacked Absol. Larvista, like a child who likes to play pranks, sprayed a lot of thin and long white silk threads in the direction of Absol, constricting its 4 legs bit by bit. But Absol is really a dark Pokémon with brutal offensive. He swung the sharp blade on his head against the spider silk and hit Larvista. The gap between the two sides was originally quite large, and it was very difficult for Larvista to avoid such a reckless and vigorous attack. Good job. Then use Slash. Avoid to the left. Absol showed a hideous and terrifying face, and the sharp blade on his head flashed with a cold light. Under his reckless and vigorous swing, it was like a flash of light that suddenly chopped down from top to bottom towards the front of Larvista. The power of this attack was amazing. Larvista, who had not been hurt before, was seriously injured just by being hit by it. If he took this slash again, he would definitely fall down. String. Absol suddenly felt that it was very difficult to move forward. Looking carefully, he found that his 4 legs were almost entangled by the white insect's silk, and it was almost impossible to move. In this way, he could not continue to chase the Larvista. It was string shot. The string shot just used was to restrict Absol's movements and prevent it from forcibly attacking Larvista. Bug buzz. Buzz. The harsh sound of bug buzz filled Absol's brain, making it wail in great pain. Insect attacks have a double effect on Dark. Even the leader-level Absol felt very uncomfortable after taking this attack. Absol! Get out of the way quickly! Seeing that Larvista was about to launch the second attack, Shun anxiously clenched his fist and shouted at Absol on the field. Absol was also struggling with all his might in response to his master's expectations. He was exerting all his strength, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, making him look extremely ferocious. Use bug buzz again. N slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Larvista released bug buzz again and successfully hit Absol. This attack also caused outstanding damage, giving Absol a splitting headache. String. Absol roared loudly, and his snow-white body suddenly broke free from the restraints of string shot, as if turning into a flying dagger, and launched a fierce forward slash at Larvista in front of him. The air seemed to be torn apart by the power, and bursts of roars were emitted. Chapter 123, First Battle Victory. Sizzle. Larvista was hit by this dying counter-attack, and his fragile body flew backwards from the air and fell hard into the water, his eyes spinning, and he lost his ability to fight on the spot. With a flash of red light, the unconscious Larvista was put into the poke ball. Larvista, you have done very well. The poke ball in N's right hand gently touched the tip of his nose. His soft voice seemed to be filled with endless tenderness, and the poke ball of Larvista in his hand seemed to be shaking gently as if responding to him. As the first battle after debut, it was already a very good fight. It was still too difficult for Larvista to fight 2 alone. Larvista loses the ability to fight. Absol wins. Player N, please take out the second Pokemon immediately. As the referee's voice came, N's right hand began to touch the poke ball on his waist. Who knew that when he touched it, almost all the remaining 5 poke balls on his waist were shaking slightly. Especially Zorua's poke ball was shaking particularly strongly. Absol closed one eye, and the closed eye was full of bloodshot. The lethality brought by the 2 consecutive bug buzz attacks was too great. It is now standing on the field and breathing heavily. No one knows whether it will fall down at any time. Shun, who was standing in the trainer's command position at the back, was shaking slightly with his right hand holding the poke ball. He took a deep breath as if he was adjusting his mentality. Even if it was because of the attribute restraint, Absol's overall strength was much stronger than Larvista, but he was still almost killed by the opponent. Absol is now at the critical point in terms of both injury and physical strength. Shun thinks that he will never be able to defeat the opponent's second Pokemon. The opponent's second and third Pokemon will only be stronger, and his Absol is already the strongest main force in the team. Just after fighting with Larvista, he knew that he had been left behind by the opponent in terms of trainer strength. If it weren't for the hard power attack, he wouldn't even be able to defeat this Larvista, which is at most superior level. Sure enough, fighting against a truly strong Pokemon is not as good as a real Pokemon. The gap between the trainers is not ordinary. Shun's handsome face was a little bitter. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his right hand and shouted to the referee, "I give up." "Give up? Are you sure?" The referee was also stunned. It was rare to see a trainer who suddenly gave up in this situation. It was still a 2-on-2 with many chances to win, but he didn't expect that this trainer would choose to give up directly. This voice also caused an uproar among the audience around. Yes, I give up. Shun took out the pokeball and slowly took back Absol on the field. He thanked the pokeball in his hand softly. His choice was very decisive. Now he felt that there was no need to continue fighting. He basically had no chance of winning. It would be better to take Masquerain and Absol to heal as soon as possible. He just happened to be qualified to participate in the competition at the beginning. After a little experience, he realized how strong the real trainers were. He knew that he couldn't win, so he decisively chose to give up. Why give up? At least let me see the opponent's second Pokémon. Damn it, I can't collect information like this. The expressions of the audience watching nearby were more and more unacceptable. They had just seen the exciting part and would soon see the information about N's second Pokémon. But he chose this appropriate time to give up directly. Shun from Laros City gave up, so N from Pallet Town won. After hearing the verdict, N also breathed a sigh of relief, because all the Pokeballs were shaking, and he was still worried about which one to let go, but now he didn't have to think about it. When he saw Shun walking towards him, N's face was covered with an approachable smile again. Shun extended his right hand to him in admiration. I am convinced. You are worthy of being a young trainer participating in the Charizard Cup. I really can't compare with you at all. I am only a little better than you. Please don't belittle yourself. The two shook hands to show politeness. Shun's mouth twitched slightly when he heard his self-deprecating words. He scratched his head awkwardly and spoke with a bit of embarrassment. Because I felt that I would definitely not win, I gave up directly. In this way, you don't have to leak the information of the second Pokémon. I hope it will give you more advantages in the next game. If there is another chance in the future, please follow me for another game. Shun also knew that the less information he could reveal in the game, the more advantage he would have. If N's ranking in the next game is high enough, then it would not be too embarrassing for him to lose the first preliminary game and go home. The purpose of the preliminaries is to select. Losing a game will lead to direct elimination, so most players will be careful even if they are only in the preliminaries. Even if they don't bring out the strongest main force, they will at least bring out a strong enough backup. There is really only one chance. If one is not careful and really capsizes in the ditch and loses the game, then hiding more cards will be useless. Okay. N responded with a bright smile on his face and shook hands with the other party. In fact, he felt a little sorry. The other party's strength seemed to be not bad. If the game was normal, he should be able to break through the preliminaries and enter the official game. Who knew that he would meet him in the first game? His luck was really bad. Because his game ended very quickly, and also had time to watch other people's games. Hilda and Rose's strengths have obviously improved. They took out a leader-level Pokémon and beat the opponents so hard that they could hardly fight back. At this time, N realized that compared with Hilda and Rose's opponents, it seemed that his opponent's strength was not weak, and the Charizard Cup seemed to have a lot of water. Hilda, who was in the audience, seemed to see N on the stage waving at her with a smile, and couldn't help showing a little smug expression. Who knew that she seemed to see something suddenly, and her face froze. Chapter 124 Who is that girl? Is your game over? The black-haired girl stood beside N at some point. She was expressionless and still holding a pokeball in her hand. Her light green eyes exuded a serious look. It was obvious that she had just finished her game. N thought that he had finished his game quickly, but he didn't expect that the other party was almost the same. Mari, the sister of the Galar region Spike gym leader, is basically qualified compared to normal gym trainers. If his brother chooses to leave the position of gym leader, I believe that Mari will take over his position immediately, and no one will jump out to refute. Mari, who has not been seen for a long time, is still wearing a black jacket similar to the previous clothes, and a pure black pleated skirt like a high school girl, exposing her smooth thighs. Black rock style paired with plain shoes, it gives people a contrasting feeling. I guess so. What's Miss Mary's number? Number 6. She was still so frugal with her words. Her delicate and beautiful face, like a doll, did not show any expression change at this moment. The girl gently stroked the rock-style spiked collar on her soft neck, and looked at N in front of her seriously. It seems that your game is quite easy. I hope you don't lose before you meet me. After saying that, Mary nodded slightly in the direction of N with a cold face, and turned away after showing her politeness. She came up just to say these 2 words. Should I say that her personality is introverted or too cold? Mary still looks cold, and it's really hard for ordinary people to get along with her. But just now N wanted to complain. What's the matter with the group of guys hiding in the dark behind Mary? She thought she was hiding well, but in fact, from N's perspective, she could see everything. They were all dressed up in an extremely exaggerated way, wearing rock-style clothes similar to Mary, and their faces were made up like performance art. They definitely didn't look like people from the Kanto region of China. Could this be the folk customs and regional art of the Galer region? That N was just about to say hello to those strange people, but the group of weirdos just glared at him and quickly fled. This made people stunned, not knowing what was going on. Hilda, who was still in the game below, looked at N's direction blankly, until he finished chatting with the other party with talking and laughing. She suddenly reacted. If this was an animation, then there would definitely be a big question mark on her head. Who is that girl? Why does Hilda, who has been with N since childhood, have no impression of her at all? Is she a friend that N met during the journey? Although I don't want to admit it, the child is really cute. What is her relationship with N? No matter what the relationship between that girl and N is, it seems to be none of her business now. After all, Hilda has not taken the initiative to express her feelings to N until now. When she thought of this, she felt a stomachache, and her emotions began to become a little inexplicably irritated. Crack, crack. The opponent standing opposite Hilda was suddenly stunned. The girl opposite just fought with him in a proper manner, but as the fight went on, the girl's momentum seemed to change in an instant. The momentum on her body began to rise little by little, and the strong sense of oppression seemed to condense into substance. The air seemed to become stiff and difficult to circulate, making people unable to move. Lucario, agility. Lucario on the field stared, as if influenced by the master. Its momentum was also rising steadily, and its majestic appearance also had a bit more fierceness at this moment. Lucario's upright body stood straight on the hard rock field, and his streamlined muscular right leg suddenly stomped on the ground. Bang! The power of his right leg burst out instantly, and Lucario's streamlined body turned into a trail of after-images at this moment, approaching Golem at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, and his murderous fighting spirit seemed to smash the enemy on the opposite side into pieces. It's bad. Golem, hurry up and use rock crit to stop the opponent. Smash all the bone sticks, use brick break. Lucario's body was as tough as Orberg, and the sharp rocks flying at him were easily smashed into pieces by the bone stick one after another, while he continued to advance. Even if the trainer on the opposite side tried desperately to stop Lucario from approaching, it was of no avail. In just a moment, Lucario had already rushed dozens of meters unstoppably, and the ice blue energy bone stick in his hand was swung vigorously. Lucario, who had already rushed to the front, twisted his right arm and launched a powerful brick break. Bang! The golem, who had no time to dodge, seemed to be smashed into the ground. He fainted with his eyes spinning around, and was crushed without any resistance. This really frightened the trainer on the other side. Golem has lost his ability to fight, Lucario wins. The referee's voice also reached N, who was watching the game. He smiled and stretched out his hand to lower his cap to cover his face. There was a little more admiration in his hidden eyes. I was a little worried about everyone's game, but it seems that Hilda doesn't have to worry about it at all. The games of Rosa and Hilda seemed to go very smoothly. The strength of the opponents was uneven. Along the way, the two of them knocked down all the opponents in front of them with a sweeping trend. The opponents that N encountered in the next 3 preliminaries were obviously weaker. From the perspective of hard power alone, even Shun in the first game was stronger than the others. From the beginning to the end, N only played 2 Pokémon, Larvesta and Phoebus. Soon N also started the 4th preliminary match. The last Pokémon of the opponent was a Monferno, the Royal 3 Pokémon from Sinnoh region. N played Phoebus, and the 4th preliminary match was held in the water field. It was obvious that the opponent had no other Pokémon to use, so he brought out the restrained Monferno. Phoebus can play a very strong role, and he always suppressed Monferno in the battle. Chapter 125 Remember to treat Miss Zulan to ice cream. Damn, I can't catch it like this. The trainer opposite N was as black as ink. In this water field covered by water, Phoebus' speed and strength can be maximized. The petite and agile Phoebus shuttled around in the water, and Monferno standing on the water platform couldn't catch its position at all. The fire-type Monferno was at a loss when facing the water-type Phoebus in the water field. But the trainer still chose to release Monferno. There must be a reason. In N's opinion, it might not be because there was only one strong Pokémon left. Serve! Phoebus under the water suddenly twitched his tattered fish tail, and instantly set off a huge wave in the water field. The surging waves seemed to cover the entire sun and completely covered the sky, leaving Monferno on the platform with no escape. Use Flame Wheel to jump up. Rush towards the enemy. Monferno sprayed a large ball of flames on the spot and wrapped his whole body. The scorching heat instantly made the air begin to bend, and the flame wheel suddenly shot up like a huge fireball. It was trying to forcefully break through Surf's encirclement. Even if it had to withstand Surf's damage, it had to find a way to shorten the distance between itself and Phoebus. The scorching heat tore through Surf's defense line. Monferno rushed to Phoebus despite the danger of being hit by Surf. The purpose was to decide the outcome in the next move. Well done, Monferno. Next is the Thunder Punch with all my strength. The trainer opposite N showed ecstasy on his face. At this distance, Monferno was finally able to hit the opponent, because his Monferno inherited the Thunder Punch. This move is his Monferno's trump card. I didn't expect it to be used here. Although it's a pity to expose it now, at least it can take down the opponent's tough Phoebus. The water field is indeed the home field of Phoebus, but this is Thunder Punch that can make water conductive. At this distance, even the fast Phoebus can't avoid it at all, right? Is it really like this? N still had a calm smile on his face, as if he had guessed that this scene would appear. The opponent chose to use Monferno, which was restrained by water type, in the last game. There must be something special, so N had already considered this possibility. This boss-level Monferno is indeed very powerful, and the opponent is worthy of being a trainer who broke through the first 3 preliminaries and entered the 4th preliminaries. If it weren't in this water field, it might still have the strength to fight. But unfortunately, it was facing Phoebus who had just returned from training. Horizontal Mud Shot, block the opponent outside. What? The moment N's voice fell, Phoebus suddenly began to spray a large amount of mud that could not conduct electricity around Monferno. The sticky brown mud mixed with soil blocked all the current of Thunder Punch. The ground-type attacks were used in succession, making Monferno, who had rushed to the front, unable to go any further. Too outrageous. That Phoebus is too outrageous, right? It's okay to use so many water-type skills, but it can even use Mud Shot. It's bad. Now Monferno's Thunder Punch, which is determined to win, can't conduct electricity under the restraint of the ground-type Mud Shot. There were many trainers watching the battle around, and they gathered in this preliminary field in a surrounding trend. Because this is the 4th preliminary match, more than half of the 400 or 500 contestants have been eliminated at this moment, so there will be a lot of eliminated trainers who have time to watch other people's battles. Especially, there are a lot of spectators in N's preliminary match venue, all because of his strong performance in the preliminaries, so the number of spectators is almost comparable to that of other seeded players. N only relies on a Larvesta and a Phoebus, these two beginner Pokémon that have not yet evolved, and they have made it to the fourth preliminary match. It is normal that they will attract attention. Some of the trainers watching here came here specifically to collect information about N, and wanted to see if the trainer on the opposite side could defeat N's second Pokémon, so that everyone can successfully collect information about the third one. Monferno. Hurry up and use Flame Wheel, back off. Dragon Pulse. N's last command was like the last scythe swung down by the god of death. The dark purple dragon energy light bullets gathered in the air, and Monferno, who tried to use Flame Wheel to escape the attack range, was completely locked on. Dragon Pulse was ejected, and a bombardment of Monferno's back caused a violent explosion. The next moment, Monferno fell from midair and fell heavily into the pool. Monferno loses his ability to fight. Phoebus wins, so the winner of this game is player N from Pallet Town. The referee just shook his head slightly, then skillfully raised the flag in his hand to announce the result of the game. He was hit by a surf and a mud shot that restrains the fire type, and was finally blown into the water by the powerful Dragon Pulse. The result is obvious, right? Win again. This is the fourth game that has successfully entered the main competition, right? Where did that guy come from? How could he be so strong? It seems that he was the champion of the Academy Combined Tournament before, and the Pokémon he used should also have a timber. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, N just chuckled and nodded slightly, then put away Phoebus and left the competition venue. Winning this game means entering the official competition. The official competition will be tomorrow, and Larvesta and Phoebus, who have been playing today, need to take a good rest and conserve their energy for tomorrow's official competition. Especially Larvesta, who played a whole day today, was already tired and his eyelids were fighting. Ms. Joy, please. Okay, I have confirmed that I have received the two little guys. N barely breathed a sigh of relief until he handed Larvesta and Phoebus to Joy. Today's battle fully shows how fast Phoebus has grown. In the home field of the water field, there is almost no opponent that can fight against it. This is really thanks to the long-term teaching of Melodic, Miss Zulin, which has greatly expanded Phoebus's skill pool and made his tactics more flexible. Because he knew how to use Dragon Breath at the beginning, he has successfully evolved into Dragon Pulse under Melodic's training, and his strength has reached a higher level. Now Phoebus seems to have only the strength of a mid-level boss, but his combat power is far from as simple as it seems. Later, please give Miss Zulin some ice cream as a thank you. N murmured to himself, and suddenly the big screen next to him suddenly flashed and attracted his attention. Chapter 126 The End of the Preliminaries, Information. Is Rosa and Hilda's game over? At this time, N suddenly noticed that the names and numbers of the winning groups had begun to be listed on the big screen. After the preliminaries, there should be 128 contestants left to enter the main competition. Only this group of contestants who advanced to the main competition can finally enter the top 8 in the finals. Rosa and Hilda's names were also listed among them. The strength of the two girls is genius among geniuses among their peers. Especially Rosa is a famous young trainer in Unova region, and she is called a seed player in this competition. Each seed player is a famous trainer, and each is a favorite to win the championship. It is rare to see a dark horse trainer like N who was not famous before but came out halfway. In addition, N also saw several familiar names on the winners list on the big screen, including the trainer named Lei Si who had seen it before. The trainer also successfully passed the preliminaries. Beep beep. The big screen suddenly began to change, and the names and numbers of the 128 trainers were immediately interrupted and reorganized, and then neatly arranged in pairs on the big screen. This means that the list of opponents for tomorrow's official competition has been divided at this moment. The official competition will start on the morning of the next day. The time was chosen deliberately to allow the Pokémon to have enough rest, and to allow the trainers to have time to collect information about the opponents and formulate tactics to prepare for the battle on the next day. N, who is cautious and serious in character, is no exception. In order to collect information and prepare, he just quickly glanced and found his opponent. It was a trainer named Wally, whose face looked very young and weak, and he was the type that was easy to bully. My opponent? Hey, your opponent is not Wally. Lee. Just as N was checking his opponent's profile, a familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. When N turned around, he found that Shun, who had played against him before, was standing aside with one hand on his waist, smiling at him. Shun. Yo. Didn't expect I'm still here? Because there are no fancy competitions I want to participate in recently, I plan to stay in Rieo City to watch the competitions and kill time. N, since I won, I will win all the way, I will watch carefully. Shun put one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand gently lifted his grass-green bangs that slightly covered his eyes, revealing his handsome face that was very popular with little girls, and joked with N with a smile. As a coordinator trainer, he had a handsome face. Once he stood with N, the charm of the two-person combination instantly attracted the attention of most of the female trainers around. This sudden increase in attention made N feel a little uncomfortable. Shun, you are really popular with women. Hey, don't you have any self-awareness? Shun's mouth twitched slightly when N answered with a smile. As a coordinator trainer participating in the Grand Prix, he must pay attention to his appearance. He is usually very popular with women. However, the number of eyes on him has increased by at least twice today. The reason is of course the guy next to him who always smiles. Even Shun, who is used to seeing all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women in the Grand Prix, couldn't help but sigh at N's outstanding appearance and temperament when he saw N for the first time. If this guy is willing to take off the hat that covers half of his face and participate in the Grand Prix, he will definitely gain a large number of female fans. By the way, Shun, you just mentioned the name of my opponent. Do you know him? Well, I guess so. Because we are both trainers in the Hone region, and he always has an expression that makes him look shy and weak, so I have a relatively deep impression of him. When Wally was mentioned, Shun stroked his chin with one hand, with a look of nostalgia on his face. At that time, Shun happened to be participating in the grand competition in Hone Movili City. After winning the ribbon medal, Shun started to wander around the city to kill time. At that time, Wally had just challenged the Violet Gym and immediately won the champion of a Movili City trainer competition. Shun met him by chance when he was watching the game there. You'd better pay a little attention. Although he is not a seed player in the public's perception, his strength cannot be underestimated as he has won many badges. Well, I understand. N nodded with a smile. Seeing that he still had that gentle smile without any tension on his face, Shun knew that he should not worry. Having fought against N personally, he naturally knew how strong this boy with a gentle smile was. Moreover, Shun vaguely felt that this gentle boy who looked approachable in front of him definitely did not show his true strength. This was Shun's intuition after seeing so many trainers. Shun had seen many powerful trainers, but those trainers were in battle, no matter how strong they were. Whether it was the pressure of momentum or the tactics, they were simply incomparable to N. When Shun and N fought Pokemon, they would feel a great psychological pressure and trembling, as if N's mere presence would make him want to quit. Before, Shun said that he would have a chance to fight Pokemon again, which was actually half a joke. Fortunately, N was a pure trainer, not Wallace, who practiced both the Grand Tournament and the Trainer Tournament. If possible, Shun really didn't want to meet N in the competition. Oh, it seems that your companions have come, so I won't accompany you for now. Shun glanced at the distance and seemed to have noticed something. He just said hello to N and waved his hand and left. Rosa and Hilda's game had just ended not long ago. When they came over, they looked at Shun who had slipped away with some curiosity. Hilda didn't see N have any other friends at ordinary times, but she didn't expect that the other party would chat and laugh with him. Chapter 127 Oksueshin is also young and frivolous. How strange! Although Hilda has never confessed her feelings to N directly since she met him, she has hinted at him many times in a very obscure way, but N still treats her like a child. This time, seeing N in contact with this handsome trainer made her feel a little weird. When she went to Oak Research Institute to play, she often saw N and Blue sneaking out with Red next door. Although Hilda knew that the three of them had a good relationship, they didn't go out every day, right? The most important thing is that they never told her what they went out to do. Could it be that what I should be wary of is? Hilda's face was a little pale. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a very terrifying possibility. Her sharp eyes swept behind like a blazing laser, focusing fiercely on Shun, who slipped away. Shun was frightened by the sudden gaze and trembled, and then he immediately quickened his pace to leave. As expected, the two of you also entered the finals smoothly. I have seen it on the list on the big screen. At this time, N spoke softly with a bit of joking, and one sentence pulled Hilda's mind back from the three realms. The two girls suddenly realized that their opponents had been shown on the big screen, and they were relieved to see that they did not meet each other. It was lucky that the three did not meet each other, but as the game progresses, the probability of meeting will definitely increase. As long as they continue to win, they will bump into each other sooner or later. Both Rosa and Hilda actually want to meet N in the quarterfinals or finals, where thousands of people are paying attention, and have a hearty battle with him. Originally, Hilda wanted to ask N something, but hesitated and did not say it. The girl who chatted with N today should also be a trainer participating in the Charizard Cup. Hilda will know about her sooner or later. Probably. Welcome to the official competition site of the Charizard competition. The players who stand out from the preliminaries here. Each of them is a trainer who has the hope of winning the championship. Who is the strongest trainer of the younger generation? The next battle will select the top 64. The official competition venue is in the center of the Sunshine Stadium. The morning sun has not yet become scorching, and this huge venue has gathered tens of thousands of waiting spectators. Before the official start of the game, the host has already skillfully held the microphone to mobilize the emotions of the audience. His loud shouting words caused countless cheers and applause from the audience. The huge momentum gathered into a torrent of sound that rushed into the sky and completely resounded throughout the blue sky. Then, first, let's welcome the players of our first game. Green side. It's Wally from Hone region Petalburg City. In the preliminaries, he used a Rosalia and used gorgeous tactics to knock down opponents one after another. His strength is very strong. And the red side on the other side. It is a dark horse trainer who stood out in the preliminaries and swept to victory with only 2 Pokemon. Player N from Pallet Town. As the commentator's words came, a green-haired boy in a light-colored uniform and carrying a shoulder bag walked out of the player corridor timidly. The cheers and the attention of the audience made him, who was originally reserved and timid, tremble with nervousness. But the next moment, Wally's eyes were completely attracted to the opposite side. Da-da! Rhythmic footsteps came from the metal player corridor. As the sound approached, a bright green color like natural vitality appeared, and the gentle and elegant it feels like a spring breeze. The boy wore a black and white cap, and even though he wore a plain black shirt with a pure white high-necked long-sleeved jacket, he could not hide the elegance that came from him like a nobleman. The moment he appeared, he attracted enthusiastic cheers from the audience. At this time, Oak Sueshin, who was holding his hands in front of his chest in the audience, snorted and squinted his eyes and couldn't help but complain. This kid is still so eye-catching. He deserves to be taught by me. He is exactly the same as when I was young. Grandpa, N's personality should be very different from when you were young, right? The girl sitting next to Oak Sueshin was gentle and kind, always squinting her eyes with a gentle smile. People who couldn't see her eyes couldn't discern any emotions or meanings from her fake smile. Oak Sueshin, who was criticized by his granddaughter, coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment. He wanted to show off his dignity as an elder, but was immediately exposed by his granddaughter. After all, Oak Sueshin also had a period of youth and recklessness. When he was young, he was always hot-blooded and straightforward, so he made many enemies. During the time when he served as the champion of the Kanto Region Alliance, Oksueshin also had awkward relationships with many elite trainers. One of them was Agatha, the benchmark of the 4 elites of the older generation, who is still one of the 4 elites of Kanto. Oh my, what is that? Ok Nanami, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly paused, and then showed a smile of interest as if she saw a new toy. Without hesitation, Ok Nanami waved enthusiastically to a girl who was worried about finding a seat in the distance. Ms. Platinum, come here. Plantina, who was still worried that the front row seats had been taken, suddenly saw someone calling out her name, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. At this time, Platinum saw a certain famous person sitting over there, and a look of surprise appeared on her cute little face. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to raise her feet and walk quickly. Chapter 128 The Overlord of the Rock Field. Excuse me, is this Miss Oak? Yes, it's been a long time since we last met, Plantina-chan. I just happen to have a seat here. Do you mind if you sit here? Ok Nanami looked Plantina up and down meaningfully, and skillfully put on a friendly and approachable smile on her face. The first time they met was at a banquet held by Sinoa's Bell-Ritz family. Miss Bell-Ritz, who was alone at the time, used a professional smile without a smile on her face to deal with all kinds of guests who tried to get close to her, and she always looked sad. Now Miss Plantina is as lively, cheerful, shy, and cute as a girl of this age should be, which makes Nanami more and more satisfied. In fact, Plantina didn't have a deep impression of Nanami. She only knew that she was the granddaughter of the Oak family, and most importantly, she was N's sister. That's why she recognized her at a glance. Of course I don't mind. I'd rather say that Miss Oak has solved my urgent problem. Thank you so much. I was just worried that I was late and couldn't find a seat. Don't worry, don't worry. Hurry up and sit down. My N-chan is about to start the game. It seemed to be Nanami's illusion. As soon as she said the name N, Platinum's expression changed slightly. Her little face flushed and she quickly sat next to Nanami, while politely greeting Professor Oak. This was actually the first time Oak met Platinum. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his chin. He was about to ask her what she thought about the engagement with N, but who knew that he was stopped by a move of Nanami, who was smiling. Puff, the eldest daughter of the Bell-Rich family, probably ran away from home in a panic that night when she heard about her engagement. She didn't even know who her engagement partner was. How could he tell her such an interesting thing casually? Ok Nanami raised a happy smile, and then her eyes were on N in the field. There are only 3 Pokémon that can be used by both sides. The side that loses all combat ability first will be judged as the loser. The referee stood in the middle and announced loudly to the trainers on both sides so that both sides could hear the rules clearly. Until both players nodded to indicate that they understood the rules, the referee waved the flag in his hand and announced again. Now, the game begins. Now is the time to prove myself. The first battle is up to you, Magneton. Magneton. Strength, superior. Qualification, medium. At the beginning, Wally was very nervous because of the gaze of the surrounding audience, but the moment he saw N, the nervousness was completely transformed into pressure. Just standing here facing the trainer on the opposite side, he could feel that his whole body was full of pressure. He released Magneton, one of the main forces, right at the beginning, and the crackling electric light continued to appear on the rock field. Magneton, as the name suggests, looks like 3 magnemites connected by magnetism. After magnemite evolution, it has stronger magnetism and voltage, and its strength is not bad. However, in this rocky venue, Magneton's power may not be fully utilized. Laren, leave it to you. N still had a calm smile on his face, and threw the pokeball in his hand high into the sky. A monster with a heavy body like wearing Orberg armor fell to the ground with a bang. The fall of its Orberg body raised dust all over the sky, and the slightly harsh metal friction sound echoed in the ears. The fierce posture looked not simple at all. Laren, who made his first appearance, stood steadily on the ground, and did not make any unnecessary movements before hearing the instructions of the trainer behind him. Its grey Orberg body was covered with scars, like medals left by experienced warriors, which made Wally take a deep breath nervously. We take the initiative. Magneton uses supersonic. Screech. Both Pokémon started to move almost at the same time, and the sonic attack like ripples and the screech wave released by the opponent collided with each other quickly in the air. The sonic waves on both sides cancelled each other out at this moment, and the rapid counter-attack successfully prevented Supersonic from hitting Laren. Wally was about to take the initiative and use Supersonic to make the opponent's fierce Laren fall into a state of confusion, but was surprised that the opponent actually took countermeasures in the first time. Sure enough, the trainer on the opposite side was, as he guessed, very difficult. Keep the distance and use Thunderbolt. Take it, Stealth Rock! Laren roared, and the two sturdy Orberg front feet smashed to the ground with a bang. Countless sharp stones were controlled by the power of the rock element and surrounded the venue in all directions. At the same time, Saffron's lightning struck, instantly filling its body, and high-temperature lightning in Orber black marks were left on the GH-like body, making Laren look even more ferocious. Zzz. As the brilliant lightning gradually dissipated, Laren just roared softly and took up his fighting posture again, as if the Thunderbolt attack just now had no effect on him at all. He actually withstood it. Laren's special defense is not outstanding compared to physical defense, but Player N still chose to withstand this Thunderbolt attack. But Stealth Rock has been used successfully. Next, Wally will be attacked by the sharp Stealth Rock as soon as he changes Pokémon. It is a nightmare in a long battle. The commentator held the microphone and explained loudly. It can be said that this Stealth Rock has blocked Wally's means of changing Pokémon, making it impossible for him to use the change to reverse his disadvantage. If a Pokémon with a fragile body is hit by a Stealth Rock, it will be troublesome. Rock Slide. Before Wally could react, N's next attack had already come suddenly. Laren slammed the ground with his front feet, and the ground beneath him was shattered with a loud bang. Countless rocks flew high into the sky, bombarding Magneton from above. In this rocky field suitable for Laren, the power of this rock slide can be said to be brought to the extreme. Magneton. Hurry up and use Gyro Ball to defend. Wally's face was also very bad, because there was too little information about N. The only Pokémon that had appeared in the game were Larvesta, a fire type, and Phoebus, a water type. He also expected that the opponent would use rock-type Pokémon in this rocky field, so he made preparations in advance. He was ready to deal with water-type Pokémon of rock-type Pokémon. Even if the opponent used Laren, a combination of steel and rock, he could still fight. Chapter 129. Now is the time to reverse the situation. The overwhelming rock slide attack made Magneton completely unavoidable. He could only use Gyro Ball to rapid spin his whole body. The powerful kinetic energy made his body like a gyroscope with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and he broke through the rock slide all the way. However, the rocks kept falling down, and even the power of Gyro Ball could no longer be maintained. It took less than a few breaths for Magneton to be hit by countless rock slides, and the iron sheet on his body was scarred by the continuous attacks. Obviously, rock attacks should not have much effect on Magneton. Why? Wally bit his lips hard. Just a casual rock slide could bring such a degree of lethality, which could only mean that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. That Laren was not in the same dimension as Magneton. Earth power. Oh no, Magneton, get out of the way. N opened his slender right arm calmly, and the black and purple bracelet on his wrist seemed to emit a unique luster as he moved. Laren on the field also suddenly attacked, roaring and gathering the elemental power of the earth. Countless tough and sharp stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, seriously injuring Magneton, who had no time to dodge from below. Just by taking this blow, Magneton was stuck in the rock pillar and lost his ability to fight. There was almost no way to resist. So fast. It ended too quickly. Except for the initial thunderbolt hit, Magneton couldn't even touch the opponent afterwards. The commentator also talked about this kind of battle with relish. He was familiar with the commentary industry for many years and of course knew what kind of Pokemon battles the audience liked to see. A quick battle like this, where the opponent was knocked down in less than a few rounds, would of course immediately cause the audience to exclaim. There were cheers and screams all around, but Laren still stood on the ground so calmly, without showing any complacency because he had knocked down an opponent. It seemed that facing a battle of this level, winning was a matter of course for it. This was indeed the case, as Laren was the main force of the Steel type in Team N. Although its strength was not as strong as those monsters in the team, it was also the top of the genuine boss high level, and it was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-elite. Facing Magneton, who was only at the superior level, it was accidentally hit by the opponent's thunderbolt, and it took half a fight to knock down the opponent, which was somewhat embarrassing. Even if this level of attack didn't affect it much, it would definitely be laughed at by Gurdurr later. Magneton has lost its ability to fight. Please take out the second Pokemon. The referee's voice echoed in Wally's ears like a death spell. He took a deep breath and decided change tactics temporarily. It might be useful to bring out Water-type Pokemon that restrains Rock-type now, but Wally knows that there is a big gap between Meryl and Laren in strength, and even if the attributes are mutually restrained, they cannot overcome the huge gap in strength. So now, only by exerting all his strength can there be a possibility of reversal. This battle is up to you. Gallade! Wally shouted and threw the Pokeball in his hand, and a green and white fighter Pokemon appeared on the field. The horns on its head are like the Orberg helmet of a gladiator, and its thin torso has strong legs, with sharp red substances attached to its chest and back. The most eye-catching thing is its arms, with long blades extending from its arms to its elbows, which look majestic and chilling. This is the male symbol of Gardevoir family, Gallade, a combination of psychic and fighting type. Gallade. Strength, intermediate boss. Potential, superior. Facing the combination of steel and rock, as long as you use a fighting type Pokemon, you can have a full 4 times the attack effect. With Psychic as an aid, Gallade will not be easily hit by Laren's attack, which is very suitable for this battle. Although the overall strength may not be as good as Laren, it has a huge attribute advantage. As long as it is perfectly used in the battle, it can successfully knock down the opponent who looks fierce. Please, Gallade! Wally also took a deep breath and stared at Gallade on the field with a torch-like gaze. The Pokemon also seemed to sense the trainer's emotions and turned his head slightly to look back and look at it. This Gallade is his Earl Dervish Pokemon, and it is also his strongest main force. If even Gallade, who he trusts the most, cannot win, then there is no need to fight the next battle. Puff! As soon as Gallade appeared, he was stabbed by the sharp stealth rock. Fortunately, as a psychic Pokemon, it was not so fragile, and it did not cause much impact even if it took it. Then, it was time for him and Gallade to reverse the disadvantage. Roar! Just as Wally was about to give an order, the gentle-looking green-haired boy on the opposite side whispered a devilish whisper. Laren on the field roared towards Gallade, and the powerful sound waves seemed to shatter the air. Gallade had just set up his attacking posture, and his body turned into a dazzling red light and returned to the Pokeball. Before Wally could react, another Pokeball on his body opened automatically, forcing the Pokemon behind him to the field. Meryl, the Water-type Pokemon that Wally had prepared to deal with the Rock-type, was suddenly released. The blue-white water rat stood on the field with a confused look on its face, as if it had been sleeping in a Pokeball and suddenly started fighting. Puff, puff! Meryl, who had not even reacted when she first appeared, was stabbed by the stealth rock that surrounded her. It was pulled out with a confused look on its face, and then it was hit with a confused look on its face, and it has not even reacted yet. This is Roar. It can force the Pokemon it faces to roar back into the Pokeball, and force the Pokemon in the backhand to be pulled out. This move can often play an unexpected role in battle. Chapter 130 Psychic Fighter. It was Roar. It forced Gallade, who was restraining Laren, to be pulled back and replaced with the backup Pokémon. This means that Gallade and Meryl have each been hit by a Stealth Rock before the battle officially started. Using Stealth Rock and Roar in a 3-on-3 match, is this the opponent's tactic? Now Wally can no longer pull Gallade up. If he forcibly replaces Pokémon to let Gallade play, the opponent is likely to use Roar to pull it back again. In this way, the Stealth Rock floating around the field will cause damage to Gallade again. Great, this will block the opponent's attribute advantage. Plantina on the field opened her mouth slightly, looking at the battle situation in the field in surprise. This Laren was captured by Platinum while watching N. I didn't expect that the Laren had become so strong under N's training. It wasn't long since he met N last time, but he grew so fast that Platinum felt more and more flustered. How much effort should she make to catch up with him? Little Platinum, what do you think of my N? Very handsome, eh? Ah. No, I mean he trained Laren very handsomely. He is almost the same age as me but so strong, really admirable. Oak Nanami was trying to get the girl's true feelings out of her by accident. The girl realized what shameful words she had said, and her little hand was shaking rapidly. She was desperately trying to explain everything. But it was obvious that her explanation seemed very weak in front of Nanami, who was squinting and smiling. Finally, she realized that this was an embarrassing situation that could not be changed, and could only gently pull the white knitted hat on her head with both hands, trying to cover up the scarlet cherry shame all over her face. I heard from Mayan that Tina-chan has a pretty good relationship with him, right? How about would you consider becoming our Oak family's daughter-in-law? Hi. Hearing such exciting words, the girl opened her mouth slightly, her long, smooth hair like a waterfall gently wrapped around her petite cheeks. Although the long hair on her temples could half cover the shy pink on the girl's face, it could not cover the pink of the phalaenopsis on the tip of her ear. Shy, surprised, heartbeat. All kinds of emotions appeared on the girl's face, but she couldn't help but start to hesitate. Now she has to find a way to deal with the tough marriage of her elders at home, and she is not the kind of free body who can pursue love. Besides, Platinum didn't know whether she really had that special feeling for N. Aware of this, the girl's eyes became more lonely, and her eyes carefully looked at the green-haired boy standing in the command position. He seemed to be completely immersed in the battle, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a confident and perfect smile. However, once she is really sure of her feelings, use all means to get what you like. This is the family motto of the Bellrich family. Once she is sure of her feelings, she will definitely ignore any obstacles and go all out to succeed. Heavy slam. Under the command, Laren turned into a heavy Orberg tank that charged forward. Its body was like a moving Orberg torrent. The entire ground was shaking violently just by charging forward. The heavy body turned into strength, knocking Meryl away with one blow, who had no time to dodge. Meryl, who was hit by a full set of Stealth Rock as soon as she came out, was immediately knocked away by the tank under the heavy slam. It can be said that she came on the field at a loss and left the field in a daze. Even if it desperately used skills such as water gun or bubble beam on the way, it could not stop Laren from charging forward. In this field full of rocks, it is simply a natural battlefield for the war tank Laren. Meryl is incapable of fighting. Please bring out the next Pokémon. As the referee called out, the cheers on the field became louder and louder. Some spectators who could not bear the excitement even began to cheer. Laren's fighting style is absolutely destructive and unstoppable. Laren, who knocked down 2 opponents in a row, projected a very strong visual impact on the big screen, giving the audience an unparalleled experience. Wally, standing in the trainer's position, was sweating on his forehead, his eyes fixed on the green-haired trainer with a gentle smile behind him. Even though the two sides had such a big gap in strength, he did not underestimate himself at all and used his strength as a trainer to fight. Laren's series of tactics were very strong, and he successfully caught Wally off guard. Whether it was the strength of Pokémon or the trainer, Wally knew that he was far behind the opponent. However, he could not give up so easily. Gallade! Wally shouted as he threw the last Pokeball. His voice was trembling as he was weak and sickly, but he was very determined. Such a look made N's eyes more admiring. As a trainer, giving your all in a battle is the best respect for your opponent. Gallade also roared in a low voice. He took the second attack of Stealth Rock at the moment of his appearance, but as a fighter, he didn't say a word. Just like his trainer, he looked straight at Laren in front of him with a firm gaze. Gallade, use Brick Break. Laren, use Iron Tail. The voices of both sides overlapped at this moment. Gallade roared loudly with his arms open. His body seemed to turn into a cheetah charging fearlessly, and collided violently with the Orberg tank on the opposite side. Dwin! A sharp sound like Orberg colliding spread all around, and the blade of Brick Break and Laren's Orberg tail splashed with Tackle's fire. Lare with its powerful force, Ron hit Gallade's chest with a blow, knocking it out. Gallade, who had been hit by Stealth Rock twice, was hit by Iron Tail again, and his chest was hit by a huge impact. The shock and impact made his brain dizzy and he almost fell down. But when he heard the trainers shout behind him, he shook his dizzy head vigorously, spit out a mouthful of saliva, and rushed forward again with a roar. Gallade! Abandon defense and use all your strength to fight close combat. Brute Force. Volume 2, Charizard Cup Competition. Chapter 131 The Pretty Blue Figure. Crack! The rock began to make a chilling sound of breaking under the air, and cracks appeared on the rock pillar covered with yellow dust, spreading from the center of the rock pillar to all directions. A green and white Pokémon with wounds all over its body collapsed in the center of the broken rock, with its head slightly tilted and its eyes rolling around. It had completely lost its ability to fight. Opposite it was Laren, who was wearing Orberg armor and had all kinds of scars on his silver-white armor. Even after completing the great deed of 1 against 3, it still behaved calmly and quietly. Seeing that it had successfully knocked down its opponent, Laren exhaled slightly, turned around and walked towards N with a cold look. The armor covered with all kinds of scars on its body did not cover up its strength and ferocity at all, as if under the head wrapped in a helmet was a monster-like face. The winner is revealed. The first match of today's official competition is won by player N from Pallet Town. He successfully defeated 3 Pokémon of his opponent with only 1 Laren. Player N, who has taken a huge advantage, has successfully entered the top 64. The excited shouts of the commentator instantly spread throughout the stadium, and the cheers of countless spectators reached Laren's ears, which made Laren, who always had a stern face, slightly moved, and then couldn't help but raise his head to look at his trainer. Well done, Laren! The most trusted trainer half crouched down, and his gentle and bright smile on his face did not hide his admiration at all, which made Laren's hideous and terrifying face change a little. In order to respond to his trainer, Laren grinned and showed a somewhat scary smile. A 1-on-3 crushing battle is also very rare in this level of city-level competition. This match is no longer a preliminary match. Each trainer who can enter the main match is a young elite who has defeated 4 preliminary opponents and fought out of the crowd. At this level, he was fighting 1 against 3, which is enough to show Laren's strength. Mr. N, right? I really admire your strength. Please coach me in a Pokémon battle when you have the chance. Wally's eyes were full of admiration. He held N's left hand with both hands and shook it up and down quickly with great enthusiasm. Even if he was shaved 3-0, Wally did not show any frustration. In addition, his fearless eyes made N have a good impression of Wally. Even if he lost the game, he would not be frustrated or angry. As a trainer, his psychological quality is enough. And this battle was done with all the strength of Wally and Gallade. Losing is losing. Wally certainly would not be jealous of the opponent in front of him. The battle with N only made him realize the huge gap in strength in all aspects. Wally only had admiration and worship for him. Okay, I'm welcome anytime, but I'm about the same age as you, so there's no need to use such a respectful title for me. Ah? Sorry, I subconsciously regarded you as a senior. Wally suddenly reacted and stretched out his hand to scratch his light green hair in embarrassment. Because the opponent's fighting style was too mature and powerful, and his trainer level was far higher than his own, Wally almost forgot that this was actually a competition for trainers under 18 years old. And he were just the same age. But N was so strong even though he was only under 18 years old. His trainer level and experience were too high. Could it be that he had been accumulating experience and strength in Pokémon battles since he was born? After the game, Laren was seriously injured after 3 consecutive battles, so he left the venue and went to the Pokémon Center as soon as possible. N was just about to send Laren to Miss Joy for examination and treatment when a familiar fragrance floated from behind his head. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head gently. A few strands of beautiful blue hair suddenly reflected in his eyes. The smooth black hair like the sea fluttered gently in the air, showing endless charm. The earlobes under the girl's black hair seemed to sparkle under the light. Even though it was not clear, as soon as they saw the figure, a soft fragrance like lavender came towards them. N, you are so great. I saw all your battles clearly in the audience. Ah! Of course, Laren, you are great too. Plantina's slender willow leaf eyebrows were slightly raised, and the crystal clear eyes below were full of life. Her slender hands were gently behind her waist, and her light pink pleated skirt swayed gently with her movements. Laren, who was touched by her hand on Orberga's head, tilted his head a little embarrassedly, and dealt with the woman in front of him who seemed to have bad intentions towards his master in a perfunctory manner. Anyway, it's better to go back to the Pokeball first. It would rather escape to Miss Joy for recovery treatment than deal with this woman. Well, so you have seen it in the audience. Yes, I saw the whole battle of N. Mega is handsome. And you're actually trying to be cool in battle, damn it, you know you're so handsome. Plantina showed her little white teeth mischievously, slightly leaning to the side to show her unique youthfulness and cuteness, and teased N with each other in a familiar manner. The two of them were also companions who had faced danger together, and their relationship was deeper than that of ordinary friends. Being poked gently by the girl's slender jade fingers, N could only let the other party tease him with a helpless smile. His movements in battle were all spontaneous, and this was the first time he heard the word cool from someone else. And you're very famous now, you just won a game, and now there are many reporters waiting to interview you outside the Pokémon Center. I've noticed this, too. The smile on N's face froze slightly, and he stretched out his fingers to scratch the cap on his head with a headache. Just when he was returning to the Pokémon Center from the competition venue, he noticed that there were a lot of paparazzi following him. If he hadn't run fast enough with Laren, he might have been stopped outside by a lot of reporters before he could reach the Pokémon Center. Just as Platinum was chatting with N very lively, Hilda, who had just finished the game, had a cute and proud expression on her face and returned to the Pokémon Center with Rosa. Hilda, who successfully won the game and entered the top 64, was already eager to find N and tell him how she was so powerful in the game. Chapter 132, A Shura Field in every sense. P.S. There is no battle in this chapter, you can skip it if you don't like it. Rosa, who was walking while adjusting her hat, suddenly saw a familiar green color not far away from the corner of her eyes. Her sight seemed to follow the light involuntarily, and she only saw the gentle smile on N's face. Rosa, who was about to call out to the other party, glanced at the corner of her eyes and glanced at him casually, and then suddenly saw a girl with long blue hair standing next to N, talking and laughing with him. Rosa's expression suddenly froze, as if to confirm whether there was anything wrong with her eyes. She looked in the direction of N again. But no matter how many times she looked, she was not mistaken about the beautiful figure standing next to him. Where did this girl come from? Rosa dared to say that she had absolutely no impression of the other party. She had definitely never seen that girl before. The most important thing was that this girl who suddenly appeared did not look ordinary at all. At first glance, the girl had a slender figure and a pretty face. Delicate and cute, she looked back and smiled like the goddess of Luo River. Her elegant yet friendly temperament and lively and bright smile made people feel good about her. This is the kind of girl like Rosa who would be amazed at her. Oh no! Rosa subconsciously looked at Hilda beside her, but found that she also had a slightly dull look. From Hilda's reaction, it can be seen that her childhood sweetheart had no idea about the girl who suddenly appeared. So, is this a flirt? This is understandable. Although Rosa and N have only known each other for a few months, she fully understands how powerful his face and temperament are to the opposite sex. Even Rosa thinks he is the type she likes. No. In short, N's unconscious charm is like a rose that attracts bees and butterflies. It is too easy to attract the opposite sex. Then, that Hilda? N, I've kept you waiting for so long. Before Rosa could communicate with Hilda next to her, the impatient Hilda could not stand the pressure and ran over in 2 steps. The simultaneous appearance of her and Rosa also made Platinum, who was standing next to N, look confused. Crisis. Whether it was Hilda or Platinum, the 2 girls sensed a huge sense of crisis from each other at the first sight of meeting. This is the 6th sense that women are born with, which is strong and sharp, and they subconsciously sense danger from each other. Sorry for waiting, and my game is over. Hee, did you see my heroic appearance, Excuse me, who are you? Hilda had a somewhat confused look on her face, and she very skillfully approached N and used the powerful privileges unique to childhood sweethearts. The closeness of being close to the water tower first allowed Hilda to gently wrap her arms around N's neck without any worries. What a trick! Miss Hilda launched such a strong offensive right from the start. First, she expressed how close and familiar she was with N, and then made such an intimate gesture to declare her sovereignty, and by the way, she used a doubtful tone to directly distance the other party from this side, making the other party look like an outsider. Because Hilda's own personality is that of a relatively free and unrestrained handsome trainer, coupled with her own special buff of childhood sweethearts, even if she suddenly made such a relatively intimate interaction with N, it would not feel abrupt. Rosa was watching the scene carefully not far away, and while she was shocked, she was also complaining in her heart at a high speed. If she were to be a commentator now, she would be very suitable. N originally had a gentle and elegant smile on his face, but now it has become stiff, because he has keenly noticed the momentum of Hilda and Platinum. Even if he wants to find a chance to leave now, he has been held by Hilda, and he can't escape, which makes his expression even stiffer. Hello. My name is Platinum, just call me by my name. I happened to camp with him during the trip, and then I became friends with him. Good tricks. First, he perfectly resolved the strangeness of being excluded with his lively and cheerful personality, and then threw out the heavy bomb of camping together, which almost blew Hilda, who had never camped with N in her life. Rosa complained and looked at N, who was caught in the middle, with a bit of sympathy, but N, who was usually calm in any situation and always smiled and did it perfectly, would also show this expression. So interesting. My name is Hilda, and I'm childhood sweethearts with this guy. Both girls had smiles on their faces. Although Hilda was not afraid to declare her sovereignty word by word, she was already starting to feel a little unconfident. Because Hilda didn't realize until she got closer that Platinum in front of her was very good looking. She was really very cute, elegant, pretty and full of youthful vitality. Girls with this kind of personality are very charming. Once they take the initiative to fight, they are like a dead tree and a rotten wood. Compared with her appearance without any feminine charm, the difference is too big. And it's not just Hilda who has this idea. Platinum was also nervous and gently pinched the corner of her clothes, slightly pursed her lips and began to dodge. This childhood sweetheart Miss Hilda who suddenly jumped out was really handsome and beautiful. Even Platinum, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was surprised that she was so handsome. Moreover, This kind of bold, unrestrained, and approachable personality would have a huge contrast once she became shy. What a strong opponent! Chapter 133 Women are so fickle. When their eyes met, fire flew everywhere, and N, who was stuck in the middle, was a little headache. Although he was indeed very good at predicting Pokémon battles, this kind of problem was not something he could easily solve. Laren was quite foresighted, and had already gotten into the Pokeball to avoid the battle before Platinum came over. It's a pity that N is not a Pokémon, so he can't learn from him to get into the Pokeball and pretend to be an ostrich. The Pokeballs on his waist were also pretending to be dead. In the previous battle, they were so fast and shaky that they were more violent than the other. Now they are quieter than the other. It is obvious that they are also imitating Laren and pretending to be ostriches. But there is no way. If the boss asks them to fight, they are very good at it, but this kind of thing is difficult for them. Hilda couldn't afford to offend them. When they were training on the beach, Platinum had already established a good relationship with them and even often made a lot of high-end desserts for them to eat. This is too difficult for them. They are just a group of Pokémon. However, the two who were originally tit-for-tat suddenly became friendly. This coincidence made people wonder if they had known each other for a long time. With only eye contact and no verbal communication, the two reached a consensus in a sense. Looking at the inexplicably familiar attitude of the two, not to mention N was stunned, even Rosa, who was madly complaining in her heart not far away, was stunned. The two girls were still dissatisfied with each other just now, but now they are like close friends who have known each other for a long time, gathering together to talk about various past events. The appearance of talking and laughing made the solemn atmosphere just now seem completely false. Okay, now it's time for girls to talk. N, you should go to the side and watch the opponent of the next game. Miss Hilda is right, the opponent of the next game is about to be revealed. N, it's better for you to go and take a look. N was also surprised and confused, but before he could ask the two of them, Hilda pushed him aside in a panic, then reached out and pulled Platinum to sit down at a rest area not far away. It seemed that they were talking about something quietly. Women are so fickle. Rosa rolled her eyes and spoke N's inner thoughts very concisely. Even though Rosa herself was a girl, she was still shocked that the two of them would change their attitudes so much in such a short time without any verbal communication. But this just solved the problem. Although she didn't know what they were secretly talking about, N was temporarily relieved. You're right, the opponent of the next game is about to be shown on the big screen. Compared to these, the Pokémon battle is more important. On the other side, the two girls sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Plantina nervously held the corner of her skirt with both hands, while Hilda constricted a strand of hair by her ear on her index finger, circling it and gently playing with it. Just now, the two of them exchanged glances and seemed to have judged each other's intentions. Some things cannot be said in front of N now, so they reached a consensus at the first time to send him away first, and then communicate privately. And now there is no N listening next to them, so the two of them can speak frankly. So Miss Hilda is N's girlfriend? No, not. Although she wanted to insist, Hilda still scratched her fluffy ponytail awkwardly and denied it. Who knew that as soon as she said this, Platinum on the opposite side looked at her with extremely shocked eyes. Well, that means Miss Hilda has known N since she was a child, but until now, she has not taken the relationship to a further level. Yes. The other party's shocked eyes made Hilda's face burn like a cloud. It turned out that she was completely unlike a girl in both personality and figure. If Rosa had switched positions with herself, perhaps she would have succeeded long ago. She was very clear about her feelings, but she still couldn't make further progress in 10 years. This made Platina dumbfounded when she heard about it. It's just that Platina is not completely sure of her feelings now. When she really confirms herself, let alone 10 years. Give her a month, the straight ball attack can knock Rayquaza away from the sky. So what do you two mean now? Are you going to compete fairly? I don't know when Rosa came over. The bystander is clear, and the insider is confused. As an outsider, she can see this very clearly. There is no so-called regular system in this world. What the two want is nothing more than to occupy a larger position in each other's heart. No, I don't have that idea now. Hi. Then you just looked like you didn't want to admit defeat in front of me. I thought you were the same as me. I'm just not sure whether I am. Before Platina finished speaking, her voice gradually became as thin as a mosquito's foot. She covered her fair face with her hands as if to cover her shame, and her voice even disappeared completely until the end. Seeing her blushing and not daring to speak, it was Hilda's turn to be dumbfounded. It turned out that the other party was not even sure of her feelings. Was it her misunderstanding after all this time? Hilda's question made Platinum a little unsure of how to explain. When Hilda came to hold N, she did feel her breathing stagnate and frustration surged in her heart, but this level alone could not be said to be love. You two are really amazing. One refused to take the initiative, and the other was not sure of her feelings. Rosa supported her chin with one hand and complained with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Although she didn't know what N herself thought, her strong sixth sense as a woman could inexplicably detect something. If one of these two guys dared to take the initiative, maybe there wouldn't be so many things. But fortunately, both of them were very sensible, and finally they even shook hands and successfully reached a consensus on this aspect. In any case, both sides rely on their own abilities. If the other party is capable enough to monopolize the game, there will be no complaints. However, if one side succeeds, it will also strive for opportunities for the other side. This is the alliance, perhaps a win-win situation. Chapter 134 for Elites. The 64 matches are only 1 hour apart, and the pace of the game is very fast. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 16 players will be decided within today. That is to say, even if N wins this game, there will be another 32-16 match. And the opponent who enters the top 32 this time is the girl from Fukiyo's gym that N has met before. I think her name is Fenglu, right? Although she looks a little natural, such people are often not to be underestimated, not to mention that Fenglu is the next successor to Fukiyo's gym. N stared at the big screen of the Pokémon Center motionlessly, his eyes as calm as still water without any ripples. It seems that he is in a daze, but in fact he is considering which one of his body should be more suitable for the battle later. He was fighting against a flying-type trainer, but he didn't have any flying-type Pokémon. This was really bad. Do we have to send Laren to fight again? Laren just finished a 1-on-3 battle. Even if his physical injuries have been healed, he will be tired after fighting with a tense mind. As a responsible trainer, N will not let him fight again casually. Hello, you should be N from Pallet Town, right? As N stared at the big screen of the Pokémon Center and thought, a frivolous voice suddenly came from beside him. He looked at the source of the voice and saw a silver-haired, red-eyed boy standing beside him with an interested smile. The boy was about the same age as him, but he had an unusual aura. The sudden appearance of the red-eyed boy also attracted the attention of other trainers around him, and they all showed a vigilant look. This surprised N a little. I believe we will meet in the finals. I am looking forward to fighting with you. The red-eyed boy raised his mouth slightly, and his unique eyes looked at N with interest. This unconcealed look made people feel a little creepy. It's not that he is afraid of that kind of emotion, but he doesn't want to get close to him. This guy should not have any special hobbies, right? But he is really confident. He said we will meet in the finals right away. Such a simple sentence offended all the trainers present. It's just that, except N, no one here can catch his eye. However, from the vigilance and surprise of the trainers around, it can be seen that this boy probably has enough strength to match his confidence. This is interesting. N smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party, and the other party's eyes were still constantly on N. After the two shook hands with each other, the red-eyed boy just said something casually and turned away, without even looking at the other trainers around until the end. But who is he? He still had a calm smile on his face, and there was a bit of doubt in his eyes as he watched the red-eyed boy leave. He seemed to have never seen the other party before. How did the other party know his name, and he looked so important to him? But no matter what, as long as it was a Pokemon battle, N would not refuse. Mr. Natural. Your next game is about to start, please go to the competition venue quickly. Okay. Miss Joy's urging voice came from his ears, and N also paused all kinds of thoughts in his mind, turned his head and answered Miss Joy politely with a smile. Good afternoon, everyone. After a long wait, our Charizard Cup competition has begun again. This time, the competition will be from 64 to 32. Please look forward to it. At the same time, we are honored to invite the current Kanto 4 Elite Agatha and the current Huaxia 4 Elite Nangang Fu as guests. The two elite trainers will also watch the game with everyone. As soon as the commentators said the name of 4 elites, a wave of cheers arose. The 4 elites of a region represent the strongest combat power and face of this region on the surface. At the same time, the appearance of the 4 elites greatly enhanced the enthusiasm and experience of the audience. Many viewers shouted at the top of their lungs for a whole morning, and they were already tired due to sleepiness in the afternoon. Now they heard that the 4 elites were in person and their spirits immediately rose. These are the 4 strongest elites in the league. In this world where strength is respected, the 4 elites have such a lofty status in the eyes of ordinary people. Tisk, old people really can't stand this noisy environment. He, since you can't stand it, you still come here specially, old lady Long, don't you deserve it? Be careful not to run out of breath later. 2 old voices came from the VIP seats high up, and the 2 elderly people were chatting casually. Both parties seemed to be very familiar with each other, and did not shy away from the teasing in their tone. Agatha, your mouth is really the same as when you were young, it hasn't changed at all. I'm here to see my grandson win the champion. This is the first time that kid has participated in this kind of competition. As an elder, it's natural for me to come and see it with my own eyes. As she spoke, the old woman called Long Po was still showing off a bit, which made Agatha, who had no children and died alone, look a little gloomy. Agatha's mouth was twitching a little, as if she recalled something bad. She looked unhappy and couldn't help but speak softly with a hint of sarcasm. Your grandson wants to get champion too? I think you, old lady Nangang, are a little too confident, right? This time, Agatha seemed to be a little resentful. She didn't call the other party Long Po as before, but shouted out the other party's surname without any hesitation, obviously venting her dissatisfaction. The Nangang family is a famous big family in China, and Long Po is a famous big family in China. Nangang Fu is a veteran 4 elite, very proficient in using dragon-type Pokemon, and very powerful. In the use of dragon-type Pokemon, even the arrogant dragon messenger Lance will admire her a little. I think you are sour grapes. My grandson can't get the champion. Who else can get the champion in this generation? Oak's grandson. Agatha's cold face made Long Po stunned for a few seconds. She raised her eyebrows in a cheongsam, and a strange light flashed in her unique red pupils. After thinking for a while, she suddenly thought of something. A wrinkled old face looked at Agatha with a bit of doubt and weirdness. Although I know your relationship with Oak when you were young, but it won't make you blind now, right? Just wait and see, don't be angry to death when your grandson loses. Chapter 135 Megapilot Fenglu appears. The first match of the afternoon will be held at the ice arena. The trainer on the green side is the well-known Mega Dark Horse. Trainer N from the champion town Pallet Town. He set a record of 1 against 3 before. He is the real favorite to win the championship. The commentator shouted loudly with some excitement, and the cheers surged into the sky for a long time. Under the greetings of countless voices, N also walked out with a peaceful smile, nodding in the direction of the audience as he walked. And at this moment, a long banner suddenly appeared in the audience, with N's name and the word champion written on it, and even various fancy decorations, dotted around like stars supporting the moon. The people holding the banner were a group of young girls. They screamed excitedly while looking at N's smile below, and kept shouting his name to cheer him up. This made N, who had never seen such an explosive scene, stagnate, and his eyes were full of surprise and confusion. This is too fast. Even the fan club has already appeared. Plantina, a girl in the audience, looked at the large group of fans below with an unbelievable expression. It's only been one morning and even the banners have been put up? Larvista, who was held in Platina's arms, didn't care about this. Instead, she excitedly shook the bright red tentacles on her head after seeing N appear. The trainer who appeared on the red side is Furu from Mistralton City. It is said that she will soon be the new Fukios gym leader and is very proficient in flying Pokemon. Standing opposite N was a red-haired girl with healthy wheat-colored skin and a flexible and beautiful body after training. Her deep red hair ends were left on both sides of her face. There was a flower-shaped headdress similar to an airplane propeller on the side of her hair. She was wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt and hot pants like a pilot. Although she was about the same age as Platina, the super thick armor on Furu's chest was far better than hers. Chalo, Omega. The mega pilot who soars in the sky, Fenglu, is here. Fenglu laughed excitedly, and even made a scissor hand gesture towards N to greet him, looking like a big heart. At this level of competition, there was no nervousness on her face. Your name is N, right? Good. I hope to have a good fight with you. The game begins. Before N could reply to her words, the referee's voice had already fallen. The moment Fenglu heard the command, her eyes seemed to change instantly. She raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth and threw the poke ball in her hand high into the air. Fly in the sky with that Orberg body. Skarmory. Skarmory. Strength, beginner boss. Qualification, medium. The one who appeared was the famous flying Pokemon Skarmory from Johto region. Because its body is covered with iron-like armor, its hard body has extremely strong physical defense. The Orberg armor looks very heavy, but in fact Skarmory's body is light and agile, and the Orberg armor does not affect its flying in the sky at all. As a combination of steel and flying, Skarmory can get unimaginable advantages in battles with the same attributes. At the same time, it is no longer afraid of rock attacks that are fatal to flying Pokemon. It is very suitable to deal with Laren. Come on stage, Ninetales. N gently opened his hands, with a confident smile on his lips. Instantly, the poke ball opened in the air, and a gorgeous ice blue silhouette fell from the sky, landing gracefully and lightly on the ground like a skater, with a faint frost breath adding a bit of fairy spirit to it. Awoo! Ninetales raised its head, and its hair fluttered gently like a fairy's gauze skirt. The pure beauty and elegance made the audience exclaim. The air temperature began to drop continuously, and fine white snow gradually fell from the sky. In less than a moment, it completely covered the area full of ice field of ice crystals. It was Alola Ninetales. Not only did the audience fail to recognize its identity at the first time, even the commentator was confused for a while. After all, Ice-type Ninetales are the specialty of Alola region, and it is indeed very rare in Huaxia region, which is 180,000 Normans away. Ice-type Ninetales. Feng Lu's eyes flashed with a bit of solemnity. She was really shocked when she heard Ninetales, but she was relieved that it was Ice-type Ninetales instead of Fire-type. If it was a Fire-type Ninetales from Kanto Huaxia, her Skarmory would be in danger. At first, she thought N would use that Laren to fight, because Laren, a combination of steel and rock, is the ultimate father to flying-type Pokemon. If the opponent had checked her information, he would definitely use Laren to fight. In order to deal with this, she chose Skarmory, who was not afraid of rock-type, but who knew that it was Ninetales who appeared this time. In that case, Skarmory uses spikes. Fenglu opened her right hand and gave the order. At the same time, Skarmory circled in the air at high speed, scattering a large number of sharp corners on the ground. This thing covered the smooth ice field, which would cause great damage to the Pokémon that N replaced later, and opened up the advantage. Laren used Stealth Rock to disgust the opponent before, and this time Skarmory, who could open up the distance in the air, used Spikes. The battles in the morning and afternoon were similar, but it was a pity that the users were changed. However, for N, the effect of Spikes used by Skarmory was almost nothing. Because N did not plan to replace the second Pokémon. Aurora Veil. A light voice floated faintly, Ninetales called softly, and the elegant and noble body began to be wrapped with a colorful aurora barrier, protecting its body like a shield. This is also a unique skill that can only be used in snowy weather. When used with Ninetales' characteristic Snowfall, it can enhance its double defense for a certain period of time. It can be said that in this ice field with the snowy climate, Ninetales, who is both offensive and defensive, is the real master here, and can be called the Ice Queen. She has a powerful ice energy far beyond her peers, and can easily control all ice elements and conduct various flexible battles. In this ice field, no Pokémon of the same level can defeat Ninetales here. Chapter 136 The plane crashed. Skarmory, use metal sound. Skarmory in the sky spread out his dark red wings as sharp as iron sheets, hovering in the sky and releasing a harsh and noisy metal friction sound. And Ninetales below had an elegant and indifferent expression, his 9 tails moved without wind, and waves of ice-blue ice elements condensed in the sky. Icy wind. In an instant, a strong wind blew above the ice field covered by ice crystals, and the power of ice attribute blew the wind and snow all over the sky. The biting attack of the cold wind seemed to be able to penetrate Orberga's defense, causing great damage to Skarmory's fragile body. Caw! Skarmory screamed miserably, and the dark red feathers on his body condensed into a light frost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ice and snow covered his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Skarmory, who could easily hover in the air and distance himself with speed, suddenly became unable to move. Icy wind can greatly affect the speed of Pokémon, not to mention Ninetales is far superior to Skarmory in terms of realm, and the effect is even more significant. If Skarmory is just a pure flying Pokémon, it will fall on the spot after taking this attack. Fenglu raised his head in shock. How could icy wind cause such great damage to Skarmory with just one attack? Although flying Pokémon will be restrained by ice, Skarmory is not a pure flying Pokémon, but a steel Pokémon that can resist flying. In theory, Skarmory should also weaken the effect of ice attacks. But how could a single attack make the almost uninjured Skarmory become shaky? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fenglu had already simulated the battle in her imagination from the beginning. When the handsome boy sent out the ice-type Ninetales, she had already simulated the battle in her imagination. Facing her steel-type Skarmory, the attack released by the Ninetales of the system should not have a strong effect. But this attack completely shattered all her fantasies. Is it strong? N whispered in a low voice, and there was no trace of surprise in his eyes under the shadow of the baseball cap. It was normal that Skarmory would not be knocked down by one blow, because it had the strong characteristic. Pokémon with this characteristic would not fall down in one blow even if they were fatally attacked at the beginning. Fenglu also noticed the abnormal strength of the Ninetales. It could seriously injure her leader-level Skarmory with one blow, which could only mean one thing. That Ninetales could never be of the same level as Skarmory. Why is this so? In just a moment, the bright and confident smile on Fenglu's face at first had completely turned into a solemn and shocked look. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the strength of the elegant and indifferent Ninetales in front of her and the green-haired boy opposite her was far beyond her imagination. N still had a gentle and indifferent smile on his face. His body was straight and slender, standing naturally on the ground. One hand was in his pocket, and the other hand gently lowered his cap. He exuded an elegant and mysterious aura. Quasi-elite. That boy, so young, was actually a quasi-elite trainer. Fenglu saw at a glance the strength of the boy who was about the same age as himself. Fenglu, who had been regarded as the successor of Fukiyo's gym since childhood, had naturally seen the powerful quasi-elite Pokémon in his grandfather's hands. A Pokémon of this strength can cause huge damage to the boss level even with a casual attack, because there is a huge gap between the boss and the quasi-elite. This is simply an insurmountable gap. Skarmory. Use Steel Wing with all your strength. Feng Lu, who noticed the huge gap in strength, did not lose his composure because of panic, and tried to calm his mind at the first time. Facing such a powerful opponent, her Skarmory simply couldn't use the advantage of a flying Pokémon to fight at a distance. Taking the Icy Wind attack just now was already the limit. In this case, just release the attack with all your strength. Even if the steel attack that restrains the ice type hits once, it is better than doing nothing and waiting to die. Caw caw caw. Skarmory spread its wings, and the thin wings covered with Orberg-like armor flashed with metallic brilliance. In an instant, the steel energy completely wrapped around the wings. The two pairs of wings were like sharp and terrifying steel knives at this moment. Aurora Beam. A calm and elegant voice came from behind. At this moment, this voice seemed to gather magic power, as if it turned this piece of ice and snow battlefield into a dead silence, and the magical sound faintly poured into Fenglu's ears. Buzz! Rich ice elements rose into the sky, and colorful balls of light like Celadon/rainbow gathered in the center of the 9 tails. The next moment, the dazzling light column made the color of the entire sky dim, and the light column pierced through the Orberg body of Skarmory, who was swooping down. Skarmory has lost his ability to fight. 9 tails wins. The referee raised the flag to announce the winner of this single game match, and the audience also burst into several completely different attitudes. One was cheering for the winner, and the other was surprised that the battle ended so quickly. The battle ended so quickly that it was hard to imagine that this was a match from 64 to 32. The 9 snow-white fluffy long tails behind Ninetales swayed gently, and she hit Yawn lightly with a bit of boredom, as if the previous battle was not even a warm-up for her. The icy wind behind them was still blowing, and the entire ice and snow field was like neatly arranged soldiers, surrounding and welcoming their queen. Even if they just stood there, Ninetales' colorful light curtain and icy breath were beyond reach. Please Fenglu, take out the second Pokémon immediately. The referee looked at Fenglu standing on the other side for a long time without moving, and there was a bit of doubt on his face. Who knew that when he just opened his mouth to remind the stunned girl over there, Fenglu suddenly moved. I surrender. The girl raised her right hand with a smile on her face, with one hand on her waist in a fearless and stern posture, as if it was a glorious act to raise her head and surrender. For a moment, the air in the Sunshine Stadium was silent. Chapter 137 Blow. Send. Extreme speed. Decisive. Send. Fenglu raised her hand and surrendered very straightforwardly. It was the first time that she surrendered, even though it was just the first match. This was the first time in the Charizard Cup. The heir of Fukiyo's gym set a precedent very straightforwardly. Of course she surrendered. As the heir of Fukiyo's gym, Fenglu was a pure flying-type trainer. All of her Pokémon were flying-type. And the strongest Swanna only reached the high-level boss, that's all. Compared with N's Ninetales, it's a whole level lower, and there's basically no comparison. Plus, a flying-type Pokémon versus an ice-type Pokémon is like Amalgam meeting Luxray, turning around and running. Fenglu, who is very good at imagining battles in her mind, doesn't think that her flying-type Pokémon can defeat the Ice Ninetales that restrains flying-type. Plus the huge gap in strength, she can't see any hope of winning. Fenglu from Mistralton City surrenders. So the winner of this game is N from Pallet Town. Although the referee was stunned for a while, he still had good professional qualities and immediately raised the flag representing the green side in his hand again to announce the result of this game. Even the commentator on the stage was confused and didn't know what to say for a while. It was too sudden. Everyone was still guessing what Pokémon the heir of Fukiyo's gym would take out to turn the situation around, but they didn't expect her to surrender so simply. Originally, Fenglu's Pokémon were ready for the final battle, but she didn't expect the trainer to give up the game first. Her behavior really shocked the audience. "Ah, I lost. I will probably be scolded by my grandfather when I go back." Fenglu's cute face was full of disappointment, and she sighed helplessly. Hanging her head made her bright red hair look shriveled, like a tomato that had lost its luster and was about to rot. This time, she came to participate in the Charizard Cup at home. It was also her grandfather's suggestion to let her see how outstanding the young trainers are now, so that Fenglu, who was full of simulated fantasy battles, could also understand that there are people who are better than people. At first, Fenglu didn't take the old man's words seriously. Until... "Is it called, N?" Fenglu took a deep breath, then slowly raised her head, her eyes fixed on the green-haired boy who was reaching out to touch Ninetales in the distance. The other party seemed to have noticed her gaze, and slowly stood up and smiled softly in her direction. His polite and elegant manner made people forget about honor and disgrace. His smile was so beautiful that Fenglu forgot about the frustration of being beaten up. No. This cannot be forgotten. She is still not well prepared now. When she goes back to train hard and become the leader of Fukiyo's gym leader, she will definitely not be worse than the other party. Will there be a chance to play against the other party in the future? N's game can be said to have ended the fastest among all the players. When he was free, he went to other battle venues to watch the game. Just as he was about to go to the competition venue of Hilda Rosa, a passing game attracted his attention. So strong! So strong! Nangang Kang's Caesar knocked down the opponent's Hercules with one strike. This is the second Pokémon that fell under the invincible iron clamp. The opponent surrendered. Nangang successfully entered the top 32 with an irresistible advantage. The silver-haired boy standing on the competition field below sighed, took out the Pokeball and took back the mighty and fierce Caesar in front of him. It seemed that the result of this battle was easy for him. Suddenly, the boy named Nangang Kang seemed to be aware of the sight behind him, turned back to look in the direction of N, and gave him a meaningful smile. "I have heard from my grandmother that Professor Oak's grandson N has amazing talent. It is said that in the future he may surpass Oak Sueshin when he was young. That is a living legend in the Kanto region. How strong will the younger generation taught by such a person be? As long as they are trainers, they will definitely be excited and eager to fight for N's appearance made Nangang Kang, who had no opponents since childhood, very interested. Now he couldn't wait to have a match with him. However, there was no rush now. N smiled back at him strangely. The emotion in his eyes was too hot, which made him a little uncomfortable. He also didn't understand why he valued him so much, but just responded to him politely with a smile. Next, it was time to watch other people's games. Hilda's Lucario was amazingly powerful and defeated two opponents' Pokémon in succession, successfully winning the game with a huge advantage. Rosa was not much different. Her Bishop was similar to Lucario in strength, and it was not difficult for her to win. The two were geniuses among geniuses. It was not difficult to have several boss-level combat forces during the training during this period, so they both easily entered the top 32. Miss Mary, who had been paying attention to her before, seemed to be competitive and had begun to show herself in the game. After winning, she would always turn her head to look in the direction of N, as if to confirm something important. "It seems that many people are watching me." N scratched the brim of his hat in distress. Perhaps because his performance was too outstanding, all the remaining trainers were paying attention to his every move, trying to dig out information from him. Inla Iron and Ninetales, who performed well in the game, are the focus of attention. Many trainers have begun to temporarily exchange fighting Pokémon to prepare for him at any time. Hi! N noticed some sneaky figures at this time. Those guys seemed to be a group of weirdos following Marie. Their exaggerated costumes and scary makeup were simply unique and unforgettable. N felt that their actions were suspicious before, and now he didn't know what they were doing. But when I think that they are all people brought by Marie, there shouldn't be any big problems. Chapter 138. What is the relationship between Oak and Agatha? The sky has become dim, and the dazzling sunlight has gradually dissipated from the sky. The entire Sunday city has gradually entered the night, and the silver-white moonlight is like a hazy face. It emits a magical glow like fog. Even though it has entered dusk, this Sunday city is still so crowded, and the whole city is brightly lit like daytime. Especially at the venue of the Charizard Cup in Sunday City, the cheers and excitement were endless, and the dazzling daylight seemed to illuminate the entire sky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Charizard Cup 32-16 competition. The strongest 16 players will be decided tonight. Every player is a favorite to win. This year's players are even stronger than in previous years. Not only the audience at the scene, but now the game will also be broadcast on TV stations. Audiences from all regions can clearly see the game of this Charizard Cup. The blonde commentator wearing sunglasses held a microphone and shouted enthusiastically on the commentary platform above the stadium. He probably has been shouting for a day, and he is still so energetic. Hilda, Rosa. Over here. Plantina, who was sitting in the audience, was holding Larvesta and watching the game. Suddenly, she seemed to see something and immediately raised her little hand and shouted in a certain direction. The two girls who were looking for their positions looked at each other happily when they saw each other, and immediately ran in the opposite direction. Grandpa Oak and Nanamai are here to watch the game. Little Rosa and little Hilda, I also saw your game on the big screen. You performed very well. Sitting next to Platinum, Nanamai Oak squinted her eyes like a Yamato Natsuhiko, with a friendly and gentle smile on her face. Old Man Oak finally knew how to pretend at this moment, crossing his arms and trying to put on a calm and steady look of an elder. It's a pity that everyone present basically knows what his true nature is, so even if he tries to change his image now, it's too late. Strange? Shouldn't Professor Oak be sitting in the VIP seats? Why is he sitting in the audience seats like everyone else? Ahem. I'm not used to that kind of place, but this kind of place is the most reassuring. Facing Rosa's curious question, Oak Sueshin coughed awkwardly and deliberately put on an approachable attitude. Although Oak is usually calm and easy to get close to, this time he is not for this reason. Actually, it's because Agatha Elite is also here. Oak Nanamai smiled and said the real reason, and this inexplicable reason made Rosa and Platinum confused. Only Hilda raised her eyebrows slightly, and her face seemed to change slightly, and only she noticed something. Is Professor Oak not on good terms with Agatha Elite? Although Rosa wanted to ask something, she always felt that it seemed to involve other people's privacy, and it was not polite to ask directly. However, the gossipy spirit in a girl's heart was burning again, and her face turned red. Oak Sueshin was exposed by his granddaughter without any hesitation. His wrinkled face was as red as a monkey's butt, and his toes seemed to be awkwardly tapping the ground. The relationship between him and Agatha was a matter of youth. Now the two have long since reconciled. However, it is still a little awkward to meet suddenly. Rosa Hilda, don't you have to prepare for your own game? Plantina, holding Larvesta in her arms, blinked her golden and silver eyes and looked up and down at the two. In theory, the match of 32-16 has not ended yet, and the two should be preparing in the players' lounge backstage. How could they have time to come to the venue of N's game to watch the game? Don't worry, Rosa and I still have several shows ahead of us, so we have enough time to finish this one. Hilda bared her white teeth and stretched out her hand to make a scissors sign. As a childhood sweetheart, she was very although he knew that N would definitely advance smoothly with his strength, he still couldn't help but want to come over to take a look. Well, I don't think there's anything to see, old man. N's level is not the same as other contestants. Oak Sueshin rolled his eyes helplessly. In fact, he originally planned to wait until the semi-finals to watch the game, but because his precious granddaughter insisted on dragging him over, the old man who doted on the younger generation could not refuse. However, in Oak Sueshin's opinion, he could know the result without watching. He had absolute confidence in his genius grandson. Then the first match tonight is a heavyweight match. Veilstone City's Lei Si will face Pallet Town's N. Lei Si has 2 years of travel experience. He has participated in the regional conference in Sinnoh region. He is experienced and powerful. And Pallet Town's N can be said to be the biggest dark horse in this Charizard Cup, winning every time. After entering the main competition, he met seeded players one after another, but without exception, he defeated all of them. The commentators' shouting did not affect the black-haired man on the left trainer position at all. He had black hair tied in a short ponytail behind his head, wearing a trainer suit jacket, with his hands in his pockets and a cold face. Now he is only 18 years old, he is domineering, and his face is always indifferent. Before the game started, N tried to shake hands with him in the player preparation room, but he refused with a cold face, and casually said, "I only respect the strong," and turned away. The arrogant and unruly look seemed to look down on everyone except himself, and N didn't know how to deal with this attitude. The game begins. As the referee's voice fell, Lei Si quickly threw out the first poke ball in his hand. "Swalot, prepare for battle." Chapter 139. You can be as strong as you want. Ninetales, it's up to you. Both sides threw out their Pokeballs at the same time, and the two Pokémon confronted each other on the field in an instant. Lei Si's side played Swalot, a unique Pokémon of Hone region. It was tall like a huge purple doe. Its ball-like body, round fingers, and yellow beard looked quite funny. Swalot. Strength, intermediate boss. Qualification, medium. Is it Ninetales? Seeing the appearance of Ice Ninetales, Lei Si's cold face showed a hint of understanding. He took out Swalot first to bet whether N would take out Ninetales again. Unexpectedly, he made the right bet. If he encounters Laren, a steel type, the situation will be very troublesome, but as long as it is not Laren, Swalot's uniqueness can give him a considerable advantage against any opponent. Woo! The moment Ninetales appeared, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, and countless Iciris began to cover the area of the battlefield. Lei Si began to observe his opponent's face carefully, still with that gentle smile that made him a little disgusted. But the venue of this game is not the ice field, but the grass field. Here is not the home field of this Ice Ninetales. Swalot. Use Toxic. Launch a fierce attack right away. Swalot suddenly opened his mouth, and a ball of deep purple venom with a foul smell sprayed into the sky at lightning speed, and countless venom began to fall at high speed. This full-range attack is impossible to avoid. This is toxic. The opponent hit will fall into the toxic state, and the poison will become more and more serious as time goes by, and in the end, even the strongest Pokémon will fall. The hit rate of this move by the poison Pokémon is 100%. Ignore it, use Psybeam. The emerald green eyes under the end cap are still so calm, he gently raised his left hand and gave orders. Ninetales raised his tail and gathered a dazzling ice blue cold light, and a Psybeam pierced Swalot's body like a laser cannon. Ancient. Swalot cried out in pain, staggered back, and began to flash with ice blue light on his body, and the energy of the ice element could not dissipate for a while. Even with such a casual attack, Swalot almost fell directly, and Lei Si's face seemed a little surprised. Swalot's double defense is quite good, and he can resist various powerful attacks. Lei Si originally intended to use his strong defense and the move Swallow to continuously recover his physical strength, trying to use the power of Toxic to wear out the difficult and powerful Ninetales. But he didn't expect that the opponent's casual attack would be so powerful. Swalot barely managed to get up. Fortunately, his physical strength was very strong. He was born with a high ability to withstand attacks. He didn't fall down on the spot after taking such a blow. Woo! Strange purple spots began to appear on Ninetales' elegant white fur. This sign was also it means that Ninetales is poisoned at this moment. In this state, he will continue to suffer until he completely loses his ability to fight and faints. Plantina in the stands frowned slightly, and there was a little more worry in her beautiful golden and silver eyes. The poisoned state is very difficult to deal with. The Swalot who keeps pulling away doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. What a cowardly way to play. Now he keeps pulling away and defending. That guy is just trying to delay time and rely on the effect of toxic to grind Ninetail's health. Hilda couldn't help but complain. She, a trainer with a straightforward temperament who likes to fight hard, doesn't like this tactic very much. However, both Hilda and Plotinina think that this level is not a disadvantage for N. Swalot, use the charge. Icy Wind. Swalot, who keeps pulling away from Ninetails, starts to use the charge to increase his own double defense. Since Ninetail's skills are so powerful, Rai-Si has to find a way to make Swalot's defense high enough to withstand the opponent's attack. If he can force the opponent to change Pokémon, Rai-Si's goal will be achieved. Icy Wind's hit rate is not high. Swalot, who has completely distanced himself from Ninetails, only took a hit and immediately withdrew from the attack range, and continued to use the power to increase his defense. That guy. Rai-Si's cold face has a few more strange colors. Obviously, the poisoned state is very dangerous in the battle, but the trainer named N still has a gentle smile on his face. It is impossible to guess his thoughts. It was also the next moment when Rai-Si was confused that the battle situation suddenly changed. Extrasensory. At this moment, N's understated words fell from the air. Even though Ninetail's body was stained with purple stains of toxic, she still looked proud and noble. She hummed elegantly, and the azure psychic light flickered around her eyes. Swalot, use Protect quickly. The moment he saw extrasensory, Lacey's cold expression finally changed. That Ninetails actually used Psychic's extrasensory, which was a near-fatal threat to the poison-type Swalot who was restrained by Psychic. But even this kind of killer move that can turn the tide of the battle in one blow is useless as long as it can't hit. Swalot tried to open a sapphire energy shield to block in front of him, but when he wanted to raise his funny round hand, he found that his body was moving a little strangely. The dough-like body couldn't move at all. Crack! At this time, a very subtle sound sounded, and Lacey's eyes condensed. Waves of ice crystals began to climb Swalot's body, so fast that people could not react in time. In just a moment, the ice completely wrapped half of Swalot's body. Is it frozen? At this time, Lacey's face froze. When Swalot was hit by Psybeam at the beginning, a thin layer of ice crystals had already appeared on his body, but it was just a spark at that time. What really caused the problem was the subsequent attack. Icy Wind. Icy Wind made the remaining ice attribute energy in Swalot burst out at this moment, resulting in the formation of a frozen state. It turned out that not only Ninetails fell into an abnormal state, but also Swalot. Extrasensory penetrated Swalot who was unable to move. Even Swalot, who had outstanding defense and amazing physical strength, could not withstand this attack. He fell to the ground with his eyes spinning on the spot. Swalot has lost his ability to fight, Ninetails wins. Chapter 140 Humph, is it only this extent? Humph, is that all? Lacey took a deep breath, took out the Pokeball and took Swalot back from the field. His face gradually subsided from the initial indifference and arrogance. Even though Swalot fought hard for him, he didn't seem to get a word of praise or comfort. Swalot was defeated too quickly, far below Lacey's expectations, which of course made him feel very dissatisfied. On his frosty and indifferent face, he seemed to exude a sense of rejecting people from Norman. Lacey's way of dealing with the defeated Pokémon made N, who had one hand in his pocket, move slightly. N raised his head slightly, revealing the dark green pupils hidden under the baseball cap, and the usual smile on his face suddenly stopped. Instead, it was a poker face as calm as still water without any emotion. Ninetails seemed to have noticed the training behind him. The anger contained in the house made Ninetails even more ferocious. The huge ice element energy on its body turned into ice crystals Osiris floating around, and the cold wind blew N's hair up. What's going on? This sudden terrifying momentum was like a beast compressed in a shell, and the terrifying breath suddenly burst out after breaking free from the restraints. The momentum of the trainer opposite, who always had a gentle smile on his face, actually changed drastically in the blink of an eye. Lei Si was very alert, and took out the second poke ball with a cold face and a light snort. Nidoking, prepare for battle. Boom! The heavy and sturdy purple-armored monster slammed heavily on the ground from the air. The hard dark purple skin had sharp thorns, and the huge claws like wrapped in armor were clenched in the air, and the thick and long tail behind it slammed the ground. Nidoking. Strength, mid-level boss. Qualification, superior. This is a Nidoking with extraordinary talent. With such talent, it is very likely to break through to the quasi-elite realm in the future as long as it receives proper training, and its current strength should not be underestimated. The combination of poison and ground is also a restraint on Ninetales with the fairy type. This Nidoking is obviously taken out to target Ninetales. It can be seen that Lei Si is quite good at using poison-type Pokémon. Close the distance. Use Dig. Nidoking instantly drilled into the ground and approached Ninetales at high speed underground, while Ninetales still sat elegantly and indifferently in the middle of the snow-covered grass without any movement. This made Lei Si feel more alert. But what exactly is that guy planning? Even if Lei Si racked his brains, he couldn't think of how the other party should let Ninetales counterattack. Directly behind, Psy-beam 30 degrees up. Bang! As soon as N's cold voice fell, Nidoking suddenly emerged from the soft grass behind Ninetales, leaped up with its sturdy body, raised its right claw covered with spiked armor, and slammed down at Ninetales below. Squeak! Ninetales, who had already prepared in advance, turned around and fired a Psy-beam, which accurately hit Nidoking's leg. The biting cold made Nidoking roar in pain, and it could no longer attack. Use Fire Punch to smash the ice, and then rush over to attack Ninetales. Protect! Lei Si had no time to be surprised by N's precise command, and immediately gave the order for Nidoking to attack desperately. It was just a blow, and Nidoking, who had been training to resist blows, would not fall down so easily. Nidoking roared and smashed the ice under it, and the Psy-beam that hit it head-on caused it unimaginable huge damage. The power of ice penetrated into the muscles and bones, as if to freeze its blood as well. The Nidoking was almost knocked down by this attack, but Lei Si's order had already reached his ears. Nidoking, who was desperately squeezing out his own strength, roared to the sky. At such a close distance, a burning fire punch came with a big stride. Bang! The blazing flames and the ice-blue energy light curtain collided with each other at this moment. The Nidoking with excellent power could easily break the enemy's spine, but this unstoppable fire punch could not shake the protect light curtain at all. 3 spin kicks. Because Toxic was causing trouble all the time, Ninetales' face became a little distorted due to pain, but her elegance in fighting seemed to be engraved in her genes. Even in this state, she maintained her beauty and elegance, lightly swinging her tail and kicking Nidoking away with 3 consecutive spin kicks. The Ice-type triple kick has a huge killing power against the Ground-type Nidoking. Even if this attack itself is not very powerful, it is enough to make Nidoking fall here completely. Bang bang! 2 consecutive kicks knocked Nidoking, who had taken the 2 consecutive attacks head-on, to the ground heavily. Nidoking's face was extremely hideous and terrifying. He lay on the ground for a long time and tried desperately to get up. Stand up! Lei Si's voice reached Nidoking's ears again. Nidoking screamed and tried to get up. It tried its best to relieve the piercing pain in its chest. This powerful ice element was reducing its physical strength all the time. Finally, with a dull thud, Nidoking still failed and could only fall to the ground with his eyes spinning and losing his ability to fight. When it took Ninetales' second attack, it was destined to never get up again. Nidoking loses his ability to fight. Ninetales wins. Please ask Lei Si to bring out next Pokémon. Wow! There were continuous shouts of surprise from the audience, and this battle ended even faster than the last one. It seemed that the poison-type Nidoking restrained the fairy-type Ninetales, but at the same time, its own ground-type was restrained by the ice-type. From beginning to end, Nidoking, who tried his best, still failed to hit Ninetales. It's amazing. Ninetales' Ki Sai Beam directly determined the whole game. The powerful skill power only took 2 hits to completely knock Nidoking down. Isn't this Ninetales' limit at all? Chapter 141 Detect All Illusions. How to Win. Lei Si held the last remaining red and white poke ball. The words he whispered seemed to be asking others, but in fact he was asking himself. He only had 1 Pokémon left, and only one of the 3 Pokémon of the opponent was seriously injured, and the remaining 2 had not even appeared yet. And the Ninetales was also exhausted because of the long-term attack of Toxic, but even so, it still had the strength to fight. Is he going to fight 3 alone? The last Pokémon in his hand was of course a poison type, but once a poison type Pokémon encounters a steel type enemy, it is like Incineroar with its claws and teeth pulled out, and its strength is greatly reduced. But Lei Si's character would never admit defeat. Hi! Lei Si raised his head, and the noisy shouts of the audience seemed to become quiet, and a light breeze caressed his neck along the air. At this distance, he and the trainer named N on the opposite side looked at each other. The other party still had an expressionless posture, and he himself just stood in this. The battlefield seemed to bring a terrifying sense of oppression. The boy who was younger than himself, even if there was only a weak Caterpie in front of him, would make Lei Si feel afraid. Too strong. After such a long time since his debut, Lei Si had never seen any young trainer as strong as N. The pressure of fighting with him was even greater than that of the so-called elite champion. His calm eyes seemed to be able to detect the vanity of everything in front of him. Not only was the Pokémon powerful, but his own realm as a trainer was also unpredictable. But the stupid brother at home was still watching in front of the TV, and he couldn't admit defeat yet. Drapion, get ready for battle. The last Pokeball was thrown high into the sky, and the giant scorpion with dark purple and light purple all over its body fell heavily to the ground. The moment it appeared, it raised its arms and claws as thick as steel bars, and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Drapion is a very typical poison-type Pokémon, with powerful Toxic. But its power is also very outstanding, and it doesn't even need to use toxins. It can defeat the enemy with its claws alone. Its destructive power is so strong that it can tear a car into scrap metal. Drapion. Strength, top boss. Qualification, superior. This Drapion is considered to be the strongest Pokémon of Lei Si, and is only 1 step away from the quasi-elite level. At the age of only 18, he is about to become a quasi-elite trainer, which is enough to show that Lei Si has a high talent. Drapion, acupuncture. The initial arrogance on Lei Si's face had long gone, and now only seriousness and earnestness remained. Even if he lost, it only meant that he was not as skilled as his opponent, but he had to defeat that Ninetales no matter what. Drapion, who used acupuncture, suddenly burst into a burst of brilliance. This move can greatly improve a certain ability of his body. And Drapion was very lucky, and what he improved was speed. Dazzling Gleam. Drapion, use Dig quickly to dodge. At the same time, Ninetales also launched an offensive. Dazzling Gleam, which was enough to cover the entire venue, began to release powerful energy radiance in all directions with Ninetales as the center. Drapion was extremely fast and immediately drilled into the ground. This time, Lei Si was very lucky. Drapion was already a Pokémon with excellent speed, and the acupuncture point greatly increased its speed. Now Drapion is fast enough to dodge Ninetales' attack. This time, Lei Si will not rashly let Dig attack Ninetales again. The trainer on the opposite side has a strong mind, and attacking without authorization will only play into his hands. What Lei Si has to do is to play steadily and attack hard. Use Rock Slide. Drapion used the power of elements to make countless huge rock fragments fall from the air to the area of Ninetales, and Ninetales just jumped gracefully to avoid the attack, but Lei Si's real purpose was not this. The calm face on N's face gradually replaced with the meaningful smile at the beginning. He saw Lei Si's tactical idea at a glance. He pretended to attack but actually wanted to use the huge rock of rock slide as a cover to give Drapian the opportunity to rush to Ninetales. Sure enough, Drapian, with the help of the rock block as a cover, began to operate his greatly enhanced speed and began to approach Ninetales at a high speed. Ninetales did not release attacks randomly to prevent the enemy from approaching, but stood calmly in place waiting for the trainer's order. Since it is difficult to hit the opponent with cover, it is better to accumulate energy and wait for the opponent to get close than to consume energy by random attacks. Drapian, cross poison. Drapian, who rushed to Ninetales with agility, suddenly exerted force, and his body left a purple blur in the air like an arrow from a string. Two huge claws, like two giant axes that can chop everything, gather a lot of poison power and smash down. The poison and dark combination of Drapian can ignore psychic attacks, which means that Ninetales' extrasensory cannot be used at this moment. It is difficult to cause huge damage to the poison-type Drapian with one blow like before. Jump up, Psy beam up and down. Ninetales' light body jumped up, using the powerful ice power to instantly create ice walls and slides on the ground, Ninetales' claws running on the ice surface like covering flat ground. Don't let it escape. Use assurance. Drapian burst out its proud speed again, and in an instant it was like a purple meteor approaching Ninetales at high speed. And at this moment Ninetales suddenly turned his head, looking down proudly as if he had been waiting for it. Lei Si's eyes condensed, and suddenly realized the arrival of danger. Blizzard. Boom. The dazzling and scorching sun was instantly covered by the cold wind and rainstorm. The entire blue sky turned dark at this moment. The air was filled with biting cold. The cold and murderous intent combined into the natural wrath that covered the world. The powerful blizzard was like a long knife made of ice falling from the sky, hitting Drapian head and face. Drapian, Toxic Fang. Even though he was attacked by blizzard, Drapian seemed to squeeze out the potential of his body at this moment. It rushed forward desperately and bit Ninetales fiercely with its toxic fangs. The bite force that could instantly crunch or burg made Ninetales roar in pain. Ninetales, who had been attacked by toxic from the very beginning, was already shaky after resisting this blow. If it weren't for his inner pride, I'm afraid Ninetales would have fallen on the battlefield at this moment. This last bit of physical strength will make it fall even if it is attacked casually. Drapian. Use Toxic Fang again. Disable. Buzz. Ninetales' pale pink eyes suddenly widened, and Drapian's action of preparing to attack again suddenly stopped at this moment, and this short second will become a fatal problem at this moment. What? Lei Si's eyes widened in disbelief, and he had no time to make the next command, and Drapian, who was now controlled by the body, could no longer execute it. The last one, sheer cold. Chapter 142 Lei Si's Apology. Ms. Joy, please trouble you. Okay, I also saw the game scene backstage. Ninetales is so handsome and beautiful. Wow, I am so excited to see it. Please continue to cheer for the next game. Joy, a player at the Pokémon Center, stroked her face with one hand, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Because N's performance was amazing, and he had a very deceptive handsome face, even Miss Joy couldn't help but watch his game, and just happened to see Ninetales' outstanding performance against 3 opponents. She was so happy to watch this game. If she didn't have work later, she really wanted to find a sister to have a hearty fight. Now the sky has completely darkened. Unlike the sunset at the beginning, there is only a bright silver crescent moon hanging in the sky. But in this brightly lit city of Rieo, it doesn't look like a quiet night at all. In order to welcome tomorrow's game, the whole city is very lively. Then the game between Hilda and Rosa is about to begin, but N doesn't think it's necessary to watch it now. He just took a look at the information of the 2 opponents and roughly judged that the 2 will definitely advance. Thank you. Torts N smiled a little more as Joy thanked him, and didn't care much about the compliment. The one who should be praised should be Ninetales. She fought hard with the toxic injury for so long, and defeated 3 Pokémon in succession. The effort she made was really great. Afterwards, N wanted to reward Ninetales, but she seemed to be uninterested in anything. She just gently constricted N's neck with her 9 soft tails like scarves, pretending to be indifferent and enjoying N's pat on the head. Yo N. I don't know when Shun, with blue hair, came from behind. He had a smug smile on his lips, and suddenly slapped N on the shoulder from behind. Shun also saw the scene of the game in the backstage, but his mood was complicated after watching it. One was glad that N didn't use Ninetales to deal with him, and the other was that he felt that he seemed to be completely underestimated. If I had known, I should have at least knocked down one of his Larvistas. You are such a hidden trick. What kind of monster-like fighting power does that Ninetales have? It can actually defeat 3 Pokémon of the opponent against their attributes. Is she born by Articuno? It's too strong. It's just a little bit stronger than the opponent. Facing Shun's surprised and unbelievable expression, N just chuckled modestly and shook his head. Fortunately, Shun has long been accustomed to N's personality after such a long time of getting along with him, and just rolled his eyes silently without continuing to complain. But it's a pity that you could shave the head of Sinoa's Reiji. It is said that the guy has never been beaten so badly since his debut. When I think of his face as blue as Septal during the competition, I just... ha 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 ha. Shun couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had been annoyed with the guy who wanted to stick his head in the sky for a long time, but even if he was annoyed with him, he knew that Reiji was very strong. At least Shun, a coordination trainer who specializes in gorgeous competitions, is definitely 100% unable to beat that guy. As a result, Reiji was shaved bald by N. He used all kinds of calculations and abnormal states but still failed to knock down the opponent's Ninetales. And Shun surrendered after only one was defeated by N. Both of them were defeated by N. It seems that Shun is stronger than Reiji. Suddenly, Shun, who was secretly laughing, seemed to notice that the smile on N's face became a little strange, and then he keenly noticed something and turned his head to look behind him. A man with black hair tied into a ponytail stood behind him calmly, holding a pokeball in his hand. His already expressionless face became more complicated. Shun, who noticed the problem, took a breath, and his whole face became extremely stiff. The expression on his face was as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a whole slug. This is too much of a coincidence. It just happened to be that he was saying bad things behind someone's back, and then the person who was talking about it happened to hear it. Only Shun himself knew how embarrassed he was at the moment. At a table in a corner of the Pokémon Center, 3 trainers sat here to prepare for dinner. N raised a smug smile and took out the bento he made. N, who was about to start eating, was suddenly interrupted by Reiji in front of him. I'm really sorry for treating you with such a bad attitude before. Reiji's face was gloomy, but he lowered his head and apologized to N sincerely. Even the arrogant attitude at the beginning was gone at this moment, which shocked Shun, who was very familiar with Reiji's character, as if he saw Charizard storing water. No need to apologize, I don't really care. No, after this game, I completely realized where my problem lies. Facing N, who looked kind and approachable, Reiji sighed a little. In the last cooperation with Drapion, he found out why he wanted to become a trainer in the first place, and after the game, he saw N's close interaction with Ninetales. He realized that he had completely lost in all important aspects. N, you are the strongest trainer I have ever seen. I have learned a lot from fighting you. I was too bad at Pokémon before. I was not worthy of being a Pokémon trainer. Now I think maybe not being a trainer is a good thing. Lei Si sighed lightly. In front of him was a lunch box he had made himself. He didn't even know that Shun had secretly taken a piece of the fried meat in it. Lei Si, I didn't know that you were unexpectedly a good person before. Shun supported his chin with one hand and grabbed a cup of milkshake with the other hand and slurped it into his mouth, It made him feel happy to see this side of Lei Si. I think it's quite interesting. Chapter 143 Determination. Ah! Shun blinked in surprise. It was obvious that Lei Si's words made him want to give up being a Pokemon trainer. Could it be that this guy's mentality is so fragile that he was broken by N shaving his head in a small competition? And then he wants to give up being a trainer for this reason? It's too much of a joke. Lei Si, you are not going to run away because N broke your defense. Hi. Shun asked with a bit of dissatisfaction, which confused the silent Lei Si. Lei Si thought about it carefully and realized the meaning of Shun's words. Then he just closed his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. He is not ready to end it like this. N gently crossed his slender fingers, and with a meaningful smile on his good-looking face, he spoke for Lei Si's unspoken words. This made Lei Si look at him with a look of surprise in his eyes. I really want to know if you have the ability to read my mind and guess my thoughts completely during the battle, even here. N is right. I have not planned to give up being a trainer yet. Lei Si picked up the Pokeball in his hand and looked at it carefully. He has not yet reached the end of his life as a trainer. After that, when he finishes the local league meeting in Sinnoh, he will challenge the battle frontier in Sinnoh, and wait until the day when he can see his talent exhausted. Perhaps, he will be willing to give up. At that time, he wants to go back and inherit the breeding house at home. And the road of trainer, there is still his younger brother Shinji who can walk for him. His talent is definitely better than the stupid self. In the future, he will definitely reach a height that Lei Si cannot reach. N, I hope there will be a chance to compete with you in the future. Of course. This time, Lei Si raised a faint smile on his face. He took the initiative to extend his hand and gently shook hands with N, with an unfading passion and fighting spirit in his eyes. After saying goodbye to Reiji and Shun, N couldn't resist the Pokeballs that kept swinging around his waist, so he had to go to the interior of the Sunlight Forest alone. Only in such an inconspicuous place can all the Pokemon be released. These 2 days without coming out to fight have been suffocating the guys inside. Since the boss doesn't let them come out to fight, they should at least come out to train. Everyone come out. N raised his beautiful eyebrows slightly, and threw out the Pokeballs around his waist with a helpless tone. At this moment, the 2 Pokemon Zorua and Gurdurr jumped out impatiently. Zorua stretched out his paws to hold his chest, and his evil and handsome fox face had a pitiful look. As a result, after playing for so long, his big brother in the team didn't even appear once. When he saw Larvesta being bullied, he was so anxious. Kyuso. Boss, your body will rust if you don't fight. Zorua, who strongly requested to appear, raised his right claw and gestured in the air. His words were also confirmed by Gurdurr, who was carrying a super-large eye-beam on his shoulder. Gurdurr's face was also pitiful with the terrible claw marks. Iron! Iron! Boss! Sister Ninetales was seriously injured. It will definitely be my turn tomorrow, right? Right? Although this pitiful expression will only make Gurdurr's terrible face even more terrible, N also understood his idea. Both guys are vying to appear, which makes N start to worry. If Zorua must appear, it's not impossible, but as one of N's biggest trump cards, Zorua is better not to show too much strength. The Battle of Ninetales made several guys in the team start to rub their hands, waiting for Ninetales to faint and they are ready to show their power. Especially Laren, it was ready to use Iron Head, who would have thought that Ninetales would actually take on 3 people with Toxic, leaving no chance for others to appear. It should be said that she is worthy of being the eldest sister. Although her personality is a bit arrogant and awkward, her strength is still there. Anyway, you guys should start training first, and get your slack bodies moving. Zorua, you go to practice with Zeraora. Zera? Zeraora, who was pretending to be cool with a cold face, was a little surprised to hear this, but did not object, and happily accepted the practice with Zorua. It's just that it usually trains with Larvesta, and today it has to use some strength to move its muscles. After all, it is different from Zorua and the others. The indifferent Zeraora does not want to show off in the competition, and does not need to appear at all. He is still being hunted by the poaching group and cannot appear in public places. Gerdur smiled when he heard that he could start training. Seeing Laren with a dull face not far away, he ran over to ask for help. The relationship between these two guys as trainer and training tool is getting better day by day. The fairy Pokemon looks lazy. She made a cute yawn, then jumped up and jumped into N's arms to catch up on some sleep. Since she couldn't go out for the time being, she might as well go to sleep. After all, staying up late is a girl's enemy. Larvesta was helping to take care of Platinum, and Phoebus seemed to have shown signs of evolution during this period. N planned to let it accumulate strength to prepare for evolution, so she didn't plan to let it go out for the time being. Thank you, Shun. N smiled and took out a crystal clear colorful scale from his pocket, showing a gradient beauty from bright red to royal blue from the inside out. This was what Shun had stuffed into him before he left, and he said he would definitely be able to use it. This is indeed the case. This small scale is a powerful aid for Phoebus' evolution. The special power contained in it can make Phoebus truly reborn and evolve into a brand new posture. At that time, Phoebus can truly show the transformation of his own strength. Chapter 144 All members prepare for the battle. Buzz. The navigator in his hand suddenly began to vibrate, and N, who was training with several Pokemon, slowly reached out and took it out. This was the news from the Pokemon Center, which should be to inform his opponent for tomorrow's game. Now it has entered the finals of the top 16, and each of the remaining 16 contestants is a strong man who has fought out of hundreds of people. Even N must be extremely vigilant. Now N is worried about whether there will be a civil war before entering the top 8. The 16 people have greatly increased the probability of encountering Rosa and Hilda. In his opinion, the possibility of a civil war is greatly increased. Hi! The first thing N saw when he opened the navigator was his own avatar, and the opponent next to him was a black-haired girl who was so familiar that he couldn't be more familiar. Her cute and pretty face was in a cold and calm attitude, which gave people a different kind of cuteness. This is really... N was a little amused when he saw his opponent. Although he didn't meet Rosa and Hilda, he didn't expect to run into Marie at this time. According to Nanami's words, he had to teach the other party a lesson. But N is not that kind of character, and he usually won't do it too much. However, N saw another group of opponents, and the avatars of Hilda and Rosa were among them. The two of them actually bumped into each other at this time, which made N raise his eyebrows. Although he didn't bump into the two, he didn't expect that the two of them actually bumped into each other. This meant that only one of them could break through the competition and enter the quarterfinals. However, the two of them seemed to have wanted to compete in the competition for a long time. In their opinion, this was just right. Only the winner could stand beside N and fight him. Bye. The fairy Pokemon in his arms saw his trainer in such a thoughtful posture with his head down, and glanced at the photo of Marie on the navigator, puffing up his cute cheeks a little unhappy. Then suddenly he jumped up, his whole pink and white body pressed directly on N's cap, covering his face. Before N could ask any questions, the fairy Pokemon completely wrapped N's head with the ribbons, and even the hat was completely pressed on his face, and he lost his vision all of a sudden. Cora? What's going on with the boss? Laren, who was used as a weightlifting tool, was lifted up in the air by Gerdur, and looked at the fairy Pokemon who were playing over there with a bit of weirdness in his eyes. How could this guy wrap the boss so tightly like a face hugger? Iron. I guess that guy is jealous. After all, fairy Pokemon always like to charm the boss the most. Gerdur continued to train without any concern. The training direction N gave him was to focus on strength, and he must make the best use of his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. The weakness in speed must be made up in other aspects. Therefore, Gerdur will not train his own strength all at once. He is also constantly training various long-range skills and control-type moves, all in preparation for the subsequent battle. Once on the field, it will fully demonstrate its own strength. Ziraura and Zorua, who are not far away, did not notice the situation here at all. Zorua, who is already in a state of panic, is desperately attacking Ziraura. But the strength of the electric cat is far superior to it, and it seems to be able to cope with it with ease. The strongest in the team now is Ziraura. As a phantom Pokémon, its excellent talent allows it to continue to become stronger even if it does not train specifically. But because it has been in N's team for a long time, it has long been accustomed to the unspoken rules and atmosphere here. Here, the one who does not fight hard is the outlier. Besides, it is not good to just eat a lot every day. Considering that Ziraura is lazy, he is also improving himself every day, and constantly enhancing his speed and explosive power through the advice given by N. And now, the bottleneck has been loosened. It is very likely to break through the bottleneck of the elite level and break through to the champion level in one go. Only then will its strength be considered to have stepped into the peak of ordinary Pokémon. Fairy Pokémon, what's wrong with you again? It took a lot of effort to pull the fairy Pokémon off his head, and N began to teach her a lesson with a bit of helplessness on his face. Fairy Pokémon would usually be unhappy when he saw him getting close to Ninetales, and it was the same now, but this might also be the possessiveness of a child? It's almost time to prepare for tomorrow's game. Who should play in the first 6-on-6 full-member battle? The crystal-clear glass goblet was gently held by the white silk gloves, and the mellow red wine like blood was gently shaking inside. And the owner of this hand took a sip of the red wine, and a hint of teasing appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The man in a suit with short light blue hair spoke casually and threw the paper file in his hand onto the desk beside him. The file contained densely packed information and a photo on top. The person in the photo had long emerald green hair hanging down, and wore a black and white cap like a panda. His unique green eyes contained a special meaning, and the corner of his mouth in the file also raised a faint arc. This photo was obviously taken secretly from other angles. The other party is now a contestant in the conference competition. It is normal for various reporters to take 1 or 2 photos, so he was not discovered by himself. It's interesting that he can beat Sabrina at this age. If it's the boss, he will definitely be fond of talents. Besides, it's the old man Oak. The assistant on the side held the various materials in his hand with a calm face, and he was already used to the posture of his boss. It seems that I have to go to China in person. The light blue-haired man in a suit seemed to have thought of something very interesting, and he couldn't help but chuckled. Then he picked up a seal and stamped it heavily on the top of the file. Chapter 145. Gerdur was confused. The next day, early in the morning. Iron. Gerdur was sleeping soundly beside the tent, when suddenly a big claw slammed on his hard head, making a muffled bang sound, which scared the big guy so much that he jumped up. He looked up quickly, and it was indeed the big brother Zorua. Zorua, who had evolved, was more than 1.8 meters tall and had extremely good development among his kind. His hair was covered with streamlined muscles, and his slender body contained powerful explosive power. Zorua's combat power has always been the first echelon in the team. Kyuso, Kyuso, Kyuso. Fool, it's morning and you're still sleeping. Hurry up and get up for morning exercises. Iron butt big brother, don't you have to go to the competition with the boss today? Gerdur touched his afro-like head in a daze. Who knew that Zorua's azure eyes like beasts just glanced down lightly, and scared Gerdur to get out of bed quickly. Duin. The sound of golden leather-like swords hitting each other rang out, and Laren, who was sleeping soundly, was also woken up by Gerdur's slap. Its Orberg head made a roar like metal armor, like a big bell rumbling. The noisy golden sound woke up Ziraura, who was resting by the tree. He almost thought that the enemy had come to attack. Just as he was about to fire a plasma fists, he saw a few idiots making a fuss early in the morning. Several Pokémon got up one after another for morning exercises early in the morning, and Gerdur seemed to think that the fairy Pokémon had not woken up yet, so he quickly reminded Zorua to call her. However, the big fox looked calmly in the direction of the tent and slowly withdrew his gaze. "Kyuso! Stop making so much noise, hurry up and train." The eldest brother slapped Gerdur on the head with one claw, which made Gerdur, whose brain was not very fast, even worse. He still didn't quite understand why the eldest brother hit him again. Gerdur, who racked his brains but couldn't figure it out, could only scratch his head in confusion. Only the calm Laren rolled his eyes expressionlessly, and his eyes with a bit of fatigue and helplessness seemed to have understood everything long ago. Except for Ninetales who were resting in the Pokeball and Phoebus who couldn't appear on land, almost all Pokémon started training on time and on their own. Only the fairy Pokémon was still sleeping soundly in the tent. "Is it morning already?" N was also awakened by the sound of the big bell outside. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and tried to stretch his stiff body, but found that his arms were completely pressed down. He moved the drooling fairy Pokémon aside skillfully, and stretched himself to cheer himself up. In order to train these guys, N stayed in the sunny forest until late. Because the Pokémon Center closes at 10 p.m. the store would close, so he finally gave up running back to the city and simply camped outside. Now after getting up and making all kinds of preparations, there is still more than half an hour before the start of his match with Mary. There is still plenty of time, so he is not in a hurry. After a simple breakfast, N slowly adjusted his cap and walked in the sunshine forest like a stroll. The warm light with a bit of soft breath in the morning caressed his cheek along the cracks in the shade of the trees. As he walked by, the flowers and plants seemed to automatically make way for him, and even the branches leaned slightly because of his breath. He who possesses the power of Viridian is the darling of the forest. Especially, the vitality of N is stronger than that of ordinary Viridian power holders, and even the natural life of flowers, plants, and trees resonates with him. It's a pity that N has not seen Celebi, who is regarded as the god of the forest. If he really met Celebi, he would have a great favor for him. Tear it up! A taillow suddenly passed through the gap in the woods and stopped on N's shoulder. His appearance made N pause slightly, and the gentle smile on his handsome face gradually became calm at this moment. The next moment, "Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you?" N's emerald eyes gently swept around, and his voice seemed to be infused with special magic and passed through all directions. At this time, a group of people wearing exaggerated and weird styles came out from nearby. They all wrapped themselves tightly, but the clothes on their bodies were obviously not from the Kanto area of China. "Sorry, I have a game later, can you please make way?" N gently stroked the tip of the black and white baseball cap, and asked the weirdos around him very politely. From the beginning, he noticed the abnormality around him, whether it was the traces of grass stomped by humanoid creatures or the reactions of the surrounding Pokémon. From the beginning, N's right hand was in his pocket, holding a small black and gold Pokeball in his hand, so that he could take action at any time when something special happened. And there was a Taillow who came from nowhere and flew over to tell him what was happening around him, which made N more certain of his guess. "Stop talking nonsense, just stay here honestly today." It was obvious that this group of people didn't intend to talk nonsense to N at all, and they took out their Pokeballs one by one. In an instant, white light flashed, and more than a dozen unique-looking Linoon and cunning foxes that did not belong to the Huaxia region were released, surrounding him in a sandwiched state. "That's really a bit of a headache." N frowned lightly on his slender, straight, and gentle eyebrows. Still looking so calm, he gently raised his right hand and took out a black and gold Pokeball, his emerald eyes flashing with strange light. Chapter 146 Galer's Shouting Team. "Leave it to you, Laren." N calmly threw the Pokeball in his hand, and Laren, covered with silver-white Orberg armor, fell heavily from the air to the ground. His weight was so high that it shook up the dust in the sky. Laren seemed to vaguely sense the emotional changes of the trainer behind him, and he let out a war cry that shook the forest, scaring the surrounding Pokémon to take a few steps back. "Don't retreat! There is only one guy, stop him here! Don't let him pass!" One of the women who was obviously the leader raised her right fist high, and her voice was like a bell that inspired the fighting spirit, making the frightened monsters in all directions react one by one. Go and attack Linun. Use Night Slash on that Laren. Vulpin, you guys come too. Use Fire Fang. All of a sudden, the Pokémon that surrounded them from all directions rushed over, and several black and white Linun charged very fast, reaching Laren in the blink of an eye. En still raised his right hand with a calm expression, and his eyes swept around like a machine, and then gave orders softly. Laren, Rock Slide. Laren, who had reacted, raised his foot and stomped the ground hard. Layers of cocky energy waves spread all over the earth, and the rocks on the ground began to crack and shake into the sky. The next moment, countless large and small rock fragments fell from the sky, and with a boom they hit the ground to form tall rock pillars. The first few Linun that approached were hit by the rocks. Bang bang bang! Linun had just rushed to within 5 meters of Laren when the rocks hit their backs like precision-guided missiles, turning into a 5-finger mountain that trapped them firmly in place. The huge and tough rocks surrounded them from all sides like layers of shields, and those cunning foxes that had not yet rushed over were blocked outside and could not get close to him immediately. Go over those rocks. There is only one person on the other side. We can beat him even if we pile up together. After hearing the order from the leader in the rear, a group of people also gritted their teeth and let their Pokémon charge again. Just as a group of foxes rushed onto the rocks, a dazzling light pink light suddenly flashed behind them, flashing continuously under the sun. Buzz! This is the fairy-type dazzling gleam. The pink and white fairy energy is like a small sun radiating light, and the scorching energy attacks all the Pokémon approaching around without hesitation. Those foxes who tried to rush over the rocks were immediately exposed to the strong light as soon as they jumped up, and their bodies were sizzling with white smoke as if they were burning. The high temperature and burning pain made these Pokémon scream miserably, and one after another fell from the rocks. Fox, is there still Linun? En still looked forward calmly. It was not the first time he faced a large number of Pokémon siege, and he had already had experience in dealing with it. Laren was in front and the fairy Pokémon was behind. The two Pokémons, one attacking and one defending, relied on their cooperation and hard power to crush dozens of Pokémon outside the rock formation without a single one falling. The opponent was not strong, so it was not stressful for En to deal with it. The only thing that concerned him was the type of Pokémon the opponent used. Vulpes was a Pokémon unique to Galar region. It was impossible for Vulpes to appear in China and Kanto. And the appearance of these Linun was different from the brown and white fur of Hone region. Instead, they had strange black and white fur, and their ferocious posture was not like that of ordinary Pokémon. I'm afraid that was a special form of Linun in Galar region, a dark Pokémon different from ordinary Linun, and like Vulpes, they were all genuine dark. The appearance of these two Pokémon was obvious enough. In Galar region, there was a special group that was good at using dark Pokémon, and they would also appear in Sun City, China during this period. Not to mention En, even Gerdur could guess that these people were the shouting team from Spike City. In other words, it was Mary. He had suspected these shouting teams that Mary brought from Galar region before. They looked suspicious, so En didn't seem to be too surprised by this happening now, and his eyes were still calm. En just stroked his chin with his index finger and lowered his head in thought. He thought Mary's character should be to use strength to fight him openly, but he didn't expect Mary to do such a despicable thing. She would also specially send her men to block him on his way, trying to prevent him from getting to the game, which surprised En. Before, Nanamai specifically asked En to go all out against Mary and teach her a lesson. Could it be because of this reason? Damn, this guy actually has fairy Pokémon. There's no such thing in the data. Dark's Fox is completely unable to deal with the opponent's teeth. The members of the shouting team covered their faces tightly, leaving only their eyes exposed. They thought that this was enough to conceal their identities, but they didn't expect En to know so much about the Pokémon of Galar region. Seeing that the Pokémon sent by everyone fell to the hands of the fairy Pokémon in large numbers, the members of the shouting team had already begun to retreat. Even if the female leader tried to inspire everyone's fighting spirit with words again, it was useless at this moment. Fairy Pokémon has a huge lethality to Dark Pokémon, and the difference in strength between the two sides is huge while the attributes are inferior. Even if dozens of them surrounded them together, they would be blown away by a large-scale dazzling gleam. In addition, the Laren was not an ordinary tough one. When a Pokémon that was only one step away from reaching the quasi-elite level defended with all its strength, these Pokémon that were mostly superior level could not break through at all. In the face of absolute strength, the advantage of numbers seemed so insignificant at this moment. So, now can everyone please make way? N raised a beautiful arc at the corner of his mouth, and he gently stroked his chest with his right hand, with a gentle and elegant smile on his face, and spoke very politely to the group of members of the Shout team in front of him. Chapter 147 Mary's Determination. Mary stared at the big screen in front of her with a calm look, and she gently held a black and green combination dusk ball in her hands. Inside was her most trusted companion since childhood, and she would participate in this game with it later. She had been looking forward to this battle for several months, and her opponent was the young trainer that her brother praised so much. Even though Mary sat here with such a calm face, she was already suppressing her excitement in her heart. Mary's brother Nizei is the current Spike Gym trainer, but some people call him the strongest gym trainer in Galar region. It seems that the only one who is stronger than him is Champion Leon. Nizei is so optimistic about N. Mari, who knew about this at the beginning, was very concerned about it. In order to defeat N and prove herself, she has been training hard to become stronger during this period. And now, this day has finally come. Morbeko, we must become champions. The black-haired girl took a deep breath, and her slender right hand clenched the poke ball in her hand again. As she moved, the earring on her left ear also trembled slightly at this moment, as if it meant that her emotions were far less calm than she looked on the outside. She had already made up her mind in her heart. Yes, this Charizard Cup is just the first step. Her real goal is to defeat Leon and become the champion of Galar region. This will definitely attract the attention of the world and revive that remote and unpopular hometown. But Mary looked towards the door with some doubts. Why hasn't the guy she cares about the most arrived yet? She has been waiting in the player lounge for quite a long time, just to tell him her determination before the game. Although the two did not communicate much, Mary has been training with N as her goal for so long, and has long regarded him as the strongest rival at present, and the other party should be the same. Perhaps in her eyes, the two can actually be considered half friends? Click. The door of the player lounge was suddenly opened, and N walked in while scratching his cheek. As he walked in, his eyes were on Mary in front of him. Oh, I met Linun on the road and asked me for directions. I'm a little late. Linun. Mary tilted her head in confusion, as if she didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. But she didn't care about it. She just stood up slowly, patted the corner of her clothes, and walked in front of the other party with a cold and cute face. I've been waiting for today for a long time. Let's have a fair and honest match without any regrets. Is that so? From Mary's height, she could see the other's face covered by shadows under his cap. There seemed to be a hint of meaning in his green and light gold eyes. He just smiled indifferently in Mary's direction, then turned around and went to the contestant channel first. Wait a minute. The girl was obviously stunned for several seconds when she saw this scene. She wanted to reach out to stop the other person, but it was too late. He left the place with only his back, still without answering her question directly. The other person's pace was not fast, but she seemed unable to stop him. There was a little more disappointment in Mary's eyes. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She seemed to vaguely feel the smile on the other person's face. It was far less gentle and approachable than before. Although it was still the same elegant smile that had not changed, it gave her a feeling of being alienated. Click. She couldn't help but squeeze the black and green poke ball in her hand, making a series of light sounds. Did you sleep well last night? Welcome to the first game of today. All the players have successfully entered the top 16 today. Today, the strongest champion may be decided. Please wait and see. The cheers and screams of the audience were even louder than yesterday. The eyes of tens of thousands of spectators in the Sunshine Stadium were fixed on the battlefield in the center. Every game today will be held on this field. N walked slowly in the player channel, and his long green ponytail, as bright as a forest, swayed gently behind his head. It seemed that he was still a little sleepy because he got up too early, and he couldn't help but hit yawn. It's really uncomfortable to be watched by so many people. Although it was a bit late to say this, N still chose to complain at this time. As if responding to the trainer's words, the poke ball in his hand began to shake slightly. Before the game started, he had already decided which Pokemon to play. The Pokemon in his hand was the first one from left to right on his waist. The first player is Marie, the heir of the Spike Gym in Galar region. At such a young age, she has already broken through hundreds of trainers and entered the top 16. Pure Dark Pokemon dominates the field with powerful strength. The other is Trainer N from Pallet Town in Kanto region. It is said that this is only the first time he has participated in this level of competition, and he has already defeated several seeded players with the hope of winning the championship with an absolute advantage. He is the biggest dark horse in this competition. What will be the result of the two people's game? The enthusiastic commentator outside was still shouting and explaining desperately. N was embarrassed to let him keep shouting, so he slightly quickened his pace and strode out of the player channel. The game is about to begin. Mari is also standing with a poke ball in her hand. Across from him, her cold little face seemed a little hesitant at the moment, but her green eyes, similar to N's, were staring straight at his direction. Okay, it's almost time for the two of us to go on stage. N raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and gently tossed the poke ball in his right hand. Under the dazzling sunlight, the black and gold poke ball in his hand seemed to vaguely reflect a hint of cold black light. Chapter 148. Who do you think will win? Tisk tisk tisk, this guy makes people feel itchy every time he appears. The boy wearing a black and gold cap backwards supported his chin with one hand, slightly bent over and stood beside the guardrail of the audience, looking directly at the battlefield below with a torch-like gaze. It seemed that he came here to watch this game. Do you think so too? A calm voice suddenly came into the boy's ears, and he looked up and saw a young man with silver-grey hair standing beside him. His unique red eyes looked straight down, and his words without turning his head left people confused. He knew this guy with red eyes. He was the grandson of the famous Chinese elite dragon lady, and he was probably the most likely to win the championship in this competition. Everyone thought so until they saw N, who suddenly appeared. Nice to meet you. My name is Nanggong Kang, I am good at using dragon flying Pokemon, what about you? Jin, just a low-level trainer. The boy named Jin waved his hand at Yan, and seemed to not care about the powerful dragon trainer next to him. In his opinion, winning or losing in a competition doesn't matter, he just joins in the fun. But it's still very interesting to be able to play a game with that N, and Jin won't be interested in anyone else. Low level. Kang just smiled and raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't believe the nonsense the other party said at all, and just cast his eyes down again. Who do you think will win this game? Nonsense. It was the first time they met, but they had an inexplicable tacit understanding. They smiled at each other and did not continue to exchange pleasantries, but really focused their attention on the battle below. The referee holding the flag looked at both sides, and after reading the rules, he suddenly swung the red and green flags in his hands. This iconic action represented the official start of the game at this moment. The battle begins. Go out, Lippard. Larvesta, prepare for battle. Both sides threw out the pokeballs in their hands at the same time. As early as the beginning, Mary was very alert, and her emerald eyes carefully observed every move on the field. The opponent's Larvesta was not outstanding in strength, so she could take the initiative in this game. Lippard, use Sucker Punch. Block it. N's command without any emotion made Mary on the opposite side stunned. Lippard's body on the field turned into a deep purple stream of light and stabbed at high speed like a cold blade unsheathed. Its speed was so fast that even the trainer's reaction speed could hardly keep up. Click! Just a slight muffled sound came, and Lippard's sharp claws were stuck stiffly in the air, as if there was something special above the air that bound it, making it unable to move. What is this? Mary's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know that Larvesta had such a special defense method, and it could actually block the so-called absolute first move stab. The Larvesta still lay there calmly without moving. As Lippard struggled, the air around him gradually began to distort. Coo! Lippard felt that the blue sky above his head seemed to be covered by a black shadow, and the light could not pass through the tall black shadow that was enough to crush his entire body. The undoubted huge force made it impossible for him to escape. When he blinked, there was no small Larvesta, but a tall and strong black fox. Lippard's right paw was firmly grasped by Zorua's right hand. The fox standing on the field was like a tall mountain. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not shake the opponent at all. The soft black hair all over his body and the evil and charming blood-red mane around his eyes, mouth, and ears made him as elegant and noble as his trainer, like a gentle and refined nobleman. But the hideous smile full of teasing and madness completely distorted this elegant image, making Zorua feel more oppressive and crazy. And this absolute power that is enough to forcibly suppress everything can almost instantly make a Pokémon lose the will to fight. Lippard was actually afraid. Lippard! Get away quickly! Use Snarl at close range! Dark Pulse! N lowered his head slightly, and people couldn't see his face under the shadow through the baseball cap. What was his expression? All I knew was that the terrifying Zorua on the field just raised his hand and gathered a terrifying evil energy ball that made people tremble all over was created, and the powerful energy aura turned into layers of waves and spread in all directions at high speed. Such a terrifying aura spread throughout the audience, making the entire venue feel like it was falling into an ice cave, and the throat seemed to be blocked by something sharp and could not make any sound. Kyuso! Zorua raised a strange and playful smile at the corner of his mouth, raised his left hand high towards the blue sky, and the inky black energy ball instantly covered his head. The next moment, he actually used the energy wave ball thrown from a distance as a weapon and smashed it on Lippard's head. Bang! The thick smoke caused by the explosion spread in all directions in an instant, and the huge impact like a missile exploding on the spot turned into strong hurricanes blowing in all directions. Zorua, who was so ferocious and terrifying before, now has no previous posture at all, but has become completely opposite. He elegantly opened a blood-red clawed palm, the crimson mane on his back slightly raised, and bowed slightly in the direction of the enemy, performing the etiquette of a noble. The opponent in front of him had already fallen into the pit of the explosion. Cool Lippard lost his ability to fight. Zorua won. Please let Marie take out the next Pokémon. Chapter 149 Shadow Overlord. Wow! As the battle ended in an instant, the audience seats on all sides could not help but cheer, and even the two elite trainers in the guest seats could not help but smack their lips. Agatha's seemingly turbid eyes flashed with a brilliant light that penetrated everything. This was already the strongest player competition among the top 16. The players who could enter the top 16 were all representative leaders of the younger generation. Just getting this result was enough for countless forces to extend olive branches to them. And Marie is one of the best among them. No young trainer is better than her in the expertise of dark Pokémon. Such a dark genius was instantly defeated by the opponent in the first round of the battle. What a joke! Miss Marie must have let that guy go. He actually relied on this to attack mercilessly. It's too much. How could it be so fast? That guy must have used some tricks. Miss Marie! Use your real skills to fight back. A group of exaggeratedly dressed members of the cheering team in the audience were completely different from the audience. They kept booing and cheering at N below. They held vuvuzelas and sports towels with Marie's pattern in their hands, and seemed to regard them as cheering flags, shaking them desperately in the direction of Marie. What a terrible little monster! Long Po, one of the 4 Chinese elites, couldn't help shaking her head. This time she really couldn't pretend anymore. The explosive power displayed by that Zorua is so strong that it has probably reached that realm. With this alone, N is beyond the reach of most trainers in the world. Humph! Agatha gently rubbed the golden Nanmukane in her right hand, and finally a sense of undisguised pride emerged on her wrinkled face. Agatha was very proud to see the old friend next to her bowing down to her. Even though the handsome boy showed such strength, he still stood in the command position with a calm, elegant and humble attitude. This is much stronger than Oak's character back then. The more Agatha looked at N, the more she liked him. She wanted to go down and recognize him as her grandson. For the first time, she felt that the old man Oak had done something that a trainer should do. Oak, he really taught a good grandson. Is that Zorua? Hilda, standing in the audience, took a deep breath. Until now, she had never really fought with Zorua, so she naturally didn't know how strong it was. Now, when they saw each other, they immediately showed the difference between heaven and earth. That's N's strongest Pokemon. He really deserves to be his. Not only Hilda, but also Rosa and Platinum, the 2 girls, opened their mouths in amazement. To knock down a Pokemon of the same attribute in perfect condition with one strike, how much does one have to surpass the opponent to do it? Oak Nanami knew about this a long time ago, but her eyebrows were slightly raised, as if she was surprised that N was so serious. He actually took out his strongest one right at the beginning, which was enough to show that N took this game seriously, which was not like his usual style. Nanami, who noticed this, seemed to remember something. That kid, it turns out that he still remembers what I said. Oak Nanami laughed out loud. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, it wasn't her who was severely punished by Zorua, she just needed to stay in the audience and watch the fun. Nanami complained in her mind and looked at her grandfather. The old man was holding his chest with his hands, and the corners of his mouth were almost hooked to the sun in the sky. He was obviously very proud, but he had to pretend to be calm. As a result, his expression was half smile, and it was a little twisted and funny. Toxic Rogue. This battle is up to you. Even though she was facing the fierce and aggressive Zorua, Mary was not discouraged at all. She couldn't stand losing to other trainers of the same age in the battle between dark Pokemon. Besides, she had to prove her strength to N and others. The Pokeball was thrown high into the sky. This time, it was a humanoid poison frog with dark blue skin. There was a yellowish poison sac the size of a head in its throat. The toxic contained in it could reach the bright red spikes on its fist through the channel of its arm. This toxic rogue was a combination of poison and fighting. It often played an unexpected role in the battle. At this moment, facing the powerful enemy Zorua, it came in handy. Kyuso. Zorua didn't have the caution of facing a fighting Pokemon on his face. He just stretched out his sharp red claw blade and hooked it gently in the direction of Toxic Rogue. The frivolous look was full of undisguised teasing. Toying with people's mentality is also part of the battle. Toxic Rogue was obviously a little angry, and the top of his dark blue head was red with anger. He fiercely opened his arms with fist blades covered with venom, and stared at Zorua in front of him. Toxic Rogue, use Sludge Bomb. Puff. Toxic Rogue opened his mouth and a sludge venom sprayed out. The dark purple venom with a foul smell was like a big net to catch prey, covering the entire sky above Zorua. Agility. N's plain command had been issued, and Zorua's tense muscles had already force-palmed the moment he heard the command. Its body dissipated into the air on the spot like a teleport, leaving only a dark after-image in place. Frog. Seeing Zorua suddenly disappear in the distance, Toxic Rogue was a little panicked for a moment. Even if he looked around, he couldn't find the specific location of Zorua. Its speed was too fast, and the naked eye couldn't catch it at all. Toxic Rogue. Behind. Kick directly to the back. Mary's slightly anxious voice came from behind. Toxic Rogue reacted and immediately tilted his body, and kicked directly to the lower body area behind. The power of the kick easily tore through the air, and the sound of air explosion was heard, and it was thrown with great force. Shadow Claw. N seemed to have expected the opponent's attack, and he gave orders without changing his expression. After a long time of companionship with Zorua, he and Zorua had already developed a strong tacit understanding like one heart and one body. When he gave orders, Zorua also launched attacks in sync. Zorua jumped lightly to avoid Toxic Rogue's attack, then raised his right hand and slashed with a fierce and brutal claw blade. The attack from top to bottom left 3 blood marks on Toxic Rogue, and the light grey ghost energy light flickered slightly. Bang! Toxic Rogue fell heavily to the ground as expected, and even within an arm's distance it could not successfully touch a hair of Zorua. Toxic Rogue has lost its ability to fight. Please ask Mary to take out the third Pokemon. Chapter 150. Zorua is very angry. The Toxic Rogue icon on the screen dimmed, which means that Mary has lost another Pokemon that can fight. Just within a few minutes of the opening, the 2 Pokemon that Mary played in succession were defeated by Zorua on the spot, and it happened in less than 3 minutes. Even if it is placed in the previous competitions, this game is quite explosive. Mary's temples began to sweat densely, and her dark green eyes looked at N in the distance. But from her perspective, she could only see the other party's baseball cap, but could not see the expression on his face. So strong! At this moment, the girl had only this thought. The strength of that Zorua was really too outrageous. It was fine that it knocked down Lippard with one blow, but the second Toxic Rogue was also killed instantly, and there was no power to fight back at all. The huge gap in strength made Mary a little shocked, but now she was also concerned about Nn's seemingly distant smile before. Why? No, now is not the time to think about these things. Must concentrate on the game. Mary stretched out her hands and patted her cheeks hard, until both sides of her white and tender face turned red because of the patting, and then adjusted her breathing frequency again. N's eyes met with Zorua's in the distance in an instant, and the tacit understanding between the two could be communicated with just a glance. This was Zorua asking N's opinion behind him during the battle, asking him whether he needed to fight with all his strength. Obviously, Zorua is very angry because he was attacked. Although he still looks elegant and relaxed at the moment, with a sly and frivolous smile on his face, he is actually already furious, and veins on his forehead hidden under his hair are bulging. As long as N nods, Zorua will burst out with the real strength of the elite level in the next moment, and crush the opponent with absolute crushing. The anger of the elite Pokemon is not so easy to stop. In response, N shook his head gently. It is enough to use Zorua to fight in this battle, and there is no need to expose the real power of Zorua. As a top-level talent in the Zorua family, his strongest power is not the superficial strength, but the innate illusion. Zorua has a powerful illusion that can affect the environment, the 5 senses and even everything around. When it is fully opened, even Sabrina's elite psychic cannot foresight. N calls this level of illusion Mirror Flower Water Moon. Although the Shout team did attack N and almost threatened him, N himself was not angry. He just felt that Marie was responsible for not controlling her subordinates, and because of her sister Nanami's request, she planned to teach her a lesson. In N's opinion, sending people to attack other contestants was not in line with Marie's character. It was very likely that the overly crazy fans of the Shout team took the initiative to do such a bad thing. Privately attacking participating trainers has violated the rules of the competition. If discovered by the competition officials, Marie will even be directly disqualified. The reason why N took out Zorua this time was partly because he wanted to fight back against the idioms of the Shout team and win the game with his own strength. Another part was because Zorua was very emotional and needed to come out to vent his anger. Fly, Honchkrow. Mari took out the third Pokemon again. The Han Crow appeared with black feathers all over his body. After appearing, he flew high into the sky. With a sturdy and plump body and the feathers on his head like a gentleman's hat, he looks like a noble and elegant aristocrat. Quickly take off and distance yourself from your opponent, use Dark Pulse. Always pay attention to the opponent's movements. This time, Mary doesn't plan to let the Pokémon fight with Zoroark in close combat, but changes her mind. Zorua's physical attack power is so strong that her Pokémon may be knocked down directly even if it is touched casually, and there is almost no chance of winning in close combat. So, use the kite-pulling tactics of flying Pokémon to wear down his physical strength. Imprison. As N's cold command fell, Zoroark suddenly opened his bright red claws, and bursts of brilliant light burst out of his body, like chains made of light suddenly constricting Han Crow. Gah! The dark pulse that Han Crow had already put in his mouth suddenly dissipated, and the action of gathering skills was forcibly interrupted by Zoroark. This also made Mary stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect there was such a move. This is Imprison. If the opponent's Pokémon can use the same moves as Zoroark, then the moment Imprison is used, the opponent can't use any of the moves that Zoroark can use. Snarl! Roar! Zorua immediately lost its elegant and noble posture at the beginning, and began to roar wildly towards the sky. Waves of evil energy accompanied by deafening sound waves attacked Han Crow in the sky, making it lose balance instantly. End it, Dark Pulse! Han Crow! Get out of the way! A ball of energy wave flashing with black light was thrown out fiercely, hitting Han Crow above, who was unable to react in time, and the rich dark energy completely enveloped Han Crow's body. After being attacked by Zoroark twice in a row, even though he was also dark and had enough resistance, he couldn't withstand it. Han Crow, who was hit by Dark Pulse, was emitting an ominous black light all over his body and fell from the high air, but was hit and taken back by the light of the Pokeball before landing. Come back, Han Crow, you've worked hard, you're the next one. Scrafty, come on! Mari gritted her teeth and took out the fourth Pokémon on her body. This time, it was Scrafty, which looked like an upright lizard. This Scrafty, which looked like a lizard and had a bright red crown on its head, held its own shed skin in its hands, which looked as funny as holding up its pants. Gala! As soon as Scrafty appeared, it immediately roared rage in the direction of Zoroark. This sound wave with special power was Intimidation, which could reduce the opponent's attack power to a certain extent. Under the attack of the sound wave, Zorua looked nonchalant and tried to dig out the red dagger with its claws. Picking ears. Zorua's weakened attack power doesn't matter at all. Even if he becomes weaker, Scrafty can't easily touch him. Chapter 151. This time is the last. Scrafty, use Dig! Gah! Scrafty, holding up his pants, directly drilled his head into the hard rock ground. The battle venues after the top 16 are all standard ground, so there will be no situation where Dig directly digs into the water or Dig on the grass causes collapse. Mari knew that she couldn't gain any advantage in a head-on battle with the Zorua, so she could only rely on tactics to gradually gain an advantage. Otherwise, even the fighting-type Scrafty who restrains Dark is not Zorua's opponent. In this case, Hone Claws. Zorua didn't feel any vigilance, but slowly opened his sharp blood-red claws and rubbed them carefully, as if he was carefully carving a work of art. I didn't care about Scrafty, who was waiting for an opportunity under the ground. Mary couldn't just watch Zoroark and let him increase his ability value that had been reduced with great difficulty. She decisively let Scrafty attack at this moment. Lean back to avoid it. Unexpectedly, N's cold command came at the moment when Mary made the decision. The yellowish rock on the ground was suddenly smashed by Scrafty, and Scrafty rushed out from under Zoroark's feet and hit the enemy's chin with an uppercut. Zorua, who was just grinding his nails leisurely, sneered at this moment. Coo! Zorua's body tilted backwards strangely, and he dodged the Dig uppercut very cleverly with a very subtle movement. The whole waist seemed to bend into an arch, and then he used his strong core strength to stabilize his lower body. What a weird move! Marie widened her eyes in surprise. It was hard to imagine that there was such a strange evasion method in Pokémon battles. This was the result of Zorua's constant practice with Zeraora. Zorua had to face the plasma fists of the electric cat almost every day. After dodging for a long time, he could control every part of his body at will. Zorua, who was in a perfect state of full-strength fighting, could even dodge a large part of Zeraora's attacks, who won by speed. Aim at the abdomen, Night Slash. Hit him back. Use Brick Break. Both sides acted at the same time at this extremely close distance. Zorua, with his right claw retracted like a drill, pierced Scrafty's vulnerable abdomen with lightning speed. The severe pain caused by this blow also made Scrafty spit out a mouthful of saliva. Gaggo. However, Scrafty still gritted his teeth desperately, veins on his forehead bulged because of the severe pain, and his face was ferocious and terrifying, his eyes widened as if he wanted to eat the enemy alive. He took the blow and raised his hand to hit him head-on with a silver-shining Brick Break. Zorua avoided the powerful Brick Break by turning sideways, and it only hit its arm, but it also forced Zorua to do a backflip to distance itself. Kyuso. Zorua shook his right arm in pain. Scrafty's punch was only a little painful to him, and it felt really not as good as Gurduer's dynamic punch. If he had been hit by that idiot, it would not be so easy to bear. He really didn't expect that he couldn't solve the opponent with one blow. It should be the effect of intimidation. Scrafty relied on his own perseverance to forcibly withstand the Night Slash. Scrafty's face was distorted, his left hand tightly covering his abdomen. He stood on the field breathing heavily, looking very bad. Please Scrafty. Use Brick Break again. Scrafty roared and kicked his right foot hard towards Zorua, but N certainly would not let Scrafty get away again, so he gave the order directly. Swift. Zorua stuck out his tongue at the opponent in a playful manner, and then swung his tail behind him to wave out a large number of Saffron's energy pentagrams. The swift attack made Scrafty unable to avoid it, and he took the whole set of attacks directly with his face. Bang! As Scrafty could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground, the referee's order sounded at this moment. Scrafty has lost his ability to fight. 4, that's 4 now. Is that little girl okay? She seems to be shaking. While there were warm cheers from the audience, some viewers also noticed this. The battle was one-sided, and even the Shout Team fans who desperately supported Mary were silent at this moment. Ms. Mary, it seems that we can't win. Stop making so much noise. The winner hasn't been decided yet. What do you mean by saying that? Come on, cheer me up. The initial shouting had long disappeared, and the fans were now discouraged, which seriously hit their internal morale. Several members of the Shout team who had participated in the action were even more ashamed. The gap was so big. I will never admit defeat. Mary raised her head firmly and focused her eyes on N again. She threw the Pokeball in her hand again, and a demon-like Pokémon with a humanoid shape appeared. It had long arms and long hair, and its long nose and fangs were typical demon images. The one who appeared was Bluff. As a dark Pokémon expert, Mary had a lot of Pokémon that could deal with dark. This Bluff is also a combination of evil and fairy, and can restrain other dark. But this Bluff is only at the superior level, and it is obviously not as strong as the previous ones, which means that Marie's main Pokémon has almost been used up. Use Dazzling Gleam. Charge forward, Fury Swipes. The light pink radiance centered on Bluff began to shine in all directions without dead angles, and the light that restrained dark also made Zoruak's body begin to burn and emit white smoke. But it was only a moment, and Zoruak had already stabbed in front of the enemy. Kyuso. Zorua's upper claw lifted the entire body of the Bluff, and then made 4 consecutive high-speed slashes in mid-air. The Bluff, whose strength was far inferior to that of the opponent, fainted on the spot and lost its ability to fight. Powerless, every time a Pokémon was lost, it would bring heavy pressure and powerlessness to Marie, and gradually the brain began to numb. If she hadn't kept in mind the belief that she would lose standing up, she would have surrendered long ago, right? This is the last time. Mary took a deep breath, raised her head and showed a resolute look to the other party. Was also slightly stunned when she saw her like this, then reached out and gently lifted the cap on her head, and gave her a gentle and approving smile. Recognized Mary's strength and character. She is indeed very strong. If she hadn't met here, Mary would definitely have a chance to hit the quarterfinals, or even the 3 strongest seats in the championship, runner-up and 3rd place. But the game is like a battlefield, and there is only one person who can go on here. In order to respect the opponent, will only show his serious strength to fight. Please. Morbeck. Chapter 152 Relief. The last Pokémon that Mary took out was a cute and petite mouse, completely different from the ones that looked ferocious just from their appearance. Its big round eyes seemed to glow under the light, and it took out nuts from its pocket and gnawed them. The distinct black, brown and yellow colors made it look even cuter, and it didn't look like an evil Pokémon at all. Morbeck. Strength, Quasi-Elite Beginner. Potential, Superior. Under the cute and petite appearance was a powerful strength. Morbeck, who had been accompanying Mary as an Earl Dervish Pokémon since childhood, was naturally a quasi-elite level. This mouse was far from being as simple as it looked. And Zorua raised his eyebrows slightly, grinning at the other party with his big mouth with sharp fangs, which scared the mouse enough. Morbeck. Use agility. Morbeck on the field immediately began to run on the field. Its already excellent speed made it even more agile after successfully using agility. In just a few breaths, the little mouse had hidden its body, making it impossible for the enemy to find its specific location. Use Thunder Punch. It was also at this moment that Morbeck suddenly launched an attack with its own speed. The little mouse shouted and began to constrict Saffron's lightning with his right fist. But its proud agility and sneak attack seemed like child's play in front of Zorua, the master of sneak attacks. 35 degrees to the right, Night Slash. Zorua's erected animal pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned his body sideways at the first time. The blood-red sharp right claw was attached with evil black energy, like a layer of transparent armor wrapped around the arm, and collided with Morbeck with one blow. Ma! The small arm burst out with huge lightning power, and a lightning punch hit Zorua's face. I didn't expect Zorua's reaction speed to be so fast, and he also used his special move to fight back head-on. The crackling lightning and the turbid dark energy collided violently. Morbeck, who was far less powerful than Zorua, was hit and flew more than 10 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground. Zizi. Kyuso? Zorua drooped his eyelids in surprise, and glanced at the Sappho constrict on his right claw. An electric current, waves of numbness began to spread from its entire arm to its entire body. This is really bad luck, it was actually paralyzed by a thunder punch. N's face also showed a trace of surprise. The probability of thunder punch hitting the opponent to paralyze the opponent is only 10%, which is probably the lowest paralysis probability among most electric skills. It really happened. However, this degree alone is not enough. Seeing that Zorua failed to knock it down in one blow in the first confrontation, the audience on the stage also began to cheer loudly with great interest. This battle is like a round-robin challenge to the devil, but everyone is more looking forward to the weaker to win. Now! Thunderbolt! This is a great opportunity. Mari, who is very familiar with the paralysis state, immediately seized this opportunity and commanded Morbeck to launch a pursuit to beat the fallen dog. The thunderbolt burst out from the little mouse like Saffron's giant python, and violently struck Zorua's whole body from the sky, making it completely bathed in lightning. Well done! Then use the aura wheel. Mari's dark green eyes lit up slightly, and she clenched her fists suddenly. Ma! Morbeck has long been infected by the master's unyielding emotions in the poke ball, and has been fighting with all his strength since he appeared. With the use of the thunderbolt just now, the pattern on its body began to change. The two sides turned completely black, and the abdominal area in the center also turned into a unique purple pattern. The scarlet evil eyes had no connection with the cute posture at the beginning, and it completely turned into a violent mode. This is the unique feature of Pokémon like Morpeko, which can continuously switch between its two forms. And the Aura Wheel is a skill dedicated to Morpeko, which is very powerful. If this move succeeds, then Zorua, whose body is not strong enough to withstand it, will also be in trouble. Marub moved quickly, his violent body constricted by the powerful dark energy armor, and flew towards Zorua at high speed like a bowling ball. However, Zorua grinned at some point. Foul play! Marub rushed towards Zorua, but he didn't expect that foul play would be successfully launched at this moment. The influence of the strange illusion made Marub's attack not only fail to hit the opponent, but hit itself instead, and the ominous black air blew the little mouse away. Marub, who took this full-strength attack, could not bear it at all. If it were not for the fact that it was dark and offset a lot of damage, it would have fallen down at this moment. And the next step is probably the end. Looking at the panting Marubek on the field, Mary seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her fists tightly and gave the last instruction to Marubek in front of her. Marubek, use your full strength to thunder for the last time. Fight back head-on, use Dark Pulse. Still lost. Mary raised her head slightly and slowly exhaled a breath of tired turbid air, still holding Marubek's Pokeball in her hand. She had already left the competition venue and was now recovering her Pokémon in the Pokémon Center. To be honest, she didn't know how she got through the game after the game. She just felt dizzy. When she reacted, the Pokémon had been handed over to Miss Joy. After the game, Anne took the initiative to shake her hand and affirmed her strength. But she would not be satisfied with this. After this battle, she knew very well that her strength was far from enough. She did not want to return to Galar region as a gym leader for the time being, but wanted to become stronger again. Next time, she will win. When she thought of this, the haze in her mind seemed to have gradually dissipated, and even her thoughts became much clearer, and her whole mood became calmer. Her fingers seemed to follow the brisk music rhythm of the Pokémon Center, tapping lightly on the seat. Miss Mary. Just as Mary was about to think about how to continue to become stronger, some members of the cheering team who followed her to the Huaxia region to participate in the competition suddenly surrounded her. These so-called fan support clubs were not recognized by Mary herself, but because they always helped, Mary did not hate them. Originally, Mary thought that these members of the cheering team came to comfort her, but she did not expect to hear some words from them that made her unbelievable. Chapter 153 Like a Ghost. After the game, Anne also used his Viridian power to carefully check and treat Zorua's whole body. Although a 1-on-6 attack was just a warm-up for Zorua, in reality he was also attacked several times, so Anne had to do a complete inspection for safety. Although Zorua didn't reveal his true strength and illusion in this game, he had a lot of fun after playing this game. As the big brother, of course he had to give more opportunities to show off to the younger brothers behind him. This game of 1-6 was enough for Zorua, and it is estimated that he will not care about the opportunity to play in the next game. Zorua's great power also caused Gurdurr, the only one who did not play in the team except the fairy Pokémon who just wanted to rest and eat, to be so anxious that he was about to burst his Pokeball. During the break time of the previous training, Anne also saw this guy squatting in the corner and drawing circles with a branch. A strong man with arms thicker than some tree trunks drew circles with a small branch like a toothpick. The picture was very funny, but Anne could of course see that he was in a very low mood. In order to make him refreshed, Anne smiled and comforted him that he would play in the next game. After receiving the promise, Gurdurr finally recovered his silly look, proudly grabbed Laren and immediately continued high-intensity training. Hi! Anne slowly let out a long sigh, took out a clean handkerchief and Pokeball from his hand, and prepared to start daily Pokeball maintenance. Now the competition of other people has also started, but he is not in a hurry to watch the scene, but first prepares some things at the Pokémon Center. Now the Charizard Cup conference has reached the end, and there are not many trainers left in the hall at the beginning, and the hall has become a little empty. Now there are only a few contestants left, and the remaining contestants are honest and quiet, and will not want to explore N's intelligence information. There is no need to explore, because they can't beat them at all. At first, everyone thought that his Larvesta and Phoebus were very powerful, and they needed to be vigilant and prepared for countermeasures at all times. Who knew that Alarin came in later and beat 3 with 1? Just when those who had collected information and prepared to take out fighting-type Pokémon to deal with Laren, they found that he took out another Ninetales, which was even more powerful than that Laren. I thought that the trump card had been revealed to the limit, but N took out a Dark Zorua in the round of 16. Even in the 6-on-6 battle, he crushed the seeded player Marie, who specialized in dark Pokémon, in one breath, and she couldn't fight back at all. It's terrible. Each one is stronger than the other, who knows what kind of Pokémon he will take out next. These participating trainers couldn't help praying every moment that they would never face N in the game, even if they lost to others. Some ordinary trainers around who didn't participate in the competition also kept their distance from N. Under the gentle and kind elegant appearance is a monster-like strength. And the powerful momentum revealed in the round of 16 is simply daunting. He is still wiping the Pokeball with a pensive look. Who knows what this monster trainer is thinking? He must be thinking that this kind of competition is too weak. All the other contestants are not enough for him alone. Well, except for Zorua and Larvesta, the strength of the other little guys has reached a clear bottleneck. It is really a headache to continue to improve. N lowered his head, wiping the Pokeball in his hand with a clean white handkerchief, and muttered to himself. Fortunately, he was just talking to himself, and his voice was so weak that only he could hear it clearly. Otherwise, if other trainers around heard it, they would probably be so angry that they couldn't breathe and left on the spot. Buzz! As the Pokeballs were wiped one by one, these little guys couldn't help but start shaking constantly. Obviously they couldn't hold back and wanted to come out for training. N just chuckled helplessly and prepared to get up and take them to the Sunshine Forest again. Unexpectedly, he encountered trouble the moment he left the Pokémon Center. N, the contestant from Pallet Town. Please answer our questions. As the dark horse who suddenly made it to the finals of the Charizard Cup, do you have any thoughts to share with the audience in front of the TV? N, the contestant. How did you train so many Pokémon to be so strong at such a young age? It is rumored that Pokémon are trained by other people. Is it true? Do you have a girlfriend? Sharp questions, strange and messy words rushed into N's ears at once, which made him frown slightly, and his right hand gently lowered his cap to cover his face. No matter where they are, some journalists in the news industry will do this. In order to compete for first-hand intelligence and various news gossips that can increase the popularity of the topic, they will desperately report on the parties involved, holding microphones in their hands and wishing to put them directly into N's mouth. The reporters who had been waiting outside the Pokémon Center for a long time blocked N's way from all directions, as if he couldn't leave unless he spoke. Just like opening here. If N gets angry and drives them away, or accidentally says something ambiguous, it will be fabricated and appear on the headlines within half an hour. Excuse me. Just when N was about to ask the competition staff to block these paparazzi, suddenly a slender white hand stretched out from the crowd and grabbed the corner of his clothes. The reporters around were also stopped by a group of members who suddenly appeared, wearing leather jackets and extremely exaggerated and weird clothes. I have something to do with him, please leave. Mary seemed to have returned to her cold attitude at the beginning, and glanced at the reporters around her with a cold face, and then quickly pulled N away. The eyes of these reporters were shining, as if they had noticed some big news. Just as they were about to catch up, they were stopped by a large group of members of the shouting team. These members of the shouting team blocked them tightly and would not let a single fish slip through the net. N really didn't expect that these troublesome members of the shout team could actually be useful. Chapter 154 You are still. Once we get here, those troublesome reporters should stop chasing us. Mary dragged N to the vicinity of the sunlight forest. This area is located in the wilderness, and basically no one will meet here. It is also very suitable for solving some personal matters. Until arriving at the vicinity of the sunlight forest, Mary slowly loosened the corner of N's clothes, and stepped back a few steps with a tired look in her eyes. "Oh, thank you so much this time, those reporters really give me a headache." "No, you don't have to thank me at all." Facing N's smiling apology, Mary just lowered her head with a gloomy face. The dark black ponytails that were as shiny and bright as jade also drooped down like ears, as if they were abandoned puppies. She didn't dare to raise her head at all. Seeing Mary's expression, N's eyes seemed to flash with a meaningful light, and he vaguely sensed something. "You were attacked by a group of people when you were going to the competition venue today, right? Those people attacked you because of me. They are residents of our Spike town. In order to help me win the competition, they did those bad things. I'm so sorry." Mary bent down suddenly and bowed her head to apologize to N very carefully. Her body was shaking violently under N's gaze. It was also the first time that N saw this cold and beautiful girl show such a lost expression. Her long black eyelashes trembled slightly, and her dark green eyes, similar to N's, could not see much brilliance. That tired and apologetic look made her look a little sad. N, who has the power of Viridian, is very sensitive to the emotional changes of humans and Pokémon, just like the psychic Pokémon Gardevoir. Now he only smelled the emotions of sadness, regret and guilt from Mary. Her emotions were not false, and her apology was sincere, which was enough to show that she had recognized the importance of the problem. "I have dealt with all the people who caused the trouble, and after apologizing to you, I will take the initiative to explain this matter to the official of the Charizard Cup competition and ask the staff to cancel my place in the competition." "No need." N's eyes were a little softer. He put one hand on his waist and leaned forward slightly, and the other hand gently pressed Mary's head to comfort her. He was not an aggressive person, and it was even more impossible for him to bully a girl who had already known her mistakes. Now Mary's shoulders were shaking uncontrollably, and N also felt that she was a little cute and funny. He was not angry, not to mention that he didn't blame Mary at the beginning. Mary's fanatical fans did make mistakes, but she was willing to come and apologize to him in person, and decided to take all the responsibilities on her own. This was enough for N. "There is no need to explain to the official that your results will be cancelled. You won all the way here with your own strength. To get this result, you rely not only on your own efforts, but also on the efforts of all your Pokémon. They work very hard for you, don't let your companions down." N stopped patting Mary's head, and a relaxed arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Besides, you just helped me, didn't you? This will be considered as a compensation." "How can this be?" Mary widened her green eyes in disbelief, and her right hand tightly pinched a corner of the light pink skirt. She felt that this level was not enough to offset her mistakes, but the other party wanted to forgive her so easily. Although the shouting team has never been recognized by Mary herself, they are also active in the name of Mary fans, so Mary feels that she is also responsible for their actions. "Then it's settled. Thank you for helping me escape just now. I have to take my Pokémon to train now, so I'll leave first." "Wait a minute." Mari was still a little dazed, but she didn't thinking waved his hand casually, turned around and walked towards the interior of the sunlight forest. Leaving only a slender back figure behind her, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. "By the way, I think you'd be cuter when you smile." Without turning his head back, N's figure completely disappeared from her sight, leaving Mary standing there in a daze, holding the hem of her skirt even more tightly with both hands. "Bunny Bunny!" The fairy Pokémon was standing in front of Larvesta and preaching angrily, as if to teach Larvesta that when he was training Fire Blast just now, he almost burned the fairy Pokémon's hair. Girl's hair is the most precious treasure, and it must not be damaged in any way. Larvesta was lying pitifully in front of the fairy Pokémon, and the bright red tentacles on his head also shrank. Larvista, who had been preached for a long time, could not help but look at Ziraura with a pleading look many times. If it was the coach who had been training him, he would definitely help him. Who knew that Ziraura, who usually cared the most about Larvista, rarely made any moves this time, holding his hands on his chest as if he didn't see anything. Obviously, even Ziraura knew that an angry fairy Pokémon was scary, and it was probably impossible to save it. Okay fairy Pokémon, Larvista has apologized, and it promised not to make mistakes next time, right? N squatted beside the two Pokémon with a gentle smile, and looked in Larvista's direction, secretly signaling. This little guy was very smart, and he found a step and nodded frantically. And the fairy Pokémon, who was comforted by N's head, just snorted lightly and chose not to say much, which meant that Larvista was forgiven this time for N's sake. Very good. Larvista, continue your training. You must master Fire Blast today. Sizzle. Larvista also raised a small hand excitedly. With top qualifications, its strength improved rapidly. During the tournament, it continued to fight with various opponents to accumulate experience. Now it has successfully reached superior high level from the intermediate level of superior. The breakthroughs of several other Pokémon have also reached bottlenecks, so N intends to stop their breakthroughs for the time being and instead train their skill power and dodge and resist attacks. This can also effectively improve their own combat effectiveness, instead of stubbornly trying to break through that realm. For example, Laren has been training to resist attacks since he was captured by N. His super strong physical defense can beat most physical attackers except for fighting Pokémon. And the relatively mediocre special defense is also constantly strengthened under Zorua's training. Its double defense is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After evolution becomes Agron, his strength should be able to break through the bottleneck of Boss Peak and officially step into the ranks of Quasi-Elite. Chapter 155 Phoebus's Strangeness. Gurdur's strength has been stabilized at Quasi-Elite mid-level. If he wants to improve again, he can only rely on the continuous accumulation of time. Fighting against strong enemies will also accelerate the improvement of his strength. In order to keep his second place, this guy has always been the most enthusiastic one in the team. Ninetales has not slacked off in her own training, but like Gurdur, it is also difficult for her to improve her strength significantly in a short period of time. So now she began to continuously improve her own skills and began to explore the potential of her own ice, trying to find a way to improve the endurance and power. As for Phoebus, N touched his smooth chin with one hand and showed a thoughtful look. His eyes were on Phoebus swimming at high speed in the stream. As his eyes swept over, Phoebus suddenly jumped up from the water, and then suddenly sprayed a ball of rippled water towards the huge rock on the shore. Water pulse pierced the center of the rock at high speed like a cannonball, leaving a huge hole on the rock. The gentle water burst out in an instant and became a powerful force that penetrated everything. Phoebus's improvement speed was the fastest one except Larvista. This was also thanks to Miss Zulan, who asked her Melodic to help train, which made Phoebus so strong. Phoebus, stop for a while. N stopped Phoebus, who was training in the water. The eyes of Phoebus, who was originally sharp, gradually became dull and calm, and then slowly swam to the shore from not far away, gently rubbing N's palm with his cheek. Phoebus is not weak, and the strength of the middle level of the leader is enough to deal with most opponents. But there is a very serious problem that it must be in the water to exert its combat effectiveness. Its fish body cannot move at all on land. It is very simple to improve this problem. Evolution is enough. However, Phoebus seems to be a little bothered by evolution. Phoebus, this is the prism scale, with it you can successfully evolve. N carefully took out a small box from his pocket, then opened the box to show Phoebus in the water one of the colorful scales, which reflected a dazzling brilliance under the soft light. But the moment he saw the prism scale, Phoebus paused slightly. Its eyes still looked so dull, as if he had no interest in the prism scale in front of him. Scale has no interest. The reason why Shiny Phoebus used to walk alone in the river was because it was expelled by its own tribe. Because of its unique color, Phoebus is hated and feared by its own people, and it is natural that it will be excluded. And Phoebus is not simply excluded by the tribe, but attacked and expelled from the tribe by its own parents. Weak Phoebus need to live in groups to survive better. If the already weak Phoebus leaves the tribe alone, basically there is only one ending, which is death. In order to survive, Phoebus suffered a lot. In the end, although it survived desperately with its tenacious vitality and willpower, Phoebus also suffered a lot of psychological trauma, so it doesn't want to be like melodic, like his parents. Phoebus, I won't force you to evolve. All choices are in your hands. No matter what you choose, you will always be our partner. N smiled and reached out his hand to gently stroke Phoebus's fins. The fairy Pokemon also smiled and narrowed his eyes and nodded quickly. The other little guys also responded with confidence, which made Phoebus' eyes change a little. However, in the end, he still did not take Prism Scale. Perhaps in its eyes, it still needs some time to prepare mentally. The competition between Rosa and Hilda has also entered a white-hot stage. The strength of both sides is almost evenly matched. The Pokemon of each side is about the boss level, and only the corresponding partner Pokemon has broken through to the quasi-elite realm. The talents shown by the two of them are really outstanding. Such young quasi-elite trainers simply make others doubt their lives. Those elite trainers may be about the same as them when they were their age, and some are even slightly inferior. Such talents make people have no doubt that the two will have the opportunity to impact the elite level in the future, and even become a champion trainer admired by the entire region. Serperior, use Coil. Don't even think about it. Imbor uses Flame Charge again to interrupt the opponent. Use Protect to defend. The two sides are very similar in strength, but Imbor's fire type restrains Serperior's grass type. In addition, Hilda has long been prepared to deal with Serperior and has been attacking with high intensity during the battle, which makes Serperior a little overwhelmed. This time, Flame Charge was blocked by Protect again. Seizing this opportunity, Serperior suddenly hit Imbor's body with a close-range leaf blade, knocking his strong body back nearly 10 meters. Hilda, you have become so strong. Rosa's eyes were full of solemnity. Serperior on the field was already injured, and Serperior had almost no means to deal with Imbor, and was at a huge disadvantage in the battle. Grass-type moves had no effect on Imbor, and Imbor's random attack could bring a huge threat to Serperior. Such a disadvantage made it impossible for Rosa to fight Hilda head-on. In addition, Hilda was very cautious in Pokemon battles for some unknown reason, and Rosa's trap tactics were detected by the opponent many times, which made it even more difficult to deal with. I caught you, Imbor, now. Use Flare Blitz. Use Protect quickly. Serperior's physical strength was constantly consumed by Imbor, and at this moment, he was no longer able to dodge and defend. And Hilda also seized this opportunity very accurately to let Imbor launch the most direct attack, suddenly charging from the side. Roar! Imbor roared in anger, and his body instantly constricted a scorching flame that soared into the sky. The terrifying high temperature made the air around Imbor constantly distorted, and the next moment its strong body turned into a blazing meteor and shot out. After using Flame Charge many times, Imbor's speed increased a lot, which also led to Imbo. The Flare Blitz that erupted from this attack was very difficult to dodge. This time, there was no way to use Protect again. But this time, luck was not good. The continuous use of Protect failed. Imbor, who burst out with all his strength, smashed the Royal Energy Shield into pieces with one blow, and the energy turned into particles flying into the sky. Bang! Serperior was knocked away by Flare Blitz, and his whole body was burned by flames and fell heavily to the ground from the air. In the end, he struggled for a long time but couldn't get up again. Serperior lost his ability to fight. Imbor won. So the winner of this game is Hilda. Chapter 156, A Long-Lost Reunion. Hi! Hilda breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the opponent's Serperior completely fall. It can only be said that she took advantage of the attributes in this evenly matched battle, otherwise it would be very difficult to face the offensive and defensive superior. You are really cautious enough. You didn't fall for the traps I set. No way, I'll just assume I lost this time. Rosa sighed softly, stretched out her slender jade fingers to scratch the soft ball on her head, and there was still depression and unwillingness in her heart that she couldn't relax. This game was indeed a step behind her, but she will definitely not lose again next time if she is well prepared. Hilda's fighting style is cautious but with a violent attack like a storm. The continuous fierce offensive, coupled with her calm thinking mind, allows the Pokémon on Hilda who are good at active attack to fully exert their strength. After Rosa said this, Hilda also stretched out her hand and scratched her cap a little embarrassedly. Perhaps because of the continuous losses in the previous battle with N, Hilda, who was fooled too many times, has gradually grown up. Rosa felt a little pity, but also felt a little fortunate. She had been ready to find N to avenge her previous shame, but she didn't expect N's strength to grow so fast, far beyond her imagination. The strength shown by N in the game made Rosa think that the probability of her winning against him was extremely low. Now Rosa could only watch N's back getting farther and farther away from her, but she was very unwilling. It seems that if you want to catch up with him, you have to beat Hilda first, so I won't let you win next time. Hey! Hilda looked at Rosa's smiling eyes and couldn't help trembling all over. There was no heroic spirit and high spirits in the battle just now. Hilda's victory over Rosa still had a lot of luck. If Encore Hilda didn't have absolute confidence that she could win the opponent again. And next time Rosa will definitely be more fully prepared, which makes the girl who is closely watched by the opponent feel a little more urgent. Give up. N, who had just returned to the Pokémon Center, looked at the player information on the big screen in a strange way. After defeating Marie and successfully entering the quarterfinals, he suddenly found that his opponent had not even started the fight, but had given up at this moment. He had been outside with the little guys for training before, and he heard the result of the game from Rosa as soon as he came back. He felt that it was understandable that Rosa would lose to Hilda N. He also knew his opponent in the next game, and he decisively chose to give up before the game started, allowing N to win and advance to the semifinals without a fight. Not only was N surprised, but even Miss Joy, who had served as a staff member for so many games, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard that the other party gave up, blinking her big eyes and showing a bit of dull look. If it was in the preliminaries or previous games, it would be relatively common to give up without a fight, but now a trainer who has reached the quarterfinals directly chose to give up before the game. This is the first time this has happened since the Charizard Cup was held. In a sense, N has broken a unique precedent, winning without a fight by letting his opponent voluntarily give up before the game. I think this is quite normal. Your previous match with Miss Mary was too eye-catching. With her dark blue hair in a misty mess, Platinum's soft neck was wrapped in a pink and white scarf, covering half of her fair face. Seeing Larvesta being held in N's arms, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she skillfully took her from N's hands. Yes, I also heard that Miss Mary had spread a lot of ambiguous rumors about you, which made her fans feel depressed. Rosa's slender black eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes narrowed into a crescent, and her slightly shaking shoulders seemed to be deliberately holding back a smile. Obviously, she had also heard about the scandal between N and Mary. The idol girl of Spike Town took someone away under the eyes of a bunch of reporters, and N didn't show any resistance. It would be strange if this topic didn't arise. The members of the shouting team gradually split into two factions after learning the news. One faction strongly opposed Mary and N's frequent private contact, while the other faction fully supported Mary and N's contact. Mary was after a major internal change of the shout team. She was attacked by such a scandal. She was caught off guard and tried to explain with a red face, but she seemed very powerless. I don't think I saw Hilda. N didn't know how to answer Rosa's complaints. She could only smile to respond to the embarrassment at the moment and naturally changed the topic. Because the opponent gave up, and you directly entered the semi-finals from the quarter-finals, and Hilda's opponent in the quarterfinals is the trainer from the Nangong family. Because it is a very powerful enemy, Hilda ran to study tactics as soon as she got the news. Is that so? Anne reached out and gently stroked her chin, lowered her head and thought, and nodded gently in agreement with Hilda's decision. He also remembered the trainer from the Nangong family. Most of the Pokémon used in the game were dragon and flying. Under the training of the Dragon Elite, there might be a powerful quasi-god. This unrevealed trump card, coupled with the fact that he is a young trainer who has been nurtured with a lot of resources since childhood, his full strength is definitely not that simple. His strength is indeed not inferior to Hilda's. In fact, because he has been nurtured with a lot of resources, he is stronger than Hilda, who was born in a wild way, in terms of hard power. For Hilda, he is indeed a strong enemy. By the way, N. It just so happens that you have also been directly promoted now. Do you want to follow me for a one-on-one friendly match? Rose's mouth corners slightly raised, her deep blue eyes seemed to flash with a flame-like luster. She leaned forward slightly and looked up at N from below. The two people's eyes met in the air, and they seemed to vaguely sense each other's intentions. Chapter 157 Rosa actually got there first. Hey! Plantina held Larvista, who was also full of question marks, with a blank face. Her big eyes moved back and forth between Rosa and N at a high speed. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Besides, Rosa is so cunning. She obviously wanted to have a battle with N too. She got there first. No problem. As a trainer, N would not refuse any opponent's invitation to fight casually, not to mention that Rosa obviously looked like she had been waiting for a long time, so it was even more impossible for him to pour a basin of cold water on her. It was a pity that Hilda was not at the scene at this moment because she was preparing to deal with the strong enemy in the game, otherwise she might have been dumbfounded now. She would never have thought that Rosa, who was defeated by her, would get there first and fight with N for Pokémon. But N is also a star now. If he casually fights Pokémon in public places, it will definitely attract a lot of people to watch, and maybe even a lot of paparazzi. That's right. After hearing what Platinum said, Rosa suddenly realized that although she had been looking forward to a battle with N to avenge her previous shame, she could not cause any trouble to him. In that case, do you want to come to the battlefield inside our Pokémon Center? Miss Joy, who had been eavesdropping not far away, finally couldn't hold it back for a long time and spoke to the few people decisively. Because of her work, she has been staying in the Pokémon Center as a social animal. She can only watch the broadcast on the big screen and can't go to the scene. Now there is a great opportunity to see N, the Mega Dark Horse, fight live. This is really a great opportunity. In her eyes, N will definitely become a strong man in the future, so his on-site command is not something you can see casually. So, it shouldn't matter if she touches the fish a little at work. If it really doesn't work, she can only ask her little sister to come over to take over. Anyway, she has to touch this fish. Thank you, Miss Joy. N saw Miss Joy's expression constantly changing, and smiled a little embarrassedly. He actually understood Miss Joy's persistence in Pokémon competitions. Because in this world with Pokémon, there are few people who are not interested in Pokémon battles. Trainers are the most mainstream and orthodox profession in this world, and even the gentle Miss Joy has a burning heart for battle. Really? Thank you so much. Great. Hearing this, Rosa's eyes lit up slightly, and she thanked Miss Joy with excitement. She was usually gentle and quiet, and she started to cheer a little because of her happiness. Since there is no future trouble, there is nothing to be afraid of. This is it, you can use it as much as you want, it's okay. Miss Joy smiled and led a few people to the city venue of the Pokémon Center, where the lights are bright, the venue is spacious, and the quality of the venue is very high. There are also large screens and cameras and other technological items next to it, which is almost the same as the venue of the Elite Challenge. All the equipment for fighting are of the best standard on the market, and the standard battleground is also meticulous. The maintenance cost of this quality venue alone is a considerable amount of money every year. From this, we can see how rich the Joy family is. This is just the battleground that Miss Joy and her sisters occasionally use during holidays, nothing more. Because the sisters are all very good at using Chinsi to fight, every time the battle starts, it tends to turn into a long battle. Well ahem, since I'm here, I'll be the referee again. Miss Joy ran to the side excitedly to pick up the referee's gloves and flag, and she didn't seem to plan to go back to work at all. Seeing her excitement, Platinum blinked in surprise and complained with some doubt. Why does it feel like Miss Joy is more excited than the trainer she's going to fight? This complaint was unanimously recognized by Rosa and N. Well, now let's start the battle between N from Pallet Town and Rosa from Aspertia City. Both sides use only one Pokemon, and the one who makes the other lose the ability to fight first wins. As soon as Joy picked up the flag, she immediately showed strong professionalism. Her energetic and serious posture did not have the gentle temperament before, and she was more formal than a formal referee. Click. N glanced at the Pokeballs on his waist. Except for Zeraora, almost all of them were shaking slightly, wanting to stretch their muscles. Repeated training can be boring. Having a formal match can verify the results of one's training and stimulate enthusiasm. Another reason is that if he wins, he can go back and brag to other Pokemon. Of course, this is not the main reason. However, before the start, N had already thought about which Pokemon would appear this time. Gurdurr, this game is up to you. It's Gurdurr? Well, in that case. Rosa looked at Gurdurr falling heavily from the sky with a slightly condensed look in her eyes, and then threw out the high-level Pokeball on the left side of her waist without hesitation. As the Pokeball exploded, a natural green breath combined with the leaves fluttering in the air, flashing a faint golden luster. It was Rosa's partner Pokemon, Serperior. The snake-like body has lost its limbs as a servant. Its light green body is wrapped in green leaves, and is matched with the noble golden lines of the royal family, which gives it a unique aristocratic temperament. Two vines are rolled up near the neck, like an elegant suit collar. In addition, this guy looks down on people, which makes people feel a sense of arrogance and dignity. Iron? Because he finally got to perform once, Gurdurr was about to lift his solid I-beam weighing hundreds of pounds to cheer, but he saw the distinctive opponent on the opposite side, and was obviously stunned for a while. After a closer look, Gurdurr obviously scratched his head in a silly way. That guy, I always feel a little familiar. Chapter 158 I am no longer the me before. Serperior's eyes are as sharp as a sword, and her proud eyes stare straight in the direction of Gurdurr. It seems that she thought of some shameful memories that she couldn't bear to look back on, and her eyes became even colder. Gurdurr just felt that the opponent looked familiar, and inherited the face blindness of his trainer. He didn't remember who the tall Pokemon on the opposite side was. He just scratched his head in confusion, and didn't understand why the beautiful green snake on the opposite side was so angry. Forget it. Who cares who she is, just beat her first. Gurdurr, who was more stubborn, immediately took a fighting stance. This look of not recognizing the opponent at all made Serperior angry, and she couldn't help but raise her head high. Serperior. Strength, Quasi-Elite Beginner. Qualification, Superior. This Serperior is quite powerful. As Rosa's partner Pokemon, it has finally evolved after this period of training and has broken through to the Quasi-Elite Beginner with its outstanding talent. But after reaching this level, the limitation of her talent made her reach a bottleneck and could no longer grow as fast as before. Gurdurr, on the other hand, was steady, consolidating his own strength bit by bit. Even though he had not yet completed the final evolution, his strength had long been stuck at the quasi-elite mid-level. The two sides were not much different in realm, but their strengths were far different. Serperior, use the Great Snake Glare. Scary Face. At this moment, both sides actually used moves that affected each other at the same time. The extremely fast great snake glare made Serperior stare at Gurdur fiercely, while Gurdur showed a hideous face. The 3 terrifying scars on his face seemed to make this move more powerful. Zzz. The great snake glare made a faint golden arc begin to emerge from Gurdur's body, which was obviously a paralysis state. At the same time as entering the paralysis state, Serperior was also frightened by Gurdur's terrifying face, as if he had thought of something. Good memories made it shrink its neck. Okay. Serperior, use Leech Seed next. Because she had enough experience fighting Timber for the first time, Rosa chose to avoid the sharp edge from the beginning. Use the moves that can limit Gurdur's movements to increase the distance, and then use Leech Seed that can continuously reduce his physical strength to attack. But it is obvious that N has already noticed Rosa's idea. Pull the seeds away, and then use Bulk Up. N gently pressed down the brim of the hat and spoke out this familiar combo. This made Rosa's face slightly startled, and then the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She also followed N's example and stretched out her fingers to gently pinch one side of the brim of the hat, and then swung her right hand violently. Miss Rosa learning to pinch the hat. In the past, Rosa was brought into N's fighting rhythm when facing Timber, who suddenly used Bulk Up to strengthen himself. She chose to actively use attacks to stop the opponent, and finally fell into the opponent's trap step by step. But, she is different now. Don't worry about it. Use Bulk Up. Listening to Rosa's order, N's eyes flashed with an inexplicable meaning, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that after such a long time, Rosa has grown a lot as a trainer. Not only is N getting stronger, but Rosa is also desperately trying to catch up with him. So, he really likes Pokemon battles. Iron. The 2 Pokemon grinned and stared at each other, using Bulk Up and Bulk Up at the same time. Gurdur's muscles are shrinking and expanding, and both its strength and defense capabilities have risen to a higher level. And Serperior is not willing to lag behind, and its slender body begins to curl up. Concentrate your mind to gather the energy around you to strengthen your own attack and defense, and concentrate your mind to make it easier to hit the opponent. Okay. Serperior, use Leaf Tornado. Rock Tomb, block it. N gave the order to let Gurdur completely wrap himself in the rock, and he skillfully opened the rock as a wall at the first time, perfectly blocking the sharp leaf attack from the front. Serperior, use Sunny Day. Seeing that Gurdur was like a turtle shell, Rosa naturally did not choose to continue to attack stupidly, but calmly began to expand her advantage little by little. The first thing to do is the weather. Rock Slide. Get out of the way. After receiving the order, Gurdur roared in a low voice and slammed the super heavy I-beam in his hand to the ground. He could use Laren weighing hundreds of kilograms as a training tool, not to mention a mere I-beam. This thing is almost like a fragile branch in Gurdur's hand. The huge rock covered the entire ceiling. Gurdur's power turned the huge rock into countless rock fragments, smashing down like a meteorite Draco meteor. And Serperior relied on her own agility to quickly distance herself and dodge. Serperior's speed was very good. Even if her speed dropped significantly due to the terrible face, she could easily dodge the rock attack, but dodging the attack meant that she had to spend a certain amount of time. And this was N's goal. Go straight ahead. Don't even think about it. Serperior, use Energy Ball to attack Gurdur. Rosa raised the corner of her mouth slightly. This time, her Serperior was no longer the same as before. After a lot of training, Energy Ball has become a killer move that can explode instantly. Gurdur can't use the weapon in his hand to resist Energy Ball casually. Not to mention getting close so easily. However, Rosa didn't expect N to have no intention of resisting it. What? Gurdur on the field used the large amount of rock fragments that fell from the previous rock slide as a layer of shields to block Serperior's Energy Ball attack. Rosa's eyes widened in surprise, and she suddenly realized the problem with this move. Could that be the one that Lei used to avoid Ninetales' Psybeam in the previous game? Plantina, who had been watching the game not far away, immediately reacted. She was a spectator at the scene and knew this very well. Lei Si used this move to avoid Ninetales' continuous skill attacks and achieved the goal of successfully getting close, almost causing Ninetales to suffer a great loss. I didn't expect N to perfectly replicate this move immediately and turn it into his own weapon. Chapter 159 This is my full strength. Fire Punch. Gerdur, who burst into a sprint, relied on the rock pillar as a shield and continued to move forward to reach Serperior, and before, veins popped up on the sandbag-sized fist, and the muscles of the arm kept contracting and expanding. Just a normal swing of the fist made the air explode due to friction. Zi. Just when Gerdur's right fist's fire punch was about to hit Serperior, his muscles suddenly became stiff and uncomfortable, and the explosive movement was forcibly stopped in an instant. This gave Serperior a few more breathing opportunities. This is the paralysis activated. It seems that his luck is really not good. Gerdur didn't expect that he had already rushed to Serperior, but at this time he triggered the abnormal state of paralysis, forcing his charged fire punch to swallow back. Serperior. Use Leaf Blade to push the opponent back. Ice Punch to fight back. Gerdur roared in a low voice, forcing his body to move. He immediately swung his fist to defend without charging. The Ice Punch, which exuded a chilling cold air, collided violently with Serperior's tail in mid-air. Serperior's close-range attack power was greatly improved after curling up, but it was still no match for Gerdur. Even if Gerdur attacked too quickly and had no time to charge, he could still suppress Serperior in the confrontation of strength. Bang! Gerdur was knocked back several meters by this blow, and his long-trained right fist felt sore and numb at this moment. If it weren't for the timely use of Ice Punch to offset it, this direct hit of Leaf Blade would have been a bit painful. Serperior was obviously not feeling well either. The Ice Punch made her tail, which had turned into a blade, emit bursts of white air, and the cold air corroded her tail. If this attack was a charged attack, perhaps the entire tail would be frozen. However, the crisis was still not resolved. Slam! N's command made Gerdur, who had just been repelled, rush forward again. Gerdur, holding the bright red eye beam, chopped at Serperior's head like a sword. With a deafening bang, a big hole was smashed into the hard battlefield. The eye beam in Gerdur's hand was like a convenient sledgehammer. A casual hit could bring huge lethality, but there was a problem that this thing was not very durable. Just a casual hit by Gerdur, the head of the eye beam began to twist. The most frantic fighter in the team is Gerdur. With his own humanoid Ultraman-like strength and strong physical defense, his close combat is not inferior to any opponent. However, his luck today is really not good. Gerdur was just about to go forward and use his powerful close-range ability to stick to Serperior, making it unable to distance itself and expand its advantage. At this moment, obvious arcs of saffron appeared on his body again, causing his next move to suddenly stop again. Now, use Grass Knot. Rose's eyes lit up slightly. It seems that the goddess of luck is really on her side today. Even N can't cope with 2 consecutive paralysis states. It is a great opportunity for her and Serperior to turn the tables. Rosa will naturally not let go of this hard-won opportunity. Serperior's long-prepared Grass Knot is successfully launched, locking Gerdur's ankles tightly, but failed to trip Gerdur, whose lower body is firm. But, this is enough. This attack is the full strength of me and Serperior. Next, this is the solar beam with the greatest power. Rosa swung her left hand suddenly, pinching the brim of her cap as if she had won. The scorching sun in the sky was constantly emitting energy, and the weather of sunny day could make Serperior's full power burst out instantly. Serperior raised his proud head and chirped, and his green and jade-like winding body began to gather a large amount of solar energy around him. Countless light spots were quickly absorbed by Serperior like bursting crystal fragments. In an instant, countless dazzling lights gathered in the air, and a group of scorching energy light bullets floated in front of Serperior. There was a bit of pride and arrogance in her eyes, and she roared to pour out all the energy in front of her. Buzz! The burning beam of light bombarded Gerdur from the front, making him unable to move. It was very bad for Gerdur, whose special defense was not very good, to take this attack. But just as Rosa looked towards the position of the trainer on the opposite side, she found that N still had a faint smile on his face. Crack, crack! The powerful solar beam left a burnt black mark on the ground, and Gerdur stood on the ground with his arms crossed in front of him. As the attack ended, it slowly moved, and the brown skin was covered with burnt black marks. The burning white smoke kept floating from its body, and Gerdur gradually revealed its hideous and terrifying face. Gerdur opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black smoke. Even without turning his head, he could clearly feel the trusting gaze of the trainer behind him, so how could a mere solar beam knock him down? Facade! Bang! The ground was shattered by Gerdur's kick. The moment Facade was launched, Gerdur burst out with all his strength and rushed out like a high-speed train, punching Serperior, who had no time to dodge and flew dozens of meters away. Facade is a killer move that can only be used when the Pokémon is in an abnormal state, and Gerdur, who is in paralysis, can double the power of this move. Serperior's weak body could not withstand this terrifying attack. He was blown away, and before he could fall to the ground, Gerdur, with a fierce look in his eyes, chased him again. Serperior, use Reflect. It's over, the last brute force. As N slowly lowered the brim of his hat, Gerdur's body seemed to expand by twice, and the muscles all over his body seemed to cheer, and waves of murderous momentum enveloped Serperior's whole body. That day, Serperior recalled the terror under Gerdur's control and the shame of being knocked to the ground with a punch. Chapter 160 The Decision of the Top 4. Iron. Gerdur took a deep breath, and the strength of his whole body was compressed to the peak at this moment, and the huge power gathered on his right fist. In midair, he swung this huge punch at Serperior, who could not make any evasive movements. Fortunately, this time it did not trigger paralysis. Brute force. This blow is different from the focus punch that needs to be charged to use. It can burst out extremely amazing power in an instant. Even Gerdur's killer move Dynamic Punch can hardly have the power at this moment. Serperior's face was horrified, and his eyes were full of fear. At this moment, her mind suddenly recalled the first time she met Gerdur, and the opponent's fist also hit her face at such a high speed. In an instant, a lot of unbearable memories came back to her mind, which was simply a revolving lantern of shame. Bang! The emerald green and slender snake-like body fell heavily from the air, and the huge destructive force brought by the brute force hit Serperior without mercy. As she fell from the air, her body smashed huge cracks in the solid and high-quality battlefield like a missile. With the point where she fell to the ground as the center, the cracks on the ground spread in all directions, and Serperior's body was deeply sunk into the ground by a punch, and it couldn't be pulled out. Serperior loses the ability to fight. Gerdur wins. Miss Joy's eyes were shining, and she waved the flag on her left hand while panting slightly, announcing the result of this game. It was really great to watch the game up close. It was so exciting, as expected. This is how Pokémon battles should be. Both sides were very strong and fought back and forth. Several times she thought it would be difficult for Gerdur to defeat Serperior, but she didn't expect that Trainer N would surprise her again and again. He fully exerted Gerdur's strength. Zzz! Larvesta in Platinum's arms began to dance and cheer, as if celebrating Gerdur's victory. His movements were so cute that people couldn't help but laugh. The winner at this moment had just fallen from the air to the ground. He even casually patted the non-existent dust on his body. Seeing his little fanboy Larvesta cheering behind him, Gerdur stretched out his huge fist to cover his mouth. His eyes seemed to want to look in Larvesta's direction but deliberately hesitated for a few minutes, as if he was posing a shy posture, and his eyes were full of joy that could not be concealed. It was because his little fanboy was behind him that he played so fiercely this time. The visual impact brought by the terrifying and ferocious face posing this kind of action was too strong, and Platinum couldn't bear to look directly at it. Larvesta in her arms was even more excited, staring at the front with eyes that seemed to be emitting fire. Iron. Using brute force will cause the muscle power to burst out in an instant, and naturally it will also cause a certain degree of damage to the muscle strength. Now Gerdur still feels a little sore when he moves. If he uses brute force again, he will definitely not be able to reach the power before. However, this does not affect his coolness. Rosa, you have really become much stronger. N's eyes were full of praise, and he praised Rosa who was walking over. This battle can fully show that Rosa has become stronger in these few. How much she has grown in the past month, whether in terms of her level as a trainer or her character, she is far from being comparable to before. It's a pity that Rosa's growth time is too short. If she is given some more time, she should be able to break through the shackles of the quasi-elite level within a year with her talent. By then, she will truly become an elite-level trainer and enter the ranks of the strong. Really, N? Stop making fun of me. Rosa covered her cheeks with her little hands, a little embarrassed, her pretty face slightly red with a little shame. Just now, she was shouting so loudly during the battle, and successfully attacked Gerdur several times in a row. Rosa had already felt that she had won. As a result, in less than 10 seconds, she was knocked to the ground by Gerdur's 2 punches. I'm not being polite. If Gerdur hadn't held on just now, I'm afraid we would have really lost. A gentle smile appeared on N's face. His bright green emerald eyes also glanced at Gerdur not far away. The guy was still posing as if nothing had happened. Yes. Rosa was also very powerful just now. If Serperior hadn't been unable to dodge in mid-air, he would definitely have had a chance to fight back. Gerdur shouldn't have had much physical strength at that time. Don't praise me so much. Hearing Platinum's praise, Rosa dared not look at anyone more. She blushed and lowered her head to look at the poke ball in her hand. When she stroked the poke ball with her right hand, a hint of helplessness and relief appeared on the corner of her mouth. Rosa gently raised her little head, took a deep breath, and felt her brain clear. Her eyes were on the green-haired boy who was joking with Platinum over there. He seemed to have only won by a narrow margin, but his indifference on his face was consistent throughout. N, there must be something else hidden, right? The game has already started. Rosa and N chose to watch the game in the audience seats closest to the battlefield. In the first game, a boy wearing a black and gold cap used a trick to narrowly defeat a Chinese elite trainer who was good at using grass type and successfully advanced to the semi-finals. The second game in which Hilda played was extremely fierce, and both sides fought with all their strength. Except for Rosa, Hilda also encountered such a difficult opponent in the game for the first time, but the advantage in the front was suddenly destroyed in the back. The silver-haired boy standing opposite smiled and took out a Charizard with amazing strength, knocking down the seriously injured Escavalier and the almost intact Lucario in a row. This was the turning point of the whole game. Hilda fought with all her strength, without any confusion in her eyes, until the last moment her Imbor also showed her power and defeated Charizard, but in the end she was defeated due to lack of physical strength. Because the opponent was stronger. Imbor lost his ability to fight. Nangong King won. So Nangong will advance to the semi-finals in this match. It appeared. Hilda, the dark horse in this match, was defeated by Nangong. Until the end, Nangong still didn't sacrifice the 6th Pokémon. Chapter 161 A Nova Heresy. After taking back the Pokeball of Imbor who fainted on the ground after trying his best, Hilda whispered to thank the Pokeball, then took a deep breath and left the battlefield. The calmness on her face slowly changed when she saw the smiling green-haired boy in the audience. I'm so sorry, Rosa. I promised to help you win all the way and finally defeat N, but I accidentally lost first. Hilda came to the audience to meet N with a bit of apology on her face, and straightened her cap a little nervously. The faint smile on her face seemed not to sense any loss from her, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her. Hilda's battle was over, and she had indeed given it her all. Whether it was Lucario who exploded or Imbor who tried his best, they all fought for her with all their strength, and if they lost, it was just because they were not as skilled as them. No need to apologize, Hilda is already very strong. This time it was just because I didn't have enough time to become stronger. If I meet that guy next time, I will definitely beat him up easily. Haha, then I have to work harder from now on. The girl gently waved her little pink fist in front of Hilda, her face full of dissatisfaction as if she wanted to defend the injustice. Seeing Rose's cute appearance in front of her, Hilda couldn't help laughing out loud. But it can be seen that she still hasn't completely let it go. At this time, Hilda suddenly felt a warm hand patting her head gently. The warm and slender hands gently stroked the smooth ponytail, and the warmth from the top of her head made her squint her eyes in comfort. Anne carefully felt the warmth transmitted by the hair. The delicate touch was like the finest silk, and it was like the gentle flow of clear stream water. Such gentleness and comfort made him smile. "You did a good job." "Stupid, don't touch my head casually." Even Hilda, who was a bit awkward and arrogant, only had a faint blush on her pretty face at this moment. She said she disliked her body but honestly didn't make any resistance. However, she was not completely defeated. Hilda had basically tested the opponent's strength. With so much information, when N met the opponent later, he would be prepared in advance. After that, he would take the lead in the battle and let N teach that guy a lesson to avenge Hilda. Although Hilda also thinks that N can win without the enemy's intelligence. "Oh my, isn't this Lord Rhodes? What's wrong? Why are you so anxious?" The brown-robed old man walking in the corridor full of technology suddenly bumped into an unexpected person. This guy was wearing an elegant and formal grey windbreaker-style research robe, with mechanical technology gloves on his arms, electronic instruments flashing above, and golden streamlined short hair with intellectual gold-rimmed glasses. Just from the appearance, he can give people a good impression. "Calres? It's rare for you to appear outside the laboratory." The old man called Rhodes is one of the Plasma Group 7 sages, and he just returned from the Huaxia region after completing a mission. But it seems that he received some special mission from the head of the 7 sages, Kishis, and he was about to leave before he had time to stay for a few days. And the blonde man with glasses in front of him is called Calres, a genius scientist that Kishis dug from somewhere. He focuses on studying the hidden power and talents of Pokémon, and has absolute authority in this field. However, his personality is a bit weird, and his temperament is completely unpredictable. It is unclear why this guy joined the Plasma Group. Rhodes' impression of this guy is that he is a mysterious guy who speaks in a weird way. In addition, geniuses in this research department usually have some problems with their brains, both positive and negative. "Oh, I will leave for a while occasionally. I'm busy studying Genesect recently and the so-called light stone that Mr. Kishi's got. I haven't figured out the principle of how this thing turns into Pokémon after studying it for a long time." When it comes to the topic of research, Calres becomes a bit talkative, which makes Rhodes' mouth twitch slightly. He doesn't have time to talk nonsense with this brainless scientist here. His next task is related to the future of the Plasma Group. "Calres, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it next time. I have an urgent mission to go out now." "Oh? What urgent mission?" A hint of meaning flashed in Calres' eyes, as if she was very curious about the mission Rhodes mentioned, but Rhodes just kept silent in the face of this question. This mission is a secret among secrets. Even the 7 sages, the Cotter group that controls the Plasma Group, only Rhodes knows the details at this moment, and it cannot be disclosed casually. It's useless to say more. "I'm leaving first." "Wait a moment, you should be going to China, right? This thing may have an unexpected effect on your mission." Calres smiled and stopped Rhodes, who was about to run away, and almost forcefully stuffed something into the pocket of Rhodes' sage robe. This made Rhodes' expression stiffen, and there was a bit of special meaning in his eyes. He shouldn't have said that he was going to the Huaxia region, right? Why did Calres know? Rhodes' brain was working at high speed. Theoretically, Calres joined the Plasma Group earlier than many of the 7 sages. All the technology and weapons here were made by him. In a sense, Kalres could be said to have mastered the force of the entire plasma group. He was definitely not as simple as he looked. I understand. Rode just glanced at him casually, did not refuse the special item handed over by Kalres, but turned around and left quickly, leaving only this frivolous scientist standing alone in the silent corridor. Hoo hoo! With a strange laugh, a smile suddenly appeared on Kalres's handsome face. He muttered something as if he was talking to himself, turned around and jumped towards his laboratory. King. Chapter 162, The Top 4. We have finally reached the final bend of this tournament. The two elite players who have stood out in the semi-finals are in place. The winner will advance to the final. The Charizard Cup tournament has come to the end of the last day, and N has already been ready at the player command position. The trainer opposite him is a young and somewhat immature black-haired boy. He is looking over here while beating Yan. Obviously, he doesn't care much about the game at all. He can still make it to the semi-finals of the tournament with such a bad attitude. This guy is really not to be underestimated. But from the looks of him, he seems to be worried about whether he is not too interested in winning. He probably just wants to participate for some reason and wants to kill time. However, even so, N will go all out. This is respect. N's smooth and bright green ponytail sways gently behind his head, the corners of his mouth raise a beautiful arc, and the eyes hidden under the brim of his hat emit strange light. At this moment, the aura of a powerful trainer on him is spreading little by little. The lazy expression of Jin standing opposite him stiffened a little, and he stared at the trainer opposite with some vigilance. Jin had seen N's game in the preliminaries, and since then he has noticed the restrained power of this guy. The aura of a real strong man is either a monstrous pressure, or extremely restrained like the green-haired boy in front of him. However, the latter is often the more terrifying type. The game begins. Taro, I leave it to you. Gold casually threw the Pokeball in his hand high into the sky, and the Pokemon that appeared was Ambipom, which was covered with purple fur and had two huge palm-shaped tails. This guy stared at the front with his eyes squinting, looking quite fierce. Larvesta, get ready for battle. Larvesta rolled in the air like a ball of fire and landed on the ground. His handsome action caused a lot of exclamations from the audience. This made the little guy quite useful, and he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. It's worthy of being taught by the fairy Pokemon sister. It's really good. However, this battle is not easy to fight. Even after the training of the competition, Larvesta's strength is only superior high level, facing Ambipom, whose strength has reached boss beginner level. It's very difficult to win. Taro, use Fake Out. Snap. Ambipom smiled sinisterly, and his two short arms suddenly shot in the air, allowing the unique airflow energy attack to instantly hit Larvesta, who could not dodge. This attack made Larvesta suffocate a little, and his movements became stiff and unable to move. Good opportunity. Swift is thrown out to chase. Jin smiled cunningly like a fox, but it was a pity that this was a more formal game, otherwise it would not be just throwing Swift out to attack. He started with a set of swift and fierce attacks, successfully hitting Larvesta, whose speed and strength were not as good as Ambipom, and the audience who had become N's fans also exclaimed one by one. In the past, N always beat others in battles so that they could not fight back. This was the first time that N was suppressed at the beginning. Flame Wheel. N still had a gentle smile on his face. Larvesta on the field was furious, but when he heard N's order, he suppressed all his anxious emotions in an instant and kept his brain in the calmest state. Puff! Larvesta sprayed a ball of burning flames that wrapped his whole body, and then his body was like a flowing fireball on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot, bursting out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, but this was not difficult to deal with in front of Ambipom, who was also good at speed. Otaro stared at the opponent's attack trajectory and dodged the attack directly. Then use Screech. Ambipom on the field stared at the high-speed flame wheel with his eyes, and then dodged the attack of Flame Wheel with agility that could jump freely on the big tree, and then opened his mouth and immediately let out a piercing laugh. The situation was not good as Larvista's attacks failed to hit the target. The situation of the battle made Platinum in the audience anxious. Seeing Larvista, who was too young and weak to fight back, her face was full of anxiety. Even for a trainer of N's level, it was difficult to gain an advantage when the strength gap was large. This is really bad. Larvista's speed, which he was proud of, has no advantage in front of Ambipom. What should I do? Don't be so anxious, Xiao. Nana, who was sitting next to him, smiled meaningfully. She said that she didn't have that kind of feeling for N, but she was so anxious in the game. This was a very interesting performance. Look carefully. Oxueshan hugged his chest and chuckled. Platinum heard that the former Pokemon Battle Authority had said so, and temporarily put aside her worries and anxiety, and calmed down to look in the direction of N. Ambipom on the field used Screech to successfully hit Larvista, who couldn't dodge, but people with sharp eyes could see that Ambipom's condition was not quite right. Red light began to emerge from its body. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of blazing flames began to burn on its body, causing Ambipom to let out a cry. It cried out in pain. Although the flames would soon be extinguished, they still left burn marks on its body. This is burn. The flame wheel just now was just faint. Jin's observation ability is very strong. He immediately determined that the real reason for the burn was that the moment the flame wheel approached Ambipom, it used phosphorus fire while rotating itself. How much training did he have to use phosphorus fire in actual combat when he could use it at the same time as the flame wheel? Chapter 163. I can hear their voices. But this level is not a problem. Otaro, then use agility to rush over. Being in the burn state is really a piece of cake for Jin. If this negative state wants to really work, it must let time pass and prolong the battle. But with Ambipom's strength, as long as he takes the initiative to attack, he can quickly knock down this Larvista. Wait until Apom is put into the Pokeball later to avoid the effect of burning and consuming physical strength to the greatest extent. Then use Shadow Claw. Substitute. Apom's instant burst speed is much faster than Larvista's. At this time, it may be too late to use Protect, so N decisively chooses to consume half of his own physical strength to avoid this attack. Also, it is to create opportunities. Buzz. The claws emitting an ominous purple light, under the blessing of agility, slashed towards Larvista's body with great force. The combination of speed and strength brings excellent power. However, if it is not hit, it will have no effect. Bang! Larvista's substitute exploded the moment it touched the Shadow Claw. At the same time, at such a close distance, even the agile Apom could not avoid the attack launched by Larvista. Zero distance, Flare Blitz. Zzz. Larvista, who was already angry, erupted all the flames from his body in one breath, and the blazing flames spiraled around his petite body, making him crash into Ambipom's face like a small sun. You know, before evolution became a real sun, Larvista was good at physical attacks. Keep chasing, use Bug Buzz at close range. N's eyes flashed with a strange light. At this distance, even if Ambipom was fast, he couldn't avoid the large-scale Bug Buzz attack on the sky, the ground, and the air. And Gold, who had extremely fast reaction ability, opened his eyes wide and shouted at this moment. Use Bounce quickly. Gee! Ambipom, who endured the pain, sneered and suddenly exerted force on his legs. Under the influence of the explosive force, his light body instantly jumped to a height of dozens of meters, and began to fall downward at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Even though Bug Buzz hit him and he jumped high into the air to avoid the close-range eardrum tear, Larvista, who was attacked continuously at the same time, had no strength to dodge. He was a complete sitting duck. This was a flying-type move that restrained the bug-type bounce. Larvista loses his ability to fight, Ambipom wins. Larvista, who was unable to dodge the bounce attack, rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. It was already very hard to hold on until here. The last bounce attack was very effective. Even if he borrowed another tube of blood, he would not be able to stand up. Wow! The exclamations from the audience were endless for a while, and many viewers were cheering for the winner. N, the strongest dark horse trainer, lost a Pokemon right after coming up, which was very surprising. Otoro comes back first, you're next. Tajibo. Gold, who won the first victory, wiped his nose with his thumb with a little pride, and then threw out a Tagetic from Tajipai evolution. It looked like a snow-white dinosaur with small wings, and the smile on his face was very happy. However, Gold did not see any negative emotions on the face of the boy on the opposite side. He just took back the Larvesta on the field with a bit of apology. The handsome face that made people uncomfortable returned to the elegant calmness at the beginning. It seems that you get along well with your Pokemon. I can also hear their joyful voices. N suddenly smiled and said this sentence out of the blue, which made Gold a little confused. Obviously, he didn't know the other party, but he gave people an inexplicable sense of closeness. Looking at it, Gold inexplicably didn't feel that the handsome face on the opposite side was uncomfortable. He just snorted and pressed down the hat on his head. Just as Gold was about to ask something, the other party smiled and took out the second poke ball. Fairy Pokemon, come on stage. Bunny. All the buffs that women like, such as elegance, beauty, and cuteness, are superimposed together, and this is the cutest Pokemon, the famous fairy Pokemon on the ranking list. N took out such a cute Pokemon, which made Gold a little stunned. The female growls in the audience burst out like waves, which made Gold, who only had the impression of various monster Pokemon, look a little subtle. But he would not judge the strength of a Pokemon by its appearance. No matter what, Tajibo will use ancient power to test the truth first. Light screen. The fairy Pokemon elegantly threw out a light pink energy wall to wrap its whole body, while dodging the attacks of the rocks with special powers, and quickly rushed towards Tagetic. Come on! Use Steel Wing on her! Gold's eyes lit up immediately. At this distance, the fairy Pokemon who was busy dodging attacks should not have time to dodge this move. Either fight Tagetic head-on, or just take this hit of Steel Wing. Charm. At this moment, the fairy Pokemon, who had originally had a little tsundere expression, suddenly showed a pitiful big watery eyes, and then made a very coquettish sound. The attack power of the confused Tagetic instantly dropped a lot. The originally powerful Steel Wing hit the fairy Pokemon like a misfire, and only made her retreat a few steps. It seems that it did not cause much damage. And this distance is quite dangerous for Tagetic, who just used a move. Body Slam. Changing the silly and cute posture just now, the fairy Pokemon puffed up his cheeks and splashed high, and pressed Tagetic's head directly into the rocky ground with his butt. The powerful force made the surrounding rocky ground full of dense cracks, and Tagetic was hit so hard that he couldn't get up at all. What a big fart, I mean what a strong power! As expected of the characteristic fairy skin, Body Slam is even more powerful. Tagetic loses the ability to fight. Fairy Pokemon wins. Chapter 164 Fairy Pokemon is not heavy. Bunny Bunny Bunny. The fairy Pokemon, who knocked the opponent to the ground, raised her head very proudly, but after she reacted, her whole body suddenly shook. She looked at the trainer behind her with a bit of disbelief, as if asking a shocked question. Why use Body Slam? Although she did learn a lot of moves, she didn't want to use the Body Slam at all. Especially when she sat on the opposite Pokemon and made him faint, didn't it make her weight look exaggerated? A shy girl would never admit that she is heavy. N tilted his head in confusion when he noticed that the fairy Pokemon was staring at him with strange eyes. He was the most sensitive to the mood of Pokemon, but he could not understand the complex emotions from the fairy Pokemon. Seeing N's puzzled look, the fairy Pokemon raised his head in disappointment, then sighed slightly with melancholy, slowly turned around and looked at the trainer opposite. With her temperament, she was reluctant to lose her temper with N, so she could only vent her emotions in another way. Gold, who was standing opposite, felt a chill on his back. He stared at the cute Pokemon that looked harmless with caution. It was completely different from what it looked like. She actually had such a strong strength. Otaro! I'll beg you again. Otaro, who had just appeared in front of him again. His body was constantly eroded by burns, and Ambipom also looked a little uncomfortable. It was hit by Larvista's last attack Flare Blitz, which also hurt it badly. Seeing the powerful skills of the fairy Pokemon, it must not be hit casually. It is not realistic to use Ambipom to defeat the fairy Pokemon now, so Gold plans to use some small tricks. If it can consume the opponent's physical strength, it will be even better. In front of this sharp-eyed guy, you can't use double team casually. Gold muttered to himself, and then looked at Ambipom on the field. The other party immediately understood what he meant and started running on the field. Its excellent speed makes many Pokemon of the same level far behind, not to mention that it is even more difficult for human eyes to keep up with it. Double team! As the trainer shouted, the Ambipom on the field released a large number of residual substitutes while speeding at high speed, and countless figures filled the entire battlefield. Ground. Faced with this siege, the fairy Pokemon was not afraid at all. N's eyes gently scanned the field, and his sharp emerald green eyes seemed to be shining, as if nothing false could exist under the gaze of these eyes. This is the absolute truth. Besiege. Use Brick Break together. Calm mind. Dozens of Ambipoms began to besiege the fairy Pokemon together. Even if it was just a boss-level attack, a direct hit of Brick Break would cause considerable damage to the fairy Pokemon. As a result, faced with this offensive, N chose to use Calm Mind on the spot. Calm Mind is a very powerful move that can increase special attack and special defense at the same time. But once it is disturbed by other external objects, it will be interrupted immediately. At the same time, it cannot move when using Calm Mind, which is very restrictive. The audience around him stared with wide eyes, and saw that the fairy Pokemon closed his eyes decisively and floated in the air. The attacks from the Ambipom from all directions came one after another, but none of them actually hit him. None of the clones around him was real. Jump up! At the moment when Calm Mind ended, the fairy Pokemon jumped up, and at the same time, the ground under her feet suddenly cracked, and Ambipom also rushed out of the cave fiercely. Gold's actions were completely detected, and not only that, he also exposed himself to danger. Fight! Use Iron Tail! Moonblast! The fairy Pokemon laughed and waved his front feet in the air. In an instant, a huge light pink crescent moon appeared above his head, and layers of huge magenta fairy energy were like a waterfall flowing down, venting madly on Ambipom. Even though Ambipom tried his best at the last moment, he still couldn't touch the fairy Pokemon. Ambipom lost his ability to fight. So strong! Too strong! The situation was reversed so quickly. The fairy Pokemon knocked down 2 Pokemon in succession, and the disadvantage disappeared immediately. It was the first time for the commentator to see such a situation where the opponent's tactics were completely guessed. Gold used Double Team and hit a dig at the same time, which was a surprise. It stands to reason that with so many clones blocking the line of sight, N should not be able to see Ambipom's instantaneous movements. And he not only discovered it, but even guessed the timing of the opponent's attack? Hey, hey! Gold's mouth twitched constantly. It was the first time he encountered such a terrifying and difficult opponent. He was not afraid of the opponent's strong Pokemon, but he was afraid that the trainer's strength was also strong. And the green-haired handsome man in front of him with a harmless smile was obviously a monster trainer. In front of such a guy, Satoshi Ming doesn't dare to use it at all. Gold, who suffered a loss, couldn't help but complain. His mind was very fast, and he could often think of various wonderful ways to win in informal battles. But facing the boy in front of him for the first time, it was like punching cotton with a punch, and a feeling of powerlessness filled his heart. It seems that I have to let you go on the field in advance. Gold took a deep breath and took out the third poke ball. Only this poke ball seemed to be a little different from the other poke balls, giving people a unique atmosphere. Bayotaro. It's finally time for you to go on the field. Ah! A deafening roar came, and as the poke ball exploded, a sturdy Typhlosion stood on the field, and the fur around its neck sprayed out volcanic flames. This was Typhlosion, one of the Johto region Royal 3. Although it does not have much presence among the Royal 3 Pokémon, it does not mean that it is weak. On the contrary, Typhlosion is like a volcano that is about to erupt, and it can sweep away everything around it with scorching air waves at any time. The power of its instantaneous eruption is amazing. And this Typhlosion is also the partner Pokémon of Gold's Earl Dervish. Chapter 165 Gold's Bonds. Typhlosion. Strength, Quasi-Elite Intermediate. Qualification, Superior. The Typhlosion on the field roared, as if it sensed the burning emotions of the trainer behind it. Its anger and red flames also erupted at this moment, and its whole body was as ferocious as being constricted by flames. Although the fairy Pokémon was not injured, it also consumed a lot of its own physical strength. It must not be as difficult as it was at the beginning. After the battles just now, Gold has already known how high N's level as a trainer is, just like the gentle and calm smile on his face. During the battle, his mind was as calm as a machine, and he would not be affected by any factors. Test. Just standing opposite him, Gold could feel a pressure coming at him. It was the fear that everything about him was detected by the other party's cold emerald eyes, which made people stand on end. Don't get me wrong, this is not just fear. Now the excitement in Gold's heart has overwhelmed the fear, and he couldn't help but smile excitedly. Burn everything. Use the fiery abyss. Gold's face was full of fearless smiles. He had chosen to give up those tactics of Satoshi Ming, because these things could not escape the eyes of the guy opposite. So he chose to use the most reckless method and crush him directly. N, who was standing opposite, put one hand in his pocket, and the corner of his mouth was slightly higher. Just as Gold thought, the more he played those roundabout tricks in front of N, the easier it would be to fall into the vortex of his mathematical formula. If you want to defeat N in battle, you must use the simplest and most direct tactics. Just trust your trainer's combat instincts in the duel. Boom! Typhlosion roared loudly, and the scarf-like hair on his back burst into flames. The quasi-elite level raging fire instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, and countless flames completely enveloped the fairy Pokémon like a storm in the center of the sea. Just as the name Fire Abyss, it really puts the opponent into the abyss. Hyper-voice tear open the encirclement and rush out directly. N gently raised his right hand, and the fairy Pokémon constricted by the flames chose to execute the command without hesitation even though it looked painful. Opening his mouth, he emitted a deafening roaring sound wave, which tore a path in front of the flames that was large enough for him to pass through. Hyper Voice has the power of fairy due to its fairy skin feature. This unavoidable attack also hits Typhlosion in the distance, and both sides suffer considerable damage. However, the unlucky one is that the fairy Pokémon has burn marks of burning fire on her body. This means that she will continue to be burned and wear down her physical strength, and her injuries will continue to deepen. Bunny. The fairy Pokémon narrowed her eyes and broke through the flames and rushed closer and closer to Typhlosion. Gold was not afraid of the enemy's approach, but waved her arms and shouted loudly. Attack head-on, flame charge! Jump up, disarming voice! The sprinting fairy Pokémon suddenly jumped into the air, and the flame charge wrapped in flames rushed forward and whizzed past her dangerously. At the same time, pleasant sound waves spread from the air in all directions, making Typhlosion in the flames look painful. Don't stop, Bayotaro! Use flamethrower! Typhlosion raised his head, enduring the pain of piercing his eardrums. The sound wave attack made his eyes blurry, but Typhlosion still stared at the direction in the air with a firm look. At this moment, a blazing flame burst out of its mouth like a flaming dragon circling up to the sky, and miraculously hit the fairy Pokémon in the air. Although Tiflosion's hearing was temporarily affected by the sound wave attacks, it still heard the shouts of the trainer behind it, and the invisible bonds of both sides seemed to be connected at this moment. Bunny! The fairy Pokémon cried out in pain. The power of the quasi-elite mid-level Tiflosion skills is extremely high, and the pain is normal. Because she was usually slack in training, her strength has been stuck at the quasi-elite mid-level for a long time. If Barry was a little stronger, perhaps the disarming voice just now would have caused enough damage to Tiflosion. But she didn't want to lose, and the fairy Pokémon definitely didn't want to lose to the opponent in front of N. Shadow Ball. N was also surprised by the bonds of the opposing trainer and Pokémon, but she didn't slack off in the orders she gave. The fairy Pokémon suddenly threw out a swift Shadow Ball at this moment. The speed of the silver arc and the black energy ball hit Tiflosion's face accurately. Obviously, Gold didn't expect that a fairy Pokémon would actually use Shadow Ball, and the attack accuracy in midair could be so high. It is enough to see how much effort the fairy Pokémon put into training the Shadow Ball move. The white smoke that filled the surroundings of the Shadow Ball explosion enveloped the field. For a moment, no one could see the situation on the field clearly. Even the audience in the audience forgot to cheer, but held their breath and stared. God was watching the picture on the big screen. The white smoke gradually dissipated, and the fairy Pokémon gasped for air, and the beautiful pink and white fur on her body was burned black by the flames. At the same time, the burn effect on her body was still activated, which kept consuming her physical strength. And Tiflosion was obviously not much better. It closed one eye tightly, as if it was injured by the Shadow Ball and couldn't open it. In addition, its ears were affected by the continuous short sound wave attacks, and its hearing and vision were affected for a while. The injuries on its body were even more serious. There were traces of blasts in front of it. It felt that its brain had been drowsy and painful due to the continuous sound wave attacks. Pucci! Gold, who was standing on one side of the field, couldn't help laughing when he saw the situation on the field, and N, who was standing on the opposite side, also smiled softly and stared at each other. The two looked at each other and seemed to be aware of each other's thoughts. Burn, Tiflosion! Use your full strength to use the last fire blast. Fairy Pokémon, Hyper Beam! The two Pokémon raised their heads at the same time, as if they had completely forgotten their injuries, and desperately gathered all their energy to one point. The huge explosion like flames enveloped the air, colliding violently with the bright pink and white energy beam. Chapter 166 will be friends from now on. The thick white smoke that spread throughout the field gradually dissipated, and Tiflosion's figure first appeared on the field. The flame hair on its back had shrunk a little due to the excessive energy explosion. Compared to the rage that soared to the sky at the beginning, the back of its back was now as weak as a flame. Roar! There were scars all over his body from the aftermath of the explosion. Even with such injuries, Tiflosion's eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at the direction ahead. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of the fairy Pokémon became clearer. Bunny Bunny! The fairy Pokémon seemed to be mumbling something, breathing heavily while talking. Her injuries were no less serious than Tiflosion's. The beautiful pink and white hair that N usually combed and took care of carefully was now tangled into a mess because of the burning flames. She had already used all her strength just to stand on the field, but now her physical strength was completely insufficient and she might fall down at any time. Just when the fairy Pokémon was about to adjust her breathing, a ball of flame suddenly burned and exploded on her body, making her scream in pain. Burn took effect. This ball of flame seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the already unstable fairy Pokémon to collapse completely. No matter how unwilling she was in her heart, she still lost her ability to fight first. The fairy Pokémon loses its ability to fight. Tiflosion wins. The referee chose to make a decision when he saw the fainted fairy Pokémon, and Gold on the opposite side just breathed a sigh of relief with a slightly tired look. Just now, his mind was highly concentrated, so as soon as he relaxed, he immediately felt the fatigue like a tide. Typhlosion was also in a critical moment at this moment. It closed one eye and knelt on one knee with great difficulty. At this moment, even a random stone could knock it down. It was completely relying on perseverance to stand up until now. It seems that I am really too lucky. Gold gently pressed the hat on his head, and his forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. If it weren't for the lucky hit of the flame abyss at the beginning, which put the opponent into a burning state, and the fairy Pokémon had consumed some physical strength before, otherwise it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. N took out the Pokeball and took back the fairy Pokémon. He gently held the Pokeball in his palm and apologized softly. Then he slowly took out the third Pokeball from his waist. The Pokémon inside was the long-awaited Gurdurr. Iron. Gurdurr had been excited when he saw the battle outside in the Pokeball. Seeing that he was about to make the next appearance, he was already rubbing his hands and must show his power. Just when N was about to throw it out, Gold on the opposite side suddenly raised his right hand. "Excuse me, can you give up directly? If you don't hurry over, the discounted lunch boxes at the convenience store will be sold out." Gurdurr? A muscular man in the Pokeball was completely dumbfounded at this moment. A galaxy of stars flashed through his brain, and his thoughts spread to every corner of the vast universe at this moment. Because Gold suddenly chose to give up, and also entered the final champion decision finals very quickly, and he also met Gold, who was about to leave in the backstage of the contestants. Before he could speak, the other party took the initiative to come up and greet him. "Yo, your fairy Pokémon was so powerful just now, it really wanted to fuck me." Gold, who looked very familiar, smiled and patted N's shoulder, as if he didn't care about his direct giving up, or rather, the competition was meaningless to him. The purpose of his participation in the competition was simply to kill time, and to see if there are any strong opponents to fight. Who knew that he would really meet N, a monster trainer in a handsome man's skin? No, your Typhlosion is very strong. Fairy Pokémon and I have tried our best, but I didn't expect you to give up. It's just luck, and my Odoro was exhausted at that time. The other Pokémon behind couldn't fight anymore. Gold spread his hands helplessly. He didn't want to be praised by the guy in front of him for his strength. Just watching from the audience can see how strong this guy is, and now he hasn't even revealed the tip of the iceberg, and he hasn't even released the terrifying Zorua. Gold dares to be sure that Zorua must be stronger than fairy Pokémon. It turns out that there is such a strong pervert among the guys of the same age as him. He originally thought that Professor Elm was just scaring him. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Gold, just call me by my name. We'll be friends after we meet, so just call me if you have anything to say." "Well, okay, just call me N." Gold's personality is too enthusiastic, extroverted and extremely sociable, which is really the type that N is not good at dealing with. He could only watch Gold grab his hand and shake it up and down, and even gave him the contact information of the trainer navigator, and then he had a friend inexplicably. His appearance reminded N of a childhood friend from the Kanto region. Red's personality is completely different from Gold in front of him. He is taciturn and expressionless. At the beginning, N took the initiative to find him several times before they could barely get familiar with each other. Chapter 167 The Bad Woman Who Wants to Take N Away. Next is the N Finals. Although I stopped in the quarter-finals, I always feel that it doesn't feel real. It is said that the contestants of this year should be stronger than those in previous years. But I always feel that I haven't met many strong opponents. Hilda complained with a puzzled look on her face as she returned to the Pokémon Center. She was also a trainer who made it to the quarter-finals, but except for Rosa and Nangongkang who defeated her, the strength of other trainers along the way was not that outstanding. Rosa just smiled a little embarrassedly beside her and didn't tell the truth. It is natural to feel that the opponent is not strong. The reason why the opponent is not strong is that the strong trainers have been eliminated long ago. Rosa pinched her soft black and brown hair helplessly, her eyes wandering a little. Neither she nor Hilda actually met the real seed players, and those seed players who had the hope of winning the championship were blocked from the top 8 one by one. For example, Wally, the newcomer who owns Gallade, Furu, the next leader of Fukiyo's gym, and Reiji, the outstanding Sinnoh trainer who has the hope of winning the championship. Mari, the heir of Galar's strongest gym, or the boy named Gold before. These are all powerful seed players, each of them has the hope of entering the top 4 or even the finals. If nothing unexpected happens, these trainers will become strong people who can stand on their own in the future. And most of them fell outside the top 8, which was a big upset. The reason for this tragic situation is, of course, Rosa looked around and finally caught the figure she was looking for in a corner of the Pokémon Center. She quickly reached out and patted Hilda's shoulder gently, motioning her to look over. Hilda blinked in a strange way, and then followed the direction pointed by Rosa, and saw N sitting in the corner in the distance, staring at the fairy Pokémon. When one person and one Pokémon looked at each other, they even tilted their heads to each other. Such a cute scene almost pierced Hilda Orberga's heart. Quack! Hilda made an incomprehensible sound, and covered her eyes with one hand, but her eyes still flowed out from her fingers. She saw a very cute picture, and her brain was a little unable to think for a while. N, who was still staring at the fairy Pokémon, saw the two people not far away, so he raised his hand and slowly waved to them. So cute, it's the fairy Pokémon that just appeared. I was staring at her in the audience just now. She performed very well in the battle. When she fought me, she was just a small EV and was very timid. Now she has become so beautiful. The closer Hilda got, the more she liked the pink and white little guy in front of her. The fairy Pokémon that had evolved had lost its initial timidity and lack of confidence. Now it has inherited its cuteness and become elegant and beautiful. It can make most women fall in love with her. Bunny. Seeing the girl in front of her open her arms and approach with an embrace, the fairy Pokémon puffed up her cheeks and retreated one after another. 2 steps, with a bit of disgust on his face. At the same time, he stared at Rosa in front of him with a bit of vigilance, because Hilda, who looked like a loser at first glance, didn't seem to be a threat. But this girl with a bun should be considered a very attractive existence in the eyes of human men, which made the fairy Pokémon a little wary. Ugh! Hilda's movement to hug her suddenly stagnated, and her face immediately had a bit of a grieved cute expression. This scene made it impossible for people to connect Hilda at this moment with the heroic Valkyrie in the battle. Okay, fairy Pokémon is a little shy, and she will be very clingy after getting familiar with her. Faced with N's gentle pat on the head to comfort her, Hilda finally became less disappointed and aggrieved. This pat on the head that only childhood sweethearts can enjoy casually made Rosa next to her a little envious, and on the surface she could only raise her eyebrows slightly. Bunny! No way! The fairy Pokémon raised her head slightly. Those who wanted to take N away from her were all bad women. If N had a girlfriend, then the time she was pampered and charmed would definitely be reduced. I will expel all these sneaky cats without a single one left. Rosa saw N looking behind the two of them, and immediately realized that he was looking for Platinum, so she immediately explained, Miss Bellrich should have been taken away by Miss Nanami now. Miss Nanami seems to have something to talk to her about. Miss Nanami's personality is too evil, she likes to tease people too much. I hope Platinum is okay. Hilda was a little scared when she thought of Nanami. The experience of being caught by her and changing dozens of dresses in one night was still vivid in her mind. And now Platinum is also her important ally and partner, so Hilda will naturally be a little worried about her. Is that so? N seemed to have thought of something and smiled thoughtfully. He could still guess what Nanami wanted to do. The sister who liked to have fun should want to use all kinds of words to seduce the pure-natured Platinum to do something interesting in her eyes, but she would not take the initiative to tell her about the engagement. By the way, N. Do you have a plan for that Nangong Kang? Hilda suddenly opened her mouth to throw out this topic. The final Charizard Cup final is the top priority now. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated, and there are also trump cards that have not been revealed. I probably have some ideas, but it may be a very difficult battle. Although he said so, Rosa did not see the slightest nervousness on his face. It was as if he was talking about something as ordinary as eating and drinking water. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Will the fairy Pokemon appear this time? No, this little guy seems to have been taught a lesson in the battle and feels that he is holding me back, so he plans to train to strengthen his own strength first. With a smile in his eyes, Anne reached out and rubbed the fairy Pokemon's hair. This guy naturally enjoyed the touch. Just now, he was still in a depressed and frustrated posture, and he was cheered up when he saw that there were people next to him. Recently, the fairy Pokemon has been slack, and it is good for her growth to teach her a lesson. Chapter 168 Charizard Cup Finals. After a short break, the last final of the Charizard Cup is finally about to begin. Tens of thousands of spectators are crowded in the audience seats on all sides of the stadium. Audiences who cannot buy tickets can also watch the live broadcast on TV. Outside the stadium, the big screen shows the scene of the live battlefield, and a tall beauty with long golden hair down to her waist passes by with a silly face. She seemed to have noticed something, and glanced at the screen behind her with some curiosity. "Miss, how long are you going to choose?" In front of the tall blonde beauty in a pure black windbreaker was a small ice cream vendor. The owner of the ice cream stall stared at the front with a frustrated look on his face. He has been waiting here for a full 15 minutes. This customer actually took a full 15 minutes to choose a flavor of ice cream. It's really confusing. Zulan raised her eyebrows slightly in annoyance, staring at the ice cream while looking at the big screen behind her. She didn't show a faint smile until the contestants came out. At this moment, in the audience, so nervous, and hasn't come out yet. Plantina, who was holding Larvesta in her arms, hugged the little guy tightly, her cute face full of nervousness and stiffness. It was obviously not her who was going to compete, but she acted more nervous than the contestants. "Anne, give me revenge." Hilda was not nervous at all. Instead, she made a trumpet shape with her hands and shouted loudly to the people below. Unfortunately, her voice could not stir up any waves in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Rosa, who sat next to Hilda, did not say anything, and looked at the battlefield below with a bit of nervousness on her face. It was also her first time to watch the finals of such a city-level competition live, not to mention that one of the contestants had a good relationship with her, and she couldn't help waving her fist and cheering Anne in a low voice. Anne walked in the metal-made contestant corridor with one hand in his pocket, holding the baseball cap with his right hand and casually buckling it on his head, while the fairy Pokemon walked beside him with his head held high, and the exquisite pink and white ribbons floated lightly in the air. Stepping out of the corridor, he strode to the finals. Charizard Cup is a well-known city-level competition in Huaxia region. This event will receive attention from all parties every year, and the finals are the most eye-catching time. Before he completely walked out of the corridor, he could feel the noise outside. Countless spectators cheered and screamed around. Seeing Anne, a contestant, step by step to the position of trainer, made the atmosphere reach its peak. Bunny Bunny. The fairy Pokemon seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. She raised her head like a proud little swan, but her purpose of following Anne on the stage was simply to be a cheerleader and learn the battles of other Pokemon at close range. Hi! Anne suddenly noticed that a black and purple banner had been pulled up above the audience. Looking closely, she found that it was the members of the cheering team who were cheering her up. The cheering could even overwhelm the other spectators in that area for a while. Mari was supported in the middle by the stars, but looking at her head down, she was probably embarrassed to dig a hole with her toes. Such an interesting scene made Anne laugh out loud and waved to Mari. "Ah, I've been waiting for a long time, and we will definitely meet in the finals." Nangong Kang, with grey and white hair, stood opposite with a smile, and his eyes were full of expectation and interest when he looked at Anne. No matter which opponent he played before, he was not so excited, except for Anne in front of him. Please give me more advice. N bowed gently to the other party to show politeness, and the gentle smile on his face was not affected at all, which made Nangang Kang's eyes shine more. Game, start! The referee waved the flag vigorously, and the moment the sound fell, both sides threw out the poke ball in their hands at the same time. N used Laren, which had superior offensive and defensive strength, while the opponent was a tall and light blue monster. Roar! The monster island's tail suddenly hit the ground, and the ground was shattered with just one hit. With 3 cyan horns on its head, this Pokémon is a representative of the famous brutal Pokémon in the Kanto region, and a powerful Pokémon with the same nature as Sinnoh's Ursaring Gyarados. Is it Laren? When Nangang Kang saw Laren appear, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't care too much. He took out Gyarados first purely to try his luck and run into Larvesta. The combination of water and flying Gyarados will have an absolute crushing advantage. But it doesn't matter even if he meets Laren. The water-type Gyarados can still restrain the rock-type Laren, and he still has the advantage at the beginning of this game. As Gyarados roared, Laren's face remained calm, but it was obvious that his momentum was a little weaker, and he couldn't use his strength. This is the characteristic of Gyarados, intimidation, which can reduce Laren's physical attack power. Gyarados, Waterfall. Protect. A huge wave suddenly rose on the field and pressed down on Laren from above. Facing the huge wave, Laren still stood calmly in place, and with a low roar, the royal blue light shield enveloped his whole body. Rock Tomb. The waterfall was completely blocked outside the light shield of Protect, and Gyarados also shortened the distance with Laren because of the waterfall. At this moment, Laren stomped his feet on the ground suddenly, and the ground cracked while the solid rocks hit Gyarados from all directions who could not avoid it. This is land. Gyarados can show his full speed in the water, but on land, Gyarados is very restricted and it is difficult to break free for a while after being hit by Rock Tomb. Use Aqua Tail to smash the rocks. Stealth Rock. Gyarados is indeed a Pokémon known for its brutal power. Its powerful tail easily smashes the bound rocks like a raging wave, and even has enough power to smash Laren in front of it. It's a pity that Laren had already distanced himself during Rock Tomb, and now he can just avoid this Aqua Tail.L. Although Gyarados successfully released the restraints, he could not stop Laren from laying out the net of heaven and earth on all sides of the venue. The activation of Stealth Rock restricted Nangang Kang from changing Pokémon, and he could no longer change at will. It was unexpected that Gyarados was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation between the two sides, but Nangang Kang did not show much surprise on his face. On the contrary, the smile on his face became more interesting, and this burning look made N a little uncomfortable. Chapter 169 Rock Overlord. Raise the Whirlpool. Gyarados. As Nangang Kang finished speaking, Gyarados whipped his tail on the ground, and his body was like a tornado, stirring up a whirlpool like fierce water flow, and smashed towards Laren head-on. The violent rapids were like a storm, trapping Laren who could not escape. Good opportunity, use Hydro Pump next. The center of the venue was surrounded by turbulent water, and Laren's body was also constricted and unable to move. Even in the face of enemy attacks, he could not break free. Seizing this opportunity, Gyarados roared, intending to continue to pursue the victory. Rock Slide. Laren's eyes condensed, and a low roar shattered the earth and lifted up countless huge and tough rocks. The rocks brought by Rock Slide were accurately stuck in the water flow on all sides, forcibly reversing the direction of the whirlpool's rapids. Nangang Kang obviously did not expect that Rock Slide could be used in this way, but the order of Hydro Pump had been shouted, and the arrow had to be shot. This also caused Rock Slide to come head-on at Gyarados from mid-air at the moment when Hydro Pump erupted. Bang! The huge rock cut off the Hydro Pump sprayed by Gyarados, and the force of the impact forced Gyarados to change direction. At the moment of changing direction, Laren, who had been prepared for a long time, had cold eyes, and his feet raised with force seemed to coincide with N's gently waving right hand. Stone Edge. Use Protect quickly. N's cold voice was like the sickle of the god of death, which was exactly the same as Laren's action. Several rocks with sharp heads spun rapidly in the air, and the next moment they were like cannonballs that burst out and hit Gyarados' head, abdomen, and tail respectively. Protect was still a step late after all. It was only a breath away from being used, but it seemed that the green-eyed boy wearing a peaked cap on the opposite side had completely calculated it, allowing Stone Edge to hit at the right time. Even if it was one more second, Protect could completely intercept the attack. Gyarados loses his ability to fight, Laren wins. Nangong Kang also blinked in surprise, took out the Pokeball in his hand and took Gyarados back. The battle ended very quickly, and he was repeatedly broken by the opponent's offensive. Several consecutive Rock-type attacks were very lethal to the Flying-type Gyarados, and the last Stone Edge was the biggest reason for knocking down Gyarados. The huge power of Stone Edge itself, plus the physical burst attack that Laren is good at, just one hit emptied most of the remaining health of Gyarados. This evenly matched battle, but he lost. Laren, how is your condition? N stared at Laren on the field with a worried look. As a rock-type Pokémon, it was very uncomfortable to be hit by a water-type attack. Even after enough training, its special defense is not as good as its physical defense. After being hit by Whirlpool and then rubbed by Hydro Pump, the injury is not light. Kara. Although Laren was a little out of breath, he still spoke confidently. It has made a good start as the Vanguard General sent by N, but it will not be willing to be taken back just like this. I understand, then I leave it to you. N's mouth corners slightly raised, and this sentence made Laren obey his meaning as if it was a signal of permission. Laren roared in a low voice, and his body was completely wrapped in the dazzling white light. Pokémon's evolution is extremely eye-catching no matter when and where it is placed, representing a life breaking through the limit and turning into a butterfly. This is the miraculous moment of showing a new attitude. Gaha! The white light dissipated, and a behemoth with a height of nearly 3 meters stood on the field with its head held high, and its whole body was full of dazzling white light. Covered with tough and dark black metal armor, and the head is a silver armor like a helmet, with 2 sharp silver horns on the top of the head flashing cold light. As Laren, his tail has become thick and long, and even his arms constricted by black armor are as thick as tree trunks, looking very powerful. Agrin. Strength, Quasi-Elite Beginner. Qualification, Superior. As the relatively weakest in the team, Agrin's position in the team is quite awkward. Logically speaking, he is from the same batch of Pokémon as the fairy Pokémon. And his strength is weaker than Zorua and Gurdurr, but much stronger than the 2 little guys Larvesta and Phoebus who came later. It is an awkward position stuck in the middle, but after the complete evolution it is completely different. Although Agrin is only at the quasi-elite level after evolution, its strength after full explosion is definitely stronger than that of fairy Pokémon. In addition, N has the Agrin Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite given by Hilda. As long as he tries and practices more in the future, Agrin's strength can leap forward again in battle. When the guy finally grows up, it is very likely to become one of the strongest trump cards in N's hand. He evolved in the game. Could it be that even Arceus is favoring player N? After evolution, Laren's strength will be greatly improved, the advantage is too big. The host's words of astonishment and excitement instantly ignited the atmosphere on the field, and the noisy shouting made Nangong Kang on the opposite side frown slightly. His bright red eyes narrowed slightly and stared at the front, as if he wanted to see something from N's face. Coincidence? No, it shouldn't be. He seemed to have noticed the problem. Not only him, but even the ghost elite Agatha in the guest seat also had bright eyes, staring closely at the young man below whom she was very optimistic. Even with her cloudy old eyes, she could see clearly that it was definitely N who said something that led to Laren's evolution. Oh my, it seems that there is no need to watch it anymore. I'd better go back and make some preparations. The dragon lady Nangong Fu on the side raised her hand and gently supported her forehead, letting her eyes leave the battlefield, and then casually grabbed the crutches beside her and prepared to run away. Agatha, who saw this scene, just snickered and did not speak to keep him. Both of them are old guys from the last generation. The strength of the old elite is no less than that of some young champion trainers. Through such a simple confrontation just now, they have already seen who is stronger and who is weaker. Nangang Kang may be able to pose enough threat to N, but he can't beat him. Even though the other party was her precious grandson, Nangang Fu did not think highly of him at all. She just glanced in Agatha's direction with envy before leaving. As if she was complaining, "Where did you find this monster kid, old man?" Agatha, who noticed the other party's intention, felt secretly happy. Oak and Agatha did have a lot of conflicts when they were young, but they basically reconciled after they got old. It can be said that Oak's grandson can be regarded as half of Agatha's grandson. Agatha has made such a big face, so she has to find a reason to take care of the boy she likes. Chapter 170 What do you think I usually eat? Blazekn, this battle is up to you. Nangang Kang saw that the evolution Agrin in front of him was a little more vigilant, but he still didn't hesitate much and chose to take out an orange and yellow poke ball with stripes. This is a special poke ball that is quite expensive. It has the property of increasing the probability of capturing fast Pokémon. One of these things can buy more than dozens of ordinary poke balls. Just from the configuration of the poke ball, you can see how wealthy this guy's family is. And the fast ball contains the Royal 3 Pokémon that Nangang Kang prepared in advance to deal with Agrin, Blazekn. As the poke ball exploded in the air, a ball of burning orange flames spun and danced in the air, and then fell straight from the air. A beige feather with a crown-like V-shaped crown, the blue eyes formed a sharp contrast with the gorgeous red and yellow feathers all over the body, and the arms seemed to be specially constricted with bandages to make its agile muscles more prominent. Just standing on the field can give people a full sense of oppression. However, the strength seems to be a little bit short, and it has not successfully broken through to the quasi-elite realm. Unfortunately, the majestic Blazekn was hit by the stealth rock that had been circling nearby as soon as it appeared, and its momentum was weakened before the fight even started. Roar! Agrin roared violently forward. Although Blazekn was a fighting Pokémon that could restrain it 4 times, Agrin still showed no fear. Blazekn immediately took a fighting stance with a solemn expression. Its strength was only at the peak of the boss level, which was not as good as Agrin, who had already broken through to the quasi-elite level. But the huge advantage of attributes also gave him a great chance of winning. Run! Use flame charge! Blazekn's eyes condensed, and his body rushed towards Agrin at a high speed for more than 10 meters in an instant, leaving a trail of bright red after images on the ground. Facing the enemy's huge body that was several times larger than his own, the proud flame warrior was not afraid at all. Take it! Bang! Blazekn, who was covered in constrict flames, hit Agrin's body with his head, but he didn't expect that his strong attack could not shake the Orberg monster in front of him at all. Instead, it exposes itself to the opponent's attack range. Gah! Agrin's azure eyes exuded a cold and gloomy light, and a huge hand grabbed Blazekn's body and arms, making it unable to move. This terrifying physical defense was fully demonstrated at this moment. Get out of it! Use double kick! Blazekn, who was clamped by the giant hand like a vice, struggled desperately, and used powerful double kicks to hit Agrin's chest in succession, and a dull sound came from its Orberg-covered chest. But, it still failed to break free. Iron Head! Agrin opened the jagged Orberg fangs, as if sneering. The sharp horn-like helmet hit the face of Blazekn, who couldn't resist it. The power of this blow brought a heavy roar, almost giving Blazekn a concussion. Are you kidding me? You want to break free with just 2 double kicks? What's the 4-fold restraint of the fighting system? How many punches do you think Gerdur, the bastard, took during my training? Agrin, with a rage in his heart, knocked Blazekn to the ground with his head. Such a terrifying blow brought a force that shook the earth. Blazekn's body was actually embedded in the ground, and it almost fainted on the spot. What a terrible defense! This time, even Nangongkang couldn't help but exclaimed. He resisted the whirlpool head-on and was swept by the residual power of the bubble. After that, he took flame charge and the fourfold restraint double kick in succession. Agrin's physical strength and defense were like an abyss. How come he hasn't fallen yet? Blazekn, get up quickly. Use close combat. Jump up and use earthquake. The two Pokémon exerted their strength at the same time, and Agrin, who had taken several powerful moves in succession, had reached his limit. The next attack was probably the last wave of power, and Blazekn fought back with all his strength. Bang! Blazekn's punch, which burst out of his muscles, collided violently with the earthquake released by Agrin, who was as heavy as a truck. The power brought by both sides shook the entire stadium in an instant, allowing the audience to experience the real earthquake. Blazekn was the first to be unable to bear it. Its agile and plump body could not be compared with the heavyweight Orberg monster. Its physical strength was exhausted first and it was blown away dozens of meters, smashing the wall at the edge of the venue. It seemed that it could not get up again. Blazekn lost the battle. Agrin also lost the ability to fight. Please bring out the next Pokémon. Just as the referee was about to announce the result, he found that Agrin also sat down on the ground with a bang. His physical strength was completely exhausted, but he also accomplished the feat of fighting 2 against 1 against the other. This match can be recorded in the history of the Charizard Cup. Thank you for your hard work, Agrin. N took the fainted Agrin back with an approving smile, and on the big screen at the edge of the field, the Pokeball position of both sides' Pokémon lists also grayed out at the same time. This means that Nangongkang still has 4 Pokémon left. This is the first time he has been beaten so badly since he debuted as a trainer. Nangongkang had long expected how interesting it would be to actually fight against N, but he didn't expect it to be even more unexpected. It can be said that the appearance of N finally made him, who was tired, find the feeling of a strong enemy. It's so strong I've already done it after all these preparations, I still underestimated you. Nangongkang muttered to himself. Seeing that N still had a calm expression on his face, he couldn't help but get more excited. He was determined to force the opponent to use all his strength. The next one is you. Dragonair. This time, the famous quasi-god Pokémon from the Kanto region, the elegant and noble Dragonair, is the Dragonite family that the Kanto Dragon Elite Lance is best at using. Even though it has not yet completely evolved into a Dragonite, Dragonair still shows the edge of a Dragon-type quasi-god, but because of its extremely slow growth rate, this Dragonair's strength has not yet broken through the quasi-elite. Once the quasi-god Pokémon is fully grown, its strength will be amazing, but the price is that its own growth rate is extremely slow. However, even if it has not yet evolved into the majestic Dragonite, Dragonair's strength is more stable and powerful than Pokémon of the same level. Chapter 171 Have you eaten? If not, come on stage. N took out the second Pokeball and spoke softly as if he was stroking the Pokémon in his hand. As Agrin was taken back by the Pokeball, another Pokémon also appeared at the same time. The two guys who knew each other seemed to laugh and high-five each other in the Pokeball, and walked in different directions. Gurdur, with a strong body and explosive muscles, stood on the rocky ground with a firm face. Just from his appearance, you can tell how well developed his solid and perfect muscles are. Even his height is much taller than that of ordinary people of the same race. Click. Gurdur raised his right hand and placed the special bright red eye-beam weighing hundreds of kilograms in his hand on the ground. His grinning face matched the hideous deep claw scars, and a terrifying sense of oppression came towards him. Here it comes. It's Gurdur. This is a Pokémon that N has never used before. Is it a killer to choose to use it in the finals? The referee's words ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. The Gurdur's strength can be felt from his momentum and muscles. People can't wait to witness the power he showed with their own eyes. This is a battle between the Kanto quasi-god Pokémon and an unknown killer. It must be very exciting. Iron. Gurdur, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, has never been so excited. He smiled and gently hooked his finger at the opposite Dragonair. I don't know what he said, but the opposite Dragonair's sea blue face turned red with anger. Gurdur is quite elegant and easygoing for a Pokémon. It should be a friendly greeting. Originally, Dragonair was poked by Stealth Rock as soon as he came out. He was in pain and in a bad mood. As a result, he was mocked by the fierce guy on the opposite side. This damaged her dignity as a dragon. It would be strange if she didn't get angry. Dance in front of everyone. Dragonair. Throw. Seeing Dragonair on the field preparing to use Dragon Dance that can improve combat power in all aspects, and launched an attack without hesitation. Gurdur smiled grimly, and threw out hundreds of pounds of steel bars in his hand like a javelin. It stuck in the center of Dragonair's body with lightning speed and precision. The huge force shocked its brain and forcibly interrupted the use of Dragon Dance. Next, use the real energy bullet. The next moment, Gurdur, with his hands free, posed a Kamehameha-like posture, and instantly gathered a large amount of energy to transform into the energy airflow of rapid spin. A powerful real energy bullet flew out and flashed through the air with a whistling sound. Use Protect quickly. Nangong King was also dizzy from the series of fierce attacks, but his experience as a trainer still allowed him to give accurate instructions. Dragonair reacted and opened a royal blue protective barrier to forcibly block the air cannon. Dragonair, get out of the smoke quickly. Bang! The explosion of the incandescent bullet raised a burst of thick smoke, which completely obscured Nangong Kang's vision for a while. Dragonair, who had just barely blocked the attack with Protect, tried to withdraw from the range of the smoke because it was extremely dangerous without a full view. If he was N, he would most likely choose to close the distance between the two sides at this time. Ice Punch! A gentle voice like a whisper in the ear sounded, and Gurdur, who had been accumulating power for half a day on the other side of the smoke, just sneered. Have you eaten, good brother? If not, take my punch! Gurdur roared and suddenly exerted force on his feet, his eyes widened, and punched Dragonair into the sky with a fist emitting cold air. Ha! Dragonair has lost its ability to fight. Please take out the next Pokémon. Too fast. The Gurdur did not use the smoke to cover his body, and it to choose to go directly around the outside of the smoke and wait for Dragonair to come out. And the direction it chose to escape was accurately predicted. Come back, Gurdur. N smiled and put away Gurdur on the field, and he looked calm as if he was not the one who just knocked down a Quasi-God in 10 seconds. And Gurdur, who was in perfect condition, was immediately taken back after just one fight, but he did not show any dissatisfaction, because he knew that his battle was not over yet. This battle was just a very simple strategy, and it was simply that N detected the opponent's thoughts. Battles with a large gap in strength have always been the most effective with simple and direct strategies. If one link is linked to another, then so many links will make the probability of error even greater. Shelgon. I'll leave the rest to you. Come on stage, Zoroark. It was no surprise that Nangong King took out his second Quasi-God Pokémon. Shelgon was in the form before Hone Region Salamanca evolution. Even if it had not evolved, it should not be underestimated. This Pokémon is just as its name suggests, with a thick silver shell covering its entire body, and its defense is very good. N sent out Zoroark, the agile assassin who is the least good at dealing with these thick-skinned enemies. Cuso. Zoroark grinned, and he saw clearly the smug attitude he had just before Gurdur's Pokeball was taken back. Since he was also pulled out to fight, he couldn't lose face for Big Brother. It's that Zoroark. Nangong King immediately became 200% alert, staring at the Zoroark. Even if the guy made any suspicious movements, he would react immediately. Shelgon was carefully cultivated by him, and he has many moves that can match his own strong defense. As long as the defense is in the right time, he can also fight back. Taunt. Zoroark smiled coldly the moment he heard the command, and the black airflow on his body gently hooked his claws towards the Shelgon opposite. This action with strange power made Shelgon's brain blood surge, and his mood immediately became irritable, and his eyes turned red and gradually lost his mind. The object of taunt cannot use any moves other than attack in a short period of time. It's bad. Nangang Kang obviously noticed this, but it was too late. The figure of Zorua had turned into a residual image and rushed towards Shelgon at high speed. Night Slash surrounds the attack, and distances. Zorua took advantage of his agility to circle around Shelgon, and occasionally he would dodge and chop it with a claw, making the opponent lose his mind. Because Shelgon, whose taunt can only use attack skills, can't use defensive skills such as Iron Defense Protect to defend and counter-attack at this moment, and the attack can't hit Zorua. Shelgon. Use Draco Meteor on your head. Nangang Kang also gritted his teeth and went all out. He couldn't defend, and he couldn't hit the opponent with his attack. Sooner or later, he would be exhausted by the opponent. In this case, he might as well go all out. Use Draco Meteor, which can attack a large area without distinction, to cover the entire area that surrounds him. At this distance, even if Zorua is fast, he will be hit twice. However, Nangang Kang suddenly saw a flash of light in N's eyes, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. U-turn. Chapter 172 Ghost Dragon. The dark purple figure was like a ghost, with waves of energy attached to its bright red claws, which greatly increased the power of this attack in a short period of time, and at the same time, Zorua's speed also increased to a higher level. A blow hit Shelgon's side. This violent slash hit, even Shelgon, who was known for its defensive power, could not withstand the attack of the elite-level Pokémon. In addition, after being hit by Night Slash in succession, Shelgon's physical strength has reached its limit, but before falling, it still managed to release the Dragon Draco Meteor that enveloped the sky. The deep purple dragon energy rushed into the sky, compressed and expanded to the limit in mid-air, and then exploded violently. This ball of energy bullets that Shelgon exhausted all his strength turned into countless meteor-like light bullets that bombarded the bottom indiscriminately. The moment the U-turn hit, Zorua's figure turned into a red light and flew back to the Pokeball in N's hand. It was a pity that Shelgon's last wave could not reach him, and only let Draco Meteor perform a wave of fireworks. The solid and rough rock ground was blasted with broken holes everywhere, but the most critical opponent was not blown up. Shelgon loses his ability to fight. Zorua wins. Seeing this, many viewers already knew that the game was basically over, but some people thought it was not over yet, because Nangang Kang did not show his real trump card until the end. Perhaps, the last trump card can still be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Looking at the Gurdurr jumping out of the Pokeball again, Nangang Kang's ears seemed to automatically block all the noisy sounds around him, and his brain had never been so clear. He slowly pulled out the last ordinary red and white ball from his neck. This time, it was the last. If even this guy was defeated, he would simply admit defeat. This is the real ghost. Make a high-profile appearance. Dragapult. Nangang Kang let out a long breath, and the last Pokeball in his hand exploded in mid-air. The looming ghost dragon appeared from the Pokeball. The flat and extended triangular head and the ethereal and transparent dark green tail made it full of mystery and weirdness. This is the famous quasi-god Pokémon of Galar region, Dragapult. 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 Strength, high-level quasi-elite. Qualification, superior. This is a fully grown quasi-god Pokémon, only one step away from the real elite, and its strength is stronger than that of Pokémon of the same level. The combination of ghost and dragon is extremely difficult to deal with in battle. Just kidding, Karen Dragon Giratina is called Little Dragon. When N saw this thing, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Iron. Iron. Gurdurr grinned and waved his fist. It was this kind of opponent that was most suitable for it to be the finale. It was one level lower than him in terms of realm, and the ghost system was completely immune to the attack of the fighting system. This absolute disadvantage in attributes and strength was simply impossible to fight in the eyes of others. But N did not mean to take Gerdur back. Why didn't you switch out Zorua to fight? If he hadn't known N's personality well, Nangang Kang would have thought that the other party looked down on him. Dragapult is the speed ceiling among quasi-gods. Coupled with the suppression of strength, it is simply a one-sided beating for Gerdur, who has very poor speed. Or does the other party have other intentions? Butevan so. Duolong's strength is enough to crush everything in front of him. Use Phantom Force. Bulk up. Facing Dragapult, who suddenly disappeared in mid-air, Gerdur just began to tighten his muscles on the spot with a ferocious face. The strength and endurance of its muscles suddenly increased, and its attack and defense were raised to a higher level respectively. Phantom Force will escape into the air, waiting for the opportunity to launch a sneak attack in a blind spot, and the moment Gerdur bulk up is used up, Dragapult will creep out from the shadow behind him and stab the enemy with a transparent tail. Turn 180 degrees behind you, Ice Punch. Gerdur's eyes condensed, and his right foot slammed into the ground. The rock was smashed into pieces by the huge force and flew everywhere. His body and arms smashed behind him at high speed like a roulette wheel. And the ghostly agility Dragapult just turned sideways to easily avoid the powerful ice punch. Puff! And the Phantom Force successfully hit. The lethality brought by the sneak attack shocked Gerdur and made him retreat several steps in succession. If it weren't for the strict training of his lower body on weekdays, he might not be able to stand firm at this moment. Fly up and keep the distance. Then use the dragon arrow. The closer you are to Gerdur, the more dangerous it is. Nangang Kang certainly understands this truth. But the strength of Duolong lies in its invincible speed and swift attack. A large part of its skills, including the exclusive skill Dragon Arrow, are physical. However, relying on its own speed far exceeding that of the enemy, Dragapult can easily deplete Gerdur's health, just like Zoruake vs Shelgon in the previous match. No matter how strong the power is, it will be useless if it can't hit. Hold it, bulk up. N certainly understood this, but still calmly chose to let Gerdur continue to use bulk up. Dragapult's dragon arrows pierced Gerdur's sturdy body one after another, but it seemed to use bulk up again without any care. 2 bulk ups have greatly improved Gerdur's defense, and ghost attacks can only cause double damage. Even the powerful multi-dragon is a little distressed when facing Gerdur, whose defense has been enhanced again. But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong the defense is, it's just a hard turtle shell. Just like Shelgon before, it's basically there is no way to fight back, and Gerdur does not have the Draco Meteor with a wide range of attacks like Shelgon, so it is difficult to even counter-attack. Even if there is a large-scale attack, Nangang Kang is also ready to use U-turn at any time. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth can't help but rise. This is still the same battle situation, but the two sides are reversed. Relying on multiple dragons, you can win. But he forgot a very important point. Gerdur and Shelgon have a fatal difference, that is, the power gap between the two sides is not dimensional at all. Gerdur can make countless mistakes and be hit by Dragapult, but Dragapult only needs to make one mistake. Chapter 173 1 Million Horses. Do you want to win with one strike? But I won't give you any chance. Dragapult flew into the sky to distance himself. Use Dragon Pulse continuously in the air. Nangang Kang is the grandson of an old elite after all. He has been trained as an elite among elites since he was a child. His ability to control the overall situation is excellent among young people. Naturally, he can see what tactics are most suitable now. Continuous deep purple energy waves sprayed out from Dragapult's mouth, attacking Gerdur, whose speed was worrying below. The powerful Dragon Pulse was constantly smashed by the solid steel weapon. But even Gerdur's steel was not an invincible weapon. It became tattered as it was constantly attacked. If it continued like this, it would be completely damaged sooner or later. At that time, it would be the time for Gerdur to lose. Although this guy occasionally uses the terrible face to slow down the dragon, he will also be hit by dragon pulse. After several back and forth attacks, Gurdur was already covered with wounds, but he still stood firm like a cockroach. Rock crit. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Gurdur, who had been passively beaten, seized the opportunity when the dragon was taking a breath and kicked the ground to pieces. The flying rocks as big as human heads were thrown upward at high speed like Orberg shells. Oh no, get out of the way! Under the command, Dragapult didn't even dare to breathe after using the skill, and immediately twisted his body to fly rapidly in the air. The supersonic moving body was flying in the sky like a fighter jet, and several consecutive gorgeous rotations successfully avoided all the rock crits. The speed of Duolong is indeed very fast. Under normal circumstances, Gurdur's long-range attack is just a decoration in front of it. It is impossible to hit the ghost dragon whose speed can be called invincible. Good job, Duolong, then use the shadow. However, N will not waste any opportunity to issue an order. Puff! A ball of unknown substance hit Duolong, who had just dodged the rock burst. The power brought by this attack is quite considerable. The shadow ball hit at the moment of condensation, forcibly dispersing the gathered ghost energy. The ghost dragon's brain was blank after being hit by just one hit, and its body fell from the air temporarily without control. Throw. Is it hidden in the rock burst? Nanggong King, who is very good at theoretical homework, immediately found out what hit Duolong. It was the steel bar that was just smashed into pieces by Dragon Pulse. The steel bar that was smashed into pieces by Dragon Pulse turned into an imperceptible small killing weapon. Dark's skill throw is an extremely effective attack against the ghost-type Dragapult. Iron. Gurdur grinned with a sly smile, and behind him seemed to appear the cunning and sinister face of Zoruake, as if the black and red fox pushed him from behind. N had just issued an order to intercept the enemy's route in advance. As a trainer, he guessed the maximum probability of its next direction of action based on the continuous movement of Dragonite just now, and was trying to hit it. Rock slide, cover the sky area. Gurdur's roaring arms hammered the ground like a warhammer. At this moment, the rock-type energy spread wildly, and countless huge rocks were smashed into the sky, completely blocking the direction of Dragonite's retreat. As long as you take a step back, you will definitely be hit by the rock. This is a conspiracy to force Dragonite to take the initiative to get close. Nanggong King also had goosebumps all over his body. He clearly wanted to use the kite tactics to wear down the opponent's physical strength step by step, and finally win without losing a single shot. In the end, he fell into the opponent's trap. But since that was the case, he would not be afraid at all. You know, Dragapult is actually best at close-range attacks. In that case, just rush down. Use Dragon Rush. Gurdur, who had already used skills continuously, definitely did not have the physical strength to release skills again to defend. Then there was absolutely no way to dodge this powerful Dragon Rush. He wanted to win with one blow. Dragapult's body was like a bright purple meteor, rushing down from the sky at supersonic speed. It was like a flaming meteorite hitting Gurdur's body fiercely, and 2GE, who had been prepared for it, just roared and raised his arms to block in front of him. Boom! A violent tackle sounded, and the ground under Gurdur's feet was smashed into pieces by this blow. His strong muscles and forehead were bulging with veins. It was obvious that he was using all his strength to resist this dragon-type killing move. The defense improved by using fitness twice in a row finally manifested at this moment. Gurdur crushed the ground under his feet with one foot, and traces of expansion appeared in all directions. But he still didn't fall down. Don't stop. Duolong, use Dragon Claw again. Duolong didn't expect that his full-strength attack still couldn't knock down the extremely difficult opponent in front of him. He could only raise his arm and cut out Dragon Claw that was enough to slash a hill, leaving 4 blood marks on Gurdur's body. Iron. At this moment, Gurdur opened his big and terrifying mouth and smiled. Gurdur's body was as red as if it was burning, and the blood made it still stand there without falling. It was unbelievable. Endure. At this time, Nangong King heard the order given by Ngurdur actually used endure at the moment when Dragon Claw chopped down and forced himself to have a little blood left without falling. At this time, even if Magikarp hit him with his tail, the battle would end. But endure was a move that allowed Gurdur to forcefully block this attack of Dragon Claw, and the Ghost Dragon, which was famous for its speed, had no time to launch another attack. It's over. N gently pressed down the brim of his hat, and a deep green eye like emerald flashed a winning light in the shadow under the brim of the hat, and Gurdur in front of him had already tightened all his muscles. I vowed to return all the attacks I had received in one breath. The magnetic field rotates. Powerful, 1,000,000 horsepower. Ice punch with all my strength.